Pain, an excruciating bone-deep agony flooded every inch of Zhang Yi's body. It was not a mere sensation, but a cruel reality tearing him apart. At that moment, he was being mercilessly trampled to the ground by the very friends and neighbors he had once trusted and helped. Fists, kicks, and even clubs rained down on him like a violent storm. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, they no longer cared about the help Zhang Yi had given them in the past and laid their hands on him without hesitation. In his dying moments, he vaguely saw his goddess in his heart, Feng Yuqing, standing at the back of the crowd. Wearing a pitiful expression, she shouted loudly, "I'm the one who told him to open the door. Make sure I get an extra share of the supplies." This was the very woman who had tricked Zhang Yi into opening his door and thus led him to his death. He stared at her, his eyes brimming with hatred and remorse. He could only blame himself for being too foolish, too kind, and thus becoming nothing more than a stepping stone for others in this apocalypse. How he wished everything could start over again. If given another chance, he would never be soft-hearted toward anyone again and would live only for himself. Darkness swallowed his vision, and Zhang Yi quickly lost consciousness. Yet in the very next instant, he abruptly snapped his eyes open and shot up from the sofa. The hellish scene he had just experienced, along with that terrifying pain, remained vivid in his mind. Zhang Yi panted heavily, and sweat quickly drenched his entire body. What's going on? Wasn't I killed by those beastly neighbors? Once he collected himself, Zhang Yi began to survey his surroundings. This place was not unfamiliar. It was his own home. The comfortably warm air, however, left him deeply astonished. In December of Western calendar year 2050, Blue Star had been affected by the explosion of a supernova 50,000 light-years away, ushering in a global Cambrian storm. Global temperatures plummeted. In Tianhai City, where Zhang Yi lived, the daily temperature fell to -60 or 70 degrees, and blizzards raged for an entire month, burying the whole city in snow. It was said that in the northern regions of Huan Nation, the temperature even reached a terrifying -100 degrees. The land was entirely entombed in ice and snow. Countless species went extinct on a massive scale, and even humanity lost more than 95% of its population in this disaster. Zhang Yi stood up, took a bottle of water from the refrigerator, and gulped down more than half of it. Although the chilled water was icy cold to him at this moment, it tasted like celestial nectar. In the apocalypse, the only way for people to obtain water was to go outside, brave the extreme cold of -60 or 70 degrees, and dig up snow to melt into water. Such work made it all too easy for someone to freeze to death. After finishing the water, Zhang Yi picked up his phone and glanced at the screen. The date displayed was November 12th. There was still a full month before the apocalypse arrived. "It seems I've been reborn," he murmured. Drawing in a deep breath, Zhang Yi quickly understood what had happened. That month of experience could not have been a mere dream, especially the agony of being torn apart by others. It had been far too real. Zhang Yi raised his head. Having survived death, his heart was filled with immense relief. At the same time, a razor-sharp gleam flashed across his eyes. He remembered with crystal clarity every single person who had taken part in killing him. In this life, he would make sure to survive well and would no longer show mercy to those beasts. Moreover, so long as his own safety was ensured, he would ruthlessly avenge himself upon those animals. For now, however, the foremost question Zhang Yi had to consider was how to ensure he could live well in the apocalypse that would arrive 1 month later. Zhang Yi's personal living conditions were not bad. His parents had passed away years ago, and he had inherited a 120-square-meter apartment in Tianhai City. He also had more than 2 million in savings, which in normal times would have been fairly comfortable. Yet when the apocalypse descended, material goods across the globe would become desperately scarce. With only that amount of money, there was no way he could sustain himself for long. After all, for one person to survive, what was needed was an ocean of supplies. Since he had the chance to prepare in advance, Zhang Yi did not merely wish to stay alive. He also hoped to maintain a certain quality of life in the future. Food and entertainment both had to be taken into account, otherwise over time his spirit would surely collapse. Weapons and equipment were also essential. Only with them could he safeguard his own life and carry out revenge against his neighbors. Just then a strand of white light suddenly appeared before Zhang Yi's eyes. Thinking his right eye was simply acting up, he reached out to rub it. But in that instant a strange thought surged into his mind. It seemed that this white light was a part of him and his consciousness filled with information about it. With a single thought, Zhang Yi's awareness plunged into the white light. Once inside, he discovered an immense, boundless white misty space. He could not tell how large it was nothing but endless emptiness. Is this an alternate space? He wondered. It seems that after my rebirth I've gained some kind of special ability. Joy surged in Zhang Yi's heart. It appeared that the passage of gamma rays had mutated his body, granting him extraordinary power. With this enormous space, storing supplies for the apocalypse would become far more convenient. Still, Zhang Yi wanted to know how much this space could hold, and whether there were any limits on what it could absorb. His consciousness returned to his apartment, and he began testing by placing household items into the space. He started with teacups and wash basins which were stored effortlessly. Then Zhang Yi tried putting large appliances inside. The television, refrigerator, washing machine, computer, air conditioner, vacuum cleaner. This white space accepted them all without exception. Moreover, with just a single thought, he could retrieve anything from the space. However, certain objects subject to strong external forces and not existing independently were difficult to store. For instance, when he tried to pry up a section of floor to store it, there was no response at all. This alternate space seems to have many rules, he mused. I'll have to figure them out slowly. Even so, this enormous space that can store objects alone is enough for me to hoard a vast amount of resources. He licked his lips as a bold plan began to form in his mind. Zhang Yi worked as a supervisor at the South China warehouse of Walmart. As the world's largest supermarket chain, Walmart's inventory was comprehensive beyond imagination. Within Hua Nation, Walmart had 3 giant warehouses: Central China, South China, and North China. Their scale was terrifying, especially the South China warehouse. Built in 2040, it stretched 1,500 meters in length and 720 meters in width, occupying more than 1 million square meters. It was the largest warehouse in the world. It had once been hailed by Walmart, Greater China's president, as the 8th wonder of the world. Of course, the world officially recognized only 7 wonders, and countless self-proclaimed 8th wonders already existed. Even so, in terms of area and storage capacity, the South China warehouse truly did reign supreme in global warehousing. The supplies stored inside at any given time could sustain several cities, tens of millions of people, for a full week. In other words, if Zhang Yi emptied out the warehouse and transferred all its supplies into his space, he would not only be set for a lifetime. Even 10 lifetimes would not exhaust such an abundance. The key point was that Walmart's quality control was extremely strict. There were no low-grade, unknown brands in the warehouse. Whether food, daily necessities, or luxury goods, everything came from reputable high-quality brands. If Zhang Yi could strip an entire Walmart warehouse bare, he would not only never need to worry about supplies in the apocalypse, but would also live a remarkably carefree life. As a warehouse supervisor, Zhang Yi was intimately familiar with every shelf, every surveillance device, and every staffing schedule. Emptying the warehouse would not be difficult for him at all. Once his plan was set, a weight lifted from Zhang Yi's heart. Just then his stomach growled in protest. He rubbed his belly and glanced at the takeout braised chicken rice on the table. Stroking his chin, he hesitated for a moment, then smiled and shook his head, deciding to forego the cheap delivery. In just a month, it'll be the end of the world. I need to hurry and eat all the good food I can, or there'll be no chance later. Why keep being so stingy with myself? He had endured a month of cold and hunger, and now he longed desperately for hot, delicious food. What was the point of saving money? After the world ended, money would become nothing but waste paper. It was better to spend it all now, so it wouldn't go to waste. With an easy flourish, Zhang Yi turned around, ready to seek out a high-end restaurant he had never before dared to visit and enjoy a truly lavish meal. Zhang Yi stepped out of his home into a scene of perfect serenity, the outside world steeped in human joy and idle contentment. Many parents played with their children in the residential square, their faces alight with smiles of genuine happiness. Yet Zhang Yi knew that in just a month's time all of this would vanish like foam on the tide. He strode quickly out of the community, and not far away stood a Michelin 3-star Western restaurant. A single meal there would cost at least 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, and in the past Zhang Yi had never been willing to step inside. Now, however, he no longer cared in the slightest. Having returned from death, he felt he must celebrate properly. After entering the restaurant, Zhang Yi chose a table by the window, ordered every one of the most expensive dishes on the menu, and asked for a bottle of Chateau Lafite red wine. By the time he was finished ordering, 50,000 yuan had already been spent. Even the restaurant staff exchanged ambiguous glances as they looked at Zhang Yi, convinced he must be some wealthy second-generation heir. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person possibly afford such an extravagant meal? Zhang Yi cared nothing for what others thought. When the sumptuous feast was finally carried to his table, he began devouring the food in great mouthfuls. Perhaps because he had endured 6 months in a frozen post-apocalyptic world, tasting such delicacies now moved him so deeply that tears nearly welled in his eyes. His manner of eating grew increasingly ferocious, drawing murmurs of discussion from the surrounding diners. Zhang Yi paid them no mind. In the wake of the apocalypse, people would kneel and kowtow just for a single packet of instant noodles. When that time came, all civilization and morality would dissolve like illusions. As Zhang Yi continued to eat in the restaurant, a woman passing by outside the window came to an abrupt halt. She was a woman with long flowing hair and exquisite makeup, wearing Gucci high heels and carrying an LV handbag on her arm. This woman was none other than Fang Yuqing, the one who had caused Zhang Yi's death in his previous life. Beside her stood her close best friend Lin Canning. As the two of them passed the Michelin 3-star restaurant, they could not help but glance inside more than once. They had long harbored a deep yearning for such high-end luxurious venues, yet the funds at their disposal were far from sufficient for them to squander money in a place like this. That did not stop them from casting appraising looks through the window. Perhaps with a bit of luck, they could spot some high-quality rich air worth reeling in. As Fang Yuqing looked, her eyes widened in surprise when she spotted Zhang Yi inside, sitting before a table piled high with top-tier dishes. "Isn't that Zhang Yi? How does he have the money to eat here?" Fang Yuqing exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Canning also covered her mouth in surprise. Zhang Yi is actually this wealthy. As she spoke, Lin Canning shot Fang Yuqing a rather suggestive look and then laughed softly. "Yuqing, you really are blessed. The guy chasing after you like a lapdog turns out to be a hidden rich heir. Look at that spread on his table. It must cost at least 50 or 60,000. What ordinary person could afford such an extravagant meal?" Lin Canning's tone carried a touch of envy. She knew that Zhang Yi had been pursuing Fang Yuqing for 2.5 years now. Yet Fang Yuqing had kept him hanging all this time, never rejecting him outright, but never accepting him either. Fang Yuqing was a thoroughgoing gold digger, convinced she could marry an ideal wealthy heir and live the life of a pampered young mistress. But when it came to Zhang Yi, a minor bourgeois with a car and an apartment in Tianhai City, she could not bear to let him go completely. Thus all along Fang Yuqing had treated Zhang Yi as her backup option. Her principle for dealing with a fallback man was simple: not to take the initiative, not to refuse, and never to take responsibility. Seeing Zhang Yi now indulging alone in a lavish meal worth tens of thousands, Fang Yuqing could not help but harbor doubts. Could it be that Zhang Yi is actually a hidden rich heir? She rested her chin in her hand and began to ponder. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Right? Don't dramas often have characters like that? Clearly wealthy, yet pretending to be an ordinary person in order to seek true love. Fang Yuqing spoke until she convinced even herself, and her eyes started to shine. If that were actually true, she could save herself a great deal of effort. After all, Zhang Yi had been pursuing her relentlessly. She felt that if she merely nodded, he would immediately propose marriage. Lin Canning urged from the side, "Yuqing, let's go in and find Zhang Yi." In truth, her gaze was fixed on that table laden with delicacies. This was a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Ordinary people might never have the chance to taste such cuisine in their entire lives. Fang Yuqing hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "That wouldn't be good. It would make him think I'm a money-hungry woman." She quickly added, "Let's wait out here and pretend we ran into him by coincidence." Fang Yuqing was no fool. She would not lower her posture just for the sake of a single meal. Even if Zhang Yi truly was wealthy, she needed to maintain the bearing of a goddess. Only then, should the two of them ever end up together, could she properly control Zhang Yi and keep him as her ever-devoted lapdog. Thus, the two women hid a short distance from the restaurant entrance, waiting for Zhang Yi to come out. Zhang Yi ate for more than an hour, then contentedly patted his now round, full stomach. In truth, the flavor of this Michelin 3-star meal was only average, but for someone who had just been reborn from the apocalypse, it was a delicacy sufficient to move him to the core. Next, he planned to go to a nearby supermarket to buy some supplies and take them home. This was to test the storage capacity of his extra-dimensional space, so as to avoid any problems in the future. Although he was almost certain he could haul supplies from the Walmart warehouse safely back, it was better to be overly cautious. Having known true hunger, he could not allow even the slightest accident. Zhang Yi settled the bill with relish and walked out through the restaurant's front doors amid the staff's attentive smiles. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded beside him. "Zhang Yi, what a coincidence." Turning his head, Zhang Yi saw Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning standing there. Fang Yuqing lifted a hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, deliberately revealing her fair neck and pink earlobe. Inside, Zhang Yi let out a cold, silent laugh. Such tricks were classic moves from a green tea schemer designed to stir a man's heart as if by accident. As a top-tier green tea combined with a White Lotus act, Fang Yuqing naturally excelled in such arts. Unfortunately for her, the current Zhang Yi was no longer that naive, devoted lapdog of the past. Not long ago, he had been driven to a miserable death by this very woman. She had even wanted to break his ribs and boil them into soup to drink. The thought made Zhang Yi's gaze suddenly grow cold, filled with naked, killing intent. The end of the world would arrive soon enough. Even if he were to kill her, there would likely be no consequences. Should he cut her down now? Fang Yuqing felt a chill crawl over her skin under his stare and stammered nervously, "Zhang Yi, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Yi quickly reined in his expression and replied coolly, "It's nothing. I mistook you for someone else." In that instant, he changed his mind. Letting this woman die so easily would be far too merciful. Moreover, if he killed her now, he would almost certainly be unable to escape the punishment of the law. Zhang Yi had no desire to spend the dawn of the apocalypse locked up in a detention center. Far better to let her first taste the despair of the end times, and then use his own methods to destroy her. With a calculating heart against an unprepared target, Zhang Yi would have all the time he needed. Armed with the memories from before his rebirth, he held 100 ways to make her die in agony. For now, there was no need to deal with her at all. What mattered most was to construct the safest possible sanctuary, ensuring that he could live securely and comfortably amid the coming apocalypse. Zhang Yi treated Fang Yuqing with marked indifference. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning both sensed something, yet once they mistakenly assumed Zhang Yi was a concealed heir to immense wealth rather than taking offense at his aloofness, they eagerly drew closer. After all, what harm was there in a rich man having a temper? That was called charisma. Oh, Zhang Yi, were you just dining at this restaurant? Lin Caning asked, feigning nonchalance. A faint frown creased Zhang Yi's brow. This woman was no better. She and Fang Yuqing were birds of the same feather. She had played her part in swindling him out of food, and in his death. Zhang Yi replied coldly, then slid his hands into his pockets and turned toward the supermarket. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning hurried after him. Where are you headed, Zhang Yi? Fang Yuqing asked, her smile tender and warm. To the supermarket, he answered flatly, his voice edged with impatience. Were it not for his desire to let her taste the utter despair of the apocalypse firsthand, he would have killed her on the spot. Fang Yuqing shot Lin Caning a covert glance and quickly added, what a coincidence. We're planning to pick up some things too. Perfect. We're going the same way. Zhang Yi understood instantly. They must have seen him dining lavishly at the Michelin 3-star restaurant and jumped to the conclusion that he was a hidden scion of extraordinary wealth. That explained their sudden, effusive warmth. He had no intention of indulging them in conversation and strode ahead. Yet the more distant he became, the more convinced they grew that he was indeed an heir. Otherwise, how could anyone afford such unapologetic arrogance? They trailed beside him, Fang Yuqing pressing close, occasionally brushing against him with deliberate, calculated touches. When he glanced her way, she would instantly turn away, cheeks flushed, feigning bashful modesty. Zhang Yi suppressed a bitter inward laugh. Master actress, you'd win an Oscar for Best Actress if you ever graced the silver screen. Zhang Yi entered the supermarket and pushed a shopping cart inside without hesitation. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning rushed to grab carts of their own. Zhang Yi, were you dining with someone? Fang Yuqing asked, smiling brightly. Zhang Yi walked toward the grocery aisle and replied coolly, is it forbidden for me to dine alone? Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up. Oh, that's not what I meant at all. I just thought those dishes were quite expensive. I assumed you were treating someone special. Lin Caning couldn't resist asking, Zhang Yi, don't you earn only 10,000 yuan a month? This single meal must have cost half a year's salary. It seems your family left you quite a generous inheritance, Fang Yuqing interjected, then shot Lin Caning a fierce warning glare. Idiot! How dare you ask that outright? As a consummate manipulator, her cardinal rule remained absolute: speak of affection with the wealthy and money with the poor. Realizing her blunder, Lin Caning scrambled to recover. Haha, just kidding. We're all good friends after all. Money truly doesn't matter. Zhang Yi ignored them entirely. He stepped into the food section, gazing upon the dazzling array of goods as though entering a treasure vault. In his past life, he had endured eating one packet of instant noodles over 2 days. For him, food embodied an insatiable primal hunger. Without hesitation, he began loading the cart, grabbing everything within reach. Sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and seasonings. He bought them all in bulk. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning stared dumbfounded. Zhang Yi, why buy so much food? Are you going camping? He answered impassive. Lin Caning whispered suspiciously to Fang Yuqing, do heirs really eat this while camping? Fang Yuqing hesitated, but recalling that extravagant Michelin feast, she refused to abandon her conviction that Zhang Yi was wealthy beyond measure. She darted ahead and offered, eager and solicitous, need any help? With free labor willingly offered, Zhang Yi saw no reason to decline. And as he watched Fang Yuqing's practiced, falsely innocent smile, a vengeful impulse stirred within him. He still had 1 month before the apocalypse arrived, a window to prepare. Constructing an impenetrable sanctuary to ensure his survival posed no great challenge. As for supplies, he could draw from Walmart's warehouses. Thus he would secure absolute safety and live in unparalleled comfort throughout the coming cap. Why not deliberately hint to Fang Yuqing that he'd stockpiled provisions and watch her beg, weeping and desperate, when the world collapsed? As for her leaking his secret and drawing hostile neighbors to besiege him, that too was easily solved. If his safe house were built with sufficient fortitude, he wouldn't merely withstand their assault. He could methodically exterminate every last one of those verminous neighbors. At the thought of their furious, helpless rage, a twisted smile curled Zhang Yi's lips. Yes, this was certainly worth considering. He resolved to contact a security firm immediately and commission such a safehouse. If feasible, he'd proceed with this plan. If not, he'd retreat far from civilization, to a remote wilderness where he'd dig an underground refuge. A dual contingency, prudent and thorough. A subtle curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Then push the cart for me. Fang Yuqing nodded eagerly. He also instructed Lin Canning to fetch another cart. Though both women harbored deep suspicion, they obeyed without protest. Zhang Yi purchased vast quantities of shelf-stable foods, instant noodles, sausages, cured meats, and canned goods. He reserved one full cart for fresh meat, fruits, vegetables, and even live fish. He intended to test whether his spatial artifact conferred unique preservation properties for perishables. 3 carts overflowed. He entrusted the 2 women with the cart laden with beef, mutton, and tins, weighing at least 200 kilograms. They sweated profusely under the strain. Fang Yuqing pouted, complaining, "Zhang Yi, who on earth could possibly eat all this? Are you hosting some event and forgot to invite me?" Zhang Yi gave a cold, humorless laugh. "The heavens are capricious. What if the world ends tomorrow? Better to stockpile now." His words were stark truth, yet utterly unbelievable. A physician named Dr. Li had already confirmed that fact. Fang Yuqing took his remark as jest and giggled. "Oh, fine. If you don't want to say, then don't. Why joke about something like that? But since I've helped you so much today, you must treat me to dinner later." Her gaze shimmered with unmistakable implication. She dreamed of being taken to that same Michelin 3-star restaurant. A faint, knowing smile touched Zhang Yi's lips. "Sure, though I'm quite busy lately. Perhaps next month." Fang Yuqing beamed. "Agreed, it's a promise." Lin Canning chimed in, delighted. "Yes, let's go to..." After all, pushing a cart earned her a gourmet meal, hardly a sacrifice. Seeing Lin Canning's obliviousness, Fang Yuqing glared again, but Lin Canning simply pretended not to notice. Zhang Yi paid for everything at checkout, over 10,000 yuan worth of supplies, without blinking. In the apocalypse, these goods would multiply in value by tens of thousands, or become priceless altogether. When starvation loomed, no amount of money could buy a single bite. Given the volume of his purchase, the supermarket readily lent him the carts, no questions asked. Zhang Yi made no qualms about commanding the 2 women to haul his goods home. He owned a car, could have driven himself, but why waste free labor? Though they groaned constantly about fatigue, the promise of a lavish dinner instantly rekindled their energy. Thus, the trio wheeled 3 overflowing carts of supplies back into their residential complex. Zhang Yi and his 2 companions pushed 3 large carts of supplies back to the community. Along the way, many neighbors witnessed this scene and couldn't help but start discussing it. Zhang Yi no longer cared about being discovered hoarding supplies. After all, these 2 green tea bitches already knew about his shopping habits, and there was no way to hide it. If he only wanted to survive, he could easily liquidate all his assets and escape to a remote place to build an impregnable fortress. But how could he take revenge on the neighbors who had chopped him into pieces in his previous life? Without killing all those people, Zhang Yi's heartache would never disappear. Therefore, one of his plans for the apocalypse was to stay in this community and take revenge on all who owed him in a different, more brutal way. Of course, the premise of this plan was that the security company had the capability to create an unassailable otherwise, he would have to make second-hand preparations to build an underground shelter in a desolate place. Zhang Yi looked at the neighbors around him, who were chattering excitedly about the uses of the supplies he had bought. He could even envision the apocalyptic scene where these neighbors would try to rush into his home to steal his belongings. He had truly experienced all of this. However, he was not afraid, because in this life, he would be prepared in advance. He wanted those people to see, but not touch, and in the end, they could only fume in frustration. Zhang Yi and Fang Yuqing lived in an apartment building. Since Zhang Yi managed a warehouse at Walmart, neighbors often asked him to help buy discounted items. Thus, everyone knew Zhang Yi. When they saw him and his 2 companions returning with so many items, a grandmother with her grandson came over. She looked at the food in the cart, including fresh beef and lamb, and was immediately tempted. "Little Zhang, why did you bring back so many things? Is it from the warehouse? You can't possibly use all of this. Why not share some with the neighbors?" This is Aunt Lin, who works on the homeowners committee. Usually, she flaunts her authority in the community, often pointing fingers at her neighbors as if she were their leader. In the past, she often had Zhang Yi buy cheap discounted goods for her being very opportunistic. In his previous life, she had also used her clamor to ask Zhang Yi for some food. However, when all the neighbors rushed to rob Zhang Yi's home, she not only failed to stop them, but acted with more vigor than the young ones. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning didn't want to provoke this woman and hurriedly said, "These items are all bought by Zhang Yi. We are just helping him bring them back." Aunt Lin's eyes immediately turned to Zhang Yi, smiling as she said, "Little Zhang, it seems these are your warehouse's supplies. How about sharing a bit with me?" As she spoke, her grandson Little, who climbed onto one of the carts and reached in to grab a box of chocolates. Though small, he had a wicked glint in his eyes. That box of imported chocolates sold for over 200 at the supermarket. Zhang Yi, without a second thought, snatched it back. Then he coldly said to Aunt Lin, "Sorry, but I'm keeping these for myself." After all, the apocalypse was coming, and he couldn't even be bothered to be polite. Aunt Lin's expression suddenly changed. Zhang Yi's blatant disregard for this community leader especially when her grandson Little, who after being shoved aside by Zhang Yi began to cry for the chocolate. He pointed at Zhang Yi with a face full of hatred and shouted, "You bad guy, give me back my chocolate, or I'll beat you to death." Zhang Yi coldly stared at him and said in a deep voice, "Say that one more time, and he'll slap you." Little, who was frightened by Zhang Yi's glare, and with a loud cry he began to throw a tantrum on the ground. Aunt Lin quickly went to comfort her grandson and then angrily scolded Zhang Yi. "You're a grown man, why are you arguing with a child? It's just a box of chocolate. What's wrong with giving it to the kid? Otherwise just give him a box of chocolate. Consider it my gift, and he'll pay you back later. Who do you think is trying to take advantage of you?" Zhang Yi merely curled his lip. Nowadays mobile payments made transactions incredibly convenient. Her claim of paying him back later was clearly an attempt to renege on the debt. "I told you I'm keeping this for myself. If you want some, go buy it at the supermarket." Zhang Yi sneered, and then waved to Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining to leave. Just as they were leaving, Aunt Lin's loud curses came from behind. Zhang Yi turned a deaf ear. Aunt Lin's son and daughter-in-law worked outside, leaving her alone to take care of her grandson at home. Usually the old lady only bought enough groceries for a day. Thus, when the apocalypse arrived, their supplies would be the first to run out. Zhang Yi had once helped them out of kindness. But in this life, without Zhang Yi's help, it would be a miracle if this unethical old woman and her mischievous grandson Little, who managed to survive for 10 days. Zhang Yi didn't want to argue with the dead. It wasn't that he was heartless, but after that day arrived, everyone would find it hard to take care of themselves. The lives of others naturally came after his own. Once he had pushed all 3 carts of supplies back home, Zhang Yi let them leave. "Zhang Yi, don't forget to treat us." Fang Yuqing playfully winked at Zhang Yi. However, upon seeing his reaction, Zhang Yi felt a wave of nausea inside. He perfunctorily responded. The 2 women had originally planned to stay and look for clues about Zhang Yi being an invisible rich second generation. But seeing that Zhang Yi seemed uninterested in entertaining them, they had no choice but to leave first. After they left, Zhang Yi opened his spatial storage and put the supplies inside. He wanted to see if there would be any changes to the supplies stored in the space. After doing this, it was already quite late. Zhang Yi did not rush to rest, but instead took out paper and pen to meticulously plan the preparations for the next month. Although he was usually quite lazy when it came to survival, people could always unleash their potential. To live comfortably in the apocalypse, the first thing to solve is the food issue, which is easy enough to resolve. Aside from the items I regularly purchase, everything else can be taken from the warehouse. But this can't be rushed. I need to conduct a thorough investigation first. Also, I need to collect these supplies a few days before the apocalypse to avoid drawing others' attention. If I get caught, I definitely won't last long in a detention center. Then there's the matter of heating. After the apocalypse, energy supply will be incredibly scarce and air conditioning will soon become unusable. So, I need to use the simplest methods. A fireplace is the best choice. The principle of a fireplace is similar to that of a Kong. Both use primitive methods to provide warmth. European winters are particularly cold, and people often use this method to survive the long, harsh winter. In that case, I need to renovate the house, completely adding insulation and heat-retaining layers. Speaking of renovations, Zhang Yi recalled how his home had been broken into in his previous life and felt a tightness in his chest. I also need to turn my home into an impregnable fortress. First, I need to install thick steel plates or alloy materials all around, at least enough to withstand general explosions. After the apocalypse, people will do anything to survive, so I must be fully prepared. I cannot joke with my life. Zhang Yi had already tasted death once and was determined never to experience. The problem of a safe house can also be solved. Tianhai City has security companies that specialize in providing security services for the affluent. They also offer services to build safe houses. Zhang Yi remembered reading in the news during his previous life about a top billionaire who had built a super fortress that could even withstand attacks from small-H weapons. Next is medicine. I must prevent myself from falling ill without access to treatment. The Walmart warehouse has many commonly used medications that can treat minor ailments like colds and fevers. However, this is far from sufficient. The Cambrian storm will last at least several decades. I need to be fully prepared. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had decent connections in Tianhai City. After all, he worked in warehouse management and knew some staff from hospital warehouses. As long as he could offer enough money, he could obtain any medication. Once these issues were resolved, Zhang Yi tapped his ballpoint pen on the notebook. Next, there is one last problem. His gaze became sharp. That is weapons. In the apocalypse, humanity loses its morality and battles over resources will be everywhere. Human lives are as insignificant as grass. To survive, one must possess sufficient firepower. Zhang Yi was not a martial arts expert, but even the best fighter fears a kitchen knife. As long as the weapons prepared are strong enough, he wouldn't have to worry about such problems. A mountain knife, a crowbar, and a mountain axe are easy to obtain. Bows, crossbows, and compound bows can also be sourced. But the most powerful weapon is definitely the American katana. This thing can only be obtained through the black market in the country. Going abroad to get one, that's unrealistic. The outside world is unfamiliar and a round trip would take many days. I don't have a gun license abroad, nor can I buy from a weapon store. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, realizing that this problem couldn't be resolved for the time being. But he had a month, as long as he was willing to spend money, he should be able to find a way. He spent 3 hours crafting a perfect plan before finally enjoying a hot shower and lying down on his comfortable bed to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Yi got up from bed. He hadn't slept well that night and had woken up several times from night. Upon waking and finding himself lying on his warm and comfortable bed at home, he breathed a long sigh of relief. The time during the apocalypse had caused him immense psychological harm. To avoid repeating the past, Zhang Yi was more determined than ever to make foolproof preparations. After getting up, Zhang Yi made himself breakfast. Then he opened his spatial storage to check the changes in the supplies he had thrown inside. To his delight, the meat, fruits, and vegetables that had been stored overnight showed no signs of change. While the meat may not show immediate effects, fruits and vegetables tend to lose freshness overnight. However, after being placed in spatial storage, those fruits and vegetables looked as fresh as when they were bought. My spatial storage is independent of this world. Perhaps the rules of time vary here. It could be that time flows slower or even stands still. This is incredible news. With this, I can store all kinds of things without worry. However, when Zhang Yi checked on the fish he had placed inside, he found they were all dead. Even though they appeared lifelike after death, there was no sign of decay. Zhang Yi stroked his chin and understood some of the spatial storage rules. Living creatures cannot be stored, or if placed inside, they cannot survive for long. It seems my idea of living in there isn't very practical. This wasn't a big issue. The spatial storage was just a blank space, not nearly as comfortable as Zhang Yi's own home. As long as he could store items, that was good enough. With that thought, many ideas flooded Zhang Yi's mind. If he could store fresh meat, fruits, and vegetables, what about cooked meals? Though Zhang Yi could cook, he knew he was still far from a professional chef. Relying solely on himself for meals would eventually bore him. So Zhang Yi immediately called the largest 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, Hongfu Tianxia. This hotel also offered takeout, and their dishes were top-notch, which Zhang Yi loved. "Hello, this is Hongfu Tianxia Hotel. How can I assist you?" Zhang Yi quickly replied. "I have guests at home and need to book a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights. So I need to reserve 500 tables of food." The person on the other end was shocked. Serving 500 tables would take a long time even for them. Moreover, being a 5-star hotel, the cheapest banquet would cost at least 3,000 to 4,000 per table. For 500 tables, that would be over $1 million. The waiter dared not make decisions on his own and quickly said, "Please hold on, I will consult our manager." After a while, another person took the call. "Good day, sir. I am Chun Dingfang, the manager of Hongfu Hotel. May I ask how you would like to be addressed?" Zhang Yi replied, "My name is Zhang Yi. Is there any issue regarding my order for 500 tables of banquet?" The manager was taken aback. This was the first time they encountered such a request since the hotel opened. However, with such a large order, they would have to accept it if it came through. "Mr. Zhang, 500 tables of banquet will cost over $1 million. If you need it, we will prepare it immediately, but we require a deposit of 200 in advance." Zhang Yi responded, "That's not a problem. Just send me your account details, and I'll transfer the money." With money in hand, things would naturally be easier. The manager readily agreed, then added Zhang Yi as a friend and sent him the bank account details. Zhang Yi did not hesitate to transfer 200. After confirming the deposit had arrived, the manager immediately began instructing various departments. "Hurry up. We have a big order, so the procurement department needs to expedite the supply, and the kitchen should refrain from accepting other takeout orders for now. We need to prepare all 500 tables of banquet within a day." After hanging up, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. "Although the money will be useless in a month, I still need it to purchase things right now." In his hands, the inheritance left by his parents and his savings totaled around 2 million. Now half of it was gone, and honestly, he felt a bit pained. But upon reflection, this was also a good thing. Many people who held large amounts of money ended up with worthless paper. Not everyone has the chance to spend their money. However, there are still many areas where money is needed. Next, I have to find a way to get more money. Zhang Yi's gaze fell upon his family's house. This house is located in Zhonghuan of Tianhai City with an area of 120 square meters. The community was built 10 years ago. According to current market prices, 1 square meter costs over 4,000. That means this house is worth at least 5 million now. I got it. He'll take out a mortgage. Oh, won't that give me the money? Zhang Yi chuckled, feeling quite comfortable thinking about borrowing money without needing to pay it back. On his way, he received a message from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I'm so bored this weekend. I really want someone to accompany me for a stroll. Zhang Yi glanced at it and tossed his phone aside. He arrived at the bank to handle the loan application. Since Zhang Yi was applying for a large amount and had all the necessary documents along with having purchased the house outright, the loan was approved quickly, but the bank only granted him a loan of 4 million. Zhang Yi did not haggle. After all, it was free money and he didn't have time to argue with the bank. After signing promptly, the bank transferred the money to his account. Now, after spending over 1 million on the banquet, I still have around 5 million left. That should be enough to renovate the house. However, I still need to purchase a large quantity of medicines and weapons. This money might not be sufficient. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, pondering how to obtain more money. At that moment, a guy with yellow hair noticed Zhang Yi, who was lost in thought, and immediately approached him. Hey buddy, do you need money? Zhang Yi looked up at the yellow-haired guy. Who are you? The yellow-haired guy's smile widened as he lowered his voice and asked, I just want to know if you currently need money, and if the bank is refusing to lend you any. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi understood what this person was about. He was definitely a loan shark. Zhang Yi's heart stirred, and a plan formed in his mind. He sighed and pretended to be troubled, saying, Yes, my family's business urgently needs funds to circulate. But the bank. He deliberately displayed a difficult expression at this point. The yellow-haired guy seemed to understand immediately. Anyone who could borrow money through normal channels from the bank wouldn't turn to loan sharks. He said to Zhang Yi, Yes, banks are strict about lending these days. There are all sorts of rules and the speed of loan approval is slow. But brother, if you urgently need money, I can help you with that. Zhang Yi cautiously looked at the yellow-haired guy. You? Can you really do it? I need several million. The yellow-haired guy's expression became noticeably more excited upon hearing it was a big deal. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our company specializes in helping people in dire straits. As long as you need money, you won't go wrong by coming to us. Zhang Yi glanced at the card, which read, Duo Loan Financial Services Co. Ltd. The yellow-haired guy was named Hu Minghua, the business manager. Zhang Yi excitedly said, Can you really lend? I need 5 million, as long as you can help me through this difficult time, I promise to pay it back within 3 months at the latest. Hu Minghua smiled. This is something we can discuss. Our company is very capable and specifically meant to help those who lack funds. Let's go, we can talk about this in detail at our company. With an expectant look, Zhang Yi nodded and followed Hu Minghua to their office. The so-called company was in a remote office building. Upon entering, Hu Minghua took Zhang Yi to their boss. The boss of the lending company looked robust, but was dressed in an expensive banil suit, clearly trying to create an image of a legitimate company. However, there was a hint of viciousness between his brows. If he hadn't been in the industry for many years, he wouldn't have had such an aura. Hu Minghua introduced Zhang Yi's basic situation to the boss before him. Manager, this is a client who wants to borrow money from us. The boss named Chen Xiong smiled at Zhang Yi and invited him to sit down. Mr. Zhang, how much do you want to borrow? As expected of a loan shark company, the conversation was direct and straightforward. Such a company is inherently irregular, so there are not too many rules. Moreover, they have their ways of ensuring you repay the money, completely unconcerned about defaults. Zhang Yi said, I want to borrow 5 million. Chen Xiong frowned. Oh, that's not a small amount. But Mr. Zhang, let me be clear, if our interest rates are quite high, you need to be mentally prepared. Hu Minghua interjected, Mr. Zhang's business urgently needs funds. Oh, once the business stabilizes, won't he earn the money back quickly? Right. The two played off each other, and Zhang Yi took it all in. He still pretended to be anxious, saying, Yes, I can pay it back soon. Let the interest be high, as long as you can lend me the money. Chen Xiong's face broke into a smile. That's good if our interest rate is 4. If you borrow 5 million, you will have to repay 7 million when the time comes. So you need to give me an IOU for 7 million first. Additionally, you must have something of sufficient value as collateral. A house, a factory, a car, anything will do. Zhang Yi pretended to hesitate for a moment, then gritted his teeth and took out the property certificate. This is the one I used for a loan at the bank, just happened to have it on me. This house of mine is worth over 5 million. That should be sufficient collateral for you. I also have a Mercedes worth 300. If I can't repay you, you can take that too. Chen Xiong had never seen such a straightforward client and quickly took a glance at the property certificate. After confirming the information about Zhang Yi's house, he felt even more satisfied. According to the current market price, that house could easily sell for 5 million. Adding a car to the deal, I won't lose on this business no matter what. However, Chen Xiong still put on a dissatisfied expression. Mr. Zhang, your house is only worth about 4 to 5 million at most. But if you want to take 5 million from me, I'm at a bit of a loss here. Zhang Yi had a look of shock on his face as he exclaimed, Boss Chen, you must help me. I urgently need the money right now. As long as you can transfer the money to me today, I only need 5 million. Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua exchanged glances, their eyes filled with mockery. They were in the business of taking advantage of desperate situations. The more urgent others were for money, the harsher they would profit from them. No way, this deal just isn't worth it. In the end, after some haggling, both parties reached an agreement at 4 million. However, Zhang Yi insisted that the money must be transferred to his account today. Although the lending company was unscrupulous, their efficiency was genuinely high. This might be their only advantage over banks. After signing the contract, Zhang Yi's account quickly received 4 million in cash. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. For Chen Xiong, this money was like throwing meat buns to a dog. There was no hope of return. Why does it feel like I'm insulting myself? Zhang Yi cheerfully walked away with the money. After he left, the office was filled with the hearty laughter of Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua. This business is really easy. That fool actually left with 4 million. Chen Xiong boasted, we can at least make 2 or 3 million from this deal. Our performance for this month is secure. Hu Minghua leaned on the desk and chuckled, Boss, do you think there might be a problem with that house since he signed the contract so readily? Chen Xiong, holding the property certificate, replied with a smile, the property certificate is genuine, there's no issue. As long as the house belongs to him, he can't escape. With the property certificate and the 7 million IOU in hand, they would naturally have a way to acquire that house. Not only that, they had many more ways to squeeze Zhang Yi dry. Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes and elegantly sipped his coffee. If all else fails, we can contact a few overseas agencies to see if he has any valuable parts to sell off. We never make a losing deal. Afterward, Zhang Yi left the lending company, looking back at the office building with a faint smirk of ridicule. They are all good people, giving me money to spend for free. From now on, Zhang Yi would have no further interactions with Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua. Rather, it was more likely that they would all perish in the impending cold wave a month later. Zhang Yi now had around 9 million in funds. This was more than enough to implement his plans. After all, he could pay for any goods he purchased next. By this 9 million carried the purchasing power of several tens of millions. There was no need to gather more money, otherwise Zhang Yi wouldn't mind taking advantage of various online lending platforms. Zhang Yi drove to the well-known Zhanlong Security Company in Tianhai City. Zhanlong is one of the largest security companies in Huawei, specializing in providing security services for the wealthy and celebrities. Sometimes, even some high-ranking officials would seek their assistance during outings. Zhang Yi sought them out because he had heard that Zhanlong Company had built a top-tier safe house worth $1 billion for a wealthy heir in Jiangnan province in his past life. It was said that this family made their fortune in real estate and could still live quite lavishly during the apocalypse, thanks in no small part to the safe house built by Zhanlong Company. Zhang Yi arrived at Zhanlong Company and explained his purpose to the front desk. Immediately, someone from the business department invited him to a lounge. The female receptionist served Zhang Yi freshly brewed coffee. Soon after, a burly man with a buzz cut walked in. He was dressed in a black suit, looking somewhat like a suited thug. One couldn't help but worry that his outfit might burst apart at any moment. However, one had to admit that seeing such a person gave clients a sense of security. Hello, sir. My name is Wu Huiran, and I am the manager of the business department. May I ask what you need us to do? Wu Huiran asked as he sat next to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took a sip of coffee and said, I need you to build me a safe house. A top-tier safe house capable of withstanding the apocalypse. Hearing this, Wu Huiran's expression became, if others heard this, they would find it absurd. No one would believe in the existence of an apocalypse. However, for Zhanlong Company, this was no joke. Because the wealthiest and most powerful people in this world are often the most afraid of death. Long ago, some wealthy individuals abroad had spent hundreds of millions of dollars to build doomsday shelters. In recent years, many wealthy individuals worldwide began to imitate this behavior. Some might genuinely fear encountering large-scale natural disasters. Others, purely due to having too many enemies, wished to add some security for themselves. Naturally, Zhanlong Security Company's doomsday safe houses emerged to meet this market demand. Upon hearing that Zhang Yi wanted a doomsday-level safe house, Wu Huiran immediately became more polite. They rarely received such large orders each year. Mr. Zhang, we at Zhanlong are a world-class security company. We can certainly meet your requirements. Zhang Yi immediately said, if I require you to fully renovate a house on the 24th floor, can you do? Wu Huiran's gaze was somewhat peculiar. Typically, such safe houses were standalone villas or underground shelters. Rarely do the wealthy choose to create safe houses in apartments. However, since the client made a request, their company would certainly fulfill it. Wu Huiran smiled confidently That's absolutely no problem. We at Zhanglong are a top-tier security company. With our technology, we can fully meet your requirements. Hearing Wu Huiran say this, Zhang Yi also began to formulate his plans. Since that's the case, he would choose to convert his family's house into a safe house. He chose to stay behind to watch how those who had wronged him would die. Wu Huiran took out a tablet and handed it. Our company's services are all customized. You can select the services you need from it. The prices are also... In this information age, communication is indeed convenient. Zhang Yi took the computer he handed over and began to carefully sift through the services listed. One had to admit that a professional company was just that. As long as the money was in place, Zhanglong Security Company could almost meet all your requests, including constructing safe houses underground at 100 meters deep and underwater. However, these projects would be too slow for Zhang Yi. He only had a month. Zhang Yi, after reading the introduction to the safe house, immediately selected his service items. First and foremost was the reinforcement of the entire house, replacing all the materials used in their home. The walls, ceiling, and floor would all be made of 200 millimeters thick alloys, directly replacing the original walls. This is an aerospace material weighing only a third of steel, yet possessing 10 times the strength of high-quality steel. Using this material to create the safe house would fit perfectly into the building where Zhang Yi lived without any issues of overloading. The windows would be made of the best bulletproof glass available in the world. Additionally, the ventilation system would be equipped with air filtration functions. No harmful gases could infiltrate from the outside. Lastly, a complete surveillance system would be installed to monitor both the interior and exterior of the house without any blind spots. The doors would be replaced with heavy security doors made of the same materials as bank vaults, making it extremely difficult to breach even with small explosives. In short, Zhang Yi's only requirement was to transform his home into an impenetrable fortress. After checking off these items, Zhang Yi handed the computer over to Wu Huiran. Wu Huiran, upon reviewing it, couldn't help but widen his eyes. A mere 120 square meter house, yet constructed like a steel barrel. With some weapons added, this is simply a fortress, Wu Huiran murmured. Hearing this, a glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Oh, do you have knowledge about fortress? Wu Huiran chuckled. I used to be a mercenary abroad. Oh, I am quite familiar with military equipment. A spark of insight flashed in Zhang Yi's mind. He suddenly lowered his voice and said to Wu Huiran, do you have any way to get guns? This question shifted Wu Huiran's expression to a serious one. In Huahua, firearms are not permitted for private ownership. Mr. Zhang, you should understand that in principle such things are not allowed for private ownership. Wu Huiran also spoke in a low voice. Have you encountered some terrifying enemies that make you so fearful? Zhang Yi seized the opportunity. Indeed, I have offended some people in the underground world who are extremely ruthless, and they possess firearms. I was just wondering if I could get some guns for self-defense. Otherwise, I would just be hiding in my house and taking hits, which isn't a solution. Wu Huiran chuckled lightly. Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid I can't assist you with this matter. We are a legitimate company. However, from Wu Huiran's gaze, Zhang Yi could tell that it wasn't that he couldn't get guns, but rather that he was unwilling to wade into murky waters. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Then he said to Wu Huiran, this safe house project will cost over 8 million. If I encounter problems later, it wouldn't reflect well on your company. He locked eyes with Wu Huiran, speaking each word clearly. I just want something for self-defense. If you can help me with this, I won't treat you unfairly. Wu Huiran remained silent, frowning as he weighed the matter. Naturally, he had connections. However, he wasn't sure of Zhang Yi's background and dared not easily introduce him. You can go back for now. Although I can't help with this matter, I can inquire. If I have any news, I will contact you. Wu Huiran clearly couldn't make a decision immediately. However, Zhang Yi didn't press too hard. Firearms indeed required caution. He smiled and said, all right, I'll await your news. By the way, I'm in a hurry with this matter. Please expedite the construction of the safe house for me. Wu Huiran replied, at most in half a month we will have it ready for you. After concluding discussions with Wu Huiran, Zhang Yi signed a contract on the spot. He also paid a deposit of 1 million yuan. As for the remaining balance, well, he chuckled, he would probably never have the chance to pay it. Leaving the Zhandragon Security Company, the housing issue was basically resolved. Next, Zhang Yi returned to his car and called a familiar contact, Liu Yang. Liu Yang operated a hunting ground in Tianhai City. He had leased several hundred acres in Xishan, where various harmless small animals were kept for people to hunt for recreation. He had many legal means to acquire bows, crossbows, and air guns. Zhang Yi had visited a few times before, so he had Liu Yang's contact information. He called Liu Yang, asking him to purchase a batch for himself and offered to pay a premium. Liu Yang, being a businessman, readily agreed, as he often asked Zhang Yi for favors. Brother Zhang, why are you buying so much equipment? These things can only be used for hunting or personal use. They can't be used to harm others. Liu Yong asked with a smile, though there was a hint of caution in his tone. After all, these items were sold from his hands. If Zhang Yi harmed someone with the weapons, he would also be in trouble. Of course, anyone who could open a hunting ground in Tianhai City must have a background. However, there was no need for him to take risks for a regular friend like Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi chuckled casually, providing a reason. You're overthinking it. I've arranged to go hunting in an African wildlife park with a few friends in a while. So, I need to gather more equipment. Liu Yong clicked his tongue. Wow, brother Zhang knows how to have fun. But be careful, there are plenty of lions and hyenas in Africa. Then it's settled. How long until you have everything ready for me? Hey, I have some ready to go, just come by when you have time to pick it up. Zhang Yi didn't delay and immediately drove to the Shishan hunting ground to buy the items. For him, time was extremely precious and he couldn't afford to waste a moment. He purchased 5 steel crossbows, 3 high-end compound bows, and 300 arrows for both bows and crossbows. Additionally, he bought 2 high-quality hunting knives. These knives were forged from Damascus steel, very tough and sharp. They were difficult to damage unless used for prolonged chopping of hard objects. They would be absolutely effective for self-defense. All of these items filled the entire trunk. Looking at this pile of gear, a strong sense of security surged within Zhang Yi. He then took the entire load of equipment back home. Since everything was purchased through legitimate channels, and he had previously obtained a hunting license for fun, he wasn't worried about being questioned by the police. By the time he returned home, it was already dusk. Zhang Yi went out again and enjoyed a hearty hot pot meal alone at Haidaleo. Thinking that he would have to cook for himself in the future, he immediately paid to order 10,000 servings of hot pot base from Haidaleo. The staff at Haidaleo were stunned, thinking that Zhang Yi might be a rival merchant trying to stir trouble. However, thanks to their good service, they did not directly confront Zhang Yi. Later, the manager of the store came over, inquired about Zhang Yi, and accepted the order. However, the condition was cash payment to prevent Zhang Yi from being a hostile merchant causing disruption. Zhang Yi was very straightforward and directly paid over 1 million on the spot. Such a generous display made the store manager beam with joy, even adding an extra 500 servings for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi left an address for the employees of Haidaleo to deliver the hot pot base ingredients. As for the food materials, they could be directly taken from Walmart's warehouse. Only the hot pot base is something that would never be sold. Even the packaged hot pot ingredients available on the market are far inferior to those found in the restaurant. Otherwise, no customers would come to the restaurant for hot pot. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yi prepared to go home when he received a call from the manager of a 5-star hotel. Mr. Zhang, the 500 tables of banquets you ordered are ready. May I ask if it is convenient for you to receive them now? Just bring them over. Zhang Yi returned home, waiting for them to deliver all the delicious food and drinks. These 500 tables of banquets would last him for 2 or 3 years. Anyway, he still had 8 or 9 million in hand, so he felt no pain spending money. Instead, he was eager to spend it all. On his way back, Zhang Yi thought about what else he liked to eat. So he placed orders with several major restaurants in Tianhai City, asking them to send him 100 tables each. He ordered thousands of tables across the 8 major cuisines, including Western cuisine. In one go, he had secured his entire food supply for half a lifetime. Soon after, the dining vehicles from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel arrived at the entrance of the Yuelu community. A grand convoy of 20 to 30 vehicles blocked the road, leaving the neighbors in the community dumbfounded. Uncle Yu, the security guard, hurriedly stepped forward to stop them, inquiring about their purpose. The hotel manager explained the situation, but Uncle Yu insisted on having the homeowner come before he would open the gate. After all, their display was too grand, and he couldn't easily let them in without knowing what was in the vehicles for the safety of the community. The hotel manager had no choice but to call Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi went downstairs to the entrance of the community. At this point, the entrance was crowded with people, including neighbors from the building, as well as Feng Yuqing and Lin Sining, who were there to watch the excitement. Zhang Yi approached Uncle Yu and smiled. Uncle Yu, these are the meals being delivered to me. Let them in. Uncle Yu looked astonished. Meals? What are you eating that requires dozens of vehicles for delivery? The surrounding neighbors were also taken aback upon hearing it was a dining vehicle. Goodness, there must be at least hundreds of tables. Where does he plan to put them? Could it be that something is happening at Zhang Yi's place, and he's hosting a banquet? Is he perhaps getting married? But hundreds of tables is too shocking. Did you see that? That's Hongfu Tianxia, a 5-star hotel. Ordering hundreds of tables there would cost at least 100,000. My goodness, a single banquet could cost over 100,000. Zhang Yi truly kept a low profile. I only knew their family was well off, but now it seems he might be a big tycoon. The neighbors discussed among themselves, their gazes toward Zhang Yi filled with admiration and awe. On the roadside, Feng Yuqing observed this scene and bit her lip, reinforcing her determination to win over Zhang Yi. She proactively walked over to him and smiled. Zhang Yi, what has your family been busy with lately? You've bought so many things. Zhang Yi ignored her and handed a cigarette to Uncle Yu. Seeing the homeowner arrive, Uncle Yu opened the gate, allowing the convoy from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel to enter the community. Zhang Yi led the way in front. Although he ignored Fang Yuqing, she seemed unfazed, following him with conversation and laughter. Is there something at home you can't tell me? Aren't we good friends? In the future, I hope to know more about you. Please don't treat me as an outsider. Zhang Yi gave her a deep glance and coldly replied, all these things are bought for my boss. The last time I went to the Western restaurant, it was also his treat. He sighed and added, if only I were really that wealthy. Fang Yuqing's expression changed immediately. You aren't joking with me, are you? Zhang Yi shrugged, why would I lie to you? We've known each other for several years, you should know my situation. My parents have passed away and I am just a warehouse supervisor. How could I have any money? His explanation made Fang Yuqing's expression fluctuate. She had indeed suspected that he was a rich second generation, at least with a family doing big business. However, with Zhang Yi's parents having passed several years ago and leaving behind some inheritance, he couldn't be considered a rich second generation. Now that Zhang Yi admitted he wasn't a rich second generation, all her doubts were clarified. She quietly distanced herself from Zhang Yi, then tidied her hair and said with a polite smile, regardless of whether you're a rich second generation or not, we are still the best of friends, right? I am not a materialistic woman. The word friend was emphasized a bit too much by her. A green tea girl never goes to extremes because she still needs backups and admirers to serve her. Zhang Yi smirked, choosing not to say anything further to her. Meanwhile, the employees of Hongfu Tianxia began moving table after table of sumptuous meals to the location Zhang Yi designated. Zhang Yi usually had good relations with people, so he borrowed a small underground storage room in the community from the property management and had them place the items there. Though 500 tables of food was a large amount once packed in meal boxes, the space occupied wouldn't seem overly extravagant. Zhang Yi ordered only the finest foods, including abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, Australian lobster, truffles, caviar, and everything else one could think of. Moving 500 tables of a feast into the warehouse took a considerable amount of time. Even the hotel manager was taken aback. After working as a manager for so many years, it was his first time encountering such a large takeout order. However, Zhang Yi told them to continue moving the items into the warehouse. He, on the other hand, secretly took advantage of the opportunity when the movers left to store all the food into his spatial dimension. Others might have their suspicions, thinking Zhang Yi was abnormal. But in this world, everyone was quite busy who had the time to care about an unrelated person. Thus, whether it was the neighbors or the hotel staff, they merely discussed a few words without anyone genuinely paying attention. Soon, all 500 tables of the feast were safely stored in Zhang Yi's spatial dimension. By nightfall, Zhang Yi received a call from Wu Huiran, the manager of Zhanlong Company. Wu Huiran informed Zhang Yi that they were ready and could come to create the safe house for him at any time. He asked Zhang Yi when it would be convenient to start working. Zhang Yi directly told them that they could come over tomorrow. He planned to move into the hotel first. After discussing the safe house, Zhang Yi was waiting for Wu Huiran's next words. He had another very important matter to discuss with Wu Huiran, which was to obtain the universal equalizer. After hesitating for a while, Wu Huiran lowered his voice and said to Zhang Yi, if you really need this, I can recommend a way for you to acquire it. But the price might be a bit steep. Zhang Yi nodded. He was certainly aware of this. However, when it came to money, he was completely unconcerned now. That's not a problem as long as the quality is good. Wu Huiran said easily. All right, since that's the case, I will help you get a recommendation. I will notify you of the transaction location in 3 days. The matter of the gun was settled, and Zhang Yi felt much more at ease. In the apocalypse, possessing this item gave him immense confidence, whether facing humans or non-human entities. The next day, Zhang Yi packed some important items into his space. He had to transform his house into a safe haven, so he planned to temporarily move into a hotel. Early in the morning, 3 black vans arrived at the Yuelu neighborhood. A large group of workers from the Battle Dragon Company dressed in uniforms began measuring the data of Zhang Yi's house. Many neighbors witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with curiosity. Has Zhang Yi taken some wrong medication lately? Why is he always doing such peculiar things? Some colleagues joked exactly. A few days ago, I saw him at the supermarket buying 3 shopping carts full of food. If someone didn't know better, they'd think the apocalypse is approaching. Hoarding so much food, won't it all go to waste once it expires? Perhaps he has some mental issues. The onlookers did not understand Zhang Yi's unusual behavior, but nobody cared. They merely viewed him as a joke. Even Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning thought Zhang Yi had lost his mind. Lin Canning suddenly realized, now I understand why he went to a Michelin 3-star restaurant the other day. So it turns out his mind is broken. Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling particularly unhappy. Just thinking about that day when she took the initiative to chat with Zhang Yi and helped him carry so many things home, leaving her legs sore filled her with anger. What on earth is Zhang Yi up to? Lin Canning said with a hint of concern. He promised to treat us to a feast. He hasn't forgotten, has he? She had been longing to dine at the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Fang Yuqing sneered. Forget it. With how unstable he seems lately, even if he treats me, I wouldn't go. What if people see us dining together and it becomes embarrassing? She planned to catch a wealthy husband and couldn't afford to ruin her reputation. Hearing Fang Yuqing say this, although Lin Canning felt unwilling, there was nothing she could do but give up. On Zhang Yi's side, he simply did not care how the neighbors perceived him. A month later, they would realize who the real Zhang Yi left his house and drove to the Walmart warehouse. Today was Monday. It was time to work, and he planned to thoroughly investigate the warehouse for future action. The Walmart warehouse was located in the economic development zone on the outskirts of Tianhai City. Due to the relatively low land prices, many large groups had warehouses gathered here. Even some pharmaceutical companies had their warehouses here. This made it convenient for Zhang Yi to acquire some special medicines later on. Upon arriving at the Walmart warehouse, Zhang Yi clocked in for work as usual. As the supervisor of the warehouse, Zhang Yi was exceedingly familiar with the place. He could say that he knew every warehouse and even every shelf by heart. Normally, he found it particularly boring to be here. However, today, seeing the massive warehouses and the goods worth tens or hundreds of billions, his heart raced with excitement. Because soon these items would be taken by him, becoming his most crucial resources for survival in the apocalypse. As the central warehouse for Walmart in South China, the amount of supplies here exceeded anyone's imagination. Just the stock of cola alone numbered in the tens of thousands. The entire warehouse covered over 1 million square feet, filled to the brim with various everyday supplies. Among these, there were not only food, clothing, and hardware tools, but even cars, drones, diesel generators, and barrels of gasoline. It could be said that anything sold in supermarkets could be found here. Zhang Yi had worked here for many years and was well aware of what each shelf contained. Moreover, he knew the scheduling and camera positions inside the warehouse very well. Although the surveillance was tight, he was familiar with its loopholes and could disable the entire system in 10 minutes. Then, using the capabilities of his spatial system, he could take everything from here. However, Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to act. There was still plenty of time, and he did not want to alert anyone. After wandering around the warehouse, he left. With a pack of Huangalu cigarettes, he headed to the neighboring Ruining Pharmaceutical Company warehouse. Since he usually worked in the same place, he was familiar with the staff there. After arriving, Zhang Yi found a manager named Zhou Hairan at their warehouse. Everyone was well acquainted with one another. In a large group's warehouse, there were bound to be people who relied on the warehouse for their livelihoods. Zhou Hairan's brother-in-law was a vice president at Ruining Group. Therefore, he often stole some drugs from the warehouse to sell. After finding Zhou Hairan, Zhang Yi chatted with him and subtly hinted at his intentions. He hoped to acquire a few boxes of special medicines for treating urgent illnesses. Zhou Hairan was initially cautious. However, later, when Zhang Yi mentioned he would pay double the market price for the medicines, Zhou Hairan could no longer hold back. Eventually, the two struck a deal for 5 boxes of medicine at the price of 3 million. From a normal person's perspective, the total number of times one gets sick in a lifetime wouldn't even reach half. After securing the medicines, Zhang Yi was essentially ready with everything he needed for the apocalypse. With less than a month until the apocalypse, he naturally had no desire to continue working. Thus, he went to the manager's office and lied, claiming that his grandfather from the same clan had passed away, requesting a 20-day leave to attend the funeral. Zhang Yi generally got along well with people, and his relationship with the manager was good. So even though the leave request seemed a bit absurd, he faced no difficulties and easily obtained the time off. For the next period, Zhang Yi planned to relax comfortably in a 5-star hotel, waiting for the supplies he purchased to arrive and for the safe house to be completed. As he walked out of the manager's office, he happened to see Fang Yuqing bending over to pour coffee at the coffee machine. One must admit this woman indeed had some qualities of a seductress, exuding a certain allure. While pouring coffee, she still remembered to sway her little backside, which attracted a few young men trying to win her favor. A man nearby, smiling, invited Fang Yuqing to attend Jay Chou's concert, waving the tickets in a This man's name was Zhou Peng, and Zhang Yi had a rather deep impression of him. They lived in the same neighborhood, and he was Fang Yuqing's loyal admirer, one of the people responsible for Zhang Yi's downfall in his past life. Zhou Peng was fawning over Fang Yuqing beside her. However, it was evident that Fang Yuqing was not interested in a man like Zhou Peng. In terms of economic status, Zhou Peng was far inferior to Zhang. He was even renting his house. Nonetheless, Fang Yuqing smiled and said to him, "Thank you, Zhou Peng, but I happen to have plans with a friend that—" What a pity. A flash of disappointment crossed Zhou Peng's face. He had spent an entire month's salary for these 2 concert tickets. He had originally hoped to confess to Fang Yuqing at the concert, but unexpectedly it all went to waste. Zhang Yi observed this scene, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that Zhou Peng, this sycophant, would ultimately gain nothing. However, feeling dejected, Zhou Peng glanced at Zhang Yi, who was smiling beside him, and instantly felt a surge of anger. To divert his embarrassment, he immediately walked over and said to Zhang Yi, you're really not being a grown man asking a woman to help you move things. Aren't you ashamed? Yuqing came to work today complaining about her sore back. Next time something like this happens, I hope you won't trouble her. Zhang Yi glanced at Fang Yuqing. It turned out this woman had spread the word. Fang Yuqing pretended to be concerned and said, it's fine really. Actually, she has no major problems with her body. It's just that she can't handle heavy lifting, or it seems her back is a bit strained. As she spoke, she even pinched her waist and frowned, displaying a look of pain. To demonstrate his masculinity in front of Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng suddenly pointed at Zhang Yi with bravado. You quickly give Yuqing 500 yuan for medical expenses. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold, glaring at Zhou Peng and scolding. She volunteered to help me move things. I never asked her for help. Besides, who do you think you are pointing fingers at me here? Do you really think you're someone important? Zhang Yi's scathing rebuke left both Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing dumbfounded. Zhou Peng was merely an ordinary clerk in the warehouse, without power or influence. He dared to scold Zhang Yi simply because Zhang Yi usually had a good temper and disliked arguing with others. But when he saw Zhang Yi truly angry, Zhou Peng immediately felt a bit intimidated. Why are you shouting so loudly? I was just discussing it with you. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with Zhou Peng. At that moment, Zhang Yi looked at anyone as if he were looking at a corpse. In a month, 99 of the people around him would gradually perish in the apocalyptic blizzard. Why should he waste his breath on the dead? After Zhang Yi left, Zhou Peng approached Fang Yuqing and whispered, Yuqing, I told you that Zhang Yi is not a good person. You should keep your distance from him in the future. Fang Yuqing furrowed her brows, feeling puzzled. Recently, Zhang Yi seemed to have completely changed. He no longer came over to greet her after seeing her. Even every night, he no longer chatted with her or wished her good night. Something must be up, Fang Yuqing thought to herself. After work, Zhang Yi drove to a 5-star hotel in Tian. It was just the right place, Hongfu Tianxia, where he had previously made a reservation. Upon hearing that Zhang Yi had arrived, the manager of Hongfu Tianxia immediately welcomed him with a beaming smile and arranged a guest room for him. A room in a 5-star hotel costs over 1,000 per night. Yet Zhang Yi felt no remorse at all. After all, he still had several million in hand. He would only feel it was a waste if he couldn't spend it. That night, Fang Yuqing, the White Lotus, unexpectedly took the initiative to message Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, I passed by your house today and saw someone renovating. Zhang Yi smirked. Yes, that's right. Fang Yuqing, you seem very strange lately, hoarding things and renovating your house. Is something going to happen soon? Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This White Lotus, though scheming, was not at all foolish. It seemed that his strange behavior had indeed caught her attention. However, Zhang Yi didn't care. Others' opinions held no significance for him now. It's nothing, he replied coldly, then tossed his phone aside. On the other end of the line, Fang Yuqing looked at Zhang Yi's indifferent demeanor and felt a profound discomfort in her heart. In the past 2 years, Zhang Yi had always treated her very well. He was always caring for her, finding various excuses to chat with her every night. However, in recent times, he had completely changed, becoming distant and no longer initiating conversations with her. This left Fang Yuqing feeling extremely uncomfortable. She could be uninterested in Zhang Yi, but she absolutely could not allow Zhang Yi to lose interest in her. To Fang Yuqing, it felt like a fish had escaped from her pond. Although Zhang Yi was not a rich second generation, he was still a quality middle-class man. In the future, if she couldn't find a rich second generation to marry, she could still give Zhang Yi a chance. Fang Yuqing picked up her phone and sent another message. It feels like our communication has decreased recently. It's making me feel a bit lonely. However, after waiting for a long time, she received no reply. Fang Yuqing bit her lip, feeling increasingly annoyed. That damn Zhang Yi, has he run into some bad luck? How dare I take the initiative to contact him, yet he doesn't reply to my messages. Nearby, her roommate Lin Kai-ning, overhearing Fang Yuqing's complaints, walked over with a smile. Zhang Yi has indeed been acting weird lately. Who knows why he is buying so much food and drink, and even booked so many banquets at the hotel. It really makes it seem like there will be a shortage of supplies soon. Fang Yuqing slightly furrowed her brows upon hearing this. She said to Lin Kai-ning, Ning, do you think that after a while something will really happen? Did Zhang Yi get some news prompting him to hoard supplies? Lin Kai-ning paused for a moment upon hearing this, and then burst into laughter, holding her stomach. Yuqing, are you silly? If something were really going to happen, the authorities would definitely issue a notification. We should just relax. If we hoard supplies, others would laugh at us for being fools. Fang Yuqing chuckled self-deprecatingly upon hearing this. That's true. Zhang Yi had been staying in the suite of the five-star hotel for several days. He hadn't gone anywhere during these days. He was purchasing lavish banquets from various hotels. On the other hand, he was also practicing the use of compound bows and crossbows in his room. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had enjoyed hunting in the past and had a solid foundation. Now within a range of 15 meters, his shooting accuracy was exceptionally high. Especially with a professional-grade compound bow in hand, such modern equipment could allow an ordinary person to shoot arrows comparable to ancient archers. 3 days later, under the introduction of Wu Huairan, Zhang Yi successfully obtained 2 guns and 100 rounds of ammunition. Although the price was somewhat steep, Zhang Yi did not mind at all. With these heavy items in hand, he felt a greater sense of security in the apocalyptic world. Additionally, he had completed a trade with Zhou Hairan for the necessary medications, acquiring 5 boxes of imported high-end drugs. A week passed. Wu Huairan called Zhang Yi to inform him that the safe house had been completed according to his specifications. He was invited back for inspection. Zhang Yi then left the hotel where he had been staying for a while and drove back to the Yuelu community. Wu Huairan personally accompanied Zhang Yi to inspect the house. Upon entering, Zhang Yi couldn't help but be amazed. The Zhanlong Company truly lived up to its reputation as a leading security firm in the country. The speed and quality of their construction of the safe house were impeccable. The entire house had been reinforced with 200 millimeters thick alloy plates, as per Zhang Yi's requirements. Moreover, from the outside, it looked no different than before. Wu Huairan patiently explained everything to Zhang. The ventilation system is military-grade, capable of filtering any harmful gases to prevent external toxic gas attacks. Additionally, the entire heating system has been redone using professional-grade materials from the Arctic Scientific Research Institute. Besides the fireplace built according to your specifications, it can also prevent 99.5% of heat loss. As he said this, Wu Huairan shot Zhang Yi a mysterious smile. Furthermore, to ensure your safety, we installed a surveillance system throughout the building. With a total of 300 cameras, you can monitor every floor of the building. Zhang Yi was left speechless, astonished at what he had heard. He could only sigh, acknowledging that having money truly allowed one to access services unimaginable to ordinary people. He walked out to the balcony and found it transformed into a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Wu Huairan explained, the window materials are all bulletproof and explosion-proof, even sturdier than the 200 millimeters alloy plates. Moreover, it allows for natural light and necessary external observation. Zhang Yi was extremely satisfied with this safe house. Unless an army armed with heavy weapons attempted to break in, no one could force their way into his home. Even if the entire building collapsed, his room would likely remain unscathed. I am very satisfied with the safe house you built, Zhang Yi said with a smile to Wu Huairan, who also wore a beaming expression. He took out a document for Zhang Yi to sign and said, if there are no issues, please pay the remaining balance within 3 months. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile, of course. However, he had no intention of paying that remaining balance. Thinking about how he had only paid a 1 million deposit to essentially acquire a safe house worth nearly 10 million, he felt immensely satisfied. Zhang Yi lay back on the sofa admiring what could be described as his perfect safe house. However, after some contemplation, he realized he had overlooked something extremely important. That is the source of life. Zhang Yi slapped his forehead. How could I forget something as crucial as water? After the ice apocalypse arrived, although it was freezing outside, water could be obtained by drilling through ice. However, during that time, it would generally be minus 60 to 70 degrees outside, and stepping out would mean potential danger. Zhang Yi absolutely could not tolerate such a significant flaw in his safe house. After some thought, he directly ordered 100 large water storage barrels through a delivery platform. Each barrel could store 500 cubic meters of water, enough for several years of use. Plus, he could retrieve bottled water from the warehouse later, thus perfectly solving the issue of water resources. The delivery guy was indeed efficient. A few hours later, he delivered the items to Zhang Yi's door. Zhang Yi arrived at the entrance of the community and asked the security guard, Uncle Yu, to let the delivery guy through. Seeing Zhang Yi buying so many strange items again, the surrounding neighbors began to gossip. Does this Zhang Yi have some kind of problem? Yeah, he buys all sorts of odd things every day. A few days ago, during his home renovation, I saw several people carrying steel plates at least 10 centimeters thick. Maybe he's lost his mind, trying to create a safe house like in the movies. I've seen some rich people abroad doing such things out of boredom in videos. Isn't this just being overly anxious? Now he's bought so many water barrels, could he possibly think Tianhai City will run out of water in the future? But Tianhai City is by the sea. Faced with the mocking laughter of his neighbors, Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He merely scoffed, internally thinking that when the ice apocalypse truly arrives, they would understand how foolish they currently are. Zhang Yi had no interest in explaining himself to them, because these people would only see Zhang Yi as a fool completely disregarding his good advice. They might even turn it against him, accusing him of spreading rumors and disturbing social order. Then they might have him arrested. Security guard Uncle Yu was chatting with neighbor Mr. Tang. Uncle Yu kindly approached and asked, "Little Zhang, what are you doing with so many water barrels? If you need help with anything, just let me know and I'll lend a hand." Zhang Yi looked at the kind-hearted Uncle Yu and felt a sense of gratitude. Uncle Yu was a retired soldier, childless and unmarried, having worked as a security guard in the community for over a decade, always diligent in his duties. In his past life, he had donated his last rations to help a mother and daughter on the brink of starvation, ultimately starving to death himself. He was one of the few glimpses of humanity that Zhang Yi had encountered in the apocalypse. Thus Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, "Uncle Yu, this year's temperatures are a bit abnormal. I have inside information that this winter will be tough. To be on the safe side, you should stock up on some food and drinks to avoid price hikes later on." Uncle Yu had a good relationship with Zhang Yi. He knew Zhang Yi was a kind-hearted young man. Additionally, older individuals tend to develop a sense of concern for the future, so upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, he furrowed his brows. "Little Zhang, is that true? Is the information reliable?" Zhang Yi nodded. "Just look, I've prepared. You can stock up on instant noodles and bottled water. Those things won't go bad if you buy too much." Uncle Yu nodded in agreement. Living alone, he already liked to stock up on instant noodles and sausages for convenience. Since Zhang Yi had reminded him, he would take the time to buy some more, just to have peace of mind after all those items could be stored, so there was no harm in having too much. However, nearby Mr. Tang overheard and approached Zhang Yi, saying, "Little Zhang, you must not spread such talk everywhere. Our society is currently stable and peaceful. How could there be a shortage of supplies? Be careful, or someone might report you for spreading rumors. You might even be invited for a chat." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, but did not pay much attention to it. He had already given his warning, whether they believed it or not was their business. Zhang Yi instructed the delivery man to bring 100 giant water buckets to the warehouse. Then he stored them in his spatial dimension and took them home. Upon returning home, Zhang Yi began to turn on all the faucets in his house, filling the buckets with water. At this rate, it would take at most a week to fill all 100 buckets. Days passed by one after another. Zhang Yi did not have a moment of idleness. He spent every penny he had without hesitation. Every day, he dined at the best restaurants. He also purchased large quantities of meals from top restaurants, storing them in his spatial dimension. During this time, he went to the shooting range in Tianhai City every day to practice archery and firearms, diligently honing his skills. Within a month, it was unrealistic to expect to become a master fighter. However, with a bow, a gun, and a super safe house with a full metal shell, he would not fear any potential dangers. Such actions could not escape everyone's notice. However, everyone around Zhang Yi saw him as a joke. They thought he was mentally unwell and laughed at him behind his back. Even Fang Yuqing deliberately distanced herself from Zhang Yi, unwilling to communicate with him. Time passed day by day. Soon more than 20 days had gone by, and the apocalypse was approaching. Zhang Yi had already amassed a vast amount of supplies, including food, weapons, and heating equipment. However, these did not provide him with enough security. He decided to target the massive Walmart warehouse. As long as he secured this warehouse, he could acquire a lifetime's worth of abundant supplies. He chose not to wait until the last day because Zhang Yi recalled something. In his previous life, he had vaguely heard that the higher-ups had actually received news of the gamma rays in advance. Thus, they had quietly begun transferring large quantities of living supplies long before ordinary people noticed. Zhang Yi dared not take the gamble. He had to act early. According to this logic, even if the supplies in the Walmart warehouse disappeared completely, the higher-ups eager to take refuge would not have much energy to investigate. This provided Zhang Yi with a suitable buffer period. Hence, he returned to the warehouse and resumed his normal duties. The Walmart warehouse had personnel on duty 24 hours a day, but at night, there were only 10 people on shift. Zhang Yi decided to use the simplest and most brute force method, which was to add sleeping pills to the tea they drank. After all, there were only 3 days left until the apocalypse, and he was not afraid of being found out. Since these people were old acquaintances of Zhang Yi, he easily succeeded. Once the drugs took effect, they fell into a deep slumber, while Zhang Yi went to the monitoring room to turn off all the cameras in the warehouse. He was very familiar with the place. He could visualize every corner with his eyes closed. Coupled with countless plans and rehearsals in his mind, the execution went very smoothly. After completing all this, he changed into shoes 2 sizes too big, put on gloves, and quickly made his way to the warehouse. Looking at the gigantic warehouse before him, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and began to collect the supplies. As long as his right eye scanned the shelves with just a thought, the entire shelf would appear in his spatial dimension. Zhang Yi first arrived at the beverage section. Here there were tens of thousands of bottled water drinks and alcoholic beverages, including many high-end wines and spirits. Zhang Yi did not discriminate and stuffed them all into his warehouse. Soon the thousands of cubic meters of drinks disappeared without a trace. Next up was the fuel section for living supplies. There were many smokeless coals and barrels of gasoline and alcohol. These were household types meant for family reserves or camping. There were over 10,000 boxes of smokeless coal, not to mention the solid alcohol and barrels of gasoline. The quantity here was enough for Zhang Yi to use for hundreds of years. Zhang Yi did not consider leaving some for others, as these items would not end up in the hands of ordinary people after the apocalypse. Thus, he unhesitatingly collected all these supplies. Then, using his years of expertise in warehousing, he allocated areas for them in his spatial dimension. This would make it convenient for his use. In the third step, he arrived at the food section. The quantity here was even larger, amounting to tens of thousands of tons. Several warehouses were packed full, resembling small mountains. Canned food, packaged roast chicken, roasted duck, puffed snacks, instant food, high-end snacks. "This is enough for me to eat for 10 lifetimes," Zhang Yi exclaimed. He was not picky at all and took whatever he could. After collecting the food, Zhang Yi proceeded to the sports equipment section. His safe house also required sports equipment. Regular exercise would strengthen his body, ensuring health, and if necessary, could even save his life. Although the space in the safe house was limited, he would not be courteous about what he could take, as the area of his spatial dimension was infinite. If he could take it, he would. Among the items were particularly useful ones. For example, baseball bats and fencing swords were excellent weapons. During the collection process, Zhang Yi also found some particularly useful items. For instance, skiing and climbing equipment, including professional cold weather gear suitable for national athletes. These items could withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees. They were the latest technological products from 2050. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. These would be the top-tier cold-resistant gear once the Ice Age apocalypse arrived. He did not hesitate and immediately collected dozens of top-tier cold-resistant outfits and sleeping bags from the warehouse. After 2 full hours, Zhang Yi had emptied the Walmart warehouse, covering over 1,000,000 square meters. After doing all this, looking at the vast and empty warehouse, Zhang Yi felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. Now, even when faced with the coldest ice age, he was confident he could live comfortably. Zhang Yi returned to his post, took off the gloves and shoes, and stored them in his spatial dimension. Then he drank a bit of the tea laced with sleeping pills and lay down on the table, falling into a deep sleep. He did not know how long had passed when he was abruptly shaken awake. Supervisor, something big has happened, wake up." Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at his colleagues before him. "What is it?" A warehouse employee stammered, pointing at the warehouse. "It's unbelievable. Our warehouse has been completely emptied." "What?" Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise, standing up and slapping the table. He pretended to casually walk to the warehouse, where he naturally saw the empty scene. Zhang Yi knew better than anyone what had happened. However, he still feigned weakness and asked in a trembling voice, "What on earth happened? Why are all the supplies in the warehouse gone?" The surrounding employees looked tense. Yes, the supplies in this warehouse are worth at least 100 billion. Just using trucks would take several days to transport everything. How could it all disappear in the blink of an eye? They did not mention anything about just having woken up. After all, it was common for night shift workers to take a short nap. Zhang Yi maintained a serious expression and pretended to be anxious as he paced back and forth. Then he said to everyone, "This situation is too bizarre for us to handle. We should call and notify the higher-ups." Although everyone was nervous, they were not overly frightened, because if this matter escalated, they would have little responsibility. It was evident that the disappearance of hundreds of billions worth of supplies in just 2 hours was not something they could accomplish. With a monthly salary of only a few thousand, they had no reason to risk everything for the company. Thus, when Zhang Yi suggested it, everyone nodded in agreement. Let the higher-ups worry about this mess. Zhang Yi immediately called the warehouse manager to inform him. Upon hearing the news, the manager was so shocked that he was rendered speechless, even thinking Zhang Yi emptied the entire warehouse of Walmart's South China warehouse. The resources worth over 10 billion all entered his alternate space. Yet he pretended to know nothing and immediately reported to Walmart's upper management. Soon this news spread throughout the senior management of Walmart's South China region. A large group of executives, shocked, rushed to the scene and reported the incident to the police. Tom Watson, the general manager of the South China warehouse, looked at the empty warehouse with a face whiter than snow. "Oh my God, how am I supposed to explain this to headquarters?" In fact, Walmart's headquarters in the United States had already issued orders requiring them to transport all resources back to the country in the shortest time possible. It is said that this was an instruction from the upper management of the United States, and the ships they sent were about to arrive at Tianhai port. Everything was doomed. On the other hand, Zhang Yi was not worried at all about his affairs being exposed. After all, it was too bizarre for an entire warehouse of resources worth over 10 billion to disappear in just 2 hours. Even if the police conducted a thorough investigation, it would be impossible to uncover it in a short time. Moreover, Walmart was a foreign enterprise, not a state-owned enterprise. So naturally, the intensity of the investigation didn't need to be mentioned. Nevertheless, he still pretended to be nervous and frightened, cooperating with the police investigation. After a night of interrogation, Zhang Yi was released. The police were also very suspicious about the incident because they had reviewed the surveillance footage inside and outside the warehouse. Although the internal surveillance footage had been turned off, it was impossible to steal millions of cubic resources without leaving any traces. However, upon reviewing the surveillance footage around the warehouse, no signs of any vehicles passing by were found. This meant that the resources worth over 10 billion either vanished into thin air or it was a scheme of embezzlement played by Walmart itself. From a logical standpoint, it was evident that the latter was more reasonable. After all, unless a supernatural phenomenon occurred, it was impossible to explain how millions of cubic resources could vanish within just 2 hours. As for Zhang Yi and the other ordinary employees, although they also raised some suspicions, the illogical nature of the resource disappearance meant that even if internal employees had issues, it wasn't the main contradiction. Since Walmart was a foreign enterprise and had no official background tied to Huagua, and since the case was too large, the efficiency of the police's actions was naturally not that fast. In fact, due to concerns about causing international repercussions, they played a game of passing the buck regarding the investigation. To clarify this matter, let alone 3 days, even 3 months would be difficult. Zhang Yi was ordered to not leave Tianhai City for a short period and had to cooperate with both the police and Walmart's internal investigation at all times. Zhang Yi complied and was sent back. After returning home, he took a glance outside through the blinds of the floor-to-ceiling window. Today is December 10th, just 2 days before the Ice Age arrives. For the time being, he just needed to stay home, not go anywhere, and he could effortlessly enjoy the rest of his life. Thinking about the resources worth over 10 billion in his alternate space that encompassed almost everything he needed in life, Zhang Yi felt very secure. He returned to his bedroom and lay down. After a night of busy cooperation with the interrogation, Zhang Yi slept until the evening. When he turned on the television, the news was reporting on the theft incident at Walmart's South China warehouse. Due to the excessive loss of resources in this theft and its bizarre nature, major news outlets across the nation were competing to report on it. Such a large warehouse, yet it was emptied in just a few hours. It must be an inside job. It must have been done by someone inside. It's likely that the upper management of Walmart did it themselves to defraud insurance. That's millions of cubic resources. Even with large trucks, it would be impossible to transport it all in one night. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. This matter would remain unanswered before the apocalypse arrives. For the next 2 days, he stayed in his home and went nowhere. He knew that there wasn't much time left for this world. For safety's sake, he wouldn't leave his room recklessly. During this period, the police and investigators from Walmart headquarters called him in again for questioning. Although they also suspected that Zhang Yi's behavior that night was somewhat suspicious. However, first, the investigation was short, and second, there was no concrete evidence. They suspected him, but couldn't arrest him. During this time, some acquaintances sent messages to Zhang Yi trying to inquire about the inside story, but he managed to brush them off. Finally, December 12th arrived. Gamma rays passed through Blue Star at 2 o'clock in the morning. It lasted only a moment, but the impact on the planet was catastrophic. Zhang Yi sealed his room several hours in advance, and the fireplace had already started to burn. Because soon, with the depletion of energy, air conditioning and heating systems would completely fail. All means of heating could only be achieved through the most primitive methods. At 2 o'clock, he sat on the sofa by the large floor-to-ceiling window, holding a bottle of beer, staring intently outside. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared at the edge of the sky. Although it was midnight, the earth seemed to brighten like dusk. However, this light lasted only a brief 2 seconds before fading into silence. Most people had already fallen into slumber and thus did not notice the momentary change. But knowing what this meant, Zhang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He gulped down the beer. The refreshing Budweiser brought him a semblance of calm. Zhang Yi thought to himself as he casually tossed a few pieces of fine wood into the fireplace. He reached out to turn on the television, watching the program while waiting for the world's changes. Just a few minutes later, the sky outside began to sprinkle with dense snowflakes. At first, the snowflakes were only the size of a fingernail, but within 2 minutes they transformed into large flakes. The wind outside began to howl, and the snow outside suddenly turned terrifying in an instant. A heavy snowfall suddenly enveloped the entire city. This is the power of nature. When it changes, it won't give you any warning. Zhang Yi's heart began to race. Although the safe house he built was perfect, he had experienced an ice age once, so it was natural to feel some concern. He wondered if this safe house costing as much as 8 million could fully withstand the coming drop in temperature. However, as the flames roared in the fireplace, the indoor temperature became incredibly warm. It was even. Zhang Yi glanced at the indoor temperature, which had reached 32.6 degrees. Looking outside again, the snowflakes had already submerged the entire city. Zhang Yi felt much more at ease. He reduced the amount of charcoal since the temperature inside was too high to be comfortable. He didn't rush to sleep. He wanted to continue observing the upcoming changes. As for resting, there would be plenty of time in the future. After all, he didn't have to go to work. In less than half an hour, the snow had already piled up thickly on the balcony outside. Zhang Yi opened his phone to check the news and found that news about the sudden drop in temperature had spread all over the internet. The internet was filled with cries of despair, and netizens complained that this year's cold winter had arrived too early and they hadn't had time to prepare winter clothing. Damn this weather, why is it below -10 degrees already? Tomorrow the roads are likely to be frozen. How can we go to work? Some people were very happy. It snowed so heavily, we can skip work tomorrow, ha. Especially some friends from the south were excited to share their photos with the snow. They expressed that they had never seen snow that heavy in the south. Zhang Yi shook his head. This was just the beginning. The heavy snow would last for at least another 3 months, and the temperature would continue to drop. The ice age has begun. In the southern city of Tianhai, heavy snow falls like goose feathers, sparking discussions online, with some complaining and others feeling fortunate. However, none of them realize that this heavy snowfall and drastic drop in temperature are not temporary. They will persist and intensify, ultimately leading to an unimaginable disaster. At this moment, Zhang Yi is comfortably lying on his sofa at home, enjoying the warmth of over 20 degrees Celsius in his cozy haven, savoring a chilled Budweiser beer, feeling quite content. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a chat group message. Among them were groups of his former classmates, hobby enthusiasts, and community residents. Heavens, why did it suddenly snow so heavily? The weather forecast didn't mention anything. I was frozen awake in the middle of the night. I rushed to turn on the air conditioner. Don't mention it. Ooh, our old air conditioner barely warms up. It's getting colder by the minute. I wonder how long this cold weather will last. Ooh, I haven't bought my winter clothes yet. Everyone is chattering, expressing their feelings in a cacophony. However, Zhang Yi can sense that most people are not taking the sudden drop in temperature seriously. Rather, they seem somewhat delighted. He knows full well that this is merely temporary. He yawned, deciding not to continue reading. Returning to his warm bed, Zhang Yi pulled up a velvety thin blanket and comfortably closed his eyes. His bed was quite comfortable, a high-end item sourced from a Walmart warehouse. In particular, the mattress was said to be the same model as that of a certain female celebrity worth 3 million. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall and the cold wind howled. Inside, the fireplace crackled warmly, creating a pleasant atmosphere. In such comfort, Zhang Yi soon slipped into a deep slumber. The next morning, Zhang Yi was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was a call from by Lianhua Fang Yuqing. Disturbed from a good dream, Zhang Yi naturally felt quite displeased. He answered the phone curtly. Hello, why are you calling me so early? Fang Yuqing was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yi's cold tone. However, she quickly replied, Zhang Yi, it's so cold outside today. Did you stock up on supplies because you knew it would get this cold? Fang Yuqing's voice trembled slightly, as if she were trying to endure something. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile tugged at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth. Indeed, this by Lianhua never misses an opportunity for a visit. He lazily responded, I heard a friend mention it in passing, but I didn't expect the drop to be this severe. He threw off the blanket. The room was quite warm, making him break into a light sweat. Zhang Yi slipped on his slippers and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window where a familiar scene made his eyes widen. Outside, the snow had engulfed the entire city, and he could no longer see the streets or the bushes by the roadside. He could only vaguely make out the outlines of buildings with many ground floors almost completely submerged. Moreover, the snowfall continued, with snowflakes falling like goose feathers, showing no signs of stopping. On the other end of the line, Fang Yuqing continued, No wonder you stocked up on so much, Zhang Yi. You really should have told me about this in advance. You made me freeze. Zhang Yi frowned, surprised that she had the audacity to complain to him. He abruptly hung up the phone and tossed it aside. Then he went to the bathroom and enjoyed a comfortable hot shower. Afterward, he took out a piece of top-grade A5 Wagyu from his storage and had steak with pasta for breakfast. While eating breakfast, he turned on the television. As the temperature had just dropped, there were no power outages yet, so the TV was still functioning normally. Even if the power went out, Zhang Yi was well prepared with various backup power sources, dozens of generators, and a large supply of gasoline. In terms of energy, he could last at least 300 years. After turning on the TV, Zhang Yi tuned in to the morning news channel first. Although he knew how things were outside as a reborn person, it was still a way to pass the time to see the current situation. On the news channel, the two hosts were actually wearing thick down jackets. It's worth noting that places like television stations are usually not stingy with central air conditioning and are prioritized for power supply. The fact that the hosts needed to wear down jackets indicated that the temperature had reached a level where even central air conditioning could not cope. The female host spoke into the camera, striving to maintain a steady tone. Last night, a wave of cold air swept across the globe, causing severe fluctuations in global temperatures. The average drop in temperature reached between 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. The meteorological department is currently investigating the cause of this cold air invasion. In the coming days, we hope everyone pays attention to keeping warm and avoids frostbite. If not necessary, please do not go outside. The authorities will properly address this issue, and we hope everyone remains calm. Do not spread rumors or believe them, and do not hoard supplies. The snow disaster will soon pass. Hearing the words of the female, host Zhang Yi scoffed. Once the ice age arrives, survival depends solely on oneself. If one foolishly stays at home and does nothing, they will undoubtedly be among the first to perish. In the upper right corner of the TV, the outdoor temperature in Tianhai City was already displayed as minus 65 degrees. It is worth noting that just yesterday, the highest temperature in Tianhai City was 15 degrees, meaning it had dropped 80 degrees in an instant. Zhang Yi shrugged. This level of temperature drop was identical to that of his previous life. Yet now he was wearing pajamas, sipping red wine, and enjoying steak with pasta, completely oblivious to the cold outside. After all, this safe house had cost $8 million to build, and he had specifically emphasized its insulation features, so the temperature indoors hardly fluctuated. At this moment, Zhang Yi's phone rang again. He was intrigued and wanted to see what those neighbors who had mocked him earlier were discussing. The first message he saw was from Fang Yuqing. "Zhang Yi, why did you suddenly hang up on me? It's snowing heavily outside and I can't go out. Didn't you buy a lot of food? Can you lend me some first? He'll return it once the snow disaster is over." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a cold smile appearing on his lips. While Lianhua is clever, she knows that with such heavy snow, food will become extremely expensive. Not wanting to venture out into the extreme cold of minus 60 or 70 degrees, she simply wants to ask Zhang Yi for food. However, Zhang Yi knows that this ice age disaster will last a long time and will not pass quickly. Moreover, he had no intention of giving Fang Yuqing a single bite. In his past life, he had been deceived by Lianhua and had given her a lot of food from his home. In the end, she had even caused his death and attempted to extract his ribs to make soup. For such a woman, Zhang Yi now only wanted to tease her and watch her die a miserable death. With this thought, a playful smile appeared on his lips as he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. "You should have said something earlier. The supplies at my home are nearly all gone. Look, I just cooked steak this morning." After saying this, Zhang Yi took a selfie with himself, the steak, and the red wine on the table. He intentionally included his pajama-clad self in the photo and sent it to Fang Yuqing. At this moment, Fang Yuqing was curled up in her rental apartment, tightly wrapping herself in 2 blankets. Although the air conditioner was set to 40 C, the indoor temperature barely reached 0 C. She trembled all over from the cold, feeling as if cold air was seeping into the blankets. Upon seeing the photo sent by Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing's eyes immediately widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that in such cold weather, Zhang Yi was wearing a thin pajamas, comfortably eating steak and drinking red wine. After all, they lived in the same building. Why did it feel like living in 2 different worlds? Especially upon seeing the delicious steak and the bottle of fine red wine on the table, Fang Yuqing felt her mouth watering. As a top-tier White Lotus and a gold digger, she had some knowledge about these luxury items. Based on her understanding, the steak that Zhang Yi was eating was undoubtedly authentic top-grade Wagyu. Especially the French red wine next to him, definitely a classified vintage worth at least 20 to 30,000. While she was freezing to death, Zhang Yi was enjoying himself, which instantly made Fang Yuqing green with envy. She immediately sent a message to Zhang Yi. "That looks amazing. I want to eat steak and drink red wine too." She felt her hint was quite obvious. According to Zhang Yi's previous character, he would definitely take the initiative to bring her steak and red wine at this moment. However, after seeing her message, Zhang Yi smiled happily, still treating her as his past admirer. He leisurely replied, "If you want to eat, just go buy some at the supermarket." Fang Yuqing's expression immediately stiffened upon reading this message. Isn't that nonsense? It was already minus 6 or 7 degrees outside, and any exposed skin could risk frostbite. How could he make such an unreasonable request to such a delicate girl? Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and angrily said, "Zhang Yi, you are really not a man. You don't even know how to seize such a good opportunity to show off of." At this moment, Fang Yuqing still held some pride. Although she really wanted to eat steak and drink fine red wine, in her eyes, Zhang Yi was just a fish in her pond. Moreover, she believed that this snow disaster would not last for long. Therefore, she still tried to maintain her image as a proud goddess and did not proactively ask Zhang Yi to provide her with food. Zhang Yi chose to ignore Fang Yuqing and instead looked at other chat groups planning to watch the unfolding drama. When he saw the community owners group, he happened to catch Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee urging everyone not to panic and to stay home obediently. Everyone, don't worry, it's just a sudden drop in temperature and it will be over in 2 or 3 days at most. Don't rush to hoard supplies, trust our officials. Our neighborhood committee will also find ways to help everyone get through this snow disaster. Please follow orders and don't create trouble for the officials. Some owners raised objections. With this heavy snow, we don't know when it will stop. It's troublesome to go out now, shouldn't we stock up on supplies? Exactly, otherwise we should go out and buy some groceries. It's likely that prices will soar in the coming days. Aunt Lin immediately intensified her tone. What are you doing? Aren't you just making things worse for us? Hoarding supplies will only drive prices up, everyone will end up paying high prices for groceries. If anyone dares to hoard supplies and I find out, don't blame me for reporting them for disturbing the public. Zhang Yi observed Aunt Lin, who was directing the group like a leader, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Today marked the first day of the Ice Age. Due to the extreme cold outside, the supplies in the supermarket had not yet been completely raided. If someone ventured out into the heavy snow at this moment, although there was a risk of frostbite, there was definitely a chance to stock up on supplies. However, due to Aunt Lin's intimidation, many harbored a lucky mindset and did not go out to buy groceries. What the final result would be was predictable. Just then, Aunt Lin suddenly turned her attention to Zhang Yi. She tagged him in the owner's group. Xiaozhan, you hoarded quite a lot of supplies at home before. Now that the snow disaster is severe, you can't be a negative example. For the next few days, stay home obediently. If I find out you go out to buy anything again, don't blame Aunt Lin for being unsympathetic. Zhang Yi's expression darkened slightly. This old hag had been holding a grudge since the last time she asked him for something, and he didn't give it to her. Now she found an opportunity to take a jab at him. But unfortunately to Zhang Yi, this neighborhood committee, Aunt was nothing. He sneered and replied, Aunt Lin, no one knows how long this snow disaster will last. What if it goes on for a long time and everyone runs out of food? Can you take responsibility for that? Zhang Yi's question voiced the thoughts of many people. Everyone was dissatisfied with Aunt Lin's words, but due to her status as a neighborhood committee member, they were hesitant to refute her. Yes, if you don't allow us to stock up, who will be responsible if we run out of food? Can you bear that responsibility? Seeing everyone standing up to refute her, Aunt Lin felt somewhat flustered. At the same time, she loathed Zhang Yi even more. How dare he publicly refute her in the owner's group? Wasn't that a slap in her face? Don't worry, we can assure you as a neighborhood committee that supplies will not be lacking. The snow disaster will pass. And you, Zhang Yi, don't incite people at this time. Your actions are illegal. Aunt Lin, who was curling up at home, gritted her teeth and said viciously, this Zhang Yi really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. He'll think of a way to have him detained for a few days. Zhang Yi burst into laughter. Even at such a time, this old woman named Lin still wanted to act tough, relying on her little bit of power to bully others. It was truly laughable. Oh, I can't wear such a big hat. Don't worry, it's so cold outside that even if you call me out, I won't go. He had already stockpiled enough supplies, so there was no need to rush out and fight for scraps in the supermarket. However, those who believed Aunt Lin's nonsense would be in for a bad time. Zhang Yi sighed inwardly as the apocalypse approached. He wondered how many people would freeze and starve to death. However, some deserved it, like those neighbors from his past life who had harmed him. Regardless of whether they lived or died, Zhang Yi had made up his mind to survive. The fate of others had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa yawning with boredom. While others struggled to survive in hunger and cold, he enjoyed a life more comfortable than paradise. His home boasted the most perfect insulation system and an endless supply of fuel, ensuring that his safe house remained at a constant comfortable temperature throughout the year. From then on, he needed nothing more than to spend each day joyfully. At that moment, there was nothing worth watching. Various live broadcasts had been suspended due to the extreme cold. After all, even the beautiful streamers he loved to watch could not endure temperatures below -60 or 70 degrees, let alone over 100. If there were any, Zhang Yi could only give a thumbs up and exclaim, what a tough person. He opened his own spatial pocket where the electronics area contained numerous gaming consoles and AAA titles. There were hundreds of brand new, unopened PS5s, switches, and Xboxes. As for the game cartridges, there were tens of thousands. Zhang Yi took out the latest PS5, set it up on his giant 100-inch Sony television, and began. He was playing this year's latest AAA action game, Bayonetta 3. Nearby were also Elden Ring, The Witcher 3, and Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. If he wanted to pass the time, they were all excellent choices. If he found the game lengths too short, there were also extensive games like Civilization and City Skylines that could keep him entertained for hours. No longer needing to consider work or social obligations, this life was even more enjoyable than before the apocalypse. Being at home, Zhang Yi wore only pajamas, munching on snacks while playing games, thoroughly enjoying himself. After a while, however, his phone rang. Zhang Yi casually picked it up and found that it was the annoying neighborhood committee member Aunt Lin tagging him in the group chat. Zhang Yi, the roads outside are blocked by heavy snow. Please come out with tools to help shovel the snow. Her tone was commanding. Zhang Yi also saw that she was rallying everyone in the group to go out and shovel snow, but very few responded. He hadn't expected her to directly target him. Zhang Yi glanced at the heavy snow outside, which had almost completely covered the entire floor. With 3 meters of snow, it was practically a fantasy to think it could be cleared by human effort. Moreover, Zhang Yi knew that this snowstorm would last for at least another 3 months. Going out to shovel snow now would be slower than the snow itself falling. Zhang Yi immediately replied, in this cold weather, going out for a bit would turn me into a popsicle. Even if we were to shovel snow, it would be better to wait until it stops. Some people below echoed Zhang Yi's sentiments. Exactly, it's over 70 degrees below outside. Going out for a bit would probably lead to frostbite. We're not in the Northeast where there are proper heating facilities. How can we go out? Aunt Lin was immediately flat. What kind of attitude is that? Shoveling snow is not for me, it's for everyone, right? You're all young and strong, and in the face of disaster, how can you avoid stepping up to serve the people? She pointed her finger at Zhang Yi, who had taken the lead in opposing her. Zhang Yi, I command you in the name of the neighborhood committee, you must go out to shovel snow. This is a time of crisis. We must unite and follow the organization's directives. Anyone who dares to oppose me is opposing the leadership of the neighborhood committee. After the snow disaster is over, there will definitely be consequences from the organization. Aunt Lin once again invoked her identity as a committee member. The homeowners were suddenly filled with anger, but didn't dare to express it. Currently, the snow disaster had just begun and various social orders still existed, so everyone was too afraid to disobey. Although these neighborhood committee members seemed to hold little power, their small authority was closely related to everyone's daily lives, so people were generally reluctant to provoke them. Everyone remained silent, unwilling to be the first to stick their neck out. However, many hoped that Zhang Yi would step forward to confront Aunt Lin and become the spokesperson for everyone. Zhang Yi certainly understood the thoughts of these ostriches. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he felt immense disdain for them. However, it was impossible for him to swallow his pride. Thus, he decided to confront Aunt Lin directly. He scrolled through the chat history and noticed that Aunt Lin had tagged several young people who were usually easy to deal with in the community. She had completely ignored those troublesome troublemakers or influential figures. So Zhang Yi directly mocked Aunt Lin as right. Since it's for everyone, you neighborhood committee members should be the ones to lead the way in shoveling snow. And if we're talking about being young and strong, there are so many people in our community, why did you only call us out? Do you think we're easy to bully? Those social figures and second-generation rich kids, you didn't tag them at all. What are you too scared to say anything to them? The other homeowners nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. Zhang Yi is truly my internet mouthpiece. Exactly, you're only calling out the honest people. Why not call Chen Jinghao and Su Hao instead? Everyone actually knew who Zhang Yi was referring to. Living in the same community, they were all aware of the influential figures inside. For instance, Chen Jinghao, who lived in room 601 on the 6th floor, was a well-known social boss managing excavation projects with hundreds of people under him. And Su Hao from room 802 on the 8th floor had a father who was a famous developer in Tianhai City with relatives working in the government. Aunt Lin had not mentioned either of them throughout. Zhang Yi directly exposed Aunt Lin's nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, making her lose face instantly. She hadn't mentioned those difficult characters precisely because she lacked the courage and they would never pay her any mind. Such people always bully the weak and fear the strong. If Zhang Yi had previously been of such character, Aunt Lin would never have dared to make him shovel snow. Feeling her face was lost, she angrily sent several long voice messages in the group. Shoveling snow is a public service, thinking of everyone. Some people are just petty about such trivial matters, showing zero spirit of dedication. People like this are simply harmful to our homeowners group. If you don't want to do it, then don't. There are plenty of. Everyone's awareness is far higher than yours. Also, I'm not treating certain individuals as special. There's just no need to tag everyone individually. I hope you all understand, and do not mislead yourselves. If more slander against me is posted, I will report it. Aunt Lin's explanation only made things worse. Especially in the end, her claim of calling the police made Zhang Yi unable to hold back his laughter. The more timid homeowners, upon hearing Aunt Lin's words, took their tools and went out to shovel snow. However, at this moment, Zhang Yi felt no fear of her whatsoever. Not to mention that the police would not support such unreasonable behavior. Did she really think various social mechanisms were still functioning normally? Zhang Yi completely dismissed Aunt Lin's words as nonsense. However, with nothing better to do, he intended to tease this old woman. "You are so capable, why don't you call Chen Jinghao and Su Hao down to shovel the snow?" He called them out by name in the group, showing no regard for anyone's face. Chen Jinghao, nicknamed Brother Hao, was a notorious thug. He was the one who barged into their house, leading the charge with his mountain axe. Su Hao, a haughty, rich second generation, was the first to take a knife to Zhang Yi. In short, aside from a few good neighbors, the rest participated in the attacks or robberies against Zhang Yi. He could even guess that after his death in his past life, each of them had taken a piece of his share. Thus, Zhang Yi showed no respect to anyone, openly tearing away their facade and disgusting them. Aunt Lin looked at her phone and her expression changed instantly. Zhang Yi calling out names like that put her in a difficult position. No matter how she argued, if she backed down now, she would definitely become a laughingstock. Moreover, everyone would disregard her orders in the future. With no other option, she had to mention Chen Jinghao and Su Hao in the group. "Family members, this community is my home. Shoveling snow relies on everyone." Soon after, an ID named 25602 Chen Jinghao sent several question marks. Then a voice message was sent in the group. "Shovel snow. Shovel your head. Are you blind? Can't you see it's still snowing heavily outside? Damn it, is your brain sick? If you're sick, go to the hospital, don't bark here. If you tag me again, I swear I'll kill you." Chen Jinghao cursed Aunt Lin, who tagged him, using very harsh language. The owners in the group couldn't help but laugh, clutching their stomachs. Aunt Lin thought of herself as someone important, but they completely disregarded her. A mere community committee member had some influence over ordinary owners. Such societal figures would never view her as anything significant. Su Hao also sent a voice message. "Why should I care about shoveling snow? I don't need to work, I can sleep all day at home, and it won't matter." After saying this, he sent a picture of himself nestled under thick blankets holding a woman. This building was merely a place for Su Hao to keep women. He was just coincidentally trapped here. When Aunt Lin asked him to shovel snow, he thought she was out of her mind. Aunt Lin, intimidated by Chen Jinghao's insults, didn't dare to retort. How could she provoke someone truly ruthless? But seeing Su Hao's provocation, she stubbornly replied, "Regardless, you are still a member of the owners. Shoveling snow is your obligation." Su Hao contemptuously replied, "Pa, do I pay the property fee for nothing? Without my money, you community committee people would starve. Damn it, you take the owner's money to act like a big shot while thinking you're the master. It's hilarious." None of the rich second generations were simple. Although Su Hao was idle, he had seen the world. They would never regard a mere community committee elder as significant. After he finished speaking, he mockingly added, "My success today is due to my parents' and family's influence. Can you impoverished folks compare? Those who need to shovel snow, hurry up. You still need to go earn your living. Once the snow is cleared, I can leave this hellhole." Hearing Su Hao's arrogant words, everyone was furious. Yet they felt powerless to argue back. Who could blame him for being born with a silver spoon? Though his words were harsh, weren't they also the truth? The commotion caused by Chen Jinghao and Su Hao completely disheartened everyone. Aunt Lin's words became irrelevant and no one paid attention. Aunt Lin was utterly furious. However, she was not angry at Chen Jinghao or Su Hao, but at Zhang Yi. She believed she had successfully rallied the owners, only for Zhang Yi, the troublemaker, to ruin her plans. So she privately messaged Zhang Yi, angrily asking, "Zhang Yi, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? What do you want? When I asked everyone to go shovel snow, did I say everyone needed to go out? Now everyone refuses to work. Are we supposed to stay cooped up at home forever?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, someone has come to seek trouble. Stop pretending. You who bullies the weak and fears the strong aren't worth anything, yet you come here to bark. You dare to be scolded and then come to me for recognition. Let me tell you, I am not someone to be trifled with. If you keep barking, be careful, I might just kill you." Zhang Yi had her character down to a T. She was merely a worthless coward fearing the strong. Sure enough, after Zhang Yi's harsh words, Aunt Lin was left terrified. As an elderly woman living with her grandson, she only had her position in the community to command respect. But if someone disregarded her community standing and went after her, she wouldn't stand a chance. Suddenly, she didn't dare to speak, seemingly afraid of truly provoking Zhang Yi. Aunt Lin quickly blocked Zhang Yi, fearing he would continue to insult her. Her body trembled, unsure if it was from the cold or from being frightened by Zhang Yi. That bastard. He's just a punk, a lunatic. For now, it's best not to provoke him. Just wait, I have plenty of ways to make your life miserable later. Aunt Lin envisioned a future where she could make things difficult for Zhang Yi thanks to her position on the community committee. For instance, she could delay distributing living supplies to him, or she could exclude him from any good community activities. She imagined Zhang Yi's remorseful expression and even thought he might come begging her for mercy, only for her to coldly shut him out, saying, "Aren't you so arrogant? Be more arrogant." Aunt Lin chuckled at the thought. Hee, there will come a day when you'll come begging me. For now I want stoop to your level. Aunt Lin was satisfied with this mental victory. She then returned to the group to rally others to go out and shovel snow. Although everyone looked down on Aunt Lin, most of them had to go out to work later. Considering their travel issues, some honest folks took tools and ventured out to shovel snow in the harsh cold. Zhang Yi did not expect that just as he had scared off Aunt Lin, someone else would come looking for trouble. This time his WeChat phone rang. He glanced at the avatar. It was actually Chun Jinghao from the group. It seemed Zhang Yi's earlier mention of him in the group had irked him, prompting him to call and intimidate Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi already harbored resentment towards this scoundrel, and upon seeing him call, he immediately narrowed his eyes. Now he was quite looking forward to this oblivious fool coming to find trouble. After all, Zhang Yi had no intentions of leaving this safe house. However, if anyone dared to come looking for trouble, he had plenty of ways to make that person suffer greatly. Thus Zhang Yi answered the call. As soon as the call connected, a torrent of harsh insults surged from the other end. Are you looking for death? Who told you to mention me in the group? Daring to provoke me, Chun Jinghao, it seems you don't want to live anymore. I have 100 ways to make you unable to stay in this city. Do you believe it? Chun Jinghao was a well-known bully in Tianhai City, commanding hundreds of subordinates, and was rumored to have been involved in several murder cases. Thus, living in the same community, all the residents avoided him, and no one dared to provoke him. To establish his authority, Chun Jinghao's style was such that anyone who offended him even slightly would have to pay a tremendous price. This is what is known as the face of a social person. Therefore, even though Zhang Yi only mentioned him briefly in the residents group, he was still seen by Chun Jinghao as a provocation. On the other end of the line, he cursed fiercely. You really want to die? You can talk big, can't you? Mentioning me in your matters. Zhang Yi would not indulge him, sneering coldly. What are you? Stop pretending here. You're just a worthless scum of society, and when I call you, you answer. Zhang Yi cursed loudly, feeling exceptionally pleased in his heart. He had long harbored a belly full of anger towards this murderer who had stormed into his home and caused his death in his past life. On the other end, Chun Jinghao was taken aback. He did not expect Zhang Yi to dare to retort. He grew even angrier and cursed more harshly. Zhang Yi directly said, You are just a useless waste, only capable of talking big here. Who are you trying to scare? Just go eat shit. After cursing, Zhang Yi hung up the phone and blacklisted him. After cursing, he blacklisted him. Thinking of Chun Jinghao's furious expression on the other end made Zhang Yi feel exceptionally satisfied. When the Dragon Battle Security Company set up the safe house for him, they installed cameras on the entire floor. Now the whole building was under his surveillance. Zhang Yi looked towards the 6th floor, where Chun Jinghao was located. Sure enough, their door was soon violently pushed open. Chun Jinghao, dressed in a down jacket and holding a baseball bat, stormed out with an imposing demeanor. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he immediately shrank back from the cold. It was over -70 degrees outside, and he was only wearing a down jacket over a thin autumn shirt to put on a show. He even deliberately left the zipper open to showcase the tattoo on his chest. However, the biting cold quickly taught him a lesson. Seeing no one around, Chun Jinghao hurriedly rubbed his hands together and rushed to the elevator. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, leisurely retrieving a handheld crossbow from under the coffee table. This type of crossbow was used for hunting. Even a 300-kilogram wild boar, if hit, would have a 20-centimeter bolt pierced deep into its flesh. He hummed a tune while setting up the bolts. After practicing for a while, he had already become very adept at using. Within 15 meters, he wouldn't say he could hit every shot, but he certainly wouldn't miss a watermelon-sized head. The elevator continued to ascend as Zhang Yi, armed with the ready crossbow, approached the door. His massive security door had a shooting hole left 2 meters high. Zhang Yi stood on a chair and opened the door covering the shooting hole. This could only be opened from the inside. He aimed the crossbow at the corridor outside. For safety's sake, Zhang Yi also had his pistol tucked away in his pocket. Even if Chun Jinghao were made of iron, he would still face misfortune today. Before long, the sound of the elevator echoed as Chun Jinghao angrily walked out. Through the notes in the residence group, he could easily find out Zhang Yi's residence. Arriving at the door, he raised the baseball bat and began to smash the door while cursing. Zhang Yi, get out here, you bastard. Weren't you so tough just now? Now come out if you have the guts and see. Chun Jinghao cursed viciously and then struck the door with force. However, that security door was 20 centimeters thick and reinforced with bulletproof metal. In terms of defense, it was tougher than some armored vehicles. Naturally, it was not something Chun Jinghao could break with a baseball bat, and instead it made his hand ache. Chun Jinghao continued to curse, but failed to notice that he was being aimed at with a crossbow. Zhang Yi looked at Chun Jinghao's fierce appearance, a playful smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. His crossbow was aimed at Chun Jinghao's head. However, after thinking for a while, he changed his target. In this apocalypse, apart from him, everyone else in the building would likely die. People like Chun Jinghao were no exception. Killing him now would be too boring. After all, in his past life, he had been torn apart and eaten by these insane neighbors. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. He would not let such scum die so easily. Thus Zhang Yi changed his target. With a faint sound of cutting through the air, the sharp bolt pierced directly into Chen Jinghao's leg. The crossbow bolt capable of killing wild boars went straight through his calf. Chen Jinghao let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing. In this temperature of over -70 degrees, suffering a penetrating injury, his leg was sure to be ruined. Moreover, due to a lack of medication, infection was inevitable. Next, he would die a miserable death in pain. At this moment, Chen Jinghao was in immense pain, realizing that he had encountered a terrifying, ruthless person. In fact, these thugs relied on their fearlessness and reckless nature. They bet that honest people would not dare to resist them. But when they encountered a ruthless person who dared to use a crossbow, they too would feel fear. Chen Jinghao was scared into a panic, not even seeing where the arrow had come from. However, he was still a tough guy, dragging his injured leg back to the elevator. Zhang Yi chose not to shoot again for a simple reason: he wanted Chen Jinghao to live a little longer. After all, he was not a demon. After Chen Jinghao returned to the elevator, cold sweat poured down him, quickly freezing in the temperature of over -70 degrees. But at this moment, his heart felt colder than the air. The ruthless attack from just now made him feel the stark, killing intent. In today's society, those who dared to shoot people with crossbows were not to be trifled with. Chen Jinghao looked at his injured leg. His entire calf had been completely pierced by the crossbow bolt. Blood stained half of his pant leg, which then started to freeze. In such extreme cold, his sense of pain was not as intense. But this did not bring Chen Jinghao any relief. Instead, it filled him with dread. He knew that if his leg did not receive treatment under these circumstances, it would be ruined within half an hour. Chen Jinghao finally felt a surge of fear. He took out his phone and dialed 120. However, the call could not get through. He tried for more than 2 minutes, but the line remained busy. Chen Jinghao's heart sank. Outside, the weather was frigid, and even the hospital had come to a standstill. Although some hospitals were still operating, the heavy snowfall had sealed the city, making it impossible to dispatch ambulances. Chen Jinghao was a tough character. After much hesitation, he decided to perform surgery on himself. At the very least, he needed to extract the crossbow bolt. After a difficult return home, he retrieved a knife, a spirit lamp, gauze, and hemostatic agents from a drawer. Having often fought with others, he naturally kept these supplies at home. Chen Jinghao used the knife to cut open his pant leg, and when he saw the wound, his face turned pale with shock. In the extreme cold, the injury on his leg had already frozen over. Although this temporarily stopped the blood loss, the area around the wound had begun to turn dark purple, and his calf had lost all sensation. Despair washed over Chen Jinghao. He knew that in such dire circumstances, he could only rely on himself. Fortunately, as a person accustomed to the streets, he pondered for a moment before beginning the surgery on himself. Since his calf was already frostbitten, the cold had dulled his pain significantly. Thus, despite not having anesthetics, he successfully completed the procedure. However, the process was so excruciating that he nearly fainted. It was clear that his calf was ruined. Chen Jinghao lay on the sofa, gasping for breath, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Yi, the one who shot him with an arrow. "Zhang Yi, you little brat, I will definitely kill you." Absolutely. Chen Jinghao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was not joking. He truly intended to eliminate Zhang Yi. Otherwise, how would he survive in Tianhai City from now on? Chen Jinghao picked up his phone, but since Zhang Yi had blocked him, he had no choice but to mention Zhang Yi in the owner group chat. "Zhang Yi, you little bastard, just wait. If I don't kill you, I'll write Chen Jinghao backwards from now on." The other owners were unaware of the circumstances. However, upon learning that Zhang Yi had offended Chen Jinghao, they couldn't help but feel anxious for him. After all, Chen Jinghao was a notorious thug known for his viciousness. If everyone knew that Zhang Yi had shot him and ruined his leg, they would likely be too frightened to speak. However, some were rather excited. For example, Aunt Lin, who had previously suffered at Zhang Yi's hands, gleefully said, "Dog bites dog, how wonderful. Neither of them is a good person. It would be best if that thug Chen Jinghao killed Zhang Yi so that this bastard would scold me." By Lianhua, Feng Yuqing also saw the messages in the group. She curled her lips, secretly hoping that Zhang Yi would get a beating from Chen Jinghao. After all, Zhang Yi had been so cold towards her, even refusing to bring her some food when she asked. However, no one in the group dared to speak up, fearing that the incident would implicate them. Zhang Yi saw this message and burst into laughter. As long as he stayed in the safe house, he didn't take Chen Jinghao seriously at all. Zhang Yi sent a voice message. "What are you? Just a barking dog. If you provoke me again, it'll ruin your other leg too." The owners in the group were taken aback by this voice message. They never expected that Zhang Yi would dare to stand up to Chen Jinghao. Moreover, it seemed that he had injured Chen Jinghao's leg. Chen Jinghao gripped his phone tightly, nearly crushing it. Damn, Zhang Yi, just wait. I will definitely. Zhang Yi was equally unyielding. You bastard, come at me if you dare. Let's see who dies first. It must be said, after the apocalypse, Zhang Yi was quite liberated. Without the constraints of public morals and societal ethics, he no longer had to give anyone face, and it was exhilarating. On the other side, Chen Jinghao was fuming. After returning to his room, he gradually regained feeling in his leg thanks to the meager effects of the air conditioning. However, the intense pain made him grimace. Now he could only rely on a crutch to move. After thinking carefully for a while, Chen Jinghao felt that killing Zhang Yi would not be difficult. He believed that being shot was simply due to his carelessness. Now that he was on guard, he could easily call his little brothers over, storm into Zhang Yi's house, and kill him. After all, the weather outside was freezing and hospitals and police stations had come to a halt. It was the perfect time to get rid of someone. Chen Jinghao immediately called his little brothers, instructing them to bring weapons and help him deal with Zhang Yi. Many of Chen Jinghao's little brothers lived nearby, and after receiving his orders, they gathered weapons like machetes, baseball bats, and steel pipes, and headed to Chen Jinghao's house. Upon seeing the injury on Chen Jinghao's leg, his little brothers clamored to kill the person who had done this, seeking revenge for Chen Jinghao. Chen Jinghao coldly stated, "I'm fine. In a few days, once the snow melts, I'll go to the hospital for some rest. But this bastard dared to shoot me. Isn't that digging into the ground beneath the god of earth? If I don't kill him, how will Chen Jinghao survive in the future?" One of his subordinates immediately said, "Boss, tell me his room number, and I'll go chop him up right now." Chen Jinghao nodded. They live in room 2401 of this building, but this little brat is cunning and has a hand crossbow. He ambushed me with that hand crossbow. One of his little brothers raised a steel pipe and shouted, "This person is too unscrupulous. How can he resort to ambush?" Chen Jinghao replied, "Be careful when you go over. I know he is alone at home. Just make sure you don't let him shoot you. Break open their door and take him out." Chen Jinghao's little brothers were all reckless men. Even though they knew Zhang Yi had weapons, they were not afraid. Instead, they became increasingly excited. Now that the city was sealed off due to the snow disaster, they could boldly go to someone's door to fight. The malice inherent in human nature was unleashed without restraint within them. Thus, they took their weapons and headed to Zhang Yi's house, intending to break in. Zhang Yi knew that Chen Jinghao would not let it go easily and would definitely come to seek revenge. However, Zhang Yi was not the least bit anxious. He was at home playing games while using a split screen to monitor the movements throughout the building. He clearly saw when Chen Jinghao's little brothers arrived. His table was filled with equipment, just waiting for them to come knocking so he could give them a show. After all those social misfits had it coming, Zhang Yi felt no sympathy. Before long, more than a dozen of Chen Jinghao's subordinates arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep. Knowing that Zhang Yi had a hand crossbow, they were somewhat cautious as they approached. A few of the little brothers held wooden planks as shields in front. Once they reached Zhang Yi's door and found it safe, they sprang into action. "Open up. Damn it, how dare you shoot our boss? Today we will make sure you pay. Next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Open the door." They cursed as they began to pound on Zhang Yi's door with the hammers and iron rods they had brought. They intended to break and teach Zhang Yi a harsh lesson and then hand him over to Chen Jinghao. Zhang Yi, still engrossed in his game, remained unfazed. He was stuck at the first boss level, having died 7 or 8 times, and was feeling a bit frustrated. Hearing the shouts and the bang 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 of the door being smashed, Zhang Yi irritably shouted, "Can't you hit a little harder? Haven't you eaten?" The little brothers, enraged by Zhang Yi's arrogance, began to hit even harder. However, the door, made of 20 centimeters of thick alloy, was extremely difficult to open even with explosives, let alone using primitive methods to break it down. After laboring for quite a while, only a few small white spots appeared on the metal door with some paint chipped off. They couldn't even make a dent. The little brothers were dumbfounded. "What the hell? This door is solid metal. And so thick, how are we supposed to break? Damn it, how many enemies does this guy have?" The group of little brothers were stunned. However, they had promised Chen Jinghao to beat Zhang Yi half to death and take him back. Now that they couldn't break down the door, they had no way to go back and report, so they continued to smash and curse out. Zhang Yi's game character died again. Hearing the shouts from outside, he finally felt annoyed. He went to the kitchen, connected a water pipe to the faucet, and climbed up to the shooting port. Can you imagine what it feels like to be doused with cold water at a temperature of over -70 degrees? Zhang Yi held the large hose and sprayed it out towards the little karami outside the door. There was a temperature difference of about 100 degrees between indoors and outdoors. Thus, when the water flowed out, it was still steaming, but once it landed on those people, it quickly froze into ice. In the frigid cold, they were all dressed in down jackets and sweaters. The cold water soaked their bodies instantly, making them feel as if they had been thrown into an ice cellar. "Damn, it's so cold, I'm freezing to death. I'll stop spraying, stop spraying." At this moment, they would rather be beaten up than endure such freezing torment. One by one, their lips turned purple from the cold, and some even fainted on the spot from the extreme low temperature. Driven by instinct, they hurriedly ran away from the front of Zhang Yi's house. However, in just a short span of 10 seconds, it was enough to soak them completely. They didn't even have time to escape in the elevator, and their clothes were already frozen stiff. Once Zhang Yi saw them all run away, he finally turned off the faucet. He had initially planned to teach these people a lesson with a hand crossbow. However, the loading speed was too slow, and there was a possibility of them retaliating through the shooting hole. Instead, the effect of this heavy spray was much better. After being drenched by Zhang Yi, the little Karami were all frozen, their lips turning purple. They hurriedly ran back to Chen Jinghao's house. When Chen Jinghao saw them return in such a sorry state, he could not help but become furious. "Where is that little brat? Did you catch him?" Meanwhile, those little brothers were frantically looking for blankets and sheets to warm themselves. Their clothes were soaked, and they were all frozen solid. More than a dozen people were fighting over clothes and blankets in the room. However, with so many people and not enough items to share, several little brothers had no choice but to strip off their clothes and huddle together for warmth. That scene was somewhat bizarre. This made Chen Jinghao extremely angry as he slammed the table and shouted, "Someone explain to me what on earth is going on." A few little brothers, having regained some body temperature, shivered as they explained the situation to Chen Jinghao. "That Zhang Yi is too despicable. He actually sprayed us with a hose. We couldn't stand it at all. We don't know how thick the door of his house is. We smashed at it for half a day and only managed to chip off a bit of paint." After hearing this, Chen Jinghao furrowed his brows deeply. When he himself tried to smash the door, he indeed felt that Zhang Yi's door was very solid. It seemed that a direct assault would be quite difficult. However, he soon sneered. "No worries, even if their house is an iron turtle, there will always be a flaw. Moreover, I don't believe he can stay at home forever without coming out. You few just keep watch nearby. As soon as he steps out, kill him immediately," Chen Jinghao said fiercely. His subordinates were all desperate men, and upon hearing this, they shivered and chuckled coldly. Although they were all frozen like dogs, they still had to show their fierce demeanor. However, they could never have imagined that Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving his home at all. Outside was hell, but his room was paradise. What sense does it make to go from paradise to hell? After cleaning up Chen Jinghao and the others, Zhang Yi continued to go back to playing his game. Although he knew these guys wouldn't let it go easily, they didn't have the ability to break into his home. As for going out, Zhang Yi would never make that choice. Even with a 1 in 10,000 risk, he wouldn't take it. Staying comfortably at home isn't that nice. Not long after, Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window to check the scene outside. Indeed, some people were using tools to clear the snow. He seemed to see Uncle Yu from security. This straightforward and warm-hearted veteran always rushed to the front when something happened. The more than 10 people downstairs were some of the more easygoing young homeowners. However, he didn't see a single shadow of Aunt Lin and the other neighborhood committee members. Faced with the thick snow layer of over 2 or 3 meters, they were laboriously digging. However, Zhang Yi knew that this was completely a futile effort. Not to mention, just to dig a path from downstairs to the community entrance would take a whole day. But even if they managed to dig it out, what would it matter? The road outside was completely covered. Such thick snow could only be slowly cleared by professional snowplows. But in the south, there were absolutely no such professional vehicles. Going out had become an impossible task. Moreover, in weather below -70 degrees, they couldn't possibly last long. With inadequate cold prevention equipment, their physical condition couldn't adapt to such low temperatures. Staying outdoors for half an hour posed a risk of frostbite. Zhang Yi shook his head. These honest people were indeed quite pitiful. However, it was their own choice, and Zhang Yi was too lazy to say anything. After all, right now, everything had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to live well. As afternoon arrived, Zhang Yi felt a bit hungry and took out a feast from the alternate space. The meal was quite simple: a plate of Australian lobster, a Wellington steak, plus 2 Huangshan buns, and a bottle of cola. He had plenty of such delicacies in his space. Now, as he stayed at home every day, Zhang Yi's schedule had also become more flexible. Basically, he just slept when he was tired, ate when he was hungry, without needing to distinguish between day and night. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall. Zhang Yi took a moment to glance at the bottom of the apartment building. The snow-clearing people had all gone back, and the patch of ground they had cleared after half a day's effort was quickly covered again by the heavy snow. Probably they also realized that relying solely on their strength was futile against nature. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa wearing a thermal shirt with the indoor temperature at 27 degrees, comfortable and pleasant. He turned on the television and watched the programs inside. Now, many television stations across the country had directly ceased broadcasting, with only a few provincial channels and CCTV still airing. Among them were various promotions of official work and slogans encouraging everyone. At this moment, our gaze turns to Sheng Jing. The officials are strategizing and directing us launching the final assault against the snow disaster. According to reports, the United States has suffered from inadequate snow disaster prevention, leading to 200 million people affected and millions dead. The development of our country's snow disaster is within controllable limits, and everything is progressing positively. We hope everyone remains calm and trusts in the power of the officials. Zhang Yi shook his head. The magnitude and terrifying nature of this snow disaster were beyond human imagination. Although the officials were working hard to solve the problems, human power was indeed too weak in the face of nature. In the owner's group, Aunt Lin could still be heard chattering incessantly. Have you all seen the news? Our country has the strength to fully cope with this snow disaster. Don't be nervous, all problems will be resolved in due course. If anyone needs supplies at home, those who are able should try to help each other out. After all, this snow disaster will soon pass, and there's no need to hoard supplies. However, very few responded to her. Clearly, after 2 days, there was no sign of the snow disaster ending, causing many to feel anxious. Fang Yuqing sent another message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, are you okay? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, thinking that Fang Yuqing probably felt she was being dealt with by Qin Zhenghao. However, he did not believe Fang Yuqing was genuinely concerned. I'm fine. Oh, that's good. Fang Yuqing felt a bit disappointed deep down. But soon she said, we're out of food at home, and I remember you bought quite a lot of things. Could you spare me a little? If you do, we'll treat you to a meal later. Zhang Yi smirked coldly. Indeed, this woman must have a motive for seeking him out. He recalled that when he went shopping at the supermarket last time, Fang Yuqing and Lin Keining also bought some items. Although they didn't buy as much as he did, it wasn't like they couldn't last a couple of days. Oh, come on, that was ages ago. I didn't leave those things at home, and I actually don't have much at home either. Fang Yuqing was still unwilling to give up. Then surely you can give me a few packs of instant noodles. You're in charge of the warehouse, surely you can't be running low at home. Zhang Yi was very blunt. I really don't have any instant noodles left. Look, this is all I can eat. He took a photo of the Australian lobster and steak on the table and sent it to Fang Yuqing. Upon seeing the photo, Fang Yuqing's eyebrows shot up in anger. Damn, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Beside her, her friend Lin Keining peeked her head out from under the covers. It was so cold that the two of them had ended up sharing a bed. Upon seeing the delicious food in the photo, Lin Keining's eyes sparkled with greed. These little fairies never cooked in daily life. They relied on takeout or had men treat them to meals. This heavy snowfall had left them both starving. They could only eat some instant noodles and canned food that they usually didn't like. Seeing Zhang Yi still enjoying Australian lobster and steak made the two women feel a mix of anger and envy. They were angry because Zhang Yi was eating alone without even thinking of sending some their way. Lin Keining immediately said sourly, wow, Zhang Yi is too much. He has such delicious food at home, and I never expected that from you. He used to say he liked you. If I see he's just being insincere. Fang Yuqing was also quite unhappy. This wasn't the first time Zhang Yi had sent her pictures. She understood that he was deliberately trying to provoke her. However, she believed Zhang Yi still liked her. He just wanted to use this method to extract her compromise. I'm foolish. Just for a little bit of food you think you can make me your girlfriend? Zhang Yi, you are truly naive. Fang Yuqing scoffed dismissively. As a proud woman, she certainly had to maintain her lofty image. Yet looking at the photo Zhang Yi sent, the longing in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Lin Keining naturally understood her. So she said, Yuqing, why don't you tell Zhang Yi that you can have dinner with him, but he has to provide the food. This way you can maintain your dignity while enjoying delicious Australian lobster. I believe he will be so excited that he will agree immediately. Fang Yuqing frowned and thought for a moment. In her heart, Zhang Yi was merely a high-end backup. Although he was handsome and had some wealth, he was still far from the ideal wealthy man in her mind. Under normal circumstances, it was absolutely impossible for her to lower herself. However, now, she just couldn't stand eating instant noodles and canned food every day. Then let's give him a chance to have dinner with me. Fang Yuqing pouted somewhat reluctantly. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, it's been a while since we gathered together. How about you come over for dinner tonight? Zhang Yi smiled upon seeing the message. Are you inviting me to dinner? Great, then thank you. This single sentence made Fang Yuqing on the other end of the line turn pale with anger. But she might also be freezing. This Zhang Yi is simply ungrateful. I gave him the opportunity to invite me to dinner, and he actually wants me to treat him. Lin Keining was taken aback. She seemed not to expect that the Zhang Yi who had always pursued Fang Yuqing was suddenly so inconsiderate. Strange could it be that a dog who licks has finally gained some awareness. Fang Yuqing angrily threw her phone aside. She huffed, this Zhang Yi, I was originally planning to keep him as my backup. Now his rank in my eyes has dropped. This time I am really angry. From now on I will not say another, even if he comes to me begging, it won't matter. Lin Keining, though greedy, added fuel to the fire. Exactly, he should see what kind of person he is. To chase you, and yet be so stingy, such a man deserves to be single for life. The two of them continued to berate Zhang Yi for quite a while. During this time, Fang Yuqing picked up her phone, thinking Zhang Yi would send a message to apologize. But he didn't send a single message, which only deepened her frown. Meanwhile, Lin Canning had begun to concoct a scheme. She secretly sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, why are you so foolish? Now Yuqing is unhappy. Do you have any idea how serious this is? Zhang Yi, upon receiving the message, glanced at it habitually. For him, checking various chat group messages had become a source of amusement. After all, what could be more exciting than human nature in the midst of apocalypse? Upon discovering that the message was from Lin Canning, Zhang Yi glanced at it and then chuckled. One plays the bad cop, while the other plays the good cop, right? He had already seen through this combination of green tea and white lotus. Usually Lin Canning would help Fang Yuqing with her scheming. Because Fang Yuqing needed to maintain her pure goddess image, any requests for gifts or hints for men to spend money on Fang Yuqing were all conveyed by Lin Canning. Zhang Yi feigned ignorance and said, "What's wrong? I haven't done anything bad." Lin Canning replied, "Are you stupid? Now that the heavy snow has sealed the city, we've almost eaten everything at home. Sending some good food over now would be a perfect way to express your loyalty to Yuqing, wouldn't it? If I were you, I would send over all the good food like steak and lobster from home. Once Yuqing is touched, won't your chances increase?" Zhang Yi looked at the message from Lin Canning, already imagining that greedy expression on that gold digger's face. He couldn't help but sneer. Such behavior is no different from begging. The absurdity of it is that they beg while putting on a facade of generosity. It's as if Zhang Yi is giving them food, but in reality they are the ones giving Zhang Yi an opportunity. This kind of face made Zhang Yi want to slap them hard. Despicable. Zhang Yi decided to have some fun with these two green tea bitches. He said, "But we don't have much food left at home either. It's just enough for me to eat." Lin Canning frowned and immediately criticized, "Fool. How many days can a snow disaster last? Just endure a couple of hungry meals, and you can trick Yuqing into your hands later. Wouldn't that be worth it? If you can't even part with this little bit of food, then I see that you're not sincere about our Yuqing at all." Zhang Yi laughed even more heartily. These two women were playing the good cop and bad cop perfectly. Unfortunately for them, Zhang Yi had been reborn and had long seen through their shameless faces. Facing Lin Canning's act, he simply replied with an indifferent, "Oh," then tossed his phone aside, ignoring. Lin Canning was furious at that. Oh, what does that "oh" mean? I talked to you for so long, and that's your attitude? Hurry and send me some food. I want to eat steak and Australian lobster too. Lin Canning, a glutton, hadn't had anything good to eat in the past few days and was drooling at the sight of Zhang Yi enjoying a feast. She initially wanted to fool Zhang Yi into sending her all the good food under the pretense of helping Yuqing. However, the situation developed in a completely unexpected direction. That almost broke her. Could it be that he was already uninterested in Fang Yuqing? No, that's absolutely impossible. Lin Canning recalled the past few years of Zhang Yi's attentiveness to Fang Yuqing and immediately shook her head. He must just be temporarily out of his mind. Feeling angry, Lin Canning found Fang Yuqing and exaggeratedly recounted the situation. Of course, she told Fang Yuqing that her approach to Zhang Yi was solely to help her gather supplies. Fang Yuqing, with a cold expression, said arrogantly, "Humph, who is Zhang Yi? Do I know him? Don't mention him in front of me again." Now for Zhang Yi to become her loyal dog again, he must sincerely apologize for the past few days and pay a huge price to seek her forgiveness. Lin Canning poked Fang Yuqing and said, "This Zhang Yi is so clueless. Don't you have other loyal dogs?" Many of their neighbors worked in warehouses. Among them were Fang Yuqing's other suitors like Zhou Peng, who was particularly ardent in his pursuit of her. Fang Yuqing naturally knew who Lin Canning was talking about. She scoffed that Zhou Peng wasn't even worthy of being her backup. Although he had worked at Walmart before, he didn't even own a house in Tianhai City and was still renting. Fang Yuqing was merely using him to take advantage of some small benefits, as she had no genuine feelings for him. Lin Canning advised, "It's so cold outside and the snow is so heavy. We can't go out to buy things, so why not use him first and have him help us?" Fang Yuqing's expression wavered, finding Lin Canning's suggestion indeed reasonable. So she sent a message to Zhou Peng. To her surprise, less than 5 minutes later, Zhou Peng came running over eagerly, bringing a backpack full of food. After all, he worked in the Walmart warehouse, and they often brought back discounted goods. So naturally he had, with just one word from Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng was like a man on fire, specifically choosing the best items to send her. Moreover, Zhou Peng patted his chest and assured, "Yuqing, just say the word, and I'll do anything for you. You know that I would do anything for you." Fang Yuqing rarely smiled at Zhou Peng. "Thank you, Zhou Peng." With a few sweet words, she sent Zhou Peng on his way. Once back inside, her expression changed instantly. "With that bear-like appearance, you dare have thoughts about me. perhaps in your next life. The atmosphere in the entire building began to shift strangely. In the extreme cold, even with the air conditioning running, the indoor temperature was below zero. This was unbearable for the southern residents of Tianhai City. Moreover, they had no habit of stockpiling supplies, and 2 days of being frozen had already emptied everyone's refrigerators. Although Aunt Lin was still insisting that it was no problem, saying the snow disaster would pass soon. Everyone had their own concerns in their hearts. However, Zhang Yi observed all of this with pleasure. In the face of the apocalypse, his preparations were more than adequate. His days were even more comfortable than before the apocalypse arrived. He felt like an outsider quietly watching the grand drama unfold outside. After being taught a lesson by Zhang Yi, Chen Jinghao and his underlings temporarily ceased to trouble him. They knew Zhang Yi's family was not easy to break through. Moreover, one of Chen Jinghao's legs was basically crippled. Without going to the hospital, he would soon become permanently disabled. As for the other minor thugs, after being drenched, they all fell into a state of cold and fever. Without any means of warming themselves, they dragged their sick bodies, likely to die from high fever before succumbing to the shortage of food. At home, Zhang Yi passed the time by playing games and watching chat groups. When he had nothing to do, he would also work out. After all, he had plenty of gym equipment at home, all from international brands. Alternatively, he would read various professional books he downloaded online. For example, the Barefoot Doctor's Manual and Militia Training Manual. It's better to be prepared. Mastering this professional knowledge might save his life in case of an emergency. Outside, the snow was falling heavily and the sky was shrouded in clouds, making it difficult to distinguish between day and night. On the morning of the third day, Zhang Yi got up from bed, enjoying a delicious cheap Peking duck while checking the time. "It's about time. The good show is about to begin," Zhang Yi said casually. Just then, the chat group on his phone 3 days after the apocalypse began, the real drama was about to unfold. Zhang Yi knew what would happen on this day, so he stayed awake all night waiting to witness the unfolding spectacle. What occurred was quite simple. The electricity in the entire Yuelu community suddenly went out. Soon after, due to the chain reaction of the power outage, the water supply company was unable to provide water. With the water supply system malfunctioning, every household was left without water. Zhang Yi had anticipated all of this. After all, at the onset of the apocalypse, no one could predict how long this extreme cold disaster would last. The authorities were still trying their best to manage the situation, hoping to resolve the snow disaster. However, as days passed, only on the third day did they realize that this was beyond human control. In the frigid cold, major hydropower plants gradually shut down, and thermal power plants were also unable to continue generating electricity due to the inability of personnel to work. Once cities across the nation exhausted their stored electricity, power outages were inevitable. At this point, only a few nuclear power plants were still operational. However, the electricity generated was entirely allocated for official use. The loss of water and power plunged ordinary people's lives into darkness. Zhang Yi had already preemptively activated 2 silent generators to power his room. After doing this, he checked his phone and saw that several chat groups had over 99 unread messages. "Do you have power at your home? We don't have electricity, and the water supply is also cut off. What the hell is going on? We also have no water or power. In such cold weather, the air conditioning is completely unusable, and we can't even use heaters. How are we supposed to live like this? Why isn't the government doing anything about this, eh? If this continues, people will freeze to death." Zhang Yi silently shook his head. At this moment, the authorities were too overwhelmed to care for everyone. To survive, one could only rely on oneself. He also understood that the apocalypse had truly begun. After losing the electricity and food of modern society, humanity would inevitably face mass death. As Zhang Yi thought of this, he glanced at his home with lingering fears. Upon seeing his warm and securely fortified home, as well as the endless supplies in his alternate space, a wave of reassuring warmth surged within him. The community owners group was filled with anxious complaints. If it weren't for advanced technology allowing phone batteries to withstand low temperatures, they wouldn't even be able to use their phones. However, without power, phones would eventually become useless. How long is this snow going to last? The air conditioning is unusable, and it's over -30 degrees inside. If this continues, we will really freeze to death. The water is also cut off. Are we supposed to drink snow? We don't have much food left either. The heavy snow has sealed us in, and we can't go to the supermarket. What should we do? Someone began to tag Aunt Lin. "Aunt Lin, didn't you say it was fine before?" "Exactly, I trusted your words and didn't go out to buy supplies. How are we going to solve this now? When will they come to rescue us? You need to say something." Faced with the questions from her neighbors, Aunt Lin felt a sense of urgency and panic. At this moment, she was even more frightened than her neighbors. The homeowners were still unaware of how the authorities planned to save them. However, Aunt Lin had already received some advance information through the neighborhood committee. Right now, there are blizzards all over the world said to be a snow disaster that occurs once in several tens of thousands of years. We may be facing another mass extinction, the apocalypse. Although the authorities are trying their best to cope, it is impossible to manage over 1 billion people in our country. Several major key cities are already overrun. To survive in the future, we can only rely on ourselves. We must stock up on supplies, especially food and heating energy. I have already started going door to door to gather supplies under the name of the neighborhood committee. Isn't this harming others? Harming others? If I don't do this, my family will freeze or starve to death in 3 days at most. I can't afford to care about that anymore. I don't know how many people will die in this snow disaster. I can only take care of myself and my family first. Yes, while we still have some influence, we need to quickly gather more supplies. In times like this, survival is the key. Aunt Lynn stared intently at the messages in the neighborhood committee group, her body trembling violently. Although the indoor temperature had dropped below -30 degrees, she was still sweating profusely. Lying in bed with 3 thick layers of blankets pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe, she dared not uncover them. The room felt like an ice house. At this moment, her grandson, Little Tiger, asked from under the covers, "Grandma, why is it so cold outside? When will Daddy and Mommy come back?" Aunt Lynn looked at her little grandson, her heart sinking. She had just spoken with her son and daughter-in-law today. They were both working in a different city and were now stuck in a rented apartment, not much better off. "I must protect the two of us. We must survive." Aunt Lynn bit down hard on her lip, a fierce glint flickering in her eyes. "Little Tiger, it's okay. After a while, Daddy and Mommy will come back." After comforting Little Tiger, Aunt Lynn picked up her phone and began to speak in the homeowners group. "Everyone, this disaster is only temporary. The weather outside is extremely cold. Power and water outages are not surprising. Rest assured, workers are already on the way to repair it. The authorities have issued a notice that during this critical time, our neighborhood committee will oversee the management of the community's homeowners. I hope everyone cooperates with our work. If anyone does not cooperate and causes severe consequences, we will request the police to arrest and interrogate them afterward." Aunt Lynn's words were heavy. This statement sparked strong dissatisfaction among the homeowners. They did not expect that at this time the neighborhood committee would not even explain their lack of effectiveness. Instead, they were threatening the homeowners. However, everyone felt a bit afraid inside, and no one dared to speak out against it. Zhang Yi leisurely looked at Aunt Lynn's messages on his phone. He raised an eyebrow and let out a sneer. He knew very well that Aunt Lynn was lying. In his previous life, she had used such despicable means to trick many supplies from others. However, he had no intention of exposing Aunt Lynn's tricks. After all, whether the other neighbors lived or died had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi turned on the television and continued playing his game. No water and no power. It didn't matter. His warehouse was stocked with a massive amount of backup batteries, generators, fuel, and solid alcohol. As for water, he had hoarded 500 tons of tap water, not to mention the tens of thousands of bottles of mineral water and beverages in the warehouse. Moreover, if necessary, he could also extract water from melted snow. In short, whether it was fresh water or energy, he was not lacking at all. Zhang Yi played games while enjoying imported snacks, living a life full of flavor. Meanwhile, over 99% of Tianhai City, or perhaps the entire world, found itself in a state of water and power outages. The issue of water supply was somewhat easier to resolve. Those who truly couldn't bear it could go outside to dig snow for water. However, the power outage was the most unbearable situation. Modern people's bodies are extremely delicate. Living in temperatures below -30 degrees is simply a threat to their lives. But one couldn't entirely blame the authorities, as most power plants were not inoperable. It was just that the workers couldn't go to work. Zhang Yi remembered that there would still be a period of power supply every day. The authorities did not wish for the common people to perish. However, the electricity provided by those 21st-century industrial nuclear power plants and new energy power stations was quite limited. At most, it allowed them to charge their phones or boil some water. Appliances like air conditioners and heaters were out of the question. At this moment, neighbors were wailing in the owners' group, fear prompting them to band together for warmth, hoping someone could bring them a glimmer of hope. Chen Jinghao, who had his leg broken by Zhang Yi, was now dragging his injured leg at home, nearly freezing to death. With his existing injury, living in such low temperatures caused him double the suffering. His little followers had it even worse. Although Zhang Yi had only drenched them with a hose at the time, in such temperatures, there were no means of warmth. The indoor temperature gradually approached the outdoor temperature, dropping to -50 or 60 degrees. Several people began to develop high fevers, with the lowest temperature reaching 39 and several others above 40. Due to their lack of preparedness for medication, there was no ibuprofen at home. In this weather, stepping outside to buy medicine was simply impossible. Thus, they could only endure. This was why Zhang Yi did not shoot them at the time. Letting them freeze to death in despair day by day was far more satisfying than ending their lives directly. Zhang Yi sat on the carpet engrossed in his game. Outside, the world was frigid with howling northern winds mixed with heavy snow. Inside his room, however, it was a cozy 27, brightly lit with no worries about food or drink and all forms of entertainment at hand. If one had to mention a shortcoming, it would perhaps be the lack of a woman's company for Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi was not the kind of fool consumed by desires. Having been taken advantage of by women in his past life, he now prioritized his own safety and quality of life above all else. Unless under absolutely safe conditions, he would never allow anyone into his sanctuary. In the apocalypse, human hearts were utterly unpredictable. He had once witnessed a woman kill her own husband over a pack of instant noodles. Just then Zhang Yi's phone. Curious, he checked and found that Aunt Lin was ing everyone in the owner's group. Due to the current blizzard, our lives have been significantly impacted. According to official notifications, this snow will last for a short period of time. To help everyone get through this difficult time with dignity, each family must contribute their supplies. Therefore, starting now, the neighborhood committee will collect supplies from each household for unified distribution. This is an official directive, every household must cooperate. Otherwise, if any family is selfish and refuses to comply with the organization's arrangements, they will be held accountable later. Do not think that you are capable enough to oppose our organization. Remember, every family has its own Achilles heel. Zhang Yi sneered. It's the same old trick as in my previous. As a member of the neighborhood committee, Aunt Lin, though not very powerful, still had more channels for information than ordinary people. She surely knew that the apocalypse had arrived and that the authorities in Tianhai City had fallen into chaos. Thus, she attempted to use deception and intimidation to extract supplies from everyone. However, Aunt Lin's methods were rather crude. After all, she was just an old woman with a middle school education. Any smart person could quickly discern the problems in her words. Even if the authorities were to conduct unified control, they would not issue such orders. However, over 50 households lived in their building, and some timid ones would surely comply with Aunt Lin out of fear. Zhang Yi had no intention of getting involved. He merely wanted to watch the drama unfold. Sure enough, this time, due to Aunt Lin's firm insistence on confiscating supplies from each household, some people were finally pushed to their limits. Wang Min, who lived on the 15th floor, was also Zhang Yi's colleague. As a thrifty housewife, she often took some supplies from the warehouse home. Everyone in the neighborhood knew this. With Aunt Lin's plan to collect supplies, their family was surely in the crosshairs. Wang Min said it's impossible to go out now with the heavy snow blocking the doors. Each household doesn't have enough for themselves. You want to collect and redistribute. Does that even make sense? Another owner, named Sun Jichao, chimed in. Everyone is struggling, and it's hard to even keep some food. To confiscate is truly excessive. Aunt Lin gritted her teeth, pressing the voice button fiercely. I have already said this is a critical time, and we must use extraordinary measures. The snow disaster will pass soon, you need not worry. It's merely a redistribution of supplies. Many families are without food at this time. Are you all so selfish? Can't you think of your neighbors for once? Those who stocked up on supplies naturally had some families lacking them. Thus, those lacking supplies naturally stood up to support Aunt Lin. Exactly, we are all neighbors. What's wrong with helping each other in times like this? Aren't they just some food and drink? Normally everyone can afford it, it's just that these past 2 days are... This is a decision made by the organization. If you do not comply, the consequences are not something anyone can bear. In the WeChat group, 2 factions began to argue. Zhang Yi remained silent, while Bai Lianhua, Fang Yuqing, and Lin Caning also said nothing, as they still had plenty of supplies at home. However, given their personalities, they would never give anything up. Zhang Yi's desire to watch the show was soon. Although he remained silent, Aunt Lin proactively sent him a private message. Xiaozhang, you work at the warehouse, so you must have quite a bit of food and drink at home, right? I remember last time you bought 3 trucks of supplies. Now that everyone is in trouble, it's time for you to show your... Don't worry, once the snow disaster passes, we will definitely return it to you. Everyone will remember your kindness. Aunt Lin first stirred up the group, creating panic among the timid. Then she began to pick them off one by one. As long as she could deceive one family, she could acquire some supplies to help her and her grandson survive for a few more days. And Zhang Yi, the warehouse supervisor at Walmart, was also targeted by Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. In his previous life, he had misjudged the severity of the snow disaster. Thinking he could win favor with his neighbors, he distributed some of his stockpiled supplies. But what was the result? Not only did he not receive gratitude from his neighbors, but they also assumed he still had plenty of supplies at home. In the end, he was killed after being forced through his door, his remains used as food. It can be said that the old woman with the surname Lin was also complicit in his death in that life. He smirked lazily, sending a voice message. That's great. Our supplies are also finished. Aunt Lin, when you gather supplies, please share some with me. Aunt Lin was so angry that she cursed right there in the room. Bah, who are you trying to fool? Your family must have hoarded a lot of things. Humph, after working in the warehouse for so many years, I don't believe your hands are clean. She was so certain because Zhang Yi often helped neighbors buy discounted goods processed by the Walmart warehouse. For example, some items with damaged packaging and near-expiration food would be sold at very low prices. As an internal employee, he had the privilege to purchase first. Sometimes the warehouse would also distribute them as employee benefits. Aunt Lin's face turned pale as she gritted her teeth, still unwilling to give up. She was convinced that Zhang Yi was a big fish. If she could pry open his mouth, she and her daughter could obtain a large stash of supplies enough to last at least another week. Aunt Lin took a deep breath and spoke with a tone that mixed gentleness with firmness. Xiaozhang, don't joke. Everyone knows you are the supervisor at the Walmart warehouse. How could your family be short of food? This time it was an order from the organization and you must comply. You've made contributions for everyone, and both the organization and everyone will remember your goodness. Be obedient and send all your supplies to Annie, set an example. Zhang Yi picked up a toothpick to clean his teeth. He had eaten roasted lamb leg for lunch, and it was stuck in his teeth. In a lazy tone, he said, I'm not joking, we have nothing left at home. In these times, even landlords have no surplus food. Aunt Lin, send me a few packs of instant noodles. As a member of the neighborhood committee, you should set an example and show some spirit. Zhang Yi said sarcastically. Seeing that Zhang Yi was unyielding, Aunt Lin realized that being soft wouldn't work. She intensified her tone, lowering her voice. Zhang Yi, is it impossible to talk nicely with you? Do you think I'm speaking to you in a personal capacity? I am representing the organization. If you refuse to hand over your supplies, you are opposing the organization, and I will definitely deal with you later. Zhang Yi laughed coldly. Bah, representing the organization. You really think you hold authority? You're just a neighborhood committee worker. Don't even talk about being a civil servant. You're not even a public institution employee. On a normal day, you can just fool those old folks, but now you want to act tough with me. Are you out of your mind? You can try anything. I'm waiting for you at home. Zhang Yi ruthlessly exposed Aunt Lin's true colors. Neighborhood committee staff were just social workers without any official capacity and did not belong to the civil service. Moreover, Aunt Lin was just a gopher in their neighborhood committee, not even considered a small leader. Of course, even if she were a high-ranking official, Zhang Yi wouldn't care at such a time. After cursing Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi decisively hung up the phone and blocked her. He had no time to waste arguing with such a shrew. His actions nearly made Aunt Lin explode with rage. This Zhang Yi repeatedly opposed her, rubbing her face in the dirt. How could she, who considered herself a leader of the community, tolerate this? Zhang Yi, you bastard. I really want to kill you. Aunt Lin shouted angrily. However, she could only curse a few times. In reality, she was struggling to protect herself and couldn't really do anything to Zhang Yi. She wanted to kick Zhang Yi out of the owner's chat group. But after thinking about it, this seemed not to harm Zhang Yi. She also wanted to rally everyone in the group to collectively condemn Zhang Yi. However, if that happened, everyone would know about Zhang Yi's refusal to turn over supplies. If everyone learned from him, she wouldn't be able to deceive them. In any case, she couldn't do anything to Zhang Yi. The more Aunt Lin thought about it, the angrier and more upset she became. Yet she had no way to vent her frustration and could only swallow her anger. For her, the urgent task now was to deceive others. She had to take advantage of their unawareness and try to cheat as many supplies as possible. In the next 2 days, Aunt Lin coaxed and threatened, truly managing to deceive some supplies from several households. However, not everyone was a fool. In the apocalypse, everyone's priority was to think about how to survive with their families. Some people chose to ignore Aunt Lin and treat her coldly. Others, more aggressive, directly drove her away when she came to ask for supplies. And she didn't even have the courage to approach difficult individuals like Chen Jinghao and Su Hao. Zhang Yi watched all of this clearly through the surveillance cameras. However, he continued with his own life, naturally not needing to concern himself with others' affairs. By now it had been 5 days since the snowstorm hit. A typical household would only store food for 3 to 5 days. Here some people worked at the big warehouse, so their supplies were slightly more. However, due to the severe cold, the need for fuel and food for heating made supplies deplete faster. In these days, a sense of hostility began to rise in the chat group. Initially, the honest owners were waiting for the official organization to rescue them, but due to lack of energy for heating and food, their mindset began to shift. Especially those families who had their supplies taken away by Aunt Lin finally couldn't hold back and started questioning her in the group about how those supplies would be distributed. 251 Unit 1502 Lin Chuanxia, Aunt Lin, didn't you say the supplies would be distributed uniformly after being taken? Our food is all gone. It's been 2 days. Please give us some. Yeah, you promised uniform distribution, so everyone would have something to eat. The owners shouted, including those who hadn't brought out supplies before, hoping to take this opportunity to get a share. However, Aunt Lin seemed to have vanished, offering no response. She could certainly see these messages, but at this moment she had no intention of handing out any supplies. Only she and Zhang Yi truly understood what was happening in the entire building. Outside had already descended into chaos. Only with supplies could one survive, otherwise it was just waiting to die. She held her grandson curled up in 5 layers of blankets, gritting her teeth, and saying, "How could I possibly return the supplies I've painstakingly deceived from others?" When they saw that Aunt Lin wouldn't respond no matter how they called, the neighbors finally realized that they had been tricked by her. Suddenly the chat group was filled with affectionate greetings directed at Aunt Lin. However, from the moment Aunt Lin decided to deceive the neighbors, she had already abandoned any pretense of decency. She certainly wouldn't care about how the neighbors insulted her. Meanwhile, someone had their eyes on the supplies she had deceived from others. For example, the social figure Chen Jinghao. Though the apocalypse had come 5 days ago, everyone was still unaware of the true situation outside. Thus, it hadn't escalated to the point where people were desperately fighting over supplies. In Zhang Yi's memory, Chen Jinghao later led a group of subordinates to raid others' belongings, even resorting to violence and murder. However, at this moment, he had no intention of seizing the supplies from the neighbors. After all, not all social figures were crazed. He had a bit of sense. Even Zhang Yi, who had shot off one of his legs, did not choose to force his way into Zhang Yi's house without absolute certainty. Their supplies had also dwindled significantly. Such social figures didn't have the habit of stockpiling supplies at home. There were quite a few beers in the fridge, but those had long frozen over. Not only could they not stave off hunger, but to drink them one would have to smash the ice. Aunt Lin's actions caught his attention. She had stated her intention to collect supplies and distribute them. Though he scoffed at Aunt Lin's words, it was now apparent that she had obtained a portion of the neighbor's supplies through deceit. Thus, he had a legitimate reason to take them from her. Even after the ice and snow melted and the situation escalated, Aunt Lin, feeling guilty, wouldn't dare act recklessly. So Chen Jinghao picked up his phone and called Aunt Lin. At that moment, Aunt Lin was at home, happily munching on cookies with her grandson Xiaohu. Instant noodles needed to wait for the brief moments of incoming calls to boil water for soaking. At this time, the phone rang urgently. "Grandma, phone." Xiaohu pointed at the phone. Aunt Lin snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. She thought it must be the neighbors who had been tricked out of their supplies. She felt no guilt towards those fools and thought they were all idiots. However, when she picked up the phone and saw the caller's name, a look of fear crossed her face. "Chen Jinghao, what does he want with me?" Chen Jinghao was a well-known social figure, not only with many subordinates, but also rumored to have a powerful background. He was someone she, a mere member of the neighborhood committee, could not provoke. Aunt Lin answered the call. Chen Jinghao's voice came through. "Hello, Aunt Lin. You really have some skill managing to gather everyone else's supplies into your hands." Upon hearing the word supplies, Aunt Lin immediately became alert. She coughed lightly and said, "Ahem, as a member of the neighborhood committee, it is my duty to manage supplies for everyone." Chen Jinghao let out a cold laugh. "Had just right. Our household is in great need of supplies. Hurry and deliver them to me." Aunt Lin's face froze, as she never expected this thug would come to extort her supplies. It seemed she forgot that she had also used shameless means to deceive supplies from other neighbors. Although Aunt Lin dared not provoke Chen Jinghao, she was unwilling to give up the supplies she had obtained for the sake of herself and her grandson. She gritted her teeth and said, "I still need to manage these supplies further. Moreover, some families have not submitted theirs, so distribution cannot proceed yet." Chen Jinghao was already becoming impatient. This Aunt Lin truly did not know how to keep her head down, actually trying to brush him off with such words. He scolded angrily. "Old hag, don't push your luck. Those things have already been pocketed by you, right? Let me tell you, if you obediently hand over the goods, it will be fine. Otherwise, I'll come and take them myself." Aunt Lin turned pale with fear, trembling and unsure. She was the type of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong, who she was haughty in front of ordinary residents. But she had no idea how to deal with someone like Chen Jinghao. She could only muster her courage and say, "What do you want? I warn you, don't act recklessly. I am a member of the nation." Chen Jinghao laughed even harder. "What a ridiculous thing. Do you really think you're important? If you don't give it to me, I will just come and take it myself." After saying this, Chen Jinghao hung up the phone. Due to the cold weather in recent days, he had called several of his subordinates to his home. On one hand, having many people could provide warmth. On the other hand, many had fallen ill after being drenched by Zhang Yi's cold water and needed care. Thirdly, as a social figure, Chen Jinghao was somewhat clever. He had already realized that the situation was developing in an unusual direction, so he concentrated his manpower. If the time came, having people on hand would give him absolute leverage. However, so many people always needed to eat. He hung up the phone, directly calling his subordinates, and a group of them stormed towards Aunt Lin's house. Chen Jinghao leaned on a mop as a cane, holding a baseball bat in one hand, and aggressively stormed to Aunt Lin's door. This scene was clearly captured by Zhang Yi through a surveillance camera. Zhang Yi sat in front of the television, legs crossed on the coffee table, munching on chips while enjoying the show. Oh, it looks like a dog-eat-dog situation is about to unfold, Zhang Yi said with a grin. It was only the 5th day since the apocalypse had begun, and unexpectedly, such an entertaining show was already unfolding, with both sides being people he disliked immensely. Zhang Yi felt very pleased. Suddenly, he thought of those foolish neighbors who had been tricked by Aunt Lin. Based on his memories from his past life and his understanding of these neighbors, even after experiencing this incident, more would inevitably fall for her tricks later on. There was no helping it. People always had a sense of luck, and due to thousands of years of confusion, thought the people of Huagua instinctively chose to comply with Aunt Lin, who represented the neighborhood committee. Thus, they were endlessly sheared by Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi stroked his chin. I wonder what would happen if I posted what happened here in the group. Zhang Yi's mouth curled into a wicked smile. It would definitely be quite a spectacle. Thus, he pressed the recording button. After Qin Jinghao arrived at Aunt Lin's house, he began to loudly shout, demanding Aunt Lin open the door. Yuelu community is a mid-range residential area with everyone installing security doors. However, it is well known that security doors prevent thieves but are not very effective against forceful break-ins. Aunt Lin's house was not Zhang Yi's. Although it was clear that Aunt Lin was desperately trying to block the door, the security lock was no match for a group of greedy thugs. They smashed the door lock with baseball bats, steel pipes, and crowbars, quickly destroying it. It was obvious this was not their first time doing such a thing. After the lock was broken, the table and sofa that Aunt Lin had used to block the door were utterly incapable of stopping them. Through the camera, Zhang Yi saw the look of terror etched on Aunt Lin's pale face. Soon Zhang Yi heard the tragic screams of Aunt Lin, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig. Qin Jinghao rushed into the room and slapped Aunt Lin hard across the face. You old fool, this is for the sake of justice against your deceit of the neighbors. Qin Jinghao laughed heartily. Aunt Lin, knocked down, felt dizzy and could not speak for a long time. Qin Jinghao ordered his subordinates, search this house. Take everything edible and drinkable. These are the hard-earned possessions of the neighbors. We cannot let her benefit from it. His subordinates chuckled, exchanging glances as they dove into the kitchen and bedroom, turning over every hiding place in Aunt Lin's home. Soon they unearthed a large pile of instant noodles, bread, biscuits, and bottled water. Aunt Lin crawled over, crying, clutching Qin Jinghao's thigh, saying, You can't take all of it. Those are our family supplies. If you take everything, how will my grandson and I survive? Qin Jinghao stared coldly at her, sneering, What does that have to do with me? Get lost. With that, he kicked her squarely in the face with his good leg. Ow! Aunt Lin let out a pig-like scream as she fell back. At that moment, a shout suddenly came from the bedroom, You bunch of bastards, get out of here. It was Aunt Lin's grandson, Xiao, who had discovered that his secretly hidden chocolate biscuits had been uncovered, instantly turning red with anger. He actually took a fruit knife from the drawer and stabbed it into the bottom of a little karami. In such extreme cold, any injury is extremely fatal. The little karami cried out in pain. Turning his head, he saw that it was a child who had stabbed him, and his anger flared even more. Damn, if this got out, how would he ever live it down? I damn you. The little karami furious kicked Xiao in the stomach with all his strength. A full-strength kick from an adult is simply beyond what this 6-year-old child could endure. He let out a scream and unexpectedly flew into the air, crashing hard against the wall like a piece of garbage sliding down to the ground. There is a saying that hitting someone is like hanging a painting, and this scene perfectly illustrated that phrase. So much so that Qin Jinghao and the others watching burst into joyful laughter. Huh, Lao Wu, when did you get such good kicking skills? You actually kicked that little brat away, impressive. The little karami, nicknamed Lao Wu, proudly pulled the knife from his backside and boasted, Aren't I handsome? You should have recorded that scene just now. Aunt Lin, who was already injured, initially intended to lie on the ground, pretending to be dead. But upon seeing her beloved grandson being so severely kicked, she let out a desperate cry, Xiaohu, my grandson. She lunged toward Xiaohu. Meanwhile, Qin Jinghao pointed at Aunt Lin and declared with righteous indignation, This is the price of your deceit against the neighbors. I am executing justice. After saying that, the group laughed heartily as they left Aunt Lin's house with their spoils. This cruel scene made Zhang Yi raise his eyebrows. Seeing the despicable and shameless Aunt Lin's family being beaten, Zhang Yi felt a sense of satisfaction inside and felt no sympathy for them. However, this scene also represented the cracks beginning to appear in the previously civilized societal rules of the entire apartment building. In the future, more brutal incidents would occur. After all, once a complete ice surface cracks at one point, it will rapidly expand. It's a pity this has nothing to do with me. Watching them fight to the death over a bit of supplies while I can only lie at home, how boring. Zhang Yi lay on the imported sofa, smiling as he sighed. Then he uploaded the recorded video into their owners group. In the group, those owners who had been deceived continued to scold Aunt Lin. until they saw the video Zhang Yi had posted. In the video, Aunt Lin's house was smashed by Chen Jinghao and his crew, and she and her grandson were violently beaten with the stolen supplies taken away. The owners suddenly became delighted. Ha ha ha, big liar, you deserve it. Brother Hao is mighty. Against such people thunderous means are necessary. This is the price of being a scammer. He the thief failed and lost everything. It's truly laughable. Although the owners who had their supplies taken knew that what Chen Jinghao took would not be returned to them. However, seeing Aunt Lin being brutally beaten, they felt genuine joy from their hearts. For a moment, there were even people who regarded Chen Jinghao as a hero and praised him. Brother Hao is mighty. No wonder he's a social brother. He has a sense of justice. If it weren't for Brother Hao, we really would have no way to deal with such shameless scum. Brother Hao, be careful. This old fool is very shameless. Watch out for her to report you. Some even worried about Chen Jinghao and offered him suggestions. This time Chen Jinghao gained both fame and fortune. He did not provoke collective resistance from the owners and acquired a large amount of supplies. Zhang Yi looked at the owners' chat and scoffed, shaking his head. These owners had no awareness of a certain problem. If Chen Jinghao could break into Aunt Lin's home to rob today, he could just as easily break into their homes one day. As people gradually lost hope in everything external, such events would swiftly come to pass. However, seeing that the owners could still chat freely in the group proved one thing. That is, everyone actually still had a certain amount of supplies on hand. The situation in most households was not as dire as they claimed. Many people in Yuelu community worked in the warehouse area and had the habit of stockpiling supplies at home. Even if they did not work in the warehouse area, they would buy discounted goods through various channels to keep at home. A box of near-expiration instant noodles, if saved properly, could sustain a family of 3 for 4 or 5 days. Therefore, even though it is very difficult for everyone to eat enough and stay warm now, saving a bit could still ensure survival for a period. In the previous life, Zhang Yi managed to hold out for a month before being stormed by starving neighbors who devoured him. The saying goes, wealth should not be displayed, and everyone understands this principle. The reason they all cry poverty is that they fear others will borrow supplies from them. Of course, they were just barely maintaining survival. If we talk about quality of life, such matters have almost nothing to do with their current situation. Zhang Yi stopped looking at the messages in the chat group. He took a target from the alternate space and placed it on the wall. Then he picked up his crossbow and compound bow, starting to practice shooting skills. Even though his safe house is as solid as a steel fortress, living in the apocalypse leaves no room for negligence. Only through daily persistent practice of survival skills can he ensure his survival until the end. Moreover, practicing shooting is also a good form of entertainment for Zhang Yi. As for marksmanship, he found no necessity to practice. He possessed a membership card for a shooting association and understood how to use firearms. While he wouldn't say his shooting was exceptional, just holding a gun is a significant deterrent. With only 100 bullets, and unlike arrows that can be reused, it's best to conserve some. Aunt Lin was robbed of her supplies by Chen Jinghao, and she and her grandson, Xiao, who were violently beaten. The old woman struggled to catch her breath, but was still able to move. However, her grandson, Xiao, who was forcefully kicked in the stomach by a minion of Chen Jinghao named Xiao Kalami. The 6-year-old child could hardly withstand such a blow, and his internal organs were damaged. In despair, she could only seek help in the homeowners group, hoping someone would come to save her grandson. However, due to her previous deceitful act of obtaining supplies, everyone felt particularly disgusted with her, and no one was willing to help her. Whoa, I know I was wrong before, but my grandson is innocent. He's just a child. Please help him. Aunt Lin cried loudly in the group, her voice filled with despair. Yet none of the homeowners showed her any sympathy. Instead, some began to mock her. Who knows if this time is true or false? Exactly. Besides, we are not doctors and have no ability to help you. If you hadn't deceived everyone first, would Hao Ge have beaten your grandson? In the end, it's all your fault. Aunt Lin broke down in tears. All the blame is mine. Oh, as long as you can save my grandson, I would even bow my head to you. At that moment, a woman named Zhou Qier sent a message. Let me take a look at the child, but I can't guarantee that I can cure him. Zhang Yi immediately envisioned a tall, proud woman with a long ponytail upon seeing Zhou Qier's message. Zhou Qier is a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. In her previous life, she saved many people using her medical knowledge. She was one of the few good people among the neighbors. Usually she was somewhat aloof and didn't speak much in the homeowners group. This time, seeing that Xiao, who was in danger, she stepped up. Aunt Lin then remembered there was this doctor in the community and hurriedly thanked her profusely as she sent the child over. Half an hour later, Aunt Lin's anxious voice echoed in the group again. Does anyone have hemostatic drug shock medications or antibiotics? My Xiao, who needs surgery, I've bowed my head to you. Xiao, who was badly injured, the kick had ruptured his liver. Although Zhou Qier was a doctor, her home lacked sufficient medication. The homeowners, upon hearing Aunt Lin's plea, merely smiled, and remained silent. Who would keep such medicines at home? Chen Jinghao was still in the group, spewing sarcastic remarks. How do you bow your head? Do you bow in the group? Shh. A wave of laughter filled the chat. Aunt Lin's voice was tinged with tears. As long as you can help, I will bow right now. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Strangely enough, he had all those medicines in his spatial storage. However, he absolutely wouldn't take them out to save Xiaohu. Firstly, in this apocalyptic scenario, medicine was as crucial as food. He didn't want to expose himself. Secondly, he genuinely disliked Aunt Lin and that spoiled child. Moreover, even if he forced a rescue with such severe injuries, Xiaohu would not survive the long cold winter. It was better to keep the medicines for his own use. No matter how Aunt Lin pleaded in the group, afterward no one stepped forward to help her. After a long time, Dr. Zhou finally sent a message in the group. She said she had temporarily stabilized Xiaohu's condition, but that it was only an emergency measure and wouldn't last long. He needed to go to the hospital for surgery to survive. She also stated that if anyone encountered an acute illness, she could help treat them. Soon a flurry of compliments followed. Even Chen Jinghao and the rich second-generation Su Hao praised Dr. Zhou for her benevolence. In the past, everyone was not too fond of this aloof female doctor. But now, fearing for their lives, everyone was eager to please Zhou. Zhang Yi still remained silent in the chat group, quietly observing the unfolding situation. In recent days, Fang Yuqing had not contacted him anymore. Zhang Yi was quite happy to enjoy the peace, but he knew that this white lotus would soon come to beg him. Currently, she wasn't looking for him just to maintain her pitiful vanity, as she always believed she was a woman of high status and would not lower herself to men. Of course, exceptions were made for the wealthy. But what about later? The heavy snow continued to fall, completely flooding the first floor. Now, not to mention leaving the community. Even attempting to leave the community gate meant facing snowdrifts of 4 to 5 meters high. It was inevitable that supplies would be exhausted. At that time, this white lotus would surely come to Zhang Yi demanding help. A week had already passed since the apocalypse began. 7 days may not seem long, but for a group enduring the cold confined to their homes, it felt longer than 7 years. At first, they were filled with hope. Now nearly everyone had recognized the reality. The possibility of waiting for rescue at home was almost non-existent. Through the internet, they had learned that the entire world was facing an unprecedented snow disaster that occurred once in hundreds of thousands of years. The whole world was submerged in heavy snow, and in some northern cities temperatures plummeted below -100 degrees. The snowstorms intensified and many cities were completely buried. Although the authorities were still encouraging everyone to unite and help each other to survive, through limited channels looking at the frozen city outside, everyone's hearts sank completely. Due to the scarcity of supplies, the resulting issues became increasingly acute. Aunt Lin's food had been completely plundered by Chen Jinghao, and her grandson lay on the bed barely alive, driving her into a state of madness. She ranted in the group all day, claiming to be a leader in the neighborhood committee and demanding that everyone must hand over their supplies. But now everyone had learned to be smart and ignored her. In the homeowners group, a mother named Xie Mei from the 12th floor suddenly sent a message. Does anyone have food? My child and I haven't eaten for 2 days. I can buy it at a high price. This message triggered subtle changes in the homeowners group. In the past, everyone thought the disaster would be over soon and the city would be unsealed. So while there were food transactions, the prices were only a few times higher than usual. But now more and more families had exhausted their supplies. At this point, food represented life and the hope of survival. Soon someone suddenly said, I still have a few packs of instant noodles at home. I can sell them to you if you need. However, I want 1,000 yuan for 1 pack. 1 pack of instant noodles for 1,000 yuan. This was something unimaginable in the past. They perhaps never anticipated how much this transaction would impact the entire homeowners building. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, looking at his phone, and said lightly, wonderful things are about to begin. Xie Mei did not reply, clearly still hesitant. At least for now, people still held on to a glimmer of hope, believing that the snow disaster would eventually pass. At that moment, Su Hao, the rich second generation, who hadn't spoken in the group for a long time, suddenly checked. I'll pay 2,000 yuan for a pack. How many do you have? I want them all. The words of the wealthy second generation Su Hao sent the entire chat group into an uproar. What? A pack of instant noodles costs 2,000 yuan. I must have misheard. Hey, don't raise prices like this. I'm a bit scared. Some people trembled and said the snow disaster will surely pass, right? He sent a voice message, but the trembling tone revealed his inner panic. People had not completely abandoned hope. Every morning upon opening their eyes, they yearned to see the snow stop the sun rise and return to their normal lives. However, the incident of the wealthy second generation Su Hao purchasing food at high prices deeply touched the fragile string in their hearts. Someone pretended to be calm and said, don't joke, a pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan. Do you really think it's the end of the world? Ha ha ha. It's just that it snowed a bit more this year. Winter has come early. It's not like zombies are surrounding us, is it? Zhang Yi saw this message and chuckled softly, shaking his head. Zombies surrounding us. Don't compare such low-end matters with this icy apocalypse. Zombies, while terrifying, are still something humanity can resist. But in the face of natural disasters, humans are as fragile as insects against the forces of the universe. They still did not know what kind of terrifying disaster they were facing. Su-hao brazenly declared in the group, "You guys don't need to worry about so much. I'm rich anyway, can I just buy peace of mind? If you're willing to sell, message me privately. If not, then forget it." Su-hao pretended to be indifferent. But Zhang Yi had already seen through him. His indifference was all a facade, and in reality, he had begun to fear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered a sky-high price of 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. This matter is not hard to understand. Although Su-hao is very wealthy with a fortune of several billion in the current apocalypse, he can no longer enjoy the luxurious life of the rich, not even ordering takeout. Rich people may not be kind, but they are definitely not foolish. Realizing the severity of the crisis, Su-hao began to buy supplies from his neighbors at high prices. The mother Xiaolime said excitedly, "How can you do this? Our family has nothing to eat. Buying food is a matter of life and death." "I'm not competing with you," Su-hao replied bluntly. "I just offer a higher price. It's their freedom whom they choose to sell to. Do you have a say in this?" Xiaolime, seeing that Su-hao ignored her, began to cry in the group. "Please, everyone help us. My daughter is only 9 months old. Without food, I can't produce milk for her. We both will starve to death." In the owner's group, there was silence regarding Xiaolime's words. At this moment, the selfish side of human nature was vividly displayed. Su-hao was offering 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. Xiaolime's offered price was only half of his. Keep in mind the average salary level in Tianhai City is only around 5,000 yuan. Who would be willing to sell their hard-earned supplies to her at a cheap price? Many people had already privately messaged Su-hao to chat and began discussing deals. Xiaolime seemed to realize what was happening and continued to cry in the group, pleading for everyone to help her. But still no one spoke up, not even a single person to comfort her. After all, once you open your mouth, Xiaolime might think you were soft-hearted and then cling to you tightly. This helpless mother was crying so hard she couldn't speak. She was taking care of an 8-month-old child. It was already difficult to care for herself, let alone a completely. Zhang Yi's mind was filled with memories of Xiaolime from his past life. He did not have a deep impression of her because this woman had always presented herself as a weak mother. She survived by gaining sympathy and exchanging it for supplies. However, one thing is indeed strange. In Zhang Yi's memory, she and her daughter lived well until later. Thinking of this, a glint of sharp light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. This woman was definitely not as simple as she appeared. Everything that seemed rosy had darkness beneath. After his own death, it's highly likely that she also took a share of the spoils. Zhang Yi understood that in the apocalypse, a savior's heart is the greatest factor leading to death. Therefore, he chose to remain silent and observe Xiaolime coldly. Too many people died in the apocalypse. He just wanted to take care of himself. As for others, if they died, so be it. However, Xiaolime's cries finally had some effect. Uncle Yu, the security guard, had a soft heart and ultimately agreed to give her some food. Xiaolime thanked Uncle Yu profusely, claiming she would never forget his kindness for the rest of her life. Zhang Yi, through surveillance, discovered that Su-hao used his cash power to buy supplies from many neighbors. The quantity wasn't too much, but it was enough for him and his girlfriend to survive for a few weeks. Zhang Yi sneered, "This is the last flicker of money's power in the apocalypse. It won't be long before people realize as supplies dwindle that money becomes worthless paper and supplies are the true king. At that time, who knows how many people will regret their actions of selling supplies." It must be said that Su-hao had indeed set a bad precedent in the owners' group. Moreover, since many owners in the entire community of 25 apartment buildings were friends or colleagues, Su-hao's high-priced purchase of supplies affected everyone around him. When he set a high price for supplies with real money, everyone realized how scarce supplies had become. Everyone tightened their grip on the supplies in their hands. At the beginning of the snow disaster, some people would still share and exchange supplies with their neighbors amicably. But now they had become even stingier than Grendel. Even when a best friend asked to borrow food, they would refuse with various excuses. On the 10th day of the icy apocalypse, at the homes of Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, their supplies had been nearly. The two people who used to be picky eaters and loved high-end food were now arguing over a pack of instant noodles. The food they had bought earlier, along with what the sycophant Zhou Peng sent, was almost gone. At this rate, they would last at most another week before starving to death. The two were wrapped in blankets, sitting on the sofa, their faces pale, with a pack of unopened compressed biscuits on the coffee table. Lin Caning glanced at the compressed biscuits and said to Fang Yuqing, "Yuqing, this is our last pack of compressed." Fang Yuqing's eyes were filled with pain. In the past, she would never allow such coarse food to enter her delicate throat. But now she made sure to eat every last bit, even picking up crumbs that fell on the ground to eat. Reincarnated continued, there are still 5 packs of instant noodles and 3 bags of noodle soup. In the kitchen, there is half a bottle of lao gan ma, but the steamed buns and noodles are long gone. Fang Yuqing clutched her head in agony. Instant noodles, instant noodles. That stuff doesn't fill you up at all. Reincarnated stared at her fiercely. Yuqing, the situation outside is very dire right now. Do you think this heavy snowfall will ever stop? Fang Yuqing paused for a moment, and then turned her head to look out the window in a daze. Through the glass covered in frost one could vaguely see snowflakes swirling down from the sky. It had been 10 days that this snow had been falling for a full 10 days without a moment's cease. The second floor had been completely submerged, and there was no way to go outside. The streets in the distance were eerily silent, devoid of any snowplows sent by the authorities. Fang Yuqing's heart sank to the depths of despair. She had no idea how long this snow disaster would last. Or perhaps would it ever end? Fang Yuqing covered her eyes and cried in pain. Ningning, what should we do? If this continues, we will starve. Reincarnated gritted her teeth and asked, is there still food at Zhou Peng's place? Fang Yuqing shook her head. I've asked him several times, even pretended to want to be friends with him. But I have truly drained him dry, there isn't a drop left. Last time he brought me 2 packs of instant noodles, that was his last bit of rations. He is now as thin as a zombie, surely he has nothing to eat anymore. Reincarnated clenched her fists unwillingly. Is there anyone else we can try? Look, both of us are so beautiful. As long as we make a slight effort, surely there will be men willing to be moved by us. Fang Yuqing shot her a disapproving glance. Are you silly? Now everyone values supplies as if they were life itself. Even if they are attracted to us, they wouldn't easily part with their resources. Moreover, with the weather being so cold, even if we offered ourselves to them, they would probably be unable to take action. Fang Yuqing's eyes flashed with a hint of pain as she spoke. Reincarnated was unaware that Fang Yuqing had actually tried this method long ago, attempting to utilize her beauty to exchange for supplies from men. As a result, her standards were too high. She demanded a partner to be at least 185 meters tall, a civil servant, and earn 500 a month before she would consider being with him. In the end, even the 60-year-old neighbor expressed that she had come too late. Had she arrived half a month earlier, he might have been able to give it a go. Reincarnated bit her lip, feeling very scared inside. As a woman with some looks, she initially planned to rely on her beauty as her last resort for survival. However, the cold temperature was evidently a superb remedy for abstinence. Suddenly, a man's image floated into her mind. She said to Fang Yuqing, by the way, Yuqing, have you forgotten that you have a dog-licking man? Fang Yuqing certainly knew who Reincarnated was referring to. She pursed her lips and said stubbornly, humph, that stinky man, unless he comes to beg for my forgiveness, I will absolutely not take the initiative to contact him. Previously, she had tried to reach out to Zhang Yi several times, intending to give him a chance to come over and deliver supplies to please her. However, Zhang Yi's attitude towards her was far too cold, even sending photos to intentionally provoke her. This made Fang Yuqing extremely irritated, vowing to make Zhang Yi come over and lick her feet. If she took the initiative to contact him now, wouldn't that ruin her image as a cold goddess? No, this was absolutely unacceptable for Fang Yuqing. If her image was ruined, how would she find a rich second generation in the future? Reincarnated said, did you forget that Zhang Yi's family had stockpiled quite a bit of food? Even if a month has passed, it would still be more than an ordinary household. As long as you make the move to find him, he will definitely agree to send food over immediately. Fang Yuqing's heart stirred slightly at the mention of food. However, she hesitated and said, but when I sought him out before, he was so cold to me. Reincarnated said, you're silly. He must feel he doesn't deserve you, so he is thinking of giving up. After all, not long ago, you were quite cold to him as well. Fang Yuqing immediately became excited. Well, it's his own fault. He's clearly just a small middle-class guy, yet he pretends to be a rich second generation, causing me to waste so much emotion for nothing. Reincarnated smiled and said, but he is also a quality backup now. The role of a backup is to be used when needed, right? Just give him a little smile and rekindle the hope in his heart. Then wouldn't he be at your beck and call? Fang Yuqing, after listening to Reincarnated's advice, found it quite reasonable. The most important reason was that she was too hungry at the moment. Just thinking about the pictures Zhang Yi had sent her before, those steaks, Australian lobsters, and exquisite fruits, made Fang Yuqing's mouth water. All her reservations could be temporarily set aside for the sake of food. So she took out her phone, found Zhang Yi's WeChat, and sent a voice message in as gentle a tone as possible. Zhang Yi was at home sitting on the sofa watching a TV show. Nowadays, most major television stations around the world had stopped broadcasting, but he had long downloaded a number of classic films and variety shows to help pass the long, boring hours. Ding dong. The phone rang. Zhang Yi picked it up and saw a mocking smile immediately appeared at the corners of his mouth. This woman, her little pride, could finally no longer hold up. He opened the voice message and instantly heard Fang Yuqing's trembling, delicate voice. Zhang, you little brat. You haven't talked to me for so many days. You're really the worst. It's just that I said a few words to you the other day. I regretted it at the time, but I'm a girl, so I felt embarrassed to speak first. You little brat, you don't know how to care for me at all. Otherwise, in her past life, she wouldn't have been able to bewilder Zhang Yi so easily. I must say, hearing her charming voice made Zhang Yi's bones feel a little weak. He gritted his teeth. If it weren't for knowing her wicked heart, he would really want to take advantage of her. Zhang Yi replied with a message. I've been feeling unwell lately, probably sick, so I couldn't bother to check WeChat. Fang Yuqing immediately asked, are you catching a cold? You must pay attention to staying warm in this weather. No, I have heat stroke. Fang Yuqing stared blankly at the message Zhang Yi sent. Heat stroke? Are you kidding me? Their home was already down to 5 or 6 degrees below zero. Every day she had to wrap herself in blankets, huddling with Reincarnated for warmth, unable to sleep soundly due to the cold. You say you have heat stroke. Zhang Yi, don't joke around. How could you have heat stroke in such cold weather? Zhang Yi sent a curious emoji. Cold. Oh, I have a fireplace in my room, so I don't really feel anything. This thing makes the room uncomfortably hot. I probably caught a cold from sleeping too close to the fire a few days ago. As Zhang Yi spoke, he took a picture of the blazing fireplace with his phone. In the photo, he also inadvertently included his bare legs. He also accidentally captured the piles of snacks on his coffee table, along with the leftover lamb chops and chicken legs. Then he sent the photo to Fang Yuqing. Fang Yuqing looked at the photo Zhang Yi sent. If the previous photos had only made her feel a pang of jealousy, this one ignited a fiery jealousy in her eyes. A fireplace. This was the ultimate tool for warmth. Even in the far north, having one at home made it manageable even in sub-zero temperatures outside. This thing's heating capability was even more effective than central heating, as it allowed for close proximity to the fire. Fang Yuqing had nearly lost all feeling in her body after 10 days of freezing. Now, aside from food, the thing she desired most was a way to keep warm. A few days ago, she and Reincarnated had burned a chair just to stay warm. Although it only maintained warmth for about 10 minutes, the intense heat of the flames made her burst into tears. However, there was hardly anything left in their home that could be burned. After it was gone, she could only reminisce about that feeling. Who would have thought that Zhang Yi actually had a fireplace at home? Tianhai City is a southern city where even in the dead of winter, no one needs to wear down jackets. Who would install a fireplace in their house? Fang Yuqing had no time to ponder this question. Her eyes were fixed on the photo, and her mind had only one thought. She wanted to go to Zhang Yi's house. Looking at Zhang Yi's carefree appearance with his bare legs and the large spread of food on the table, Zhang Yi had now become Fang Yuqing's greatest hope. Reincarnated, curled up in her blanket beside her, noticed the change in Fang Yuqing's expression. She leaned over to look and was soon left speechless, exclaiming, "My goodness! This photo can't be edited right. How could anyone live such a good life at a time like this? This place is simply heaven." Fang Yuqing suddenly realized. Yeah, everyone else is at home starving and freezing. Why does Zhang Yi get to live so comfortably? Maybe this photo, along with the previous ones, is just edited by him. She quickly had a thought and called Zhang Yi for a video chat. Whether it was real or not, she would know with just one look. Reincarnated also leaned over, staring intently at the screen. Zhang Yi saw the incoming call and wore a teasing expression. He was quite curious to see this white lotus humbly asking for his help. If he couldn't witness her despair, how could he live up to his past self, who had died tragically? So he reached out and answered the call. Once the call connected, both sides saw each other's situation. Zhang Yi had just finished exercising, lazily lying on the sofa with his bare upper body. The room was brightly lit with fitness equipment placed behind him, and one could faintly see a lot of ingredients piled up in the kitchen. Occasionally, he would cook for himself as a form of leisure. So in the kitchen, he casually stored a few boxes of scallops, fish maw, and abalone, along with instant noodles and high-end canned goods like caviar and truffles. To him, these were merely quick snacks to taste occasionally. But for the two women on the other side of the camera, they were the most delightful foods of their dreams. In contrast to Zhang Yi's comfort and ease, Fang Yuqing and Reincarnated on the other side of the camera appeared very disheveled. Wrapped in thick blankets, they looked somewhat haggard due to the low temperature, and many cosmetics were unusable, so they didn't appear as refined as usual. Seeing Fang Yuqing, a hint of disappointment flickered in Zhang Yi's gaze. The goddess he had once desperately pursued turned out to look like this, without makeup, at most just a 6 out of 10. Thinking about how long he had been obsessed with Asian sorcery, he cursed inwardly, "Shake it, you old horse." The two women did not notice Zhang Yi's expression. At this moment, their eyes were completely captivated by the things in Zhang Yi's home. His bare upper body indicated that the indoor temperature at Zhang Yi's house was absolutely comfortable. The bright lights in a time when they had power cuts of less than an hour each day were something they couldn't even dare to imagine. After all, the authorities had regulations against using high-power appliances, otherwise the power would be forcibly cut off. Especially in the kitchen, that pile of food like a small mountain made the two women who had been eating compressed food for a long time green with envy. Through video calls, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining saw how Zhang Yi was living now. The pleasant warmth and abundance of food in his life left them utterly dumbfounded, as if they were witnessing paradise. They could hardly imagine that even 10 days after the apocalypse someone could live so comfortably. Zhang Yi casually asked, "How have you been lately? I see you both have lost weight." "Congratulations." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining truly wanted to curse him. It was not that they wanted to lose weight. It's all from hunger. Now they could only dare to eat 1 pack of instant noodles a day, otherwise their supplies would have run out long ago. Lin Kaining stared greedily at the food in Zhang Yi's home, swallowing hard, as she said, "Zhang Yi, how does your family have so much food? Is it from when we shopped together last time, the things you stocked up?" Zhang Yi glanced at the kitchen and said nonchalantly, "They're just junk food. I eat a bit when I'm too lazy to cook. I hardly move around on a regular basis." Zhang Yi's words were the plain truth. In his spatial pocket, delicious food was piled high. After all, he had ordered countless delicacies from various restaurants. Moreover, just from the Walmart warehouse, there were over 100 billion worth of supplies, including hundreds of thousands of kinds of food. His casual remark felt like a blatant display of wealth to Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. After all, a pack of instant noodles had been inflated to 2,000 yuan in their owner group. Zhang Yi could clearly see their throats incessantly moving, obviously swallowing their saliva. However, he said nothing, simply enjoying their longing gazes. "Zhang Yi, you have so much food at home. That's amazing. Many people outside can't even find food now. You're so clever. No wonder you bought so much before you had it all planned out." Fang Yuqing said, playfully addressing Zhang Yi as Zhang Yi for the first time. Zhang Yi's lips curled slightly. "Oh, what's the big deal? It's just good luck." Fang Yuqing then asked Zhang Yi, "Your house looks so warm. And it's not even power supply time now. Why is your house so bright?" Fang Yuqing voiced her biggest confusion. "Nothing is more desirable than warmth in a state of extreme cold." Zhang Yi smiled faintly, flipping the camera to point at the fireplace. "We installed a fireplace. This thing is really warm. It's almost uncomfortably hot inside." He added deliberately, "By the way, you both look like you're really cold. Is it really that cold outside? I haven't been out for over 10 days, so I don't know what's going on out there." This statement could be seen as a complete provocation. How could he not know the situation outside? Just through the owner chat group, he could see everyone's miserable state and understand how low the temperatures were for others. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining felt a deep resentment. They knew Zhang Yi was saying this on purpose. But how could they resist when he was living in paradise? He had the capital to flaunt it. Fang Yuqing had only one thought now: to move into Zhang Yi's house. From Zhang Yi's situation, it was clear that their food was abundant. Plus, with such a warm environment, who wouldn't long for it? Fang Yuqing immediately put on a weak and pitiful facade, blinking her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Zhang Yi, you're so amazing. I really admire you. Can I come over to your house to take a look? I haven't seen you for a long time. Yuqing really misses you." Fang Yuqing thought this tactic would definitely work. After all, she had used this tactic before to make many sycophants obey her. Moreover, Zhang Yi had pursued her in the past. She believed that as long as she exerted a little charm, Zhang Yi would certainly agree to her request eagerly. Once she could enter Zhang Yi's home, she naturally had more ways to stay there confidently. At worst, she would just give Zhang Yi a little sweetening. Men are all like this, right? But she didn't expect that Zhang Yi on the other side of the camera felt nauseous at her coitus. He began to doubt whether he had been out of his mind in the past. Otherwise, why would he have chased after such a woman for 2 years? They used to work in the warehouse area where there were few female employees. Fang Yuqing could act cute and dress up, so over time Zhang Yi regarded her as a goddess. In a love-struck mindset with the goddess filter on, Fang Yuqing became the white moonlight in his heart. However, ever since he was betrayed and died in his previous life, that goddess filter had completely vanished. Looking at the barefaced Fang Yuqing on the other side of the camera, Zhang Yi felt not the slightest stir in his heart. He even found her pretentiousness disgusting, sending chills down his spine. A mocking curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Then, leaning back on the couch with one hand supporting his chin lazily, he said, "In such cold weather it's better to rest. Don't go out running around. Although I don't know how cold it really is outside. But looking at you two, the temperature must..." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining probably didn't expect to be rejected by Zhang Yi. The two of them froze simultaneously, their eyes filled with disbelief. Fang Yuqing's eyes were even filled with shock and grievance. In her eyes, Zhang Yi was a decent backup. As long as she beckoned, he would obediently come to serve her. Now she had taken the initiative to go to Zhang Yi's house, yet he refused without a second thought. This severely impacted her self-confidence. What hurt her more was Zhang Yi's tone that reeked of privilege. No, she could not accept such an outcome. Knowing that there was a warm paradise full of food right in her apartment building while she had to endure hunger at home, she absolutely could not accept it. She was a goddess. Fang Yuqing's expression stiffened for a moment before she forced a smile. Zhang Yi, Gidge, don't joke with Yuqing. Weren't you always the best to Yuqing before? Why can't I come see you? I'm not saying anything else. She pouted her lips, displaying a pitiful expression that was truly heart-wrenching. Any normal man who saw it would likely feel a surge of sympathy and succumb to her request. But Zhang Yi was the exception. Ever since he was betrayed by Fang Yuqing and died, he had no feelings left for her except resentment. Zhang Yi said, every time I invited you to my house before, you always had various excuses saying we're both single and it wouldn't look good if word got out. I think you were right. We have no relationship, so we should keep our distance to avoid gossip. Back when Zhang Yi was pursuing Fang Yuqing, he had to put in a lot of effort just to take her out for a meal or watch a movie. He had to prepare gifts and surprises and book a high-end hotel to have a chance. Whenever he wanted to take it a step further and invite Fang Yuqing to his place, she always had various excuses. Now Zhang Yi took her past words and mockingly returned them to her. Fang Yuqing's expression slightly changed. After all, she was somewhat aware of the things she had done in the past. However, how could the little fairy feel embarrassed? Especially when facing the backup option in her eyes. Even though Zhang Yi remained indifferent towards her, Fang Yuqing believed he was merely playing hard to get. She firmly believed that Zhang Yi was infatuated with her, and as long as she put in a little more effort, she would definitely win him over. So she pouted and said, I only did that for your own good. Zhang Yi, don't be so petty. Just consider it my mistake, okay? He'll come over to apologize to you now. As she spoke, she gently bit her lip, and a blush unexpectedly surfaced on her face. At worst, I can help you massage your legs and shoulders. Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, wow. On such a cold day, it was rare for her to display such exquisite acting, embodying the feeling of a shy girl. It's truly a pity that she won't become an actress. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi was not swayed by such tactics. That won't do. We are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and I cannot accept such intimacy. Zhang Yi maintained a stern expression and stated solemnly, I am a traditional person. Fang Yuqing was nearly infuriated by Zhang Yi's words. She was practically offering herself on a platter, yet he still pretended to be reserved. Did she have to spell it out so explicitly? If he let her stay at his place, there would be plenty of benefits in the future. Even getting intimate wasn't entirely out of the question. She thought perhaps she hadn't expressed herself clearly enough. In order to live a heavenly life at Zhang Yi's home, she didn't care that Lin Canning was right beside her. She directly told Zhang Yi, actually, I've always had a special liking for you. We can consider being boyfriend and girlfriend in the future. After all, feelings develop over time. As she said this, she pretended to be shy, covering her face with her hands. Oh dear, this is so embarrassing. How much more directly do you want me to say it? Her bashful demeanor combined with her hesitant yet inviting gaze was undeniably alluring. Had it been the old Zhang Yi, he would have been impulsively letting her into his home by now. It must be said that not everyone can play the role of a green tea white lotus. This level of tea artistry requires at least a decade of skill. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was rapidly considering in his mind whether to let Fang Yuqing the white lotus enter. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't a saint. He simply felt that he had pursued her for 2 years. If he could get intimate, it would serve as a form of closure for the past. However, this thought only flashed in his mind for a moment before he resolutely dismissed it. Because now was the apocalypse and he had to eliminate any possible risks. Thus, he would not open his door to let anyone into his fortress-like home. Surviving was more important than anything else. Zhang Yi sneered, his gaze towards Fang Yuqing, filled with mockery. Fang Yuqing, did you misunderstand something? He raised his hands in a shrug and said, I admit that there was a time when our relationship was quite good. However, he leaned closer to the camera, speaking with a teasing expression, you don't think I like you, do you? For a self-assured green tea white lotus, this statement was extremely damaging. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing's expression instantly soured. Lin Canning beside her also stole a glance at her, her eyes betraying a trace of barely concealed delight. Indeed, best friends are often just plastic sisters. They seem to care about you for your own good, but in reality, they are just waiting for you to make a fool of yourself. Fang Yuqing questioned, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by that? Didn't you like me the most in the past? Zhang Yi, don't get me wrong, you do have some looks and are a pretty girl. But I never intended to date you, but it's just for fun at most. With my Zhang Yi's credentials, finding a good-looking girlfriend in Tianhai City is really not that difficult. Fang Yuqing stuttered, where do you get your confidence thinking I'm desperately pursuing you? Zhang Yi wore a look of barely contained amusement. He spoke the truth. As a local of Tianhai City, he held a Tianhai City household registration. He owned a house worth millions and had several million in savings along with a stable job that paid over $10,000 a month. Coupled with his tall and handsome appearance, he was undoubtedly a quality man in the matchmaking market of Tianhai City. Otherwise, Fang Yuqing wouldn't have considered him her first choice after failing to catch a wealthy husband. If it weren't for Zhang Yi's innocence and kindness in his previous life, he would have switched women countless times by now. Zhang Yi's words pierced Fang Yuqing's heart like a knife. For a self-proclaimed goddess, the most unbearable thing was to have her charm unrecognized, as that was her entire existence. In the past, she thought of Zhang Yi as a backup, a devoted admirer. She could dangle him while searching for a wealthier second-generation heir. In the end, however, Zhang Yi told her that she was actually the fish in the pond. This was something Fang Yuqing simply couldn't accept. Her voice turned furious. "Zhang Yi, don't go too far." Zhang Yi sneered, intensifying his effort. Enough, stop pretending to be a pure and beautiful girl with me. I've seen through you long ago. You're just every day thinking about trapping a rich husband. Do you think rich people are fools? By the way, let me tell you something. You are infamous in the rich second-generation circle of Tianhai City. Today you're flattering Zhang Xiao, tomorrow you'll be chasing Li Xiao. They just play with you for a few days. Do you really think you can become the young mistress of a wealthy family? Do you know what they privately call you? Bus public socket. Zhang Yi openly mocked Fang Yuqing. At the moment, she thought she had high charm and wanted to use her beauty to impress Zhang Yi and enjoy a life of luxury at his home. Fang Yuqing's face turned pale, her body trembling with rage. When had she ever been humiliated like this in front of others? And it was from the very backup admirer she regarded with disdain. This was completely rubbing her self-esteem into the ground, frantically grinding it. "Zhang Yi, shut up!" Fang Yuqing shouted angrily. Zhang Yi laughed and said, "Am I not just speaking the truth? Why are you so agitated? Aren't these things all things you've done yourself? It's really a case of having your cake and eating it too." After saying this, Zhang Yi didn't give Fang Yuqing a chance to curse him out, directly cutting off the call. Zhang Yi berated Fang Yuqing, harshly exposing her essence as a green tea bitch hidden beneath a white lotus facade. This struck deeply at Fang Yuqing's pain points. Despite her materialism, promiscuity, and manipulation of men's feelings, she considered herself a good girl. Zhang Yi's mockery shattered her confidence. After all, even someone as petty as Zhang Yi could look down on her, indicating that her charm was fundamentally lacking. She had no chance to attract a rich second generation and become a wealthy wife. After Zhang Yi ended the call, he soon saw Fang Yuqing sending a long string of voice messages. Without listening, he knew she was cursing him. But did Zhang Yi care? Of course not. In this apocalypse, this white lotus would slowly perish in extreme cold and hunger. Zhang Yi merely amused himself by watching her miserable state. Why would he be angry with a dead person? Instead, seeing the flustered expression of the white lotus brought him a sense of satisfaction. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Yi laughed heartily. He went to the kitchen and took out a bottle of Reincarnated from the fridge. This bottle of wine was worth 2,000 yuan and had been stored in a temperature-controlled wine cabinet at Walmart's warehouse. Zhang Yi did not have many such bottles, only a few dozen. In a good mood today, he decided to take it out for a celebration. His home would never lack electricity. The wiring had been upgraded during the renovation. He was connected to a backup power source and a silent generator. He lacked not in energy. He entered the living room meticulously, setting up a table full of delicious food. French baked snails, tomahawk steak, gazing at the starry sky, and Jinling saltwater duck, paired with a bottle of 2,000 yuan Reincarnated. In the apocalypse, all societal norms were rapidly disappearing. Zhang Yi was not concerned with etiquette when eating. He ate whatever he wanted and combined dishes as he pleased. He could even have caviar as a meal. Such a luxurious life was probably unique in the world today. The apocalypse came so suddenly that even the most powerful and wealthy people could not prepare adequately. For example, Su Hao, whose father was the head of a well-known conglomerate in Tianhai City. Yet in Zhang Yi's memory, his father died just half a month into the apocalypse. After all, his wealth had turned to waste paper, and that bloated old man lacked the necessary skills for survival in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, in the apartment shared by Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, Fang Yuqing was on the verge of a breakdown, angrily throwing things around and cursing Zhang Yi. Normally, she wouldn't have been this furious, but now she was painfully aware of how Zhang Yi's home was like a paradise. The warm and comfortable environment, along with abundant high-end food, were the most precious things in this icy apocalypse. Paradise was right within reach, yet she could not step into it, which was utterly unacceptable to her. "Zhang Yi, you damned guy, who do you think you are to curse me? If it weren't for this snow disaster, I wouldn't even glance at you." Fang Yuqing cursed through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Lin Kaining, sitting on the sofa, looked at her with a hint of disdain in her eyes. "Isn't it because you played around before? Otherwise, we could also enjoy those delicacies at Zhang Yi's place. and the warm fireplace. He's nothing special. It's just a house and some savings. I Fong Yuqing am meant to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. Lin Kaining frowned, saying, but now Zhang Yi has so much food and a fireplace to keep warm. That's way better than the rich second generation. She looked out the window. The heavy snow showed no signs of stopping. In the past few days, the news from the outside world indicated that the entire world was engulfed in snow. She worriedly said, will this snow disaster last forever? On the television, the few remaining official channels were still encouraging people. Experts in thick down jackets shivered while saying that the disaster would pass soon. The people have strength, perseverance is victory. But there was no sign of the disaster passing in sight. Lin Kaining hugged herself tightly, saying, if this snow doesn't stop, we'll either freeze to death or starve at home. Lin Kaining's words instantly transformed Fong Yuqing's anger into fear. It had already been 10 days since they were trapped at home. These 10 days felt longer than 10 years. Unless one experienced such a situation, they could not understand the torment involved. It could even drive a person's mind to madness. Even though Fong Yuqing and Lin Kaining were a pair of green tea white lotus as women in their 20s, they were also very fragile inside. Faced with the relentless snowfall, thoughts of death crossed their minds. Fong Yuqing curled up on the sofa, her mind drifting back to Zhang Yi's warm home filled with food. She lamented angrily, this is unfair. Why can Zhang Yi live so comfortably while I, being so beautiful, have to suffer so much? Lin Kaining glanced at Fong Yuqing, but said nothing. She wrapped herself in a blanket and took out her phone to find Zhang Yi in her contacts. Soon Zhang Yi received a message from Lin Kaining. He was drinking top-tier red wine paired with a luxurious meal. Seeing a message come through, he had a teasing glint in his eyes. In the apocalypse, watching the struggles and sufferings of women like them was truly more exciting than watching a movie. Zhang Yi glanced at the message from Lin Kaining. Zhang Yi, I just saw you curse Fong Yuqing, and I'm so happy for you. I always knew Fong Yuqing was a materialistic woman who never took you seriously. I always hoped you would see through her true nature one day. Great congratulations on waking up. Zhang Yi chuckled. They really are plastic sisters selling out Fong Yuqing so quickly. But that's normal, like attracts like, and people form groups. Neither Lin Kaining nor Fong Yuqing were good people. He replied, yeah, it's nothing. Lin Kaining continued, watching you pursue Fong Yuqing all this time made me feel really sad. Zhang Yi, actually, I've always liked you, did you know? Now that you don't want Fong Yuqing, let's be together. Zhang Yi nearly spit out the red wine he had just sipped. Damn, this girl is so direct. He shook his head. Tisk reality is something else. It seemed that her life had been quite miserable these past 10 days. Previously, Lin Kaining had also been cold towards Zhang Yi. Despite her own average conditions, it did not stop her from considering herself a fairy. Now that she saw Zhang Yi rejecting Fong Yuqing and living such a high-quality life, she immediately wanted to seize the opportunity. Zhang Yi sighed, does this woman really think I am a garbage collector? Although Fong Yuqing was a typical green tea bitch, she at least knew how to act cute and dress up. What else is there to Lin Kaining besides being cheap and narcissistic? Yet out of malicious curiosity, Zhang Yi smirked and said, oh, is that really the case? However, I just scolded Fong Yuqing harshly. You two are good friends, won't it affect your relationship if you get in? Lin Kaining's eyes lit up, sensing a chance. She said without hesitation, what friendship? We are merely roommates living together. To gain Zhang Yi's trust, she revealed all the dirt on Fong Yuqing. You have no idea how much I despise. This woman is particularly lazy. For the past few days, she claimed to be afraid of the cold and didn't even want to go to the bathroom. She uses a water bottle to pee, but it's disgusting. Don't be fooled by her innocent facade. In reality, she goes to nightclubs every day looking for men. If she encounters a wealthy heir, she will do everything to cling to him. If she runs out of money, she resorts to selling herself. Otherwise, how can someone with only a 5,000 yuan monthly salary afford all those cosmetics and designer bags? She charges 1,500 for one night. It's really cheap. If I look down on such women. Zhang Yi was also learning for the first time that Fong Yuqing had such an alternative profession. He gritted his teeth, feeling that the world was absurd. Fortunately, he wasn't foolish. Although he pursued Fong Yuqing, he wasn't like Zhou Peng, a pitiful sycophant. In order to gain Zhang Yi's trust, Lin Kaining continued to expose Fong Yuqing's dirt. Don't be fooled by her pure act. In reality, she has terminated several pregnancies. In college, she even had several contractors supporting her for 4 years. Zhang Yi silently watched and recorded her words. Lin Kaining clearly harbored grievances against Fong Yuqing. After all, Fong Yuqing was more skilled at acting cute and was prettier, making Lin Kaining merely a backdrop beside her. In this world, how many women willingly settle for being someone else's supporting role? Otherwise, why do you think that the beautiful goddesses in college usually have friends who are unattractive and overweight? After venting her emotions about Fang Yuqing, Lin Kainan continued to confess her feelings to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, do you know how painful it has been for me to watch you pursue Fang Yuqing all these years? Now I finally have the chance to confess to you. Let me be your girlfriend. I promise to love you well in the future. And at this time, aren't you feeling lonely at home? Having a woman by your side can help you with a lot of things. Lin Kainan was clearly hinting to Zhang Yi that as long as he let her into his home, he could do whatever he wanted with her. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi was not interested in such a commodity at all. He immediately forwarded their chat records to Fang Yuqing. Then he said to Lin Kainan, although I am touched, let's leave it at that. Lin Kainan, not willing to give up, asked, don't you need a woman right now? Zhang Yi suppressed his disgust and replied through the phone, I do like women, that's true. But you are too ugly. After saying this, Zhang Yi silenced his phone and tossed it aside. Lin Kainan turned pale upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice message. He actually said she was too ugly. This is slander, a serious slander. Every time she posted her edited photos online, countless people praised her as a beauty. Just as Lin Kainan was furious, an angry scream pierced her ears. Lin Kainan, you shameless woman. Fang Yuqing saw Lin Kainan's disparaging comments and instantly exploded. The two women engaged in a physical fight, pulling each other's hair and pinching arms. They only stopped when they were exhausted, but still glared at each other fiercely. If it weren't for the cold weather and the need to live under the same roof, they might have even wanted to kill each other. Lin Kainan obviously understood what was happening and felt immense hatred towards Zhang Yi. However, like Fang Yuqing, she probably envied Zhang Yi more than she hated him. If only Zhang Yi would agree to let them into the room to eat some food. They would abandon their dignity and crawl over like mother dogs. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to live a simple and monotonous life of affluence. Every night, he would turn on the TV to watch the news he never paid attention to before. Although the news content was still largely inflated, it provided some information from the outside world. The Tianhai city government has issued a notice stating that to meet the public's demand for electricity, power will be supplied every day from 1 to 2 p.m. High-power appliances cannot be used, only low-power devices such as kettles and mobile phones can. Currently, all major power plants are in a shutdown period due to a shortage of electricity. We hope everyone will voluntarily reduce their power consumption to avoid large-scale long-term power outages. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow upon seeing this news. In fact, for the past few days, power was gradually being supplied daily, lasting less than an hour. Sometimes the power was only supplied for a few minutes. During such times, the authorities were willing to provide electricity to the general populace, even if only for a brief moment, which was probably their greatest effort. Most power stations around the world had ceased operations. Before the Ice Age ended, energy was becoming scarcer. However, what concerned Zhang Yi was not the content of the news, but the tone of the female anchor and the style of the report. This time, the female anchor's tone was very serious, and the content of the report was no longer focused on comforting the public. This indicated that the authorities had given up on concealing the extent of the national disaster. When they could no longer control the situation, they had no choice but to release all information, allowing everyone to recognize the reality as soon as possible and find ways to save themselves. As expected, when Zhang Yi opened his phone, he saw that various chat groups were already in an uproar. Some were cursing the authorities for inaction, some were crying in despair, and more were buying supplies at high prices. The price of instant noodles had risen from 2,000 yuan per pack 2 days ago to 5,000 yuan per pack. Zhang Yi felt speechless. The essence of human greed was laid bare, knowing that the world was at its end. Money would be practically useless in the short term. But they were still willing to trade food and drink for cash. Zhang Yi said nothing, observing everything like it. Life must go on even if hope is lost. But no one wants to die, even just surviving is better. Therefore, despite the cursing and the chaos, they still had to struggle for survival the next day. Due to the water pipes being frozen, the water supply in the community has become a major issue. To get drinking water, one must brave the extreme cold of -70 degrees outside to fetch snow water from the first floor. However, after retrieving the snow water, melting it also became a significant problem. The indoor temperature is also below -50 or 60 degrees, and at this temperature the ice is as hard as cement. Some residents, extremely thirsty, tried to lick it with their tongues, only to have their tongues stuck. And during these days, Zhang Yi noticed through the surveillance cameras that the group under Chen Jinghao would come to spy every day. Clearly, they believed that Zhang Yi would also come out to fetch water and planned to take this opportunity to eliminate him. However, after several days, they still did not see Zhang Yi leave his house. They could not imagine how abundantly stocked Zhang Yi's home was. As long as he wished, he could live comfortably in this room until death. Is Chen Jinghao still alive? He seems quite resilient. Zhang Yi murmured. Chen Jinghao had been shot in the calf, and without effective treatment his leg would surely be. Moreover, due to infection, he might even lose his life. Not to mention, under such extreme cold, any injury could lead to a high fever. Surviving is nothing short of a miracle. Could it be that the low temperature prevents the virus from surviving, which is why he hasn't died? Zhang Yi, not well-versed in medicine, couldn't understand the reason for Chen Jinghao's survival. But he didn't care much whether someone lived or died outside had little impact on him. Chen Jinghao's death was merely a matter of time. The next morning after waking up, Zhang Yi groggily picked up his phone, checking the chat group's messages and browsing the forum to see the outside situation had become his greatest pleasure. In this apocalyptic world, watching others struggle in extreme cold while he enjoyed a life like paradise. This stark contrast brought Zhang Yi immense satisfaction. At the very least, it alleviated his inner boredom and occasional loneliness. Compared to those who froze or starved to death, he could hardly be happier. Opening his phone, he was surprised to see messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning. Fang Yuqing: Zhang Yi, I'm sorry. I might have been too cold yesterday, so I wasn't in a good mood. I shouldn't have lost my— You're right, I was too naive in the past and didn't understand who truly cared for me. Now I realize that the person who treats me the best is you. In fact, I really like you in my heart. Could you forgive me? Let's live well together from now on. I want to be your woman. Living alone, you must feel lonely too. I can come over to keep you company, so you're not alone in this apocalypse. Zhang Yi felt a bit emotional. The previously aloof Fang Yuqing finally cast aside all her dignity and arrogance in the face of disaster. Even after being ruthlessly mocked by Zhang Yi, she had no choice but to abandon her pride and choose to fawn over him. TSK. Zhang Yi shook his head, reflecting on how foolish he had been in his previous life. If he had known she was this kind of woman, would he not have easily gotten involved with her? Fang Yuqing, despite her lack of worth, insisted on pretending to be a high and mighty goddess. Clearly so base, yet pretending to be pure. Zhang Yi replied, though a rotten pear can quench thirst, I am not thirsty to that extent yet. After all, I am a man with inherited skills. If worse comes to worse, there are plenty of tools available in the alternate space. They are high-end products developed in the Sakura country, fully realistic. Zhang Yi didn't particularly want to, but the variety in Walmart's warehouse was simply overwhelming. After closing Fang Yuqing's chat interface, Zhang Yi opened Lin Kai-ning's. This woman was even bolder than Fang Yuqing. Perhaps she knew her looks were inferior to Fang Yuqing's, making competition unfavorable. Thus, she sent a few selfies of herself, all of which were suggestive. Compared to Fang Yuqing, she was more open. Had this been in the past, it would have directly led to her social death. Zhang Yi quickly replied, my heart is completely unmoved, even feeling a bit amused. Then he stopped. He knew that after these two women had seen the comforts of his home, they would spare no effort to try to enter. Now that they had abandoned their dignity to plead with him, they would be even more ruthless in their endeavors later. But what could it matter? Zhang Yi had spent a fortune to transform his home into a steel fortress just to handle any possible situation. After receiving Zhang Yi's reply, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning angrily cursed again. They had already thrown away their dignity, humbly begging Zhang Yi, especially Lin Kai-ning, who had taken pictures of every angle and pose she could manage. Zhang Yi had even said that after seeing her photos, he felt like laughing. What a tremendous humiliation. Although she currently lacked the time and energy to dress up, her looks and figure were somewhat lacking, yet she was still a woman. Did she not care for her pride? The two of them grew increasingly dissatisfied. Life now felt like hell, and not only did they have to endure hunger, but they also had to withstand extreme cold. Zhang Yi's home was their last hope. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth, a fierce look in her eyes. If it comes to it, we will charge into his home. I must live in their home. I cannot bear to starve any longer. If it comes to it, killing Zhang Yi is also acceptable. As long as I can move into Zhang Yi's home, I am willing to do anything right now. Although she thought this way, she was still a woman. If she were to rush to Zhang Yi's house to knock on the door, she certainly wouldn't be able to overpower him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuqing cast a cold glance at the next door. She and Lin Kai-ning had already severed ties, and their once plastic sisterhood had completely fallen apart. However, now Fang Yuqing needed someone to help her. So she went next door and said to Lin Kai-ning that despicable Zhang Yi actually watches us suffer from hunger and cold and doesn't even let us into his home. We can't just sit and wait for death. Such a good house is not fit for him to live in. Let's find a way to take over his house. Lin Kai-ning's eyes sparkled upon hearing Fang Yuqing's suggestion. Since begging Zhang Yi had no effect, they could only think of ways to deceive and rob him. All right, I agree with your idea. What right does that scoundrel Zhang Yi have to live in such a good house? He should be kicked out to freeze to death or be bitten by wild dogs. We are most suited to live in his house. Driven by hatred for Zhang Yi and a desire for his family's possessions, the two plastic sisters temporarily formed a united front. However, they still needed to discuss how to seize Zhang Yi's house. If we go to rob the house, the two of us may not be able to overpower Zhang Yi. We'll need external assistance. Even on a normal day, they were no match for Zhang Yi. Let alone now, when they were cold and hungry, while Zhang Yi was full of energy, without worries about food. Lin Kai-ning gritted her teeth. How about we invite a few neighbors to join us? Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glare. Are you stupid? Even if Zhang Yi's family has plenty of supplies, it won't be enough to share with so many people. So the fewer people who know about this, the better. Lin Kai-ning anxiously asked, what should we do then? Fang Yuqing smugly replied, we can call Zhou Peng over. Zhou Peng was her loyal sycophant, completely obedient to Fang Yuqing. Although Zhang Yi had also flattered Fang Yuqing, at least he had some brains and wouldn't let Fang Yuqing manipulate him at will. However, Zhou Peng was completely brainless. He would likely go to his death for Fang Yuqing. Thus, Fang Yuqing planned to have Zhou Peng help her seize Zhang Yi's house. Lin Kai-ning clapped her hands with a smile. What a great idea. That sycophant is indeed useful. Fang Yuqing immediately called Zhou Peng. At that moment, Zhou Peng was starving, his skin stretched over bones. As a warehouse employee, he usually had plenty of food at home, but most of it had been given to Fang Yuqing. Zhou Peng had no idea that he was being toyed with. He was lost in his own emotional turmoil, believing that because he had given so much, Fang Yuqing would surely marry him in the future. Upon seeing Fang Yuqing's call, he excitedly forgot his hunger and cold rushing over. As soon as he arrived at Fang Yuqing's home, she approached him with a pitiful expression, complaining about how Zhang Yi had mistreated her. What was Zhang Yi is simply a beast. I just asked him for some food, and he wanted me to sleep with him. Zhou Peng, you know I'm not that kind of loose woman. Zhou Peng looked at Fang Yuqing, who was in tears, and thought of how she came to him first when she was bullied, feeling an immense joy within. Look, why does she come to me when she has problems instead of others? It shows my significant status in her heart. This must be love. Zhou Peng felt that it was time to showcase his masculinity. Perhaps he could seize the moment and win over. So he pounded his chest and declared, Zhang Yi is truly scum. How dare he do such things to you? I must take him down. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning exchanged glances, thinking the sycophant is indeed easy to deceive. They had prepared many talking points, but before they could use them, Zhou Peng had already taken it upon himself to deal with Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing grabbed Zhou Peng's arm, gazing at him with seductive eyes. Zhang Yi's family has a lot of food stocked up. Plus, they have a fireplace which is very warm. Why should that scoundrel live in such a nice house? Zhou Peng, let's find a way to take his house from him. From now on, we can live there together. What do you think? Zhou Peng had never liked Zhang Yi, because Zhang Yi was not only more handsome than him, but also wealthier. Both of them had been interested in Fang Yuqing, but she had always treated Zhang Yi better than him. Now, with Fang Yuqing wrapped around his arm, he felt a faint touch through several layers of clothing, which gave rise to a sense of victorious pleasure within him. He immediately said, haha, great. Don't worry, Yuqing, this matter is in my hands. Fang Yuqing saw that Zhou Peng had agreed and added, but you must be careful. Zhang Yi is such a selfish and shameless person. If we go to rob his house, he might fight back. So we need to bring weapons, and it's best to strike first. Lin Kai-ning chimed in. If it were up to me, we might as well just kill him. She hated Zhang Yi the most. After all, she had sent him her private photos only for him to say she was too dark. If this matter got out, she would want to die. Therefore, Zhang Yi had to die. Zhou Peng hesitated slightly upon killing someone. Sounds easy, but after all, everyone has been living in a civilized society for over 20 years. Taking this first step is not simple. Seeing Zhou Peng hesitate, Fang Yuqing immediately changed her expression. What? You don't agree? Zhang Yi has bullied me so much, and you still feel sorry for him. It seems that what you said about loving me in the past was all fake humph. Upon seeing Fang Yuqing angry, Zhou Peng's sycophantic nature surfaced again. He hurriedly said, No, Yuqing, don't be angry. He'll do whatever you say. As long as he could win Fang Yuqing's affection, he would even commit murder. After all, they were in an apocalyptic world where people's moral values were slowly eroding. Fang Yuqing said, All right, no time to waste. Let's go now. First, we'll figure out how to trick Zhang Yi into opening the door. As soon as he does. She made a throat-cutting gesture. Lin Kai-ning then brought over the prepared tools, 2 kitchen knives, and a steel pipe she had taken from a clothing rack. Zhou Peng took a kitchen knife and tucked it into his thick down jacket. Once they were all prepared, they headed toward Zhang Yi's house with a murderous intent. Upon arriving at Zhang Yi's doorstep, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning hid with their weapons, avoiding being seen by Zhang Yi through the peephole. The two signaled Zhou Peng with their eyes, indicating he should knock on the door to lure Zhang Yi out. Zhou Peng nodded, reaching to touch the kitchen knife inside his jacket, instantly feeling more confident. He knocked on the door. Zhang Yi, are you home? It's Zhou Peng. Hearing the voice outside, Zhang Yi felt a bit curious. Zhou Peng. Although they both worked in the warehouse, their relationship was not good. Moreover, due to both pursuing Fang Yuqing, they had some conflicts. This guy must be here for some trouble. After all, in the apocalypse, there can't possibly be any good news left. Zhang Yi did not go to open the door. Instead, he turned on the television to check the surveillance. Sure enough, he saw the scene outside. Seeing the two women hiding at the door with kitchen knives and steel pipes exuding a murderous aura, a chill ran down Zhang Yi's back. Despite being fully prepared, the viciousness of these two women still made him gasp. Want to kill me? You think you're worthy? Zhang Yi sneered, a chilling, killing intent spreading in his dark eyes. Who would kill whom was still uncertain. Zhou Peng saw that no one was responding to him and knocked harder on the door. Zhang Yi. It's me, Zhou Peng. Can you open the door for a moment? I have something very important to tell you. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh and pulled out a gun, clicking the safety off. He approached the door. Who's there? Hearing Zhang Yi's response, Zhou Peng quickly gestured to Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning to get ready. The two women were a bit nervous as it was their first time engaging in such a murderous act. But the thought of killing Zhang Yi and moving into his warm, comfortable home with plenty of food made their gazes turn resolute. Zhou Peng said, Zhang Yi, it's Zhou Peng. We've run out of food at home. Given our past as colleagues, could you spare me something to eat? He wore a pleading expression while quietly lowering his hand, ready to draw his knife at any moment. Zhang Yi leaned against the door and replied indifferently, we have no food left either. I can't help you with this matter. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning cursed inwardly. How could you not have food at home? There are 7 or 8 boxes of food in the kitchen, including scallops, abalone, and dried seafood. Was that all fake? However, they had long prepared for this situation. Zhou Peng gritted his teeth and pulled out a box of medicine from his pocket. Zhang Yi, I want to take advantage of you. I'll trade you a box of ibuprofen. In this freezing weather, many people were catching colds and fevers. In such circumstances, medicine was as valuable as food. To entice Zhang Yi to open the door, Zhou Peng took out his treasured ibuprofen. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was pondering how to deal with them from behind the door. Kill them. That would be easy, whether with a gun or a crossbow, he could make them perish. But simply killing them seemed too boring. In this apocalyptic world, death could be a form of liberation. Living was the true hell. He certainly wouldn't let these worthless bastards off easily. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi came up with an idea. He walked to the trash can and took out a bottle of liquid. Having just drunk several cans of beer, he felt the urge. He then opened the bottle and let it flow freely. Ibuprofen. That's not bad. Let me think about it. Zhang Yi chatted lazily with Zhou Peng while relieving himself. The few people outside heard the faint sound of water, but they had no idea what Zhang Yi was doing. They only sensed that there was a chance, and excitement appeared on their faces. Zhou Peng quickly said, yes. Open the door and let's make the exchange. I only need 2 packs of, according to the current prices in the neighborhood, ibuprofen could at least be exchanged for 5 packs of instant noodles. Zhou Peng deliberately offered a low price, hoping to trick Zhang Yi into opening the door. 2 packs of instant noodles. I'm worried you might get ripped off. That would be embarrassing. Zhang Yi finished urinating and held a bottle of iced tea completely full and frothy. Zhou Peng thought Zhang Yi was about to take the bait, so he leaned against the door and said, it's fine, I'm starving right now. Since we are colleagues, it's better to give you a discount than someone else. Hurry and open the door. Zhang Yi climbed onto a stool and approached the shooting hole above the door, then poured a bottle of warm iced tea over the 3 people outside. Zhou Peng and the others were startled by the sudden liquid splashing over them. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Oh, what is this thing? Hey, it's hot water still steaming. At first, feeling the warmth, they were somewhat pleased, but in less than a second they caught a whiff of a peculiar and pungent smell. This is urine. With urine splashed over them, the 2 women screamed as if slaughtering pigs, immediately crouching down and vomiting uncontrollably. Zhou Peng's eyes turned red with anger. Bang, bang, bang. He banged on the door with all his might. Zhang Yi, you better come out, or he'll kill you. But the heavy alloy door showed no sign of budging under his fists. Instead, Zhou Peng's hands were left sore. Laughter from Zhang Yi echoed from inside. How does my urine taste? Is it good to drink? A bunch of idiots, do you think you can trick me? Do you even deserve it? Zhou Peng and the others suddenly realized they had been discovered by Zhang Yi. The group was both frightened and furious, cursing Zhang Yi from outside. Zhou Peng spat, damn it, I shouldn't have wasted my breath with you. Just wait for me, I'll kill you once I get in. He stopped pretending and pulled out a kitchen knife from his clothes, swinging it down at the door with all his might. Ordinary doors are made of wood. As long as the lock is broken, the door can be opened. However, Zhang Yi's door was made of integrated alloy capable of withstanding RPG blasts. Zhou Peng's knife strike was like hitting a steel plate. The door didn't budge at all, and the massive recoil force sent the kitchen knife flying. The knife grazed past Zhou Peng's head, leaving a long cut. His palm was also shocked, causing blood to pour out. A small piece of biological knowledge. Human skin is more fragile in winter, and the sensation of pain is more intense. Zhou Peng was completely stunned. If the knife had been a bit off, it would have directly struck his face. However, his days was quickly interrupted by intense pain. Ah! Zhou Peng cried out in pain. Seeing this, the two women, terrified, abandoned Zhou Peng and fled in a panic. Zhang Yi watched all this from his room, weighing his handgun in his hands, contemplating whether to go out and give each of them a bullet. Not to mention killing them, at least injuring them would ensure that they would suffer in this icy apocalypse. However, after a moment of thought, he abandoned that plan. Why? Because outside were 3 rabid dogs. Although there was a high probability that he could injure them by going out, there was also a minute chance of getting killed in return. He would never joke with his own life. Indeed, he was the king of survival. He lived so comfortably, oh why act impulsively? It's fine, Bill, just wait here until they die. Let's see how long they can survive in this apocalypse. Calm and composed, Zhang Yi returned to the sofa and continued playing his game. Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing returned home, where he sat on the sofa trembling all over. He had almost lost his life just moments ago, and he was still haunted by it. Fang Yuqing, seeing the urine dripping onto the sofa, immediately screamed, "Ah! Get away, who told you to sit on my sofa?" Fang Yuqing felt pain for her sofa, while also being disgusted by Zhou Peng, who was drenched in urine. After all, he was the one who got splashed the most at the door. She immediately yelled at Zhou Peng, telling him not to sit on the sofa. Zhou Peng felt very wronged inside. He had only sought out trouble with Zhang Yi after listening to Fang Yuqing. Now, not only was he drenched in urine and shivering from the cold, but he also had wounds on his body. Yet Fang Yuqing treated him this way. Nevertheless, a sycophant would always be a sycophant. Zhou Peng thought to himself that Fang Yuqing had a point in scolding him. He hadn't done a good job helping her, and being dirty, how could he possibly soil the goddess sofa? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that being scolded was not unjustified. He quickly stood up and apologized to Fang Yuqing, saying, "I'm sorry, Yuqing, it's all my fault. You mustn't be angry." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning hurried to change clothes, waving him off. "You hurry and get out, we need to change clothes." Zhou Peng didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly left Fang Yuqing's home. The two of them returned to their room and quickly changed out of the clothes that Zhang Yi had splashed with urine. However, even after changing clothes, they could still smell the pungent odor. After all, it wasn't just on their clothes, their hair and skin had also absorbed plenty, even trickling down their necks. In such cold weather, taking a shower would be akin to seeking death, and they didn't dare to do so. Thus, they could only endure the disgust. With their plans foiled, the two women harbored even more animosity toward Zhang Yi. What should we do? Zhang Yi is too cunning, hard to deal with. Damn it, no matter what, I must seize his house. Let's think of a good plan, who I refuse to believe he has no weaknesses. Just as the two women were discussing how to deal with Zhang Yi, he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. This time it was urine, next time I might just throw feces at you. This time Zhang Yi had prepared in a hurry, but if he had time to prepare, he would definitely treat them to a full bucket of excrement. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning turned pale. If they were splashed with feces, they would wish for death. Zhang Yi turned off the chat and stopped looking at the messages Fang Yuqing sent. Although he had already muted the message notifications, the number of unread messages was rapidly increasing, and without looking, he knew they were not good words. He took a look in the owner's group. As soon as he entered, he saw a good show unfolding. Ever since Chun Jinghao had taken over his home, Aunt Lin seemed to have lost her marbles. Now she was constantly sending voice messages in the group, shouting for everyone to hand over their supplies. "I am the director of our community committee. Anyone who dares to disobey me will be arrested when the snow melts. Did you hear that?" Everyone replied to me. "You must deliver all your food to my house today." But this time hardly anyone paid her any mind. After more than 10 days, everyone had realized what the current situation was. The officials couldn't care less about everyone, and Aunt Lin's so-called community committee was even less than nothing. She couldn't scare anyone and instead was met with mockery. "Damn old woman, can you just go die? You tricked our family out of a box of instant noodles, well, I haven't settled that score with you yet." Someone brought up the initial snow disaster. "If it weren't for you telling everyone that it was fine and not to hoard supplies, how could we be in this situation today?" As soon as this matter was brought up, it instantly ignited everyone's anger. When it had just started snowing, although it was extremely cold outside, some people still wanted to go shopping. But at that time, Aunt Lin kept saying in the group that the snow disaster would soon pass, also saying that anyone who hoarded supplies would be dealt with, so no one dared to go out. Days later, heavy snow blocked all the roads, and it became impossible to go out. If it weren't for her, everyone could have hoarded supplies for at least another half a month. "Damn old woman, look at what you've done. It's all your fault." The neighbors cursed at Aunt Lin. Meanwhile, the rich second-generation Su Hao also appeared in the group. "I'll buy supplies at a high price, whether food or drinks. I'll pay 100 for a pack of instant noodles and 50 for a bottle of mineral water." The price of instant noodles had reached 10,000. Su Hao was truly anxious. If he didn't use his money now, it would just turn into waste paper. Zhang Yi shook his head. What time is it, still thinking of using money to buy things? Just as Zhang Yi finished speaking, someone immediately jumped out. I have some food at home or I can sell it to you. Zhang Yi was instantly speechless. It seemed that no matter the time, there would always be greedy people willing to risk their lives for money. Even if hope was slim, some still gambled, betting that this snow disaster wouldn't last too long. But only Zhang Yi knew that this snow disaster would last an incredibly long time. Even after the snow stopped, the entire world would need a very long time to recover. Money was even less useful than waste paper. At least waste paper could still be used for wiping. As Zhang Yi thought of this, a malicious thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He had an abundance of toilet paper in his storage, but the neighbors probably didn't have as much. If they ran out of toilet paper, what would they use to wipe? Soon he shook his head again. If they're not eating enough every day, they probably won't have much to wipe. But this also indicated that the fragile peace they maintained would soon be shattered. Zhang Yi knew that once food was completely cut off, people would turn into terrifying beasts. The next day, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning knocked on Zhang Yi's door again. They pleaded outside, hoping Zhang Yi would let them in, saying they were about to freeze to death. Zhang Yi paid them no mind whatsoever. Freeze to death. That was exactly what he hoped to see. Seeing Zhang Yi's lack of response, they said out of past friendship they would be grateful for just a little food. Zhang Yi saw through the surveillance camera that they had even brought umbrellas. It seemed that after being splashed with urine yesterday, they had developed a psychological shadow. However, Zhang Yi was not foolish enough to open the door for them. If he guessed correctly, they probably had knives on them ready to kill him and seize his house and supplies. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and opened the spatial dimension. Inside the warehouse were many miscellaneous items that were usually in use, which Zhang Yi had gathered at the time. After all, his spatial dimension was large enough, so he didn't need to worry about taking up space. He didn't expect it to come in handy now. He took out 2 stink bombs from the toy section inside. These toys were meant for pranks. Once ignited, they would emit an extremely disgusting stench. Moreover, they were very difficult to wash off with water and laundry detergent. He listened to the voices of Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning outside, chuckled to himself, and walked over with the stink bombs in hand. Zhang Yi ignited the stink bomb and quickly threw it out through the shooting hole above the door. After hitting the ground, the stink bomb quickly released a large cloud of black smoke. The pungent odor rapidly spread through the corridor. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning caught a whiff of it, feeling as if they had opened a can of feces sealed for 10 years, and immediately began to vomit. Ugh! What is that? Ugh! Zhang Yi, ugh! You are so shameless. The stench in the corridor intensified, and the 2 women hurriedly fled. Zhang Yi was not worried about the smell returning to the room. After closing the shooting hole, the entire room was in a semi-sealed state. Although the air could still circulate, the building was specifically designed with an air filtration system that prevented any strange odors or harmful air from entering. Seeing the 2 women stumbling and vomiting on the surveillance monitor, Zhang Yi burst into laughter. However, he soon received a complaint from the neighbor next door. Zhang Yi, what did you throw at your door? It stinks. Can you please consider the feelings of your neighbors? Zhang Yi's neighbor was a young couple who had moved in 2 years ago. However, Zhang Yi had little interaction with them, at most exchanging nods when they met in the elevator. At such a time, he couldn't be bothered to maintain any neighborly relations. In the apocalypse, everything he did was solely for his own safety. He didn't care about others at all. He could even say that as long as he could live safely and comfortably, he would not hesitate to eliminate anyone else. In the apocalypse, any semblance of a saintly mindset must be immediately crushed. If you're not convinced, come and fight me. After saying that, Zhang Yi directly blocked the neighbor. As always, he couldn't be bothered to argue with anyone, wasting his breath. Soon Zhang Yi noticed that the neighbor was venting about him in a large group chat. Unfortunately, others were not in the mood to deal with their nonsense. Zhang Yi chuckled. The feeling of being immoral was actually quite enjoyable. That afternoon, Zhang Yi was suddenly awakened from his sleep by a loud noise. Bang! A loud sound echoed in the corridor, quickly spreading throughout the entire building. Zhang Yi's expression grew serious. The sound resembled a gunshot. In their community, could someone actually have a gun? Zhang Yi wasn't sure if it was a gun or a firecracker, so he hurried to the living room to check the surveillance. The sight that greeted him made his pupils constrict. In front of the 3rd-floor residence door, Chun Jinghao, who had lost a leg, was holding a black gun. That cold, dark gleam could easily send chills down one's spine. The residence door was ajar, and from the angle of the monitor, 2 human legs could be vaguely seen. Chun Jinghao's minions, known as the Little Karami, emerged with food and candles, all grinning widely. Clearly, the resident on the 3rd floor was already dead. Even if he were not shot and stripped of all resources, he wouldn't last long. It was 10 a.m., a time when every household would typically go out to collect snow for drinking. Together, they could temporarily raise the temperature in the corridor, preventing it from getting too cold. No one could survive without water, so this activity took place every day. Chen Jinghao had precisely seized this opportunity to begin killing and robbing resources. Ding dong. The phone rang. Zhang Yi glanced at his phone. The message was from the group chat. Chen Jinghao had sent a voice message. The city is now buried in heavy snow. None of us can rely on anyone else. We must rely on ourselves. I, Chen Jinghao, will take on the responsibility of the building manager for Block 25. From now on, everything here will be decided by me. If you all behave, I can ensure you live well. Anyone who dares to stick their neck out has. Soon after, Chen Jinghao sent 2 images. One was of the gun he was holding, and the other showed the third-floor resident lying in a pool of blood. The once chatty group was now eerily silent. Everyone was shocked by this bloody and brutal scene. It was believed that most residents were now filled with fear. In peacetime, when had they ever witnessed such a scene? They couldn't even imagine it. Yet now the bloody reality lay before them. In this building sealed off by the blizzard, other people were hell. No one dared to contradict Chen Jinghao, who everyone was afraid for their lives. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa and couldn't help but say, Chen Jinghao is quite clever. No wonder he can thrive in society. Chen Jinghao used both soft and hard tactics, not merely intimidating the residents in this building. After all, he only had one gun, and no one knew how many bullets he had. But Zhang Yi knew there couldn't be many. After all, this kind of thing was strictly controlled in the country. At the time, Zhang Yi spent a hefty sum, and they only sold him 100 bullets. Moreover, Chen Jinghao's little Karami only numbered about 5 or 6. With over 50 households and more than 100 people in the building, if everyone was pushed to the brink, he, a cripple, couldn't handle it. Thus, using both soft and hard tactics, painting a grand picture for everyone while scaring them, was the best way to get these residents to comply. Human nature has always been fearful of death. Even if they all understood that Chen Jinghao could kill the third-floor resident today, tomorrow, it might be their turn, yet they still harbored a sense of luck. For instance, those living on higher floors thought that since Chen Jinghao killed the 3rd floor today, he would kill the 4th floor tomorrow, and even if he were to kill them, it would be at least half a month later. Therefore, they wouldn't need to fight desperately. After all, those below would surely resist. This logic continued. As for those on the 4th floor, they thought Chen Jinghao wouldn't necessarily kill in order. Rather, they believed that resisting would certainly lead to death, so it was better to stay at home and hide. Perhaps someone else would die first. Zhang Yi shrugged. After all, these matters had nothing to do with him. Others were afraid to oppose Chen Jinghao, but he felt no fear of him. As long as Chen Jinghao dared to show up at his door, his life and death would be entirely in Zhang Yi's hands. As for whether other neighbors lived or died, it had nothing to do with him. They chose to be ostriches, unwilling to resist. Zhang Yi had no interest in being a saint, sacrificing himself to save others. Just then his phone suddenly buzzed with a flurry of urgent ding-dong sounds. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and saw that there were suddenly several hundred new messages. He realized he had been added to a new group. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yi entered the group. It turned out that the residents of the building had formed a new group, but this time it did not include Chen Jinghao and his gang. The death threat brought by Chen Jinghao had prompted some to think about banding together for safety. Zhang Yi remained silent, as his own safety was definitely not an issue. He just wanted to see what these people would do. The moment the new group was established, the homeowners and tenants were filled with panic and began to chat nervously. Chen Jinghao is simply a devil. He has robbed 3 households, breaking in through their doors. On the 3rd floor, room 301, lived 2 young men with fiery tempers who attempted to resist only to be shot dead by him. The other 2 households were 302 and 401. Frightened by the situation, they obediently handed over all their food and drink. Alas, living in such times without food at home, doesn't that mean waiting to die, eh? Someone said indignantly. We must unite to resist bullies like Chen Jinghao. Immediately someone responded. Yes, with so many households, how could we fear just 5 or 6 of them? As long as we stand united, he is nothing to be afraid of. But someone pointed out, he has a gun. What does having a gun matter? With just one gun, how many bullets can... Exactly, if we rush at him together, he won't be able to stop us. Just one left kick, and then a right whip kick, and he'll definitely fall. He's limping now, he's hardly a threat. If he didn't have a gun, how I could handle him by myself? Everyone was filled with fervor at the thought of dealing with Chen Jinghao, as if they could not wait to charge into his home and execute him. However, someone interjected at this moment. So when do we take action? This question led to a moment. It's easy to talk bravely, but when it comes to actually risking their lives, not everyone dares to do so. Everyone understands the reason, but no one wants to be the one at the front taking the bullets. They spoke beautifully, but it was actually to persuade others to take the bullets for them. While this matter is not a problem, we can definitely deal with him. After all, he's a desperate person with a few small thugs under him. We need to strategize carefully. Yes, reckless action is the behavior of fools. We must win through wisdom. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Just moments ago, they were shouting that Chun Jinghao was nothing to fear, and now some were suggesting kicking him with a left kick and a right whip kick. Now when it was really time to act, they started shouting for wisdom to prevail. He found it utterly ridiculous. At this moment, Uncle Yu, the security guard of the community, suddenly spoke up. We cannot let Chun Jinghao continue like this. If this goes on, everyone will be killed by him. Even if we don't get shot, if all our food is robbed, isn't that still death? I can take the lead. Everyone come with me to teach this bunch of scoundrels a lesson. Uncle Yu usually didn't say much. He was a retired soldier with a straightforward personality and a heart full of passion. He was well respected in the community. Faced with a shameless scoundrel like Chun Jinghao who treated human lives like grass, he was filled with anger. Wow, Uncle Yu is mighty. No wonder he comes from the ranks of the people's soldiers. Impressive. Uncle Yu, I support you. Do you need any weapons? I can lend you the kitchen knife from my home. I also have a Longquan sword I bought last year while traveling. It can cut through iron like mud. I can lend it to you. Chun Jinghao is just a cripple. Uncle Yu, if you do it this way, find an opportunity to ambush him from behind. Don't give him a chance. Everyone praised Uncle Yu together and chimed in with their suggestions. But no one said they would go with Uncle Yu to deal with Chun Jinghao. Uncle Yu was somewhat speechless. Chun Jinghao has 5 or 6 people, and they have guns. I can't go alone. At the very least, we need a dozen young men to go with me. That way it'll be safer. I used to be a soldier, so I have some skills and can lead. The adult males in the households suddenly fell silent. Meanwhile, Fong Yuqing and the other female residents without adult males in their homes were suddenly fired up. Yes, we women are weak and powerless. We cannot deal with such scoundrels. Men of Building 25, now is the time to show your masculinity. The men in our building are all remarkable guys. You must succeed. It's time to show your gentlemanly. I hope you succeed immediately and protect us weaker women. The adult males among the homeowners were naturally displeased. Some of them were still unmarried and living alone, while others were sharing a rental with friends. They could indeed risk their lives to confront the thugs, but seeing the attitude of the female homeowners, it was clear they were acting like female boxers. They even regarded risking their lives to confront the thugs as their responsibility. The men were not pleased. Absolutely not. In the past, you prioritized women in everything, but now you want us to go first in times of danger. Why should that be? Now we give you the fair treatment you want. If we go, we all go together. You usually fight fiercely online. Why don't you go fight Chun Jinghao? I wouldn't mind risking my life, but I will only protect my own wife and children. As the female homeowners saw the men unwilling to confront Chun Jinghao, they began to scold them. Aren't you men? Isn't this the right time for you to step up? To let women take risks? How dare you say that? You're just pathetic. It's disgusting. Ew, I absolutely won't marry someone like you in the future. Originally, the newly formed homeowners group was meant to discuss how to deal with the risks posed by Chun Jinghao. But inexplicably, it turned into a debate over who should confront Chun Jinghao, ultimately evolving into a conflict between men and women. Zhang Yi found it utterly exasperating. This plot was exactly the same as in his past life. This is also why Chun Jinghao killed half the people in the building in his past life, yet still managed to control everyone with just one gun. When they died, they only knew to close their eyes and didn't even dare to struggle. Uncle Yu, seeing this, anxiously called out in the group. Everyone, don't argue right now. Dealing with Chun Jinghao is the biggest problem. In the apartment, there was a female homeowner living on the 7th floor named Lu Tiantian. She was a key player in the verbal sparring between the sexes, a 22-year-old, freshly graduated little fairy. At this moment, both sides in the group were getting heated, and whenever Lu Tiantian saw a male speaking, she would unleash a volley of retorts. Even when the kind-hearted Uncle Yu spoke up, she quickly typed with 2 fingers. Uncle Yu, what are you pretending to be a good person for? You've been a soldier, so you should be the first to charge in when such things happen. With so many men in our building, if you just exchange places with them, the others will be safe. In today's society, women are clearly more important. The only role men have is to serve us women. I hope all the pathetic men in the group remember this, and don't make me say it a second time. Lu Tiantian's speech was met with ridicule from a group of male homeowners. In this apocalyptic world, who still indulges these little fairies? Do you really think you are something special? You want us to risk our lives to protect you? Do you deserve that? Uncle Yu was left speechless. He couldn't understand why, despite his good intentions for everyone, they all reacted this way. He was not very talkative and couldn't argue back, so he simply chose to remain silent. Zhang Yi observed the lively chat among the group and found it quite amusing to watch as a joke. After all, entertainment options were limited now. In summary, his conclusion was simple. The vast majority of people in this homeowner group were deserving of their fate. The verbal conflict in the chat was escalating. Perhaps it was due to being suppressed for too long. Everyone finally found an outlet for their frustrations and thus unleashed everything. The chat was flooded with venomous and filthy words. They ultimately forgot the original purpose of forming the group. Zhang Yi set his phone aside and went to the kitchen. Although there were many ready-made meals in the other space, he occasionally felt like cooking for himself to enjoy life. He took out fresh ingredients from the other space. The potatoes, scallions, ginger, and garlic were as fresh as if they had just been dug from the earth. The beef brisket was also tender, and the bright red meat looked very appetizing. Walmart truly deserves its title as the world's leading supermarket with unparalleled quality of selected products. Zhang Yi stewed a pot of beef brisket with potatoes, and following the method of making a clay pot chicken, stuck some flatbreads to the sides of the pot. Once finished, the flatbreads soaked up the broth and became particularly delicious. Picking up his phone, he noticed that Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan had sent him messages again. This time their messages were filled with desperate pleas. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan were crying heavily, clearly frightened by the incident involving Chen Zhenghao. The two green tea bitches had no means to resist the villains. Therefore, they were likely to become the next targets of Chen Zhenghao. Especially after witnessing the sturdy security door of Zhang Yi's house, they felt even more that Zhang Yi's home was a safe haven, wanting to come and live there. Zhang Yi, no matter how many conflicts we've had in the past, at least you once loved me, right? You can't just watch me. I know you seem tough on the outside, but your heart is soft. Please save me. Lin Kainan was even more shameless than Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I don't want to die. Just let me live in your house, and I'll do anything you want. But please don't let me die at the hands of those people. Zhang Yi could sense their inner fear. To be honest, if his house hadn't been reinforced, living in such a cold and food-scarce place, his despair wouldn't be any less than these two. But would he feel pity for these two women? Of course not. After all, this scene was exactly what he had been. The more desperate they became, the more excited Zhang Yi felt. He said nothing and slowly recorded a video to show. In the video, a large pot of beef brisket with potatoes sat before Zhang Yi, and the fireplace nearby was roaring with flames. The warm and peaceful atmosphere inside the house formed a stark contrast to the howling blizzard and gusty winds outside. This was undoubtedly a huge stimulus for the two women. After all, they weren't even sure if they could survive, let alone enjoy a full meal. The two continued to plead with a torrent of begging words, asking Zhang Yi to let them into the house to live together. Zhang Yi chose to ignore them. He neither agreed nor rejected. He just wanted to leave them a glimmer of hope, making them acutely aware that hope was bleak, yet they had to come and grovel before him. The day passed in such dullness. After Chen Zhenghao and his group seized a certain amount of supplies, they wouldn't be in a hurry to act again. They understood that if they went too far, all the homeowners would band together to resist them. Gathering some, pacifying others, and then eliminating a few was the most reasonable strategy. However, that night Zhang Yi noticed through surveillance that Chen Zhenghao and his men were up to something. The entire Tianhai city was without electricity at night. Only Zhang Yi's house had lights on, yet the other residents of the same building had not noticed. Zhang Yi saw several lackeys of Chen Zhenghao carrying two corpses out the door. Upon closer inspection, he found that the two looked somewhat familiar. The reason he remembered them clearly was that he knew almost all the homeowners in the building. However, these two did not seem to belong to their block. Therefore, they must have been other lackeys called over by Chen Zhenghao when it first started snowing. With a little thought, Zhang Yi quickly figured out what had happened. When Chen Zhenghao attacked Zhang Yi's house that day, Zhang Yi had drenched them with a fire hose. In this extremely cold weather of -60 or 70 degrees, it was deadly. Thus, these two must have frozen to death. Cold-induced illnesses like colds and fevers without a comfortable environment or medication like ibuprofen could easily lead to death. Otherwise, why was the average lifespan so short in ancient times? The two corpses had been stripped of all their clothing and dumped at the stairwell. Zhang Yi frowned, initially puzzled as to why they would do that. If they merely wanted to dispose of the bodies, they could have simply thrown them out the window. The snow would cover everything. Why would they throw them at the door? However, as his thoughts shifted, Zhang Yi suddenly realized a terrifying possibility, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. Could it be that Chen Zhenghao left their corpses behind as emergency rations? This thought sent chills down Zhang Yi's spine, making his hair stand on end. But this explanation was indeed the most reasonable. In this freezing weather, the world itself was a giant refrigerator, eliminating worries of food spoilage. Modern people's understanding of the apocalypse often comes from those apocalyptic-themed movies. And cannibalism is not an uncommon theme in those narratives. Historical records of humanity show that during years of great calamity, instances of cannibalism and horrific acts like eating children have been documented. Perhaps the peaceful years have caused some to forget the historical facts written in black and white. Until the arrival of the apocalypse. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and his rapidly beating heart soon calmed down. Compared to the average person, he accepted this reality more swiftly. After all, he had experienced an apocalypse once and had been eaten as food by others. He knew that when one reached a point of desperation due to hunger, humans could commit any cruel act, and eat anything that could be consumed. Chen Jinghao is truly a ruthless man. Although Zhang Yi did not like that social boss, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Many understood this principle. But to actually treat the corpses of one's own brothers as reserve food before the food runs out is nothing short of inhumane. After Chen Jinghao killed the resident of Unit 301A, the atmosphere in the entire building became extremely tense. Previously boisterous, no one now dared to speak. Chen Jinghao seemed to realize that everyone had secretly formed a new owners group behind his back. However, such things were impossible to prohibit. He could only resort to various threats and enticements within the owners group. The situation is so dire right now, everyone is just trying to survive and no one wants to resort to murder. If it weren't for that brat from 301 attacking my people first, I wouldn't have accidentally killed him. After all, I'm not a monster. I hope we can all coexist harmoniously in the future and that you'll lend us a bit of food when we need it. As long as you cooperate, I guarantee that everyone can live in peace. Upon hearing these words, some people indeed relaxed their guard. Some even thought perhaps, as Chen Jinghao said, that the owner of 301 died because he acted first. The Stockholm Syndrome refers to this type of person. In the despair of death, as long as the perpetrator shows them a little kindness, they will be filled with gratitude. Zhang Yi remained like an observer, watching coldly, neither commenting nor participating. However, in his heart, he grew more vigilant towards Chen Jinghao. Although his home was well fortified with just Chen Jinghao and his few men and that broken gun, there was no way they could break in. However, in the apocalypse, it's always wise to be cautious. If he really provokes me, I'll find an opportunity to kill him, Zhang Yi said lightly. This brief tranquility was shattered the next day. Although every household was too afraid of Chen Jinghao to go out, they could not survive without going downstairs to break ice for water. So someone quietly opened the door, planning to sneak out to dig for snow. As a result, they were caught red-handed by the people Chen Jinghao had sent to stake out. The supplies stolen on the first day had been consumed by the starving thugs. Now, with bloodshot eyes, they regarded all the residents of the building as their prey. Whoever they caught would not be spared. They must be completely robbed. In the new group, frantic cries for help could be heard. Zhang Yi opened the group chat and immediately laughed. The one crying for help was none other than Lu Tiantian, who lived on the 7th floor. Chen Jinghao lived on the 6th, right below her. That morning, she had planned to sneak down to dig for snow, taking advantage of the darkness, but was caught red-handed. Living alone, it wouldn't take much effort to clean up. She was already a target for Chen Jinghao and his men. Plus, having been cooped up for nearly half a month, Chen Jinghao and his little thugs were feeling pent up and were looking for a woman to relieve some tension. Lu Tiantian was not particularly beautiful, but she was young and her figure was decent. With limited conditions, no one would be picky anymore. So that group of little thugs rushed over with wrenches and iron rods, grinning. Lu Tiantian quickly shut her door, and in her despair, she thought of asking her neighbors for help. "Woo, everyone, please come save me. They are smashing my door, please, I will be killed by them. Uncle, you please save me. Aren't you a veteran? They definitely can't beat you. You can't trust those people if they are too ruthless. Everyone needs to unite. What if something happens to me? You will be next." Lu Tiantian cried in the group urgently, sending one voice message after another. However, yesterday, when she was domineering in the group, fiercely confronting a group of male owners, she was not. "Uncle," you replied. "Girl, this situation has come up suddenly. I can't handle so many people alone." Although Uncle Yu was kind, he wouldn't go to his death for nothing. Chen Jinghao had 5 or 6 men and guns. Even if he had been a soldier, he couldn't fight back. If everyone had reached a consensus yesterday and formed a guard team, they might have had a chance to scare them off. Seeing Uncle Yu's words, Lu Tiantian felt a chill in her heart. She cried, "You can't do this. Can't you protect a weak girl like me? What kind of men are you all? Woo, if I die, I will haunt you as a ghost." Originally, everyone felt some sympathy for her, but when they realized she shamelessly tried to moralize them, they suddenly became angry. Moreover, after Lu Tiantian had insulted all the men in the building yesterday, the new and old grudges were settled together. "Ah, yes, we are all useless. Little fairy, you're so amazing, you definitely don't need our help. Haha, the little fairy can fight, go beat those guys. Weren't you calling out so loudly yesterday? I thought you were so capable. Turns out you still need us to save you. You might as well just die. If you die, it will bring happiness to countless families." The group was filled with cheerful laughter. No one felt the slightest sympathy for Lu Tiantian's predicament. Instead, they found joy in her misfortune. Because Lu Tiantian's home was robbed, at least they would be safe for a short while. Upon seeing the cold laughter, Lu Tiantian's heart sank into despair. She then turned to ask the female owners for help. However, the replies from the female owners were also very uniform. "We are all sisters, and in this situation we can't do anything either. Sisters, stay strong. I'm supporting you spiritually. You must hold on, otherwise if they break in, who knows what they'll do to you. That's right, there are so many of them, they will ruin you. Some were perfunctory in their comfort, while others took delight in scaring Lu Tiantian. After all, human joys and sorrows are not shared, and the long-term confinement and the threat of death had begun to twist many people's souls. More and more people joined the group chat, but the topic had turned sour. Sister, even if you die, at least take someone down with you. That's a service to the people. Right. Since your home has been robbed, you probably can't survive anyway. You might as well take someone down with you before you die. Lu Tiantian trembled in anger, wanting to say something more, when the door bang was kicked open. In Zhang Yi's home, he watched the surveillance footage as Lu Tiantian let out a scream and was dragged out by a few little thugs by her legs. On such a cold day outside, they still don't forget to exercise. Your energy is just too vigorous, Zhang Yi exclaimed. However, it was reasonable. In the current situation, no one knew when they would die. Before dying, living beings think first about passing on their life genes. What could possibly be the fate of Lu Tiantian? Although no one witnessed it firsthand, it is easy to guess. A girl falling into the jaws of a pack of wolves can only meet a tragic end. Even if Chen Jinghao and the others spared her life, having lost all resources necessary for survival, she would only be waiting for death. However, there was no overwhelming sense of sorrow among everyone. Instead, they collectively sighed in relief. At least Lu Tiantian could sustain Chen Jinghao and the others for a while. Yet this served as a warning bell for other homeowners. If things continued like this, they might not survive for long. That afternoon, Zhang Yi found himself suddenly added to a chat group. He chuckled in disbelief. In such an unstable environment, people's suspicions grew stronger and small factions began to multiply. It was as if by banding together, they would become powerful. Zhang Yi glanced at the members in the group and noticed there were only 6 or 7 people. Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, and Lin Caning were all present along with a few other neighbors. Zhang Yi frowned, slightly unsure of what they intended to do. But soon someone took the initiative to approach him. Fang Yuqing said, Zhang Yi, it's too dangerous outside. Sooner or later Chen Jinghao and his gang will come for us. We must unite together. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, it's fine, I'm quite comfortable on my own right now. That's not the point, Lin Caning interjected. You're alone, but Chen Jinghao has 5 or 6 people with him, and they have guns. So you are also very unsafe right now. Zhang Yi scoffed, why don't you go ask Chen Jinghao who broke his leg? He hasn't dared to come and take revenge. He knows him not easy to deal with. What do you all want then? Zhang Yi asked. Fang Yuqing quickly replied, it's too dangerous for everyone to, so we've decided to move in together. This way we can at least resist Chen Jinghao. Zhang Yi laughed, really? You think gathering together will protect you from the guns Chen Jinghao has? How ridiculous. If numbers truly mattered, all 50 or so households in the building could easily trample Chen Jinghao to death one kick at a time. Everyone was cowardly. Gathering together was merely a way to seek psychological comfort. Another person in the group spoke up. His name was Sun Jichao, and Zhang Yi remembered him as a financial worker. Having more people would at least make them cautious. Plus, we can work together to barricade the doors, so we won't have to worry about them breaking in. What we lack right now is a good stronghold. Fang Yuqing quickly added, Zhang Yi, your house has a balcony, and the security door is particularly sturdy, making it very suitable to fend off Chen Jinghao. So we hope you can join our team, and we can all stand against Chen Jinghao. At this point, Zhang Yi finally understood. Fang Yuqing must have told these people how great his house was. It's highly likely they already knew that Zhang Yi's home had an excellent insulation system and plenty of food. Zhang Yi sneered. He could hear their scheming from 10 floors away. He bluntly said, I don't need it, thanks. I'm quite comfortable living alone right now, so if you want to cohabitate, find your own place. What a joke, cramming 7 or 8 people into his home. At this moment, it was impossible to tell who was human and who was a ghost. Wouldn't that just bring danger upon himself? Besides, Zhang Yi owed them nothing, why should he? After being rejected by Zhang Yi, the people in the group were clearly unhappy. Sun Jichao said, Zhang Yi, everyone is in danger. You can't think so short-sightedly. Only by staying together can we survive. Another member, Wang Min, also remarked, it's just because your floor has a balcony for easy access to snow water that we chose your place. You think we're taking advantage of you, but in reality, we can protect you too. Zhang Yi's smile turned crooked. He sent a message in the group, protect me. A string of question marks demonstrated his inner sarcasm. Do you even know what kind of life I'm living right now? Protect me. How shameless to say that. Hiding in her blanket, Fang Yuqing bit her lip and began to attack in full force. She knew Zhang Yi disliked her and wouldn't let her into his house. So now she utilized the crowd to morally coerce Zhang Yi. She believed that human lives were at stake. Even if Lin Caning and Zhou Peng had wronged him in the past, Zhang Yi should be more magnanimous. Lin Caning said, Zhang Yi, fine, I admit we need your help. But think about it, if you let us take refuge in your house, you could save 7 or 8 lives. Could you really bear to watch us get killed by Qin Zhenghao? We've been friends and neighbors for so many years. Among these 7 or 8 people, Zhang Yi indeed recognized quite a few, including several whom he had a decent relationship with, and even a colleague from work. They all spoke up, urging Zhang Yi to let them in based on their past connections. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi, who had suffered persecution and death in his past life, was no longer the soft-hearted person he used to be. Most of the people in this group were those who had once taken advantage of him. In this apocalypse, what talk of humanity could there be? Survival was the only way. So he said, in times like these, everyone's survival depends on their own abilities. You have no value to me, so why should I protect you? After saying this, Zhang Yi directly chose to leave the group. To think they could fleece him was nothing short of a dream. Only by being immoral could he avoid being coerced. After the chat, Zhang Yi took out a box of potato chips from the alternate space. He went to the window, sat down in a soft imported recliner, munching on chips while admiring the scenery outside. Not to mention the extreme cold outside, the snowy landscape was truly beautiful. The ground was coated in a silver blanket devoid of any color pleasing to the eye. At that moment, he suddenly saw a dark figure swaying on the 18th floor, followed by a desperate scream filled with despair. Zhang Yi looked closely and realized that what was falling from the sky was a person. In an instant, they plunged into the thick snow 6 or 7 meters deep. With the outside temperature over 70 degrees below zero, being trapped under the thick snow was a death sentence. It seemed the conditions in other units were similar. Facing dwindling resources, conflicts over supplies erupted everywhere, even resorting to violence and murder. Wherever there were people, situations were evolving towards a hell on earth. While munching on potato chips, Zhang Yi contemplated the future. It appeared that in addition to keeping an eye on the neighbors in this unit, he also needed to be wary of the survivors outside. In this apocalypse, any incident could happen. Inside Building 25, Qin Zhenghao and others had consecutively robbed several households, directly or indirectly causing the deaths of 5 individuals. This situation prompted many residents in the apartment building to start uniting. Their solution to this problem was to stay together and not disperse. They planned to block the doors with heavy objects to prevent Qin Zhenghao and his group from breaking in. As for fetching water, they would do it through the windows. Some residents on certain floors had balconies which also caught the falling snow. On Fang Yuqing's side, they all moved into Wang Min's home on the 18th floor. Wang Min, who was Zhou Peng's cousin, ran a cosmetics business in Tianhai City and was considered an independent, strong woman. Therefore, she had some assets, living in a 3-bedroom living room layout similar to Zhang Yi's. The others were her colleagues from the company and close friends. In the end of the world, even if they wanted to band together, they only dared to seek out trustworthy individuals. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were allowed to come only because Zhou Peng vouched for them. As for the conditions of joining, it naturally referred to Zhang Yi's home. At this moment, a group of people sat in the living room wrapped in thick down jackets, scarves around their necks, wishing they could seal themselves completely. Since Zhang Yi rejected the proposal to cohabitate, everyone's mood was somewhat dim. Wang Min looked at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, saying mildly, "I initially agreed to let you stay here because of my cousin's face, and you promised to persuade Zhang Yi to let us move into his home. But now Zhang Yi is completely opposed. What do you think we should do about this?" Zhou Peng was a sycophant, but Wang Min was sharp and could see that these 2 girls were not easy to deal with. Therefore, if it weren't for them bringing up Zhang Yi, Wang Min would never have allowed them to join. Fang Yuqing quickly said, "Sister Wang, let me explain. Zhang Yi's home is truly well stocked, and they even installed a fireplace. As long as we can live in his house, our future days will be very comfortable." After being repeatedly rejected by Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing and the others no longer had any fantasies about him. Thus, they decided to sell out all the information about Zhang Yi's home, including the photos and videos Zhang Yi had sent them. Lin Caning also said, "Yes, you have all seen the videos, and you should understand how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is now. Let's all make an effort to move into Zhang Yi's home. Not only can we resist Qin Zhenghao, but we can also..." Upon hearing this, Wang Min and the others couldn't help but take out their phones again to watch the videos Fang Yuqing had shared with them. The footage showcased Zhang Yi's home, which was extremely appealing and made their eyes light up. Wang Min frowned and said, "However, his attitude is already clear. He is unwilling to let us in at all." At this moment, Sun Jichao, wearing glasses, adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles and said in a low voice, "People like him are too selfish and completely disregard others' lives. For people like him, we don't need to be too polite. I think since he is alone in his house, why not use some special..." As soon as Sun Jichao said this, everyone looked over at him. It was clear that they all understood his implication, breaking into Zhang Yi's home and forcing him to surrender his property. His friend Lu Tao also loudly supported, "I think this is a good plan. Such selfish people only care about themselves, so why should they live in such a nice house?" Wang Min frowned slightly, but according to Zhou Peng, their security door is very sturdy. We are not like Chen Jinghao's group. We are not skilled at this. Zhou Peng also said yes, and Zhang Yi is particularly despicable. Last time we knocked on his door, he actually poured urine on us from above. Recalling that incident, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning felt nauseated and nearly vomited. Even now, they could still smell the odor Zhang Yi had left on their hair and skin. If it weren't for the cold weather causing their noses to be blocked, the stench would have driven them away. Sun Jichao adjusted his glasses and sneered, "This matter is actually easy to handle. As long as we wrap ourselves up tightly, wear masks, and carry umbrellas, we won't have to fear his tricks. As for breaking the door," he looked at Lu Tao beside him. Lu Tao coughed and said, "I used to work at a locksmith company, so I'm very familiar with this kind of thing. I can open various locks commonly used in the market." Hearing Lu Tao say this, Fang Yuqing and the others were so excited they almost jumped up. "Great. As long as we can open their security door with so many of us rushing in, I want to see how Zhang Yi can resist." Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and cursed. She had pleaded with Zhang Yi before, but he had refused to let her in and had humiliated her in various ways, making her resent him deeply. "Once we're inside, I will definitely shove his head into the toilet and make him eat." Zhou Peng the sycophant eagerly chimed in, "He'll be in charge of pulling the flush." Zhou Peng's crude remarks made Fang Yuqing feel quite uncomfortable, but since she still needed him, she smiled and said, "All right, make sure to eat plenty of soy products and onions." The group seemed quite merry. They clearly believed that with so many of them working together, Zhang Yi would not be able to resist. Thus the group found umbrellas, wrapped themselves up tightly, and took some tools for breaking in as they headed towards Zhang Yi's home. Zhang Yi's home had an alarm system. As soon as there was any disturbance on his floor, it would automatically trigger an alarm. So when the group climbed the stairs, Zhang Yi was immediately aware. Through the surveillance, he saw the group, but since they were all wrapped up tightly, he mistakenly thought it was Chen Jinghao and his men arriving. "Just in time, I didn't manage to kill you last time, so it's good to teach you a lesson this time," Zhang Yi said with a cold smile. However, he still had no intention of letting Chen Jinghao die right now. If Chen Jinghao died, who would clean up these troublesome neighbors in the apartment building? That would mean no more good shows to watch. The group, wrapped tightly, immediately opened their umbrellas as they got close to Zhang Yi's home. Now, whether Zhang Yi sprayed them with water or used stink bombs, he would not be able to drive them away in a short time. All of this information was provided by Fang Yuqing. She naively believed that even if Zhang Yi had prepared numerous defenses, resources within a single house were ultimately limited. Spraying water and throwing stink bombs were Zhang Yi's last resorts. They had arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep holding umbrellas, but the number of pinhole cameras installed by the Zhanlong security company on this floor was particularly high. From various angles, the movements of the visitors could be captured. After a group of people arrived at the door, Zhang Yi saw one of them pull out several shiny metal tools from his pocket. Then he poked them into the keyhole of the anti-theft door. Picking the lock, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, but did not care. If their anti-theft door could be so easily pried open, then the professionals from the Zhanlong security company might as well give up. This door not only had a world-class security level comparable to a bank vault, but it also had 5 layers of defenses installed. To open the outermost lock, one would need to be a world-class locksmith. Not to mention, it was also equipped with a physical lever. The more complex something is, the simpler the method to unlock it tends to be. It's the simpler things that can't cope. For example, Zhang Yi's door. Since he had no intention of going out from the beginning, he had directly inserted a steel rod with a diameter of 10 centimeters to block it. Unless one were to crash into it repeatedly with a car, it could not be broken down by human strength. Moreover, Zhang Yi had considered the possibility of someone trying to pry open the door, so he had specially added a unique defense. Zhang Yi watched the surveillance footage on the TV, then took out his phone, opened the control software for the safe house, and gently pressed a button. In an instant, a massive current surged through the anti-theft door. The one focusing on picking the lock, Lu Tao, let out a scream as the powerful current coursed through his body. The people nearby turned pale with fear and hurriedly retreated. "Help! Help me!" Lu Tao's face twisted in agony as he pleaded with his companions. The powerful current gripped him like a vice, making it impossible to break free. Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng, and others were dumbfounded. They never expected such a situation to occur, nor did they have any suitable insulating tools. Soon smoke began to rise from Lu Tao's body, accompanied by a charred smell. Boom! He collapsed to the ground, his clothes burned to shreds, and the skin on his arms and face had already carbonized. It was evident he could not survive. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning screamed in terror. Witnessing someone die right before their eyes was an immense shock. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhang Yi's lips curled slightly into a smile. Strangely, he felt a sense of satisfaction. But who could they blame? To dare to plot against Zhang Yi, they deserved to die. Wang Min and the others felt a chill down their spines, and their plan to pry open the door had failed. Sun Jichao and Lu Tao had been friends for many years. Seeing his brother die, tragically fire blazed in his eyes. Zhang Yi, you son of a bitch, come out. He grabbed the shovel in his hand and slammed it against Zhang Yi's door. The sound echoed through several. However, the massive iron door showed no signs of denting or damage. Once the outer paint peeled away, the heavy alloy beneath was revealed. Zhang Yi approached the door, hands in pockets, with a mocking expression, saying, "You want to smash my door? Aren't you just asking for death?" He shook his head and lamented, "Sai isn't living good." Hearing Zhang Yi's mocking voice, the few people outside were both shocked and angry. Wang Min shouted, "Zhang Yi, we initially intended to discuss living arrangements with you peacefully. How could you resort to murder? You're even worse than Chen Zhenghao. You're a murderous demon." Upon hearing a woman's voice, Zhang Yi realized that the people outside were not Chen Zhenghao. But having killed Lu Tao, he felt no remorse. After all, such people deserve to die. Upon reflection, he understood who the people in front of him were. They must be Fang Yuqing and Lin Kanan's group. After all, only they knew how comfortable Zhang Yi's home was. Zhang Yi's expression turned grim as he scolded without reservation, "What are you pretending for? You came to my house to smash the door and tried to rob my house. You deserve to die. You still have the audacity to bark here. It's absolutely hilarious." Sun Jichao pretended to be calm. "Zhang Yi, we mean no harm. We just want to talk to you. But you didn't even give us a warning before killing our good brother Lu Tao. Isn't that too much? Don't you plan on giving us an explanation?" Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "Just coming over to chat. To barge in uninvited and pry open my door, that's called chatting. After prying open the door, the next step would probably be to kill me or drive me out to let me fend for myself. Then you can enjoy the safe house that I worked hard to prepare, right?" The group exchanged glances. This was indeed their original plan. Sun Jichao's brow furrowed deeper as his good brother's tragic death filled him with hatred for Zhang Yi. But now figuring out how to break in was the most important thing. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Zhang Yi, we give you one last chance. Open the door and let us in. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond what you can bear." Fang Yuqing shouted from outside, "Zhang Yi, we won't harm you. We just want to live with you and face the disaster together. Don't be ungrateful for our goodwill." Lin Kainin shouted, "Yes, at most we'll let you stay in the master bedroom and supply you with resources." At this moment, they were very excited. Just a wall away was paradise, and they had waited a long time for this day. Zhang Yi scoffed at their words. "Have you lost your minds? This house is mine. You're acting like the owners here to make arrangements. If you have the ability, then come and try. Let me see if you can break in." While speaking, Zhang Yi was also not idle. He had already loaded the bullets into the handgun and held the crossbow. The moment of hunting was about to begin. Through the surveillance, he could clearly see everything outside, even hearing their quiet conversations. Sun Jichao and the others gathered to discuss their next move. Among them, the timid Gu Jiaoyang nervously asked, "What should we do? Now that Lu Tao is dead, no one can pick the lock. Should we retreat? It would be bad if we drew Chen Jinghao's attention." Sun Jichao scolded, "What are you afraid of? We are on the 24th floor. Chen Jinghao and his group would be exhausted just climbing up. Even if they wanted to kill or rob, they would first target those on the lower floors." This Zhang Yi is indeed not easy to deal with. He seems to have known that the apocalypse was coming and has prepared very thoroughly. Indeed, some people gradually began to realize Zhang Yi's unusual behavior. In this icy apocalypse, everyone was starving and freezing. Even those who usually had supplies at home were struggling immensely. But only he was well-fed and warm, even going so far as to install a fireplace in Tianhai City, a southern city. Coupled with a sturdy security door, it was evident he was prepared for such a situation. Zhou Peng scoffed and said with resentment, "If that's the case, then Zhang Yi is even more despicable. Knowing that a snow disaster was coming, he only cared for himself and didn't even notify the neighbors in advance." Bah! He spat vehemently. Because of personal grudges against Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng never missed an opportunity to slander him. Wang Min and the others still frowned, ignoring Zhou Peng. After all, if they were in his position, they would certainly prioritize their own families, not caring about others' lives. The problem is, what should we do next? We can't pry the door open, but can we break it down directly? Wang Min said, looking at Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang. These three were among the few men in their group, and if they were to force the door, they would be the main force. The group murmured and discussed for a while. Zhang Yi observed them leaving the stairs through the surveillance camera. Holding a gun in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, he watched them depart leisurely. Zhang Yi could have shot and killed two of them. However, he felt no urgency. Life had become too mundane and he needed some excitement. Thus, he wanted to see how these people planned to break the door. This was also to prepare for dealing with more troublesome individuals in the future. After a while, they returned. This time, they brought a thick and heavy piece of wood. It appeared to have been taken apart from a bed. Several women stood by holding umbrellas, preventing Zhang Yi from splashing them with cold water. The three men hoisted the wood and crashed it against the front door with a duong. The sound was loud and Zhang Yi could feel the walls shaking. However, he wasn't worried. Unless the opposing team had a hulk, a 20-centimeter thick steel plate would not be broken. Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang were desperately slamming against it. Zhang Yi simply sat on the sofa, his eyes fixed on them as they crashed into the door, while he continuously monitored the changes in the house via a mobile app. This app was specially designed for users by the Zhanglong security company, allowing him to check on the overall situation of the house at any time. He remained vigilant, firmly holding his weapon ready to act if he sensed something amiss. However, after a long while of crashing, the entire building was aware of it, yet the door remained as sturdy as ever. Aside from some white marks, there wasn't even a dent. 5 minutes passed, and everyone was utterly stunned. How thick is this door? Even a bank vault door wouldn't be this sturdy. Whose house would have such a door? Sun Jichao and the others were nearly in despair, roaring in anger. It was a voice filled with reluctance and despair. Zhang Yi, watching this scene through the surveillance, couldn't help but smile, feeling much more assured about the quality of his safe house. All right, it's time to teach you a lesson. Zhang Yi stood up, placed his handgun into his pocket, and then opened a metal box. This box contained 20 crossbow bolts, but strangely they were all rusted. Logically speaking, these alloy crossbow bolts should be difficult to rust, yet all 20 were covered in rust, as if they had been stored in a humid environment for years. In reality, they were deliberately rusted by Zhang Yi. A slight scratch on the skin would pose a risk of tetanus. In this environment where medical help was unavailable, it wouldn't be immediately lethal. It would just cause infections and eventually lead to festering and decay. If someone was hit by it, they would either have to choose amputation to save their lives or wait to die in extreme pain. Zhang Yi gained this insight from Chen Zhenghao. Although Chen Zhenghao's leg was ruined, he managed to survive through certain means. But next time if he got hit by this tetanus arrow again, Zhang Yi wanted to see how he would endure. A devilish smile crept across Zhang Yi's lips as he climbed up to the shooting hole. Fang Yuqing and the others were holding umbrellas and couldn't see what was happening below. Zhang Yi ignored them and shot directly under the umbrella. If they died, it would be their luck. If they survived, even better. Whoosh! The tetanus arrow pierced through the umbrella, followed by a piercing scream. Without waiting for them to react, Zhang Yi quickly loaded a second arrow, not needing to aim since they were all standing. The second arrow was shot, and another scream rang out. Zhang Yi quickly loaded again and drew his bow. It was at this moment that the group finally reacted, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Zhang Yi remained calm and composed, aiming at them and shooting deliberately at their arms and thighs, avoiding vital areas. Among the remaining 6 people, 3 were hit by arrows and 1 was struck twice. However, due to the slow loading speed of the crossbow before Zhang Yi could shoot another arrow, they had already run into his visual blind spot. Zhang Yi shrugged. It didn't matter, those guys were already doomed and would die a tragic death in exchange. As for the others, Zhang Yi had plenty of time to play with them slowly. After all, time was on Zhang Yi's side. Even in such a situation, he still hadn't gone out to finish them off. Let's call it steady. Even with a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting hurt, Zhang Yi would never take that risk. The consumption of crossbow bolts is a big problem. Zhang Yi frowned, beginning to consider the long term. He had bought 300 crossbow bolts, and another 3. After using them up, he couldn't just go out to retrieve them. Although he still had a lot left, one must prepare for the worst. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi suddenly had a brilliant idea. He opened the alternate space and rummaged around, quickly finding what he wanted. The storage contained mini ball bearings used for bearings, which could also be shot from the crossbow. There were also those toy marbles. Although they weren't as lethal as steel balls, when shot from a professional crossbow, their power was still considerable. Even if the crossbow bolts ran out, there were plenty of metal products inside that could be disassembled and modified. Zhang Yi felt relieved. With these things, I can live off them for a lifetime. He felt comfortable, but some others were in dire straits. Fang Yuqing and the other 7 initially thought they could take Zhang Yi's house by relying on their numbers. But in the end, they not only failed, but lost a person, and 3 others were shot by crossbow bolts, having to retreat in embarrassment. They didn't even dare to retrieve Lu Tao's corpse. Fang Yuqing, Wang Min, Sun Jichao, and others fled back like lost dogs. Once inside the house, they closed the door behind them, drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath. Especially the injured ones, who gritted their teeth in pain, collapsing onto the sofa. Zhang Yi's arrow struck Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang. After all, they were the main attackers closest to Zhang Yi's door. Meanwhile, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan had previously witnessed Zhang Yi's methods and intentionally stood back, thus avoiding the arrows. As a result, among the 7 who went, 4 men either died or were struck by tetanus arrows. Due to the cold weather, they initially did not feel much pain. However, once home, they endured the extreme cold, having to grit their teeth to remove their clothing. When they saw the wounds, their faces changed dramatically. If it were ordinary arrows, it would be manageable. Just pull them out, disinfect with alcohol, and take some anti-inflammatory medicine. But these arrows were covered in rust. Without antibiotics, once infected, they could only wait for death in this environment, and it would be a terribly No, how could this happen? Sun Jichao's pupils constricted as he understood what this meant. The fear of death instantly enveloped him. Slap. A crisp sound rang out as Wang Min angrily slapped Fang Yuqing. The injured were all her close friends and family, and all of this was caused by Fang Yuqing urging them to rob Zhang Yi's house. Could she not be furious? Wretched girl, it's all your fault. Did you not say that his door was the only sturdy thing? Why were there arrows? Did you know all along, which is why you ran so far? Why are you all fine? Wang Min was not small in stature, much taller than Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. This slap instantly scared Fang Yuqing to the point of trembling. Fang Yuqing covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks in grievance. I didn't know. The last 2 times we went over, he didn't attack us with crossbow arrows either. Zhou Peng, with an arrow in his arm, rushed over, struggling to shield Fang Yuqing. Cousin, don't do that. I can testify Yuqing really didn't know. Wang Min, seeing her foolish cousin, felt a sense of anger at his ignorance. She pointed at Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan. Then why are they unharmed? If I saw them hiding far away. You weren't hurt either, were you? How can you blame us? Lin Kainan muttered quietly. Wang Min, furious, shouted, that was just luck. I wasn't shot. Now all of us are harmed because of you. Get out. Sun Jichao reached out to stop Wang Min and gave her a meaningful glance. We're all injured now. Someone has to take care of us, he said softly. He didn't want to die yet. They had to pull out the arrows and pray not to get infected to survive. Wang Min's chest heaved violently as she glared at Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan. Why aren't you helping yet? Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan lowered their heads, their eyes flashing with resentment. But they still went to help treat the wounds of the injured. After removing the clothing, upon seeing the severity of the arrows, their faces turned pale. Zhang Yi's crossbow arrows were professional grade, capable of hunting wild boars and coyotes. Once shot into a person, they embedded deeply. They had no professional medical personnel here, nor any proper equipment. They simply could not handle it. If mishandled, it could directly lead to massive bleeding and death. Wang Min pondered for a moment and said, we can only call Dr. Zhou for help. The Dr. Zhou she referred to was Zhou Qier. Previously, when Lin Zia's liver was ruptured, it was she who helped save his life. Wang Min stepped aside to call Zhou Qier. Not long after Zhou Qier arrived, Wang Min rushed over, excitedly grabbing Zhou Qier's hand. Dr. Zhou, our lives depend on you. Zhou Qier was dressed in a black knee-length down coat wrapped tightly, yet still unable to hide her tall and slender figure. She carried an iron medical box on her shoulder. Once she entered the room and glanced at the injuries of a few people, she immediately frowned. Another arrow wound. Wang Min blinked curiously. Another one. Who else got shot? A hint of unnaturalness flickered across Zhou Qier's face. No, it was a previous patient from the hospital. Wang Min felt a bit strange, but there was no time to think about it. Dr. Zhou, please take a look at them quickly. Zhou Qier said no more and went over to check the injuries of the few individuals. By now their faces were already frighteningly pale. Since the arrows could not be pulled out, they could not stop the bleeding, and in temperatures around -60 to 70 degrees, that was inherently extremely deadly. Zhou Qier took a look and frowned, saying, their injuries are too severe. Unless there is professional equipment, I cannot be fully confident about performing surgery. Dr. Zhou, it's already this time, or just go ahead and do it. We trust you, Wang Min urged quickly. Zhou Qier shook her head. The arrows are covered in rust, which can cause infections. I can at most pull out the arrows, but without antibiotics, infection is still a risk. Then I'm afraid. She did not finish her sentence, but everyone present understood what that meant. Under these conditions, once infected, it would be certain death. Tears streamed down Wang Min's face. Sun Jichao and the others were her closest friends, and Zhou Peng was her cousin. In this apocalypse, people inherently felt particularly insecure. To lose so many loved ones and friends in a single day would undoubtedly drive someone to despair. That Zhang Yi has a heart of stone. He must have done it on purpose. How could he be so cruel? Even if we took his house, we wouldn't want his life. Wang Min cursed in grief. Zhang Yi. Zhou Qier recalled upon hearing the name. She remembered having a few encounters with Zhang Yi, faintly recalling him as a sunny and handsome man. However, due to Zhou Qier's aloof personality, they hadn't interacted much. In any case, without medication, simply pulling out the arrows still poses a significant life risk. I hope you can understand that, Zhou Qier said calmly. By now she no longer avoided anything in the apocalypse. Everyone had to be prepared for death at any moment. Suddenly Fang Yuqing seemed to think of something. She excitedly said, medicine. I remember Zhang Yi had Wang Min and Sun Jichao became instantly excited upon hearing that Zhang Yi had medicine. When faced with death, one will grasp at any straw of hope. Sun Jichao struggled to ask, is this true? Does he really have medicine? Wang Min fixed her gaze on Fang Yuqing, saying, you better not be lying. Because of you, several of us have been seriously injured. Hearing Zhang Yi's name now filled her with dread. Fang Yuqing replied, about a month ago, Zhang Yi seemed to change completely. He began hoarding supplies at home. Like I could see delivery trucks coming to his place almost every day. Once I saw a medical company truck arrive at the community and Zhang Yi went to receive it. Then they carried 2 large boxes to his house. They must contain medicine. Antibiotics are not exactly rare drugs. If he really knew about the disaster in advance and stocked up, he must have a large quantity of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs on hand. As a doctor, Zhou Qier was very certain of this. Sun Jichao's eyes sparkled with a hint of madness as he saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Then go find Zhang Yi quickly and make him bring the medicine to save my life. My injuries were caused by him, so he must save me. Wang Min gritted her teeth, her expression conflicted. But considering what just happened, he must hate us. Why would he give us medicine? Gu Jiaoliang could no longer endure the pain. Lying on the sofa, he continuously groaned in agony. I feel like I'm about to die. You all think of a way. Go plead with Zhang Yi, we must be saved. Fang Yuqing added, we haven't harmed him, and we even planned to leave some supplies for him after breaking in. Yet he doesn't recognize kindness and is ruthless against us. We are the just ones here, so why should we be afraid? Zhou Qier, upon hearing the remarks of these people, roughly understood what had transpired, and a look of speechlessness flashed in her eyes. However, this matter had nothing to do with her, and she made no further comments. Instead, she opened her medical kit and took out some gauze to stop the bleeding for a few people. There was hardly anything left in the medicine box. The supplies she kept at home were for emergencies and wouldn't be abundant. Moreover, in the past few days, she had helped several neighbors, naturally depleting her stock. If Wang Min and the others couldn't get any medicine, she might only be able to help remove the arrows and give them a rough bandage. At the very least, it would let them die a little less painfully. A group of people spoke beautifully. Until now, they still believed they were in the right. They were just trying to survive. Oh, what could be wrong with that? They could only blame Zhang Yi for being too selfish, thinking he could enjoy such good living conditions all by himself. After pondering for a moment, Wang Min suddenly pointed at Fang Yuqing and said, you will handle this matter. I know Zhang Yi pursued you before, so it's most appropriate for you to handle this. Sun Jichao and Gu Jiaoliang weakly expressed their agreement. After all, this was all initiated by Fang Yuqing. If she hadn't told the others about Zhang Yi's situation and confidently claimed that his defenses were weak and easily breached, they wouldn't have been foolish enough to take the risk. Although Zhou Peng was somewhat reluctant to let Fang Yuqing plead with Zhang Yi, the intense pain in his arm and the threat of death made him choose to side with Wang Min. He said to Fang Yuqing, we are a collective right. This time we need to trouble you a bit. We all need to survive to protect you. Fang Yuqing looked conflicted, her heart very unwilling. After all, she had already been insulted by Zhang Yi. However, now she had no choice. It was only through her connection with Zhou Peng that she could join this collective. Otherwise, as a weak woman, she wouldn't have been able to play much of a role against the bullies like Chen Zhenghao. Other teams wouldn't choose to let her join. Even if she could join, she might end up being treated as a toy. Women, especially those without any skills beyond being charming and pretty, are extremely cheap in the apocalypse. Zhou Qier picked up the scalpel, and given the limited conditions, sterilization was impossible. Even with an alcohol lamp, it would congeal in this temperature. Moreover, without medicine, the current disinfection was merely a meaningless task. She instructed Sun Jichao to bite down on a towel, then began to extract the arrows. In the operating scene without anesthesia, soon the sounds of screams akin to those of a slaughtered pig filled the air, and Sun Jichao was about to bite through the towel in his mouth. Everyone in the room felt their hair stand on end, quickly urging Fang Yuqing to borrow medicine from Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing, steeling herself, dialed Zhang Yi's WeChat voice call. Beep. 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 Zhang Yi at home was preparing to eat something. It's quite astonishing that despite having killed for the first time, he felt an unusual calm inside. There was no fear. Instead, he felt a thrill of having successfully taken revenge. This satisfied him. To survive in the apocalypse, one must have such a mindset. He had genuinely feared he might throw up or suffer from insomnia. After all, he had experienced more dire situations than anyone else present. Nothing could make him break down. At that moment, the phone rang. When Zhang Yi picked it up with interest and saw it was Fang Yuqing calling, his eyes widened and a surprised smile crept onto his face. Oh, after being beaten so badly by me, are you now calling to scold me? Zhang Yi answered without hesitation. He was as happy as could be at her current misfortune. He switched to speaker mode and began cooking lunch in the kitchen. Hello, what's the matter? Zhang Yi's voice was incredibly gentle, as if he hadn't just killed Lu Tao and shot at Sun Jichao and the others. But the more he spoke in this tone, the more chills Fang Yuqing and the others felt. Under the gaze of several people, Fang Yuqing also put the call on speaker. She pleaded, Zhang Yi, Lu Tao is dead, and Zhou Peng and the others have been shot by you and are dying. Whoa. She cried pitifully, seemingly hoping to win Zhang Yi's sympathy. However, Zhang Yi merely replied indifferently, oh, if they're dead, they're dead. They'll die sooner or later. He said softly into the microphone, while holding a knife. You don't think you can survive this snow disaster, do you? His voice was like that from hell, sending chills down Wang Min and the others' spines. Zhang Yi articulated their deepest fears. With the heavy snow sealing off the city, their building had become an isolated island. Even if they survived now, their supplies would soon run out. Even if Chen Jinghao didn't kill them, they would freeze or starve to death. Fang Yuqing trembled, crying, Zhang Yi, I know I was wrong. It's all my fault for not accepting your pursuit. But now I want to change. Can you forgive me? Zhang Yi retorted lightly, what do you think? Next to Fang Yuqing, Wang Min and the others nudged her, urging her to get to the point. Fang Yuqing sniffled and said with a sob, Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng and the others have been injured by you and their wounds are severe. There are no medicines at home, they will die from infection. Did you not buy a lot of medicine before? Please lend us some. I promise I won't bother you again in the future. Zhang Yi paused in his cooking, bewildered by Fang Yuqing's logic. Fang Yuqing, can you guess why I shot them with rusty arrows? To have them suffer and die from infection, that is precisely my aim. You actually came to borrow medicine from me. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Yi scolded with a smile. Did Fang Yuqing and the others not understand this? But now if they did not shamelessly seek Zhang Yi's help, they could only watch their companions die. Zhou Peng and the other three men were their hope for survival. Fang Yuqing cried, Zhang Yi, we were wrong. Please spare them. This time we promise we will never trouble you again. And given how tough things are right now, could you not be so cold-blooded? Wouldn't you feel happy if they died? Before Fang Yuqing could finish, Zhang Yi said resolutely, yes, I am quite pleased right now. Fang Yuqing was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Wang Min hurried over and said to Zhang Yi, I am Wang Min. Do you remember I once treated you to a meal? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. In the past, Wang Min had sought his help to obtain goods at a low price from the warehouse. Zhang Yi had eaten one of her meals, but later helped her earn a lot. Do you think this is interesting to say? Zhang Yi retorted coldly. Wang Min swallowed hard as Zhou Peng's screams echoed from the living room. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi wore a satisfied expression, wishing he could see their miserable state. Wang Min said, Zhang Yi, everyone is living on the edge right now, and with the bully Chen Jinghao causing havoc, it's better to leave a line for ourselves. We might need each other in the future. If you lend us the medicine this time, I, Wang Min, will remember your kindness and will definitely return it to you. Zhang Yi disdainfully replied, kindness? Do you take me for a fool? Those guys were all injured by me, and someone died here. The body is right at my doorstep. No matter what I do, this grudge is unending. Helping you would only mean waiting for your revenge on me. Wang Min still wanted to explain, we are not that kind of people. Enough. This is really pointless. Zhang Yi clicked his tongue. Whether you are that kind of people or not doesn't matter to me. What matters is that I don't believe you are that kind of people, so I won't save you. To help those who want to harm oneself. That would be pure self-righteousness. No matter how beautifully the other party spoke, Zhang Yi would not waver. Seeing that Zhang Yi was unyielding, the few of them became anxious. Wang Min's brows furrowed. Zhang Yi, you must not force us into a corner. If you really want us to die, we don't know what we might do. Facing Wang Min's threat, Zhang Yi laughed disdainfully. Haven't you already done everything you could? If you had the ability, you would have barged into my home, killed me, and taken everything from me. I'm not easily frightened. This trick won't work on me. Fang Yuqing snatched the phone and tearfully said to Zhang Yi, do we really have to reach this point? We used to get along so well. Why can't we let go of our prejudices against each other and start anew? In fact, I have always had feelings for you. At that moment, Zhou Peng next door was biting down on a towel during surgery. Upon hearing this, his eyes nearly bulged out as he whimpered even more. Facing such a scheming woman, Zhang Yi felt a certain admiration. Her skin was thicker than the corners of a city wall. But it was not surprising in this environment. Zhang Yi was like a wealthy tycoon. The persistence of a gold digger clinging to a wealthy man was second to none. Suddenly, an evil thought arose in Zhang Yi's mind. He knew the others were not far away, and Zhou Peng could hear their conversation. So Zhang Yi deliberately said, Hey Yuqing, actually, I still have feelings for you. But you hurt me too deeply in the past, and I cannot let go. This sentence was like a match, igniting the dawn of hope in Fang Yuqing. Ignoring the angry gazes of those around her, she excitedly trembled and said, Brother Zhang Yi, I knew you. You are really silly. The person I like the most is you. Those past events were just to test you. Oh, you dense head, why can't you understand my feelings? The surrounding Wang Min and the others felt a wave of nausea and Zhou Peng was nearly fainting from anger. But everyone thought if Fang Yuqing really got close to Zhang Yi, they might get a chance to access his house and resources, so they remained silent. Brother Zhang Yi, let me live in your house. From now on, I will be your woman. Whatever you want me to do, I will. All right. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. Fang Yuqing jumped up excitedly, more thrilled than if she had just drunk soy milk. Lin Kainan impatiently said, take me with you, take me with you. Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glance. Zhang Yi's cold voice came through the phone again. But Yuqing, the only person I love is you. Therefore, I can only accept you to come over. As for those who are not worth mentioning, you better keep your distance from them. The environment is so difficult now, we shouldn't let a bunch of people drag us down. Upon hearing this, everyone present changed color. They had originally hoped that Fang Yuqing would get close to Zhang Yi, so they could all benefit. But how did it sound like Zhang Yi wanted to cut ties with them instead? Fang Yuqing was currently extremely excited and didn't care about the people around her. She nodded vigorously, agreeing wholeheartedly. Okay, everything will be decided by you, brother. I will listen to you. Then come over now, don't worry about the others. I'm coming right away. Brother, wait for me. Fang Yuqing's excited little face was flushed, thinking about escaping her hellish life. Her mind went blank. Immediately she ran toward the door. Wang Min and the others were already filled with rage. Seeing Fang Yuqing truly willing to abandon them and go to Zhang Yi, Lin Kainan reached out and grabbed her. Fang Yuqing turned back, her expression twisted as she roared, get away from me. Don't stop me from going to Zhang Yi's house. I'm fed up with this kind of life. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Min's heavy slap landed hard on her face. You shameless wretch, you caused us so much suffering and now you want to leave. Not a chance. Wang Min and the others are furious. It was you, Fang Yuqing, who came over to lure us into attacking Zhang Yi's family. Now we are left dead and injured, and you want to abandon everyone and go enjoy yourself. There is no exit. Zhou Peng, who was performing surgery, was even more enraged to hear that Fang Yuqing was going to find Zhang Yi. Yuqing, how can you treat me like this? Did you not say that you hated Zhang Yi the most? Do you remember saying that you wanted to be my woman? Fang Yuqing was slapped by Wang Min. Covering her face, she grit her teeth and stubbornly said, is there something wrong with me pursuing my own happiness? Staying with you is only temporary. Once we run out of supplies, aren't we just waiting to die? Zhang Yi's home is so comfortable with food and drink, and I won't have to suffer from the cold. What's wrong with me going to him? She looked at the pained Zhou Peng with a you have to understand me expression. Zhou Peng, you are a good person. You've always treated me well in the past. But to love someone means to hope for their happiness, doesn't it? Although you helped me in the past, you shouldn't stop me from pursuing a better life. Can what you offer me compare to what Zhang Yi can? Zhou Peng's face turned pale, stuttering and unsure how to retort. Zhou Qi furrowed her brow and said to him, don't move. Otherwise, if you cut the main artery, you'll be finished. Wang Min became anxious and rushed to hold Zhou Peng down. Cousin, don't get so angry over this worthless woman. Your life is more important right now. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her gaze on Fang Yuqing and said, Fang Yuqing, if you want to leave, we won't stop you, but only if Zhang Yi brings the medicine in exchange. Lin Kainan blocked the door, raising her chin. Fang Yuqing, if you are leaving, we both leave together. Fang Yuqing glared at them hatefully and could only helplessly say to Zhang Yi, brother Zhang Yi, you heard them. They won't let me go. Otherwise, why don't you give them some medicine? Zhang Yi was watching the drama unfold in the kitchen. Hearing Fang Yuqing's words, he smiled slightly and said, the medicine is very precious. How can I trust they aren't trying to deceive me? They might be deceiving you. Perhaps they will hold you hostage and use you to threaten me, constantly asking me for Chinger. We cannot be fooled. Because it was on speaker, everyone could hear their conversation clearly. Zhou Peng was still shouting angrily. Yuqing, don't believe him. He is just playing you. Indeed, outside, but those directly involved were confused, especially in such an environment. Fang Yuqing's state of mind had long been unusual. Zhang Yi gave her a glimmer of hope, and she clung to it like a drowning person grasping at a straw. Even if she rationally understood that it wouldn't save her, she still held on tightly, unwilling to let go. She nodded repeatedly. Yes, brother Zhang Yi, what you said makes sense. After saying this, she crazily rushed toward Lin Kainan, blocking the door. Get out of my way, you filthy woman. Don't stop me. The two women immediately started fighting. In order to get to Zhang Yi's home, Fang Yuqing completely lost it, her eyes red with rage. She desperately tugged at Lin Kainan's hair and bit her arm. Lin Kainan, in pain, crazily fought back. The two fell to the ground, resembling two wild women. Wang Min couldn't stand by any longer. There were several patients undergoing surgery, and their fighting could affect the operations. So she also joined the fray, working with Lin Kainan to finally subdue the frenzied Fang Yuqing. Oh, let go of me. You all let go. Let me go, let me go. Fang Yuqing screamed hoarsely, acting as if she had gone mad. Wang Min furrowed her brow, swung her palm, and slapped her face back and forth, landing 6 or 7 slaps. Fang Yuqing was dazed by the blows and finally calmed down. Wang Min coldly snorted, "You want to leave? Dream on." She picked up Fang Yuqing's phone and went to the side to call Zhang Yi. "Hey Zhang Yi, right now Fang Yuqing is in our hands. If you really want to save her, bring the medicine to exchange." Zhang Yi shrugged. "There are too many of you, I'm scared. What if you take the opportunity to kill me?" "So Yuqing, although brother also wants to live with you, they won't allow it. Don't blame brother." Zhang Yi intentionally spoke loudly. This was naturally heard by Fang Yuqing. She screamed in pain, her gaze towards Wang Min and the others filled with malice. Zhang Yi then appropriately hung up the phone, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. The cruelest thing in the world is to give a glimmer of hope to a desperate person only to make them forever unreachable. He would certainly not let that green tea White Lotus in. He simply wanted to disgust those people. If necessary, they could kill Fang Yuqing. On Fang Yuqing's side, after wailing for a long time, she finally broke into a pitiful cry. However, she didn't hate Zhang Yi, she hated Zhou Peng and Wang Min. She felt that if it weren't for Zhou Peng and Wang Min stopping her, she would already be in Zhang Yi's house enjoying exquisite food and the warmth of a fireplace. Wang Min sneered at Fang Yuqing. She glanced at Reincarnated, who had performed very well, just now at least not siding with Fang Yuqing. Indeed, good friends betray each other in times of crisis. You saw it too. This woman only thinks of herself and never considers others. If you want to stay in our team, then keep an eye on her. Don't let her escape. Wang Min said coldly to Reincarnated. Reincarnated nodded vigorously. Sister Wang, I will definitely listen to you. She glanced at the weeping Fang Yuqing on the floor, her eyes filled with hatred as she said word by word, I will never let her run away alone. If we are to suffer, we all suffer together. Why should you be the only one to enjoy? In the living room, Zhou Qi quickly performed surgery on the three. Due to the lack of disinfectants and anesthetics, she could only quickly extract the rusted tetanus arrow and use gauze to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, there wasn't even a disinfecting cotton ball because the weather was too cold and the medical alcohol had frozen. The only good news was that the extremely low temperature prevented them from feeling much pain and fainting. However, the downside was very apparent. Under such extreme cold, the body was very likely to suffer necrosis. After Zhou Qi finished the surgery, she wiped the blood off her hands. She closed the toolbox and said to Wang Min and the others, this is just a temporary treatment. Without medication, there is a high possibility of infection later. So you need to be mentally prepared. Wang Min and the others' eyes were filled with helplessness. Zhang Yi is unwilling to cooperate with them. How could they possibly get medication? Zhou Qi extended her hand towards Wang Min. Naturally, she wouldn't help for free. Wang Min understood the rules and handed her a pack of biscuits. Although it wasn't much, if she saved a little, it would last her 2 days. Zhou Qi was somewhat satisfied and then left. After Zhou Qi departed, the atmosphere in the room became extremely oppressive. The wound was still throbbing with intense pain, causing the 3 men to lie on the sofa tightly wrapped in their blankets, unwilling to move. Zhou Peng looked at Fang Yuqing on the floor, his eyes filled with sorrow. As for the others, their gazes towards her were filled with hostility. Sun Jichao took a deep breath. We can't just wait to die. We must get medicine from Zhang Yi. Otherwise, if the wound gets infected, well, all die a terrible death. He looked at Wang Min and Reincarnated, speaking in a serious tone. You should understand that without a man to protect you, it's hard to survive in this apocalyptic world. Wang Min and Reincarnated's expressions were not good. They understood that Sun Jichao was speaking the truth. Otherwise, Wang Min wouldn't have chosen to team up with them in the first place. But we have no way to deal with Zhang Yi. Wang Min took a deep breath, her face filled with helplessness. They had already failed in a strong assault, suffering casualties. Oh, what good plan could they have? Sun Jichao gritted his teeth, the pain in his body making him reckless. I do have a plan we can try. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Sun Jichao. What plan? As long as there's hope, we must try. Yes, dragging this out is just waiting to die. Oh, we might as well take a gamble. Sun Jichao said Zhang Yi has a fireplace at home, which means he has stockpiled a lot of fuel. Plus, judging by his videos, the food is quite plentiful. Currently, only a few of us know this information. However, relying on us alone, it's clear we can't break into Zhang Yi's home. Why not leak this information and let everyone in the building know? Sun Jichao's gaze was venomous like a cobra. If a few of us can't handle him, can hundreds of people not handle? Not to mention that there's a mad dog Chen Zhenghao who has a gun. That group dares to commit all sorts of evils, even murder. They will definitely go after Zhang Yi. At that point, all we need are some medicines and food, which shouldn't be a problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiaoyang excitedly said, this idea is good. I agree. The others didn't hesitate long and nodded in agreement. After all, they didn't have a better option at the moment. However, Fang Yuqing suddenly yelled at everyone, you are all so shameless. How can you do this? I'm going to live with Zhang Yi. If you ruin him, what will I do in the future? Wang Min with a cold expression walked over and slapped her hard. At that moment, Fang Yuqing's face swelled up like a pig's head. Wang Min grabbed her hair and dragged her to the bedroom amidst Fang Yuqing's screams. Then Wang Min shouted to Zhou Peng, come over and take care of her. Zhou Peng was injured in the arm, but his injury wasn't too severe. After all, Zhang Yi hadn't aimed for a fatal spot. He wanted these people to die from infections. Therefore, Zhou Peng, who had removed the arrow, was still able to move. Zhou Peng was taken aback by Wang Min's words. He hesitated and said, "Cousin, isn't this wrong? I genuinely like her. How can I hurt her?" Fang Yuqing was trembling on the bed, pleading for mercy. "You can't do this to me. Zhou Peng, didn't you say you love me most?" Wang Min spat disdainfully, saying, "You little vixen, causing us such misery, letting you sleep with my cousin is already too generous." She said to Zhou Peng, "Silly brother, don't be confused anymore. This kind of woman is very cheap. You don't know how many people she has slept with. To put it bluntly, don't you just want to sleep with her? This time, I'm giving you a chance to fulfill your wish. Let's see how she can deceive you after this." Being a woman, Wang Min knew well how to deal with Fang Yuqing. As long as Zhou Peng slept with her once, his novelty towards her would diminish. Zhou Peng shouted angrily and rushed into the bedroom, but instead shoved Wang Min aside. "Don't say that about her. Yuqing and I are true love. I would never force her," Zhou Peng said next stiff. Wang Min stared wide-eyed, pointing at Zhou Peng, so furious that she couldn't speak for a long time. "You're such a useless puppy." She had underestimated the loyalty of a puppy. Zhou Peng replied, "No, I am not a puppy. Yuqing is a woman who truly cares for me. I believe that as long as I wait patiently, one day she will realize that I am the best man for her," Zhou Peng said, turning back to Fang Yuqing with a self-satisfied smile. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." He remembered when he first came to this city, young and unfamiliar with the place. With only a middle school education, he was looked down upon by many around him. Only Fang Yuqing had given him a warm smile and even kindly asked Zhou Peng to help her move things. When he was lonely and desolate, Fang Yuqing gave him a chance to invite her to dinner. This feeling of being trusted had always warmed Zhou Peng's heart. He would rather hurt himself than harm Fang Yuqing. Even if Fang Yuqing had just said something like that, he still thought it was Zhang Yi's fault, and Fang Yuqing was just deceived. That's right, as long as he patiently waited, Fang Yuqing would eventually understand that he was the best man for her. Fang Yuqing saw Zhou Peng's foolish smile and let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Although letting him have her once was not a big deal, she still looked down on him and felt disgusted. The others in the room were speechless at Zhou Peng's puppy behavior. However, at the moment, everyone's thoughts were on uniting the entire building's residents to deal with Zhang Yi, so no one cared about Zhou Peng anymore. Wang Min and the others decided to leak the information about the abundant resources in Zhang Yi's home to everyone. With everyone's strength, they could break into Zhang Yi's house. Only then could they seize medicines and save Sun Jichao and the others. Thus, Wang Min posted Zhang Yi's previous videos and photos in the neighborhood group. The reason for posting in this group was naturally to let Qin Jinghao see it too. Wang Min, dear neighbors, I just realized that some people are living such a happy life at home. This selfish behavior is simply shameless. The video was taken in the past few days at Zhang Yi's home. Think about what kind of days we've been living recently and what kind of days he has been living. Do you think this is fair? Let's discuss how we should handle this matter. Usually no one spoke in this group. Only Qin Jinghao occasionally threatened the neighbors. Therefore, Wang Min posting so many videos and pictures immediately drew everyone's attention. Thus, the neighbors eagerly clicked on the videos. When they saw the beautiful life in the videos, everyone was so excited that they were about to go crazy. They actually wear pajamas in the house. It's over 70 degrees below zero in our home. How are they keeping warm? Their lights are on at night. Where do they get the electricity? Is this really a video taken recently? Could it be from the past? Some people raised doubts. There was no way how everyone was enduring hunger and freezing, and it was unimaginable that some people could eat warm and delicious meals and live in a warm and comfortable home. Wang Min immediately said, I can assure everyone that these videos were filmed recently. Zhang Yi's family has long prepared various supplies, whether food or fuel. So his current life is like heaven. Lin Kaining also spoke up. Yes, I can prove it. When he went to the supermarket to buy things, I helped him. Their family later bought a lot of things, haven't you all forgotten? Lin Kaining's words triggered many memories. Yes, back then Zhang Yi's house was bustling with big and small vehicles every day. I didn't know what he was planning. Could it be that he knew there would be a snow disaster in advance? That would be too shameless. He didn't even tell us. Zhang Yi is simply inhuman. How could he do such an unethical thing? We are all neighbors. We have lived together for many years. He is too selfish. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, attributing all the suffering they were experiencing to Zhang Yi. However, they did not consider at all, even if Zhang Yi had told them that the apocalypse was coming, would they have believed it? Of course they didn't think about this, they just felt that Zhang Yi owed them. Immediately someone said, Zhang Yi must be responsible for this. Yes, why should we suffer so much while he enjoys a good life? His family has so much food and drink as well as medicine and energy, he must share some with us. Since we are having a hard time, he has to bear the main responsibility. All the neighbors turned red with anger. They could not endure this situation. If everyone was suffering terribly, it would be one thing. Why should we live lives unworthy of humans while you enjoy happiness alone? No, if we die, we all die together. Qin Jinghao and others also saw the videos in the group. Qin Jinghao's eyes turned red immediately. Zhang Yi, you bastard, how can you live so comfortably? One of Qin Jinghao's legs was already ruined, all thanks to Zhang Yi. Therefore, the person he hated the most in the whole building was actually Zhang Yi. The reason he didn't continue to take action later was that on one hand, Zhang Yi's house was hard to attack. He had suffered losses before and wouldn't act against Zhang Yi unless absolutely necessary. On the other hand, he didn't even know Zhang Yi had so many resources. Otherwise, even if it cost him his life, he would continue to attack Zhang Yi's house. The chat records in the group quickly exceeded 100. Zhang Yi, everyone is suffering so badly now, we are on the verge of freezing or starving to death. You have so much food at home and fuel to burn in the fireplace. Share some with everyone. Exactly, everyone will remember your kindness. I hope you don't be ungrateful. Zhang Yi, we are all old neighbors. You can't stand by and watch us die? Zhang Yi, I am Aunt Wong from the 20th floor. I even lent you 2 green onions before. With our good relationship, you must give us some supplies. Brother Zhang, I am your brother Lu Wenxiang. We are like family. Why don't you let me stay at your place? The situation is so dangerous now, I can go over to protect you. There were moral kidnappers' pleadings and reasoning. All sorts of people came with one central idea to demand Zhang Yi to bring out the supplies from his house and share them with them. The messages kept popping up and Zhang Yi naturally saw them. Everyone in the group was demanding him to share supplies, but Zhang Yi merely watched coldly, not in a hurry to say anything. He wanted to see just how interesting these people's true faces were. Linda Ma, Zhang Yi, I am the director of the neighborhood committee in our community. She promoted herself and made everyone laugh. Moreover, I am also an elder in our building. I have the final say. Bring those supplies here, and I will distribute them to everyone. Mom Bao Xieli Mei, Zhang Yi, my baby and I are about to starve to death. Didn't you once praise our baby as adorable? Please save us. I can let the child recognize you as a godfather. Even if you have other requests, that's fine too. Rich kid Su Hao, Zhang Yi, as long as you let me live in your house, I can give you all my assets. No, my father is already dead and my family's assets are worth over $1 billion all for you. Zhang Yi watched the show for a long time before leisurely typing a word. Oh, his one word instantly made everyone even more excited. The moral kidnappers continued their moral kidnapping and the beggars continued to beg. After a long time, Zhang Yi casually asked, are we very familiar with each other? Why should we share our... At this moment, everyone was on the brink of despair. In fact, it was completely meaningless to reason with them. As long as they could survive, they were willing to abandon all human moral boundaries. Zhang Yi was naturally aware that he had no intention of reasoning with these people. He was merely playing with monkeys. His gaze turned somewhat sinister as the frenzied neighbors reminded him of a scene from his past life. Once out of kindness, he opened his door. Then it was these neighbors who rushed into his house and gave him an axe. And before he died, they couldn't wait to dismember him and eat him. He wanted revenge. Thus, he wanted to fully enjoy playing with these pitiful yet detestable insects. Someone in the group immediately became anxious. Zhang Yi, are you speaking human words? We have been neighbors for so many years, isn't it natural to help each other? What meaning is there in living alone? Young people shouldn't only think about their own comfort and lay flat. You should understand the importance of contribution. If it weren't for you hiding the news and secretly hoarding supplies, how could we end up like this? Yes, everyone is suffering so badly now. Oh, it's all your fault. You must atone for your sins. Zhang Yi. And then, below was yet another large group of pleas, threats, and curses. They were like passengers from a shipwreck sinking into the icy waters of the North Atlantic, surrounded by sharks. But at this moment, they noticed a small fishing boat nearby. The boatman was eating hot pot and singing, leisurely paddling past them. So they swam desperately towards it, wanting to get the boatman to pull them aboard. The more they were on the brink of despair and hope, the more easily their mental state crumbled and their true faces became increasingly grim. Zhang Yi watched their twisted expressions, smiling as he took out a bottle of premium Australian yellow kangaroo tail from the temperature-controlled wine cabinet in the alternate space, along with a portion of top-grade French foie gras. Red wine paired with foie gras is a perfect match. When the bitterness of foie gras blends with the astringency of red wine tannins, the taste becomes even better. This allows the Chinese who are not accustomed to the taste of red wine to also savor its deliciousness. Zhang Yi ate foie gras while drinking red wine, watching the wonderful performance of the neighbors. Some even sent him private messages, and there were those who called him. Zhang Yi opened them one by one with great interest. Mom Bao Xieli Mei. Zhang Yi, please save me and my baby. As long as you let me live in your house, you can do whatever you want with me. Female college student Zhang Siyu. Brother Zhang Yi, I am still young, I don't want to die. Please accept me. Just give me a bite to eat. Many other female residents also sent private messages, many of whom had husbands. They were well aware of the current market conditions and knew that money could not move Zhang Yi at all. Therefore, they all proposed to use their bodies to exchange for Zhang Yi's protection, hoping to at least get some food. What is Zhang Yi's attitude towards the news from those female homeowners? He merely regards it as some amusing little essays, hardly bothering to reply. Of course, there are a few who are bold enough to send Zhang Yi private selfies. He glanced at them casually, showing little interest. The main issue is that these women are overly confident, while a few are somewhat good-looking. Most are rather plain. They are not like the female streamers on a certain app who have professionally practiced how to sway their hips and waist, lacking any real appeal. Are you testing men with this? How many men can withstand such a test? As for the selfishness of some male residents, that's even simpler. It's not about brotherly affection, calling each other big brother or little brother and then asking Zhang Yi for help. It's just some old men engaging in moral coercion, demanding Zhang Yi to take care of them. The most disgusting thing is that there is a gay man. As for his requests, Zhang Yi didn't want to discuss this. After looking around, he found it boring. He found a phone stand, placed his phone in front of him, and anticipated some creative ideas to emerge. Then he lay back on the sofa, sipping red wine and eating foie gras while enjoying the beautiful snow outside the window. Half a month passed, and the snow outside still had not stopped. The entire city was completely covered in snow. According to Zhang Yi's memory, this snow would continue for a month, submerging everything below the 4th floor. As for how much longer it would fall, he was not sure. However, he indeed had no necessity to go outside. Going out was to seek a glimmer of hope for survival, but now no one knew where one could live, except for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi propped his chin up and lazily murmured, staying at home every day is quite boring. Why not find a time to go out for a while? Once most of the people in this building have died off, he could take a stroll. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered that there were a few snowmobiles in his warehouse. Those were originally meant to be shipped to a nearby city for an artificial snow park. This way, even if the snow outside was 10 meters deep, he would still have a way to go out. Although I can't leave this room right now, with this method I can go out for some fresh air later on as long as I ensure safety. Zhang Yi felt a bit tempted. Staying at home all the time could be quite dull, though going out to relax would indeed be nice. He had professional-grade cold-resistant clothing and a snowmobile, so even temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees wouldn't faze him. Zhang Yi continued to browse through the messages from his neighbors out of boredom. Among them, one person's message caught his attention. Zhou Qier sent a message that wasn't about pitying her situation or sending private photos, but rather a very calm request to exchange with Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, our food and medicine are running low. I hope you can provide some help, and in return I can offer you medical assistance. Zhou Qier. Zhang Yi quickly recalled her appearance. She was a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City, 26 years old, tall and slender, at least 175 centimeters in height. What impressed Zhang Yi the most was not her cool aesthetic beauty, but her impressive curves, boasting a 36D bust. Especially in winter, when she wore a black sweater, her figure stood out prominently. Every time they met in the elevator, Zhang Yi couldn't help but steal a few more glances. As expected of a doctor, very rational. She didn't try to elicit sympathy from me or beg for charity. Instead, she wants to negotiate, doesn't she? Zhang Yi held a favorable view of Zhou Qier. In the apocalypse, only those with value have the right to survive. Zhou Qier demonstrated her worth, which is her superb medical skills. After all, without a certain level of ability, one could not possibly work at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. In the apocalypse, medical skills are also an extremely important asset. Although Zhang Yi had stocked up on many medicines and had been studying this area during this time, he did not consider himself capable of handling all diseases. If there were a doctor by his side, it would undoubtedly provide significant security for his future survival in the apocalypse. Most importantly, Zhang Yi had assessed Zhou Qier's character. In his previous life, she had died because she gave food to Xieli Mei. Whether it was pure desperation or genuine kindness, at the very least Zhang Yi saw the brilliance of humanity in her. Zhang Yi placed his left hand on his thigh, adjusting his posture. With his other hand propping up his chin, he muttered to himself, why not keep her around to take care of me and my good brothers? Right now, although I'm living quite comfortably, my brothers are having a rough time, and that's a problem. Zhang Yi was a passionate young man, and he wouldn't shy away from this issue. Furthermore, in the apocalypse, where morals and laws have collapsed, humanity has no need to live too repressively. It's best to face one's desires honestly. Zhang Yi suddenly burst into laughter. He slapped the armrest and said, I am indeed somewhat tempted, but unfortunately. He looked up at the ceiling, and said leisurely, I, however, am very afraid of dying. Even though Zhou Qier is a viable option without 100% certainty of controlling her, I cannot let her in. Now let's just see how it goes. Survivors will definitely continue to appear. With such good conditions, am I worried about not finding good doctors and good women? Zhang Yi was rather easygoing, befitting someone who had lived through death. He replied to Zhou Qier, I am currently in good health and do not need a doctor. However, I do have plenty of medicines at home, not to mention food. If you want to negotiate, at least offer me something that is useful to me right now. No matter who you are, beautiful genius doctor or not, you can't just get a free ride from me. I, Zhang Yi, have never made a bad deal. After a long silence on her side, she finally replied to Zhang Yi, can we consider it as a prepaid consultation fee? I really can't hold on any longer. Zhou Qier's tone carried a hint of hesitation and a touch of shame. It was evident that if it weren't for dire circumstances, she would not easily plead with a man she wasn't very familiar with. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi said to her, I can provide you with food and medicine. But you also have to do me a favor. What kind of favor? Zhou Qier asked. Zhang Yi said, these neighbors are likely going to come after me. If you know what they plan to do, just let me know. Zhang Yi knew these crazy neighbors would definitely attack his house. However, he was not afraid. When he built this steel fortress, he spent so much money and personally selected many features. The purpose was to wait for this day to come. At this moment, his home was like a war fortress with slightly weaker firepower. Even a group of armed soldiers would find it impossible to break in without heavy weapons, let alone this group of half-dead neighbors who had suffered hunger and cold for half a month and were barely hanging on. He proposed such a condition merely to find an excuse for Zhou Qier. Moreover, having an insider would ultimately provide an extra layer of insurance, allowing him to prepare in advance. Zhou Qier hesitated for a long time before finally agreeing. Her morals and conscience did not allow her to be a despicable person. However, the neighbor's choice to rob Zhang Yi out of jealousy was in her eyes even more vile. Therefore, she chose to help Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said, all right, I need to see your useful information first before I give you what you want. Then it will depend on your performance. Zhou Qier replied, I understand. She was kind-hearted, but definitely not foolish, and would not naively ask Zhang Yi for unconditional help. The conversation between the two came to an end here. Zhang Yi glanced at the group chat where the messages were piling up with notifications continuing to morally blackmail and intimidate him. Zhang Yi, where have you been? Give us an answer quickly. Are you going to hand over the supplies you have? Some were already starting to lose patience. Zhang Yi curled his lips into a cold smile. It seemed they had already decided to force their way into his home. Go eat shit. Zhang Yi replied with a laugh. Immediately, the group erupted in a cacophony of insults, throwing out every vulgarity imaginable. Zhang Yi was unfazed. If they had the ability, they should come over. Having already tried killing someone with his own hands, he felt no guilt, so he didn't mind killing a few more. All right, Zhang Yi, you're asking for it. Don't say that nobody gave you a chance, you selfish and despicable person. From now on, you will bear all the consequences of what happens. The insults gradually diminished. It was clear that they were likely avoiding Zhang Yi and had created a separate group to discuss how to attack his home. They then planned how to assault Zhang Yi's house. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, a hint of tension and excitement flickering in his eyes, causing his body to tremble slightly with anticipation. Even though he knew his home was an impregnable fortress, facing an assault from over 100 people without feeling any tension would be a lie. Yet that sense of excitement ignited the blood within Zhang Yi. He had long wanted to teach those bastards who had once taken a share of his a good lesson. A flash of white light appeared in Zhang Yi's eyes, and soon his weapons appeared in the living room. 5 steel crossbows, 3 professional-grade compound bows, over 290 crossbow bolts, and 300 arrows. There were also 2 large boxes of steel balls, a mountain knife, a 1.2-meter crowbar, baseball bats, and hunting knives. All the weapons displayed on the table were excellent tools for killing. In addition to these physical weapons, there were also pepper spray, electric batons, gasoline, a large number of chemical reagents, and dozens of Molotov cocktails made from bottles, cloth strips, and gasoline. Zhang Yi's gaze was filled with a cold light. Let as many people as possible come. As Zhang Yi had anticipated, the neighbors realized he would not hand over the supplies and were furious. Sun Jichao created a new group chat and pulled all the living residents in except for Zhang Yi. They even included Chen Jinghao. When everyone saw Chen Jinghao, they felt a chill run down their spines. However, Chen Jinghao took the initiative to say, everyone, our primary goal now is to deal with Zhang Yi. The supplies in his home are probably more than all of ours combined. As long as we take him down, we can obtain a large amount of supplies. So you don't need to worry, I won't turn against anyone else right now. But for this operation, I want half of them. Chen Jinghao had suffered losses at Zhang Yi's hands and knew his home had strong defenses and hand crossbows. So he was too afraid to force an attack himself and planned to lead these cannon fodder from the building. He believed that with over 100 people they could definitely break through Zhang Yi's defenses. How many weapons could Zhang Yi possibly have? How many people could he shoot down? In the entire building of over 100 people, Chen Jinghao had only 6, yet he demanded half of the supplies. No one felt it was unfair. Instead, they thought Chen Jinghao was a good person. He clearly had a gun in hand and was still willing to share half with everyone. What a great person, Sun Jichao said. Right, everyone should temporarily set aside previous grievances. Our primary goal is to storm Zhang Yi's home and reclaim what belongs to the collective. With these two leading the charge, everyone naturally responded enthusiastically. Upon seeing Zhang Yi's living conditions, each person felt a surge of jealousy, wishing they could immediately eliminate Zhang Yi and take over his current life. Weapons in hand, follow me. Kill Zhang Yi and seize the supplies. Beat that shameless, selfish guy to death. Everyone roared with a fierce momentum. Only a few people remained silent, such as Uncle Yu and Zhou Qier. Others, even those who usually had a decent relationship with Zhang Yi or had benefited from him, cast aside those matters. Nothing was more important than surviving. To live, they could abandon all ethics and morals. Zhang Yi was at home cleaning the gun in his hand. He was no stranger to it, having used it frequently at the shooting club. Moreover, in the month before the apocalypse began, he had intensified his training. There was no pressure in hitting someone at close range. At that moment, Zhou Qier sent a message. They plan to come to your house. Zhang Yi saw it and replied, "Oh, got it." Zhou Qier sat on her sofa, looking at Zhang Yi's calm reply, furrowing her brows. She tightened the 2 layers of blankets around her and pulled her snow-white feet in closer. They should have gone to every household. They saw your video and have gone mad. Don't you want to think of a way? Zhou Qier felt that the most rational course of action at this time was to surrender some supplies to quell everyone's anger. Otherwise, no matter how strong one person was, it was impossible to stand against so many. Over 100 people could easily demolish a house. Zhang Yi smiled without explaining too much. He simply said, "Remember, you must not come over this time. I remind you just once. And then just wait to watch the show." Zhou Qier frowned, her eyes filled with curiosity. She did not understand where Zhang Yi's confidence came from to face over 100 people alone. This was no joke. Once his door was breached, the crazed crowd would surely take his life. Could it be that he is a madman? Zhou Qier murmured to herself. However, this was Zhang Yi's own choice, and she had no way to intervene. Yet she did heed Zhang Yi's words and did not follow that group to attack his home. She was a person with moral boundaries, unwilling to partake in the bloody feast, whether it was Zhang Yi's or the other neighbors. Zhang Yi sat calmly at home, awaiting the arrival of his frenzied neighbors. His expression was solemn, and before him lay an arsenal of weapons. At that moment, he received a message from Yu Dashu, the building's security guard. "Xiao Zhang, run, quickly. They're coming for you, armed and furious." A faint warmth stirred in Zhang Yi's heart. In this cruel world, a man of conscience was rare indeed. He replied with a quiet smile, "Uncle Yu, don't worry. I can handle this." Yu Dashu fell silent for a moment, as if recognizing the grim truth. There was nowhere left to flee. Resistance was the only path remaining. He said softly, "Xiao Zhang, I hope you survive. I'm sorry. I fear I won't be able to help you this time." Shame weighed heavily upon him. He owed Zhang Yi a profound debt. Earlier, Zhang Yi had warned him to stockpile supplies, and so he'd filled his home with instant noodles, canned sausages, and other essentials. His life, by comparison, remained bearable. Yet now, watching Zhang Yi about to be besieged by dozens, he stood helpless. Zhang Yi replied calmly, "The fact that you refuse to join them is proof enough of your virtue. Don't trouble yourself on my account." Yu Dashu had made the wisest choice, rushing to aid Zhang Yi would surely have seen him hacked to pieces by over 100 enraged residents. After exchanging only a few brief words, Zhang Yi remained guarded, careful not to reveal any details about his home. Distrust was prudent. No one, however familiar, earned his full confidence. Soon a subtle tremor vibrated beneath his feet. A deep rumbling thunder echoed from outside. "They've arrived." Zhang Yi spoke with quiet certainty. He knew it was the sound of 100 bodies surging up the stairwell. Yet he lived on the 24th floor. With the elevator dead, they were forced to climb, exhaustion inevitable. And yet not all came from below. Through the building-wide surveillance screen before him, Zhang Yi watched his neighbor from apartment 2402 emerge, wielding a kitchen knife and a wrench. The couple next door, husband and wife, stood frozen in predatory stillness. The woman clutched her blade behind her husband, both eyes gleaming with feral emerald hunger as they stared at Zhang Yi's door. No doubt their hearts had curdled with envy upon learning their neighbor had spent the past fortnight living in paradise. One by one, the crowd converged, until the corridor before Zhang Yi's door became a suffocating, impassable throng. Some held umbrellas overhead to shield themselves from potential torrents of cold water. Before long, impatience boiled over into violence. Someone lunged forward and began hammering at the door. Bang! 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 In Zhang Yi, come out now. This is your final chance to live. In, don't make us break in. We'll leave you no time to plead once we do. Watching through the surveillance feed, Zhang Yi saw neither Sun Jichao nor Qin Jinghao among the mob. Their absence confirmed one chilling truth: Sun Jichao and Qin Jinghao had deliberately withheld the truth about his apartment's defenses. Their aim was clear: to use their neighbors as expendable pawns, absorbing the first volleys of Zhang Yi's crossbow bolts and high-voltage shocks. Zhang Yi felt no hesitation. Power was abundant in his hands. Wasting a little current meant nothing. He flipped the switch, activating the high-voltage circuit. Instantly, the young man pounding the door convulsed violently, his face contorting in agony as electricity seized him. Worse still, the entire stairwell was packed. Over 100 bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder. The current leapt like wildfire, surging through the dense mass behind him. And high voltage, get back. And those behind recoiled as if bitten by a tiger, flinging their hands away in panic. Had their clothing been thinner, escape would have been impossible. Every single person received a searing jolt, muscles spasming, nerves screaming. The door pounder and the 7 or 8 nearest him suffered most. Trapped and unable to retreat, they blackened instantly, skin charred beyond recognition. The others stared in horror. No one dared step forward to help. After 15 seconds, Zhang Yi severed the current. 9 figures smoldered on the floor, wisps of acrid smoke curling from their bodies, the stench of burnt flesh and scorched fabric thickening the air. Thud! All 9 collapsed in unison, charred motionless, their fate uncertain. Yet everyone understood, even if breath lingered, they were already dead in this merciless world. Eyes widened in raw terror. None had imagined death striking so swiftly or so gruesomely before their very eyes. The victims' faces were grotesquely twisted, eyeballs bulging from their sockets. Several women broke down, screaming, then retching violently. But their stomachs were empty. Only sour bile rose into their throats. Fear took root in some hearts, prompting desperate flight. Yet at the stairwell, they found escape blocked. Qin Jinghao and his men stood guard. Where do you think you're going? Get back inside. Qin Jinghao leveled a pistol, voice dripping with menace. That stairwell was their last lifeline, and he had sealed it, forcing every soul to confront Zhang Yi or perish trying. Sun Jichao and his companions, weakened by illness, stood nearby. Their goal was identical: let others die first, then claim the spoils. Gazing upon the 9 blackened corpses, their expressions remained utterly cold, unmoved, untroubled, calculating. Seeing hesitation ripple through the crowd, Sun Jichao shouted, "That monstrous Zhang Yi! He's no human. He slaughtered his own neighbors like beasts. Brothers and sisters, we must slay him and avenge the fallen, and don't fear. Use wooden beams to ram the door. Just avoid touching the metal itself. He's out of tricks, his wits are spent, and break through that door and warm food safety. All await us inside." Sun Jichao's incitement reignited fury in their hollow eyes. For half a month, they'd endured starvation and sub-zero cold. Now, for a single warm meal, a fleeting moment of comfort, they would sacrifice anything. Instantly, someone retrieved a heavy timber, ripped from a wardrobe or bed frame. Men, smash the door open and kill that bastard Zhang Yi. A dozen men heaved the beam together, hurling it again and again against Zhang Yi's entrance with savage rhythmic force. Thud, in thud, in thud, and the violent impact sent ripples across the water in Zhang Yi's teacup. Zhang Yi, however, found the spectacle insufficiently theatrical. From his spatial storage, he withdrew a Sennheiser speaker, connected it to his phone, and played his favorite track, "Love While You Work." Outside, fists and timber hammered relentlessly. Inside, pulsing bass and sultry vocals blared, a mockery that inflamed their rage further. "Zhang Yi, you arrogant worm, we'll end you today. You die tonight, for my brother's blood." And they swung the beam with renewed ferocity. Yet after dozens of blows, the door remained unmoved, unyielding. Dozens of grown men, each exerting hundreds of pounds of force. Yet the black iron door bore only faint white scuffs and imperceptible dents. Hope drained from their faces. What kind of door is this? At this rate, how long before each breath burned in lungs starved of nourishment? Each muscle trembled under temperatures plunging far below -70 degrees Celsius. Within minutes, legs buckled. Exhaustion demanded rotation. Yet even with fresh strength, progress remained non-existent. They would collapse long before breaching it. Then a man stepped forward, studying the door intently, before gasping aloud, This is a bank vault door." A banker by trade, he recognized its construction instantly. Around him, despair deepened. Silence thickened like frost. "So it's truly unbreakable," and the banker shook his head bitterly. "Not even explosives could breach it, let alone wood. This is the pinnacle of security engineering. Without the key, only the world's most elite locksmith might stand a ghost of a chance." At that moment, Zhang Yi raised his crossbow and moved silently to the firing slit. Watching the crowd outside who were chattering and discussing countermeasures, Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to aim this time. Since they wanted his life, there was no need for him to be polite. Zhang Yi was no saint. He raised the crossbow in his hand and began shooting. Soon several people were struck by arrows and fell. Only then did the people outside realize the power of Zhang Yi's crossbow. He has a weapon. Be careful. They screamed in fear and hurriedly tried to scatter. However, the corridor was so cramped that with over 100 people squeezed together, they couldn't move at all. In their panic, they stumbled over one another, causing a massive pileup. Zhang Yi ignored the chaos and focused intently on his work. The whistling of the arrows sounded like a death knell, particularly terrifying. This only heightened the fear among the others, who frantically pushed into the stairwell. Some fell to the ground and were trampled by others before they could get back up. Screams echoed everywhere. Chen Jinghao stood at the foot of the stairs with a gun, aiming at those trying to escape. What are you afraid of? He's just one person. Everyone go for him. Chen Jinghao's cold gaze and the dark muzzle of the gun deterred those who wanted to flee. Chen Jinghao's goal was to use them as cannon fodder to exhaust Zhang Yi's defenses, so there was no way he would let them escape. Meanwhile, Sun Jichao and others stayed at a distance to avoid being shot. Zhang Yi shot dozens of crossbow bolts, and in such a densely populated area, almost none missed their mark. This put the neighbors in dire straits. However, the potential of the neighbors in a desperate situation was still formidable. Someone quickly noticed the shooting hole and said, "There's a hole above the door where he's shooting from, we just need to block it." Immediately, someone raised a mop and broom to block the shooting hole above the door. Others attempted to throw things into Zhang Yi's room. Zhang Yi remained calm, swiftly closing and locking the iron door behind the shooting hole. This door could only be opened from the inside and was impenetrable from the outside. With this, Zhang Yi had taken out dozens of combatants in one go. Only when they saw he could no longer shoot did the neighbors regain their composure from their fear. The ground was in disarray, with many people struck by arrows, their injuries varying in severity. Several who were hit in vital areas died on the spot. But when the neighbors saw the rusty arrows, their hearts sank. They knew it would be difficult for anyone struck to. Some lost their loved ones, crying and cursing Zhang Yi loudly. "Zhang Yi, you damned scoundrel, you despicable and shameless. Come out if you dare. I challenge you to a duel. You demon, I'll take you down. Zhang Yi, I will kill you." And in response to them, there was only the loud, upbeat music from inside the room. After love, one understands how profound love is. After loss, one realizes what should be cherished. Outside, the shouts and curses continued, while inside, the upbeat music persisted, a perfect provocation from Zhang Yi to everyone. In fact, this was exactly the case. Zhang Yi had shot dozens of crossbow bolts, and feeling a bit sore in his hands, he went to the kitchen and took a bottle of soda from the fridge, gulping it down. "Oh, refreshing." Zhang Yi glanced at the screen, continuing to monitor the movements of the crowd outside. At that moment, seeing that his home's door was as solid as a fortress, the neighbors felt both anxious and hopeless. "What are we going to do?" At that moment, Sun Jichao shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. I have a plan." The crowd turned to him, noticing Sun Jichao limping towards them, clutching his injured leg. He pointed at the wall of Zhang Yi's house and smiled. "The door is made of alloy, and we can't break it. But this wall isn't made of bricks and cement. I refuse to believe we can't smash it." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up with intelligence. "Right? Why didn't I think of that? If we can't break the door, let's break the wall. There are so many of us, we'll be able to smash this wall." And, "Zhang Yi, you scoundrel, you never thought we had this plan right." Inside the house, Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows when he saw the neighbors suddenly cheering. The music was too loud and he couldn't hear what they were saying. However, Zhang Yi was not in a hurry and planned to observe the situation. He wasn't afraid of any of their tactics. After all, they didn't have more than he did. After a month of hard work, he had built such an impregnable fortress. If it were easily broken by them, then Zhang Yi would deserve to die. These people came equipped with tools. Thus, they quickly lined up in front of Zhang Yi's outer wall, swinging their hammers and axes to begin smashing. Bang! A burly man used all his strength, and the hammer struck the wall hard. Instantly, a crack appeared, and white dust fell. Seeing this, everyone's eyes filled with excitement, believing they had found a breakthrough at Zhang Yi's house. They began to hit even harder. However, when the burly man swung the hammer for a second strike, a sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. The burly man let out a scream, and the hammer fell from his hand. He staggered back and fell to the ground. When the others looked, they saw that his hands had split open, blood gushing out, and soon congealed in the cold, looking particularly horrifying. "What's going on?" The crowd was perplexed at what kind of wall could withstand the impact of a heavy hammer. Someone walked over and brushed away the dust to see what was behind the wall. When they realized, they almost dropped their jaws. The wall is made of steel too. Everyone was astonished and hurried over to take a look. Indeed, after clearing away a layer of white dust, they discovered a thick, heavy black metal behind it. The material was exactly the same as that of the door. One person couldn't help but shout to the sky, "Why is this happening? Who builds a house with steel walls? I refuse to believe the whole house is made of iron." Someone could no longer stand this despair and took up the hammer to strike other places. Several people joined in hoping to find a weakness in the wall. However, no matter from which angle they struck, they found nothing but the solid, thick steel wall. In the living room, Zhang Yi curled his lips in disdain. "If you could think of these problems, do you think I couldn't? Sorry, but my house is walls made of 20 centimeters thick steel material. Even artillery can't break it, so why would I fear your flimsy hammers and axes?" Zhang Yi's greatest strength was his fear of death, so he had solved every conceivable problem. When it was inspected, he checked every inch himself, hitting it with a hammer to ensure his peace of mind. After all, being broken into in his previous life left him with a massive psychological shadow, and he never wanted to experience that again. The knocking from outside continued, and Zhang Yi found it too noisy, so he activated the noise cancellation feature in his room. This was to prevent the outside crowd from using the noise to launch an attack. After about 20 minutes, the noise finally subsided. The owners of the entire building stared blankly at the solid metal wall in front of them, their hearts colder than the ice and snow outside. It was like a cruel city wall cutting off their hopes of obtaining supplies. How could this happen? Why would anyone build a house like this? Someone covered their face and shouted in despair. Zhang Yi's neighbors, a young couple, also sadly said, "When I knew they were renovating, I didn't expect it would turn out like this." In this world, there probably weren't many normal families that would build such a house. Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang had bloodshot eyes. If all the residents of the apartment could not break into Zhang Yi's house today, they would have no choice but to wait for death. Sun Jichao bit his lip tightly, not even noticing he was drawing blood. Zhang Yi knew there would be a snow disaster. Everything he did was to defend against us. Sun Jichao pointed at Zhang Yi's house and shouted angrily. The neighbors looked at him, crying and cursing Zhang Yi in pain. Despicable person, Zhang Yi, only thinking of surviving for himself without considering all of us. If we all die, what's the point of you living? If you were the only one left in the world, wouldn't you feel lonely? One day you will regret endlessly for not having warned us or helped us. Can you sleep at night? Wouldn't you feel guilty? Some people saw they couldn't do anything to Zhang Yi and began to comfort themselves with an AQ spirit. One day the heavens will make you pay for this, Zhang Yi. If we die because of you, you will definitely live with a guilty conscience, suffering greatly. They had no idea how carefree Zhang Yi was in his own home. Why would he take these somewhat familiar strangers seriously? Chen Jinghao had been supervising with a gun behind them. Now seeing the completely metal wall, he also felt the difficulty of the situation. At this point, he was no longer interested in anyone else, only wanting to seize Zhang Yi's house. What are you all anxious about? This is just the beginning. Even if their walls are made of iron, what about the ceiling? What about the floor? I refuse to believe he made an iron, Chen Jinghao coldly said to everyone. Zhang Yi, hearing Chen Jinghao's words through the monitors, nodded in approval. This guy's brain works quite well. However, unfortunately, I'm not stupid. The neighbors, upon hearing Chen Jinghao's words, rushed upstairs and downstairs of Zhang Yi's house, using hammers to smash, axes to chop, chisels to pierce, and wooden sticks to hit. In short, they used every means available. They were just 20 centimeters away from their hope of survival. Their goal was to break through this 20 centimeters. But soon they fell into deeper despair. They discovered that Zhang Yi's house was indeed an iron box. Up, down, left, right, and in front, not a single angle was left unsealed by thick iron plates. In this power outage environment, without electric saws, drills, and other tools, unless they went a year without eating or drinking, they would have no hope of breaking through these walls. Chen Jinghao and others surrounded Zhang Yi's house, tirelessly working to break the walls for an entire morning. However, after peeling off the wall, floor, and ceiling, they discovered they were blocked by a thick steel plate. A 20 centimeters thick steel plate was like a nightmare for them. With just human strength, there was no hope of. After all, working in such extreme cold, without sufficient energy to replenish their lost strength, would only hasten their demise. Many were exhausted and collapsed to the ground. The sound of gurgling filled the air. They touched their withered bellies with hunger threatening to conquer them. However, there was hardly anything left to eat. Some people, seeing their neighbor next door, caught a glimpse of white flesh through the seams of their clothes. A thought suddenly surged in their minds. Wasn't that meat? As the horrifying idea emerged, everyone was immediately chilled to the bone and desperately tried to drive it out of their minds. Yet once this thought took shape, it inadvertently provided an option in their desperate situation. They probably understood that if that day truly came, mutual slaughter and cannibalism would inevitably occur. Is there really no way out? Sun Jichao exclaimed in agony, feeling as if his arm had begun to inflame and rot. Without antibiotics, not even ordinary anti-inflammatory drugs, he could not effectively clean his wounds. His injuries still harbored a significant amount of rust. In this situation, death seemed almost unavoidable. Damn, Zhang Yi, why are you so cruel? How can your survival be more valuable than the lives of so many of us? Sacrificing yourself is nothing. What is the harm in that? Sun Jichao shouted to the heavens, despair twisting his soul completely. At that moment, Zhang Yi's neighbor suddenly stepped out. Maybe you can try the balcony. When they renovated their house, they turned the balcony into a floor-to-ceiling window, which is mostly glass. Perhaps there's a chance to break in. Other residents couldn't see the back of Zhang Yi's house, but his neighbor could. Building 25 had some floors with a balcony, and Zhang Yi's 24th floor just happened to have a small platform. He usually used it to grow flowers and air out blankets. Upon hearing the neighbor's suggestion, a group of nearly hopeless people suddenly looked up. A window? Haha, yes. Since his house has a window, there must be an exit. It can't be completely sealed. As long as there's a window, we can rush in. The crowd wasted no time and stormed into Zhang Yi's neighbor's house. There was actually a gap of about 15 centimeters between the two balconies with a railing installed in between. However, none of this could stop the frenzied crowd. But the balcony outside was nothing like the hallway. At this moment, the hallways were completely sealed off by various families, airtight and offering some warmth. Outside, the north wind howled, and heavy snow fell, capable of freezing a person stiff within hours. Chen Jinghao and the others couldn't care less. As long as they could rush into Zhang Yi's house, they could secure everything. A group of people howled like madmen, jumping onto Zhang Yi's balcony. Zhang Yi, of course, noticed this scene. The two sides locked eyes for less than a second. The neighbors waved their tools wildly, crazily, smashing towards the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Zhang Yi, meanwhile, dragged his white reclining chair to the window, lying down leisurely and pouring himself a steaming cup of coffee. The small balcony quickly filled with more than a dozen people. Their faces were pale, resembling living corpses, and coupled with their frenzied, twisted expressions, they bore no resemblance to the living. Zhang Yi thought to himself that if there were really zombies, they would probably look like this. Bang, 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 clink. The dull sounds echoed against the floor-to-ceiling window. Braving the wind and snow, this group of madmen desperately hammered at the glass. Even if they accidentally smashed their own hands, they felt no pain, allowing blood to flow and then congeal. When they first smashed the wall, that feeling of desire was not very evident. But now, with only a layer of glass separating them, they could clearly see how extravagant Zhang Yi's life was. Inside, the fireplace blazed, and Zhang Yi lay in his white reclining chair, dressed in only a thin shirt, like a landlord enjoying his wealth. Next to him was a cup of brewed coffee steaming, and the amount of froth suggested it was a cappuccino. The coffee table was piled high with weapons, but that wasn't the point. The focus was on the pile of half-eaten snacks underneath the coffee table. Potato chips, hamburgers, cola, pizza, roast chicken, roast duck, and even oil-splattered noodles. It was these things that drove the neighbors on the balcony completely insane. Having been away from them for half a month, they were as excited as if they had seen a long-lost father. Roar! They were so excited that they even forgot language, expressing their enthusiasm with desperate howls. Then they hammered the window even harder with all their might. Zhang Yi held his cup of coffee, enjoying this spectacle. He simply said, "Who said glass is necessarily more fragile than metal?" The cost of this wall was extremely high. Zhang Yi, considering his quality of life, had rejected the proposal from the Dragon Security Company and opted not to use metal here. Instead, he spent a fortune to customize a whole wall of bulletproof glass as a floor-to-ceiling window. He still remembered when the manager of the Dragon Security Company, Wu Huiran, said, "Such a thick wall is not meant to stop bullets, but cannonballs." The bulletproof glass used in the dedicated vehicles of Western heads of state can resist sniper fire, yet their thickness is still less than half that of Zhang Yi's wall. Sure enough, as the group continued to smash, they realized something was amiss. They initially thought it was acrylic glass and could shatter it with a few hard hits. But after more than half a day of smashing by 10 people, not even a crack had appeared. What kind of glass is this? Could it be bulletproof glass? What? Bulletproof glass? The word came out hoarsely from the throat of a bespectacled man, filled with despair, as if it came from the depths of hell. If it can stop cannonballs, how can it not withstand your handiwork? No, I don't believe it. A young man shouted to the heavens, "My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. I refuse to believe I cannot break it. As long as I break it, the fireplace and food inside will all be mine. I must break it all." Perhaps due to the extreme cold, caught in this pendulum of hope and despair, their minds had frozen. They chose to abandon reason, desperately fighting for a future. Zhang Yi applauded them, feeling moved. However, he felt a bit hungry. So he took out some food from his space, such as braised pork, caramelized bananas, and some snacks, enjoying a pure cocoa butter chocolate. Just a thin layer of glass separated them while outside people braved the biting wind and snow, desperately smashing the windows with contorted expressions. On the other side, Zhang Yi lay leisurely on a recliner enjoying delicious food. This stark contrast drove the neighbors outside into a frenzy of jealousy. They cursed loudly, their voices hoarse-eyes bloodshot. "Zhang Yi, wait for me, I'll kill you soon. If I break this glass, you're done for, you damned selfish scum. You don't have much time left to be arrogant. Today is your day of reckoning. All this delicious food and hot coffee is mine, all mine." Hearing this, Zhang Yi raised his coffee in a mocking gesture towards them. "Keep going, you can do it." Soon the group outside began to tire. After all, they were on the 24th floor with strong winds and heavy snow rapidly lowering their body temperatures. They had to rotate in and out every 10 minutes. However, half an hour had passed, and the glass only bore a few tiny scratches. Their despair grew, but seeing Zhang Yi so comfortable behind the transparent glass ignited their jealousy, making them unwilling to give up. After half an hour, they were still trying. Among the crowd, Zhang Yi spotted a few of Chen Zhenghao's little lackeys. Clearly, in such a situation, Chen Zhenghao wouldn't sit idly by. Zhang Yi felt it was about time. He sat up from the recliner and walked to the coffee table to grab a bottle. The glass outside was covered with a layer of frost, and the neighbors initially didn't know what Zhang Yi was holding, thinking it was a drink. But the next moment they saw Zhang Yi produce a lighter and ignite something. Immediately a hole appeared above them and a fire was thrown out. As a means of counterattack, Zhang Yi's house had shooting holes both front and back, and not just one. The bottle arced through the air in a yellow trajectory, landing on the ground amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Bang! A crisp sound followed, and then fierce flames erupted. This was Zhang Yi's homemade Molotov cocktail, which could burn fiercely even in sub-zero temperatures, releasing heat. Gasoline from the bottle splattered everywhere, igniting fiercely. The balcony space was already small, and when the gasoline soaked into the down jackets and padded pants of the 10 or so people, flames erupted all around. Zhang Yi wore a mocking smile, lighting the next Molotov cocktail and throwing it outside. Fire, fire. The dozen or so people were huddled together, and since the balcony was separated, jumping to the neighboring balcony was not easy. These people couldn't escape, their bodies engulfed by flames. Zhang Yi watched them transform into burning, twisted fireballs. Some attempted to lie down and roll on the ground using snow to extinguish the flames, but this method proved too weak. Gasoline could still burn even when doused with water. Others tried to crawl to the next balcony, but in their haste they lost their footing and fell from the 24th floor. With a long scream, they crashed down with a loud boom. From such a height, it was uncertain if the snow below could cushion the impact. Yet according to the laws of physics, even if they didn't die, they would suffer broken bones and internal injuries. It was as good as being dead. Zhang Yi laughed. At least falling to your death is better than burning alive. Suddenly, a twisted, horrifying face slammed against the glass, glaring at Zhang Yi with malice. "Help me, help me." In extreme agony, he cried out for Zhang Yi's assistance. Zhang Yi raised his coffee cup in a toast. "I'll save you. Go die, you worthless piece of trash." The man emitted a desperate cry, completely engulfed by flames. On the neighboring balcony, another 60 to 70 people were waiting for their turn. Seeing this hellish scene left them pale with fear. Help me. I don't want to die, please." The person engulfed in flames attempted to crawl over for help, grasping the railing to pull themselves up. At that moment, a man here kicked down on his hands without hesitation. "Get lost, get away. You're beyond saving, don't drag us down with you." He kicked hard, and when the burning man refused to let go, he gritted his teeth and kicked again and again. He even kicked off the man's fingers. The man struggled for a moment, then looked at them in despair, slowly collapsing in front of the railing. A familiar, burnt smell filled the air. In the summer, if you went out shopping, you might often smell it. Soon all of these dozen people were dead. Some who had suffered less severe burns initially tried to escape, but were intercepted by the neighboring residents. Fearing the flames might reach them, they chose to let these people die. Others, in too much pain from the burns, jumped from the 24th floor. The raging fire strangely provided a sliver of warmth to these people. Thus, they slowly moved forward, extending their hands to warm themselves by the fire, wearing expressions that betrayed a hint of fear of being noticed. The flames burned for over 20 minutes before finally dying down. The neighbors gazed at the corpses on the ground, a sense of terror creeping into their hearts. To deal with Zhang Yi, they had already lost 30 or 40 people. With no opportunity to break in from any angle, what could they do to seize the supplies in Zhang Yi's hands? The air was thick with despair. Yet another kind of air grew more pronounced, causing the neighbors' gazes to shift into something darker. Many of the starving neighbors were reluctant to admit that a mad thought was slowly taking root in their hearts. This made their throats twitch incessantly. Suddenly a woman began to cry loudly. I can't take it in. Everyone had been busy all day thinking they could easily break into Zhang Yi's home, but the final result left them in despair. So many had died, yet Zhang Yi's walls and floor-to-ceiling windows had not even been scratched. She suddenly rushed to the front and climbed onto Zhang Yi's balcony. Just as Zhang Yi thought the next batch was about to come to smash the glass, she suddenly knelt before the glass with a thud. Zhang Yi, I'm about to starve to death, please save me. Even just a piece of bread would be enough. Not only her others soon followed, kneeling and weeping, begging Zhang Yi for a bite to eat. The sight was truly heart-wrenching, leaving those who heard it saddened and those who saw it in tears. Most of those bowing were women trying to win Zhang Yi's sympathy. The pleading cries from outside the window were incessant, their foreheads bleeding from bowing down in desperation, creating a scene of utter misery. Zhang Yi sighed and walked to the window, saying, Everyone, please don't do this. It pains my heart to see you like this. As he spoke, he lifted a steaming bowl of noodles. When I feel upset, I just want to eat something. Slurp. Zhang Yi took big bites of the noodles, causing the neighbors to swallow hard with envy. Upon hearing this, the cries grew louder, and they bowed their heads even more fervently. Zhang Yi, we were wrong. We just want to survive. Just spare us some food and let us live like dogs. From now on, we will do whatever you ask, all right? Zhang Yi lowered his head and continued eating. In times of hunger, being able to eat noodles heartily was a tremendous blessing. After finishing half a bowl of noodles, he casually placed the rest in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, right before the neighbors' eyes, separated by just a window they could see but not taste. Everyone pressed their faces against the glass like dogs, as if that would somehow allow them to eat the noodles. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Whoever goes and brings me Qin Zhenghao's head right now, I will feed him this kind of noodles for a week, enough to eat his fill. Of course, Zhang Yi had no pity for these people. However, their constant banging on the walls and windows was rather annoying. So it was better to let them fight among them. That would be the most interesting thing. As Zhang Yi said this, he sent it to the group chat, informing everyone. The neighbors in front of the glass window showed hesitant expressions upon hearing this. Qin Zhenghao had a gun. Wanting his head might mean losing their own. Yet if they found it difficult to deal with Qin Zhenghao, how could they handle Zhang Yi? 3 to 4 dozen corpses lay scattered in front and behind Zhang Yi's house. It was evident that Zhang Yi was much harder to deal with than Qin Zhenghao. At that moment, Qin Zhenghao was watching the changes from his balcony next door. He didn't hear what Zhang Yi said. Instead, he furrowed his brow, pondering his next move. 2 of his men had also died this time. If he wanted to continue controlling the entire building, he had to replenish his manpower. While deep in thought, Qin Zhenghao suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back, causing his hair to stand on end. He turned abruptly, raising his gun, only to find everyone looking at him with strange expressions. Upon seeing the gun, some neighbors grew wary and quickly backed away. Everyone get lost. Qin Zhenghao shouted angrily. Yet the way everyone looked at him remained odd, even somewhat eerie. It was as if they weren't looking at a person, but rather at food. Qin Zhenghao felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly led his few subordinates away. Wait, what about Zhang Yi's house? Sun Jichao asked from the side. Qin Zhenghao cursed. Damn it, we can't break in. What else can we do? Let's think of something later. After saying this, he left in a huff. In front of Zhang Yi's house, the 2 groups of people begging and trying to break the windows could no longer withstand the bone-chilling wind and snow and gradually left. Zhang Yi lay in his warm house waiting to enjoy the show. After all this time, the apartment building had lost around 40 people. Moreover, almost everyone participated in the invasion of his home, resulting in significant physical exhaustion. This made resources even scarcer, and the conflicts between people grew increasingly terrifying. Soon Zhang Yi received numerous private messages. After this battle, the neighbors had completely given up. Their meager strength had nearly been exhausted, and they could no longer launch large-scale attacks on Zhang Yi's home. Faced with the impenetrable defenses of Zhang Yi's house, they had also lost hope. Thus, many began to plead with Zhang Yi to show them mercy or propose exchanges of benefits. For instance, the wealthy second-generation Su Hao. He recorded a video of his girlfriend and said to Zhang Yi, I can offer you my woman. Just please give me some food, okay? She is a famous model in Tianhai City. Oh, just look at her looks and face. She is top-notch. I guarantee you will like her. Please help me. Zhang Yi certainly recognized that model. Su Hao bought a house here just to be with her. She always dressed provocatively like a seductive fox, exuding temptation at all times. In the past, she wouldn't even spare a glance at the men around her. In front of Zhang Yi, she always wore a hawk, but now Su Hao was willing to sell her for a few meals. This woman now looked considerably haggard and seemed quite willing to be exchanged. At the very least, she knew Zhang Yi had plenty of food, which motivated her to put in extra effort during the shoot. What a worthless piece of goods. Zhang Yi sneered. It must be said that this model had a great figure and was quite pretty. However, there was no way he would let such a shameless woman into his home. After all, who knows, one day she might stab him while he was asleep and take over his house. A woman willing to sell her body for money had no moral bottom line. Zhang Yi disdainfully watched her video 5 times before dismissively closing the chat window. There were other conversations below. Men contacted him less frequently. After all, they had nothing to offer Zhang Yi in exchange for food. Only Uncle Yu happily congratulated Zhang Yi for repelling the enemy. Women, on the other hand, reached out to him more often. For example, Fang Yuqing excitedly said, "Zhang Yi, you are so amazing. I knew you would be all right. Qing'er is unable to leave. They are too despicable, always keeping me locked at home. Don't worry, I will definitely come find you." Zhang Yi scoffed and ignored her. The sky quickly darkened. Night fell around 5 o'clock, now making days short and nights long. The temperature would drop another 10 degrees at night. On the television, the few remaining channels were still broadcasting programs. Thanks to the government's efforts, the snow disaster in our country is improving. We hope everyone does not worry and the problem will soon be resolved. The weather is frigid. Oh, everyone should avoid going out to prevent frostbite. Please provide assistance to those in need. Together we will overcome the current challenges and tomorrow will surely be better. Zhang Yi felt that the news now was much more interesting than skits. However, he was also curious where these television stations had moved to and how they managed to keep operating. While listening to the amusing news, Zhang Yi scrolled through the chat records. Seeing those neighbors cursing, begging, and pleading made him feel quite entertained. Those who cursed at him were basically those who had lost family members. Zhang Yi, in a good mood, would even send them blessings. "Congratulations to all of you who have lost family members. You can roast meat for the funeral and mix ashes with your meals." Zhang Yi teasingly mocked them, causing those people to curse even more fiercely. But suddenly, he noticed movement on the balcony. Curiously, Zhang Yi walked to the window. Due to the heavy snow, the light outside was quite bright. He then saw someone stealthily transporting the corpses. To be precise, it was the charred bodies. These people were bundled up tightly, and when they noticed Zhang Yi watching them, they all jumped in fright. "Zhang Yi, we are not here to mess with you. Don't misunderstand. We are just here to move the bodies." As they spoke, their voices trembled, unable to meet Zhang Yi's gaze. Zhang Yi slightly curled his lips. "Oh, moving the bodies. Are you their family? Besides, for burial, just toss them down below. Could it be that you would pile up a grave in your home?" These people didn't know how to respond to Zhang Yi's question. "Regardless, you don't need to care about these bodies. You won't need them anyway." They gritted their teeth and quickly dragged the corpses away. Zhang Yi waved at the glass. "You are quite ruthless. Have you finally reached this point?" The next day, Zhang Yi heard gunshots echoing in the corridor. Bang! Bang! The 2 shots sounded like the explosion of 2 large firecrackers. Undoubtedly, this was Chen Jinghao making his move. Clearly, Zhang Yi's words from yesterday had taken effect. In a state of imminent despair, people's fear of death began to slowly fade away. The promise of unlimited noodles for a week from Zhang Yi held an irresistible allure for them. Zhang Yi opened the surveillance footage and witnessed the outbreak of conflict. 2 men lay on the ground wielding wrenches and kitchen knives, blood staining the corridor. However, Chen Jinghao was not in a much better state. He leaned against the wall, gun in hand, looking visibly shaken. They would intercept those coming here for water, and others could naturally use this opportunity to counterattack. Chen Jinghao ordered his men to drag the 2 corpses away and quickly returned to the house behind them. He gripped a handgun tightly in his hands. Now, it was his last line of defense. After dragging the 2 bodies back home, Chen Jinghao signaled to his underlings, and they immediately took the corpses to the back of the kitchen. With a cold gaze, Chen Jinghao sat on the icy sofa, finding little warmth. After returning yesterday, he had seen the messages in the group, realizing that Zhang Yi had put a bounty on him. This made him seethe with rage. He considered himself the hunter while Zhang Yi was merely the prey. Prey, how dare it counterattack the hunter? However, he underestimated the madness of people in desperate situations. Early this morning, 2 desperate young men came to take his life. This made Chen Jinghao feel a hint of crisis, but at the same time it drove him even crazier. "Die? He'll kill you all. If you want me dead, you should die first," Chen Jinghao roared. After relaxing, he suddenly felt some pain in his back. He called over a younger brother to help him check what was wrong. Upon taking a glance, the younger brother immediately shouted, "Brother, how you've been stabbed in the back." On Chen Jinghao's down jacket, a 30-centimeter long gash was cut by a kitchen knife. The blood was not very visible on the black down jacket, only discernible upon closer inspection. Just moments ago, due to the cold outside and Chen Jinghao's adrenaline rush from excitement, he had not felt any pain. Now, upon hearing his younger brother's words, he cried out in agony. Those two bastards, how dare they ambush me? Sweat beads appeared on his forehead as he hurriedly picked up his phone to call Zhou Qier. Dr. Zhou, I've been injured. I'll come help me bandage it up. Not long after Zhou Qier arrived at Chen Zhenghao's house with a medical kit. Looking at this ruthless killer, Zhou Qier was filled with disgust. However, to survive, she had no choice but to treat his wounds. In fact, the reason Chen Zhenghao's arrow wound had not flared up earlier was that she had treated it. Although unwilling facing the gun of a villain, she had no other option. I want to help you for free, Zhou Qier said coldly. Chen Zhenghao chuckled, pointing to the kitchen. They'll share something from what we eat later. Zhou Qier sniffed the air and caught a whiff of the pungent smell of blood. Her expression changed. Having worked in the hospital for years, she certainly knew what that was. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Zhou Qier coldly replied, no need. Chen Zhenghao laughed. What a time to be so high and mighty, Dr. Zhou. Sooner or later you'll eat it. If you don't, you'll die. I'd rather die, Zhou Qier frowned. Well, I can't. In this world, having a doctor by your side was incredibly important, Chen Zhenghao lamented. If Zhou Qier hadn't helped him with his leg injury back, then he wouldn't have lost just a leg, but his life. Rest assured, if there comes a day when I must eat you, will keep you for last. Chen Zhenghao stared at Zhou Qier, a hint of fervor flashing in his eyes. He had long desired this beautiful woman. If it weren't for her current usefulness, he would have acted long ago. Zhou Qier frowned and stopped speaking, instead tending to his wound. Before long, the wound was simply bandaged. Zhou Qier picked up her medical kit, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, Chen Zhenghao signaled to his underling, and that little thug immediately blocked the door. Zhou Qier was startled. What do you want? Chen Zhenghao said. It's nothing. You can't leave until my injury. At this moment, Chen Zhenghao was also afraid. He didn't know how many people wanted his life, and he lacked medicine. With a doctor around, he felt at ease. Ignoring Zhou Qier's resistance, he forcefully kept her there. Soon after, his underlings brought in a pot of cooked rice. Just the thought of what that might be made Zhou Qier nearly gag. Fortunately, having worked in a hospital and frequently encountering the dead, she didn't faint from fear. Chen Zhenghao urged her to eat some, but she naturally refused. Chen Zhenghao smirked and ignored her. He believed Zhou Qier was just pretending to be dignified, as sooner or later, when she couldn't bear the hunger, she would eat. Continuing like this isn't a solution. These cattle and horses are starting to resist, which is detrimental to us. We must kill Zhang Yi and take over his house to be safe in the future. Their house is like a fortress. It has plenty of supplies to last us several months. Perhaps by then the snow disaster will have passed. Therefore, we need to consider how to deal with Zhang Yi. Chen Zhenghao addressed his underlings. The few underlings exchanged glances. Brother, how we've attacked Zhang Yi's house several times, but each time we failed. Their house is like a turtle shell we can't break in. Chen Zhenghao replied. I refuse to believe they have no weaknesses, and I certainly don't believe he never goes out. Let's move next door to his house and take turns watching him. As soon as we get the chance, we'll take him down. Staying on a higher floor is also safer. At this point, everyone was flustered. Whatever Chen Zhenghao said, they nodded in agreement. Zhou Qier listened to their conversation. Claiming to go to the restroom, she went to the bathroom to message Zhang Yi, informing him of the situation. Upon understanding, Zhang Yi chuckled dismissively. There was absolutely no way he would step out. Got it, you keep observing the situation there. Zhou Qier, being a doctor, wasn't in any immediate danger since Chen Zhenghao wouldn't kill her. Zhang Yi wasn't in a hurry to strike. He had set a bounty, and soon someone would come forward to take down Chen Zhenghao. After Chen Zhenghao and the others sorted out their supplies, they brought Zhou Qier to the 24th floor. The young couple living next to Zhang Yi were also frightened by Chen Zhenghao's arrival. Open the door, open the door. I am Chen Zhenghao, here to swap for another room. Hurry up and open the door, or I will shoot. Inside the room, the young couple huddled together in fear. What should we do? They are here to take our house. We might not even be able to keep the last bit of food we have. The wife looked at her young husband with despair. He was a bespectacled clerk. Holding his wife tightly, he comforted her, saying, Don't be afraid, it will be fine. If they want the house, let them have it. Right, quickly hide the remaining food on you. The couple concealed their meager supplies in their clothing and tremblingly opened the door. Seeing the fierce Chen Zhenghao and his gang outside, the man swallowed hard and bowed, saying, Brother, how this house will belong to you from now on. We will leave right away. Saying this, he tried to lead his wife away. Before they could take 2 steps, one of Chen Zhenghao's underlings sneered coldly and raised the steel pipe in his hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, the man's vision went dark and he collapsed to the ground. As he fainted, disbelief filled his eyes. He couldn't understand why, having obediently given up the house, the other side would still resort to violence. The woman looked in horror at her husband, who lay motionless on the ground. She covered her mouth and let out a piercing scream. Another stick fell onto her head. 2 small thugs approached, not saying a word, silencing the couple for good. Zhou Qier pressed her mouth tightly, completely dumbfounded. This was her first encounter with murder, and no matter how strong her mental fortitude, she couldn't remain calm. Chen Jinghao merely glanced at her and coldly sneered, "It's too cold. They are bound to die sooner or later. Dr. Zhou, you need to get used to this kind of thing." Having killed many, he had completely lost his reverence for life. Yet there was one thing Chen Jinghao was unwilling, that after being targeted by a bounty from Zhang Yi and subsequently attacked, he too felt a sense of fear. Thus he had to use more brutal methods to suppress the various homeowners and make them submit. Zhou Qier held back her nausea and remained silent. Chen Jinghao swaggered into the house, commanding his underlings to handle the couple. In the following days, Zhang Yi could always hear a clanging noise. The sound came from next door, and he knew it was Chen Jinghao and his gang searching for weaknesses in his room. Moreover, those several people were taking turns monitoring the front door and back window of Zhang Yi's house. Chen Jinghao thought that at the very least Zhang Yi would come out to throw away garbage or collect melted snow. As long as he seized an opportunity to kill Zhang Yi, he could take everything that belonged to him. However, he didn't realize that Zhang Yi had a huge alternate space and water sources were not a problem at all. Unfortunately, it was indeed inconvenient for Zhang Yi to open the window to throw away garbage. Chen Jinghao had a gun, and he wouldn't take such risks. But for a reclusive person, having a bit more garbage at home was not a big deal. During moments of boredom, he would play games or watch the movies and series he had downloaded in advance. The pleas from the homeowners group continued endlessly every day. Accompanying them were frenzied curses arising from desperation. "Zhang Yi, you heartless bastard. You could have let everyone live a bit longer. Why are you so selfish? You are destined to be lonely for the rest of your life. Don't you have a heart? If you don't help us, you will live in guilt and regret for the rest of your life." Faced with the neighbors' anger, Zhang Yi's response was simple. He chose to livestream himself eating, recording his life to show them. "Hello, dear family members. Today I will make braised pork for everyone." With that, a piece of pork belly weighing at least 2 pounds was thrown onto the cutting board. The neighbor's eyes turned red. "What kind of braised pork requires so much pork belly? If you can't finish it, don't waste it. Give it to me, give it to me. Zhang Yi, you are not human, you are a beast. You don't deserve to eat that pork belly. Zhang Yi, I haven't eaten anything greasy in a week. Please let me have a piece of pigskin. Just let me have a sip of oil. That's something you don't want, right? Please, I beg you." People who were starving had no resistance to such high-fat food. Zhang Yi manipulated the screen, and through it the neighbors seemed to smell the aroma of the braised pork. However, after a moment of cooking, Zhang Yi frowned. He picked up a piece of pork belly to taste it, then immediately spat it into the trash bin. "Too much soy sauce. Damn it, this pot of meat is ruined." Although Zhang Yi usually cooked as well, he had made a lot of big dishes. Unfortunately, by mistake, he added too much soy sauce, so the entire pot of meat tasted of soy sauce. It even turned bitter because the caramelization of sugar wasn't done well. How can this be eaten? So what a waste, such a waste. Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly. He meant to show off his culinary skills, but unexpectedly messed it up. If only he had a dog at home, it wouldn't have gone to waste. With no choice, he had to pour the entire pot of pork into the trash bin. The group erupted in outrage, and the neighbors went crazy. "Don't throw it away, don't throw it away. My mouth is the trash can is right here. Oh no, why are you throwing? Why? Oh, quickly throw your garbage away. Oh, I'll go pick it up immediately. Master, I am late. Do you still need a dog to help you deal with the garbage?" Some were so enraged by Zhang Yi's action that they nearly fainted. Their hearts were bleeding. In the frigid cold with the gas supply cut off at home, cooking was impossible. Wanting to eat something hot had become a huge luxury. Let alone braised pork, they wouldn't even dare to eat that in their dreams. Yet Zhang Yi, without a shred of frugality, dumped an entire pot. It was simply unforgivable. "I might as well eat something ready-made." Zhang Yi shifted the camera, revealing a clean and tidy table with dozens of dishes. The warm yellow hood lamp lit up the table, making the food look even more appetizing. Zhang Yi pointed to each dish and enthusiastically introduced them. "Everyone, look tonight for dinner. I have oil-braised prawns, scallion braised, sea cucumber, exquisite tofu, sweet and sour yellow river carp, 9-turn intestines, fish slices and sauce, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and blackfish egg soup plus candied yam. All right, folks, all dishes are ready. Let's dig in." Zhang Yi set up his phone as if he were a food blogger and eagerly began to feast. The neighbors in the group were going wild with their messages. "Zhang Yi, share a bite with me. I'm bowing to you. Zhang Yi, let my child have a taste of the fish, even if it's just, Zhang Yi, you are my dad, I am your son, or just let me have a sip of soup." The pleas were unending, with some even frantically calling Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi ignored them, happily enjoying his meal. Watching the neighbors' frantic expressions, Zhang Yi found his meal even more delightful. Zhang Yi's display of wealth made the owners in the entire apartment building feel as if they were bleeding inside. Now even the discarded water from Zhang Yi's home is considered a rare delicacy for them. Yet even this Zhang Yi refused to give them. At Sun Jichao and others' home. After the last failed assault on Zhang Yi's house, their hopes of obtaining antibiotics were dashed. Just 2 days later, the after-effects began to surface. The 3 injured individuals felt an unbearable itch at their wounds. Around the bandages, the blood started to take a strange hue, turning an abnormal yellow. Sun Jichao couldn't help but tear off the gauze, wanting to check what was happening. As a result, he saw that the wounds had already begun to fester. A nauseating foul odor assaulted him, reminiscent of a decaying animal corpse. No, no, no. Don't do this, I don't want to die yet. Sun Jichao cried out in fear, tears and snot streaming down his face. Zhou Peng and Gu Jiaoyang, witnessing this scene, were even more terrified. They lifted the gauze over their own wounds, praying not to get infected. Unfortunately, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. If it were just scratches, perhaps there would be a chance of self-healing. However, they had all suffered penetrating wounds with rusty crossbow bolts embedded deep in their flesh. The combination of their injuries, bacterial infections, and lack of sufficient nutrition and medicine made the worsening of their wounds inevitable. The few of them let out ghastly screams, appearing almost insane. In the room, Fang Yuqing trembled. She held her phone, messaging Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang Yi, they have all gone mad. Qing'er is so scared. Can you come and save Qing'er, please? After I arrive, I will listen to you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. After a while, Zhang Yi replied. Qing'er, seeing you like this pains me too. But I can't go out. Qin Jinghao is right next door to me. How about you come over? But be careful on the way, don't let them hit you. Yesterday, my neighbor next door was killed by them. You're delicate and might attract their attention. Zhang Yi wore a mocking expression. Facing Fang Yuqing, the White Lotus, he had only one thought in mind: to torment her by all means until she died in pain and despair. Indeed, upon hearing that Qin Jinghao was right next to Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing's face contorted with conflict. Qin Jinghao had killed too many people. She lacked the courage to take risks. Brother Zhang Yi, I'm scared. Can you come and pick me up? Don't you have weapons? Zhang Yi cursed inward. That damn BTCH, really getting too familiar, expecting me to pick her up. I would like to do that, but I was scared off by them a few days ago, and am feeling a bit unwell. Let's say this for now, I'm a bit tired. Bye. Fang Yuqing, hearing the screams outside the door, turned pale, but when she tried to message Zhang Yi again, he was already ignoring her. In the following days, Zhang Yi's life remained affluent and leisurely. Now he didn't need to work. He could sleep whenever he wanted and wake up whenever he pleased. There was no need to hustle for a living, nor to care about others' expressions. If anyone dared to provoke his displeasure, he would directly scold them back. A life was incredibly enjoyable. Next door, Qin Jinghao contemplated how to kill him and steal his house. Yet for several consecutive days, Zhang Yi had not shown himself. As long as Zhang Yi stayed hidden, he had no chance to deal with him. On the contrary, he himself was under constant stress from Zhang Yi's bounty. He didn't even dare to trust his own subordinates anymore, holding a gun in his hand while sleeping. Soon his nerves began to fray. After much thought, Qin Jinghao finally figured out what to do next. Zhang Yi was monitoring the entire building through surveillance. Anyone appearing in the hallway would be seen by him. In recent days, he noticed that Qin Jinghao seemed to be plotting something. Gradually, people began to enter Qin Jinghao's home. These individuals were all strong young men, and all lived alone. Some came willingly, while others were coerced by Qin Jinghao at gunpoint. Slowly, Qin Jinghao's team expanded to 10, even more than before. Zhang Yi understood. He is afraid, so he is trying to gather a group of people to avoid being killed and to claim the bounty on me. However, in Zhang Yi's view, this method was just a way to drink poison to quench thirst. Over 40 residents in the building had been killed by Zhang Yi. Now the remaining population was around 70. According to predictions from his past life, the vast majority of families had already depleted their supplies. Thus, the next source of food would be people. Qin Jinghao gathered a group of subordinates, and soon he would initiate a massacre against others. However, this also meant that Qin Jinghao needed to provide food for 10 people. This way, even if they turned on each other, they could not sustain it for long. Moreover, now, everyone had their own ulterior motives. Qin Jinghao, the cripple, barely maintained his power with a gun. Yet even his gun likely had few bullets left. Zhang Yi messaged Zhou Qi, asking her about the situation with Qin Jinghao. Zhou Qi took a long time. Qin Jinghao and his gang have gone mad. They have eaten all their food and have started to eat people. I haven't eaten anything for 2 days, and I feel like I'm starving to death. This did not surprise Zhang Yi. If one day he were starving and had to resort to cannibalism to survive, he would probably choose to die rather than eat. Of course, now that Zhang Yi was eating and drinking well every day, he naturally had such thoughts. He didn't know what he would do if he ever found himself in a dire food shortage. Zhou Qi continued to tell Zhang Yi they go out every day to look for people. As soon as they find a house with people, they attack and kill them. Everyone has run out of supplies. It's ironic. The dozens of people you killed allowed many others to live a little. However, they also faced resistance. Those who are still alive have banded together, and they have suffered casualties as well. After a long while, Zhou Qiu sent another message. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? Upon seeing this message, Zhang Yi felt the vulnerability of this aloof female doctor. It seemed she had little hope in him. After all, in times like these, everyone was struggling to survive. Who had the capacity to care for others? Zhang Yi pondered for a long time before finally making a decision. Zhou Qiu, this woman still had value to him. He couldn't let her die just like that. A chief surgeon from a top-tier hospital is hard to come by, especially one he knows so well. Do me a favor, and if you succeed, I can ensure your survival. Zhang Yi can accept Zhou Qiu, but she must submit a letter of allegiance. Zhang Yi's requirements are simple, useful, non-threatening, and most importantly, she must not be overly compassionate. Zhang Yi is confident about the first 2 points. However, he wants to know if Zhou Qiu can be ruthless when it matters. Thus, he assigned her a task. Zhou Qiu has not yet responded to Zhang Yi, clearly struggling with the decision. Zhang Yi is not in a hurry, after all, time is on his side. If Zhou Qiu cannot pass this test, Zhang Yi will decisively give up on her. After all, his health is relatively good, and the chance of falling ill is quite low. He is even less likely to go out carelessly, as the risk of injury is minimal. But how long Zhou Qiu can survive is uncertain. The next day, Zhang Yi slept until 10 in the morning. He lifted the velvet blanket and washed up in the bathroom. Then he changed into workout clothes and began exercising on the treadmill. In the apocalypse, having good physical fitness is extremely important. With a strong physique, he can better cope with danger and avoid falling ill. He sweated profusely on the treadmill, running for an hour before stopping. Then he took a hot shower. While bathing, Zhang Yi felt a sense of pride. This kind of enjoyment is an unimaginable luxury for so many people nowadays. Bang! 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 At that moment, a loud noise suddenly erupted from outside. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened, and he quickly wrapped himself in a towel and went out. He soon heard a stream of curses coming from Zhou Peng. Zhang Yi opened the surveillance feed and saw Zhou Peng outside his door, wildly hacking at it with 2 kitchen knives. Zhang Yi, come out. You just hide in there all day. You're nothing but a cowardly turtle, a useless waste. Zhang Yi smirked. Yes, you're absolutely right. Then what? It was truly laughable. A waste who couldn't even survive was trying to provoke Zhang Yi. It seems that you are the one who is more anxious right now. Zhang Yi noticed that Zhou Peng was using his left hand to smash the door, and lifting his right arm was quite difficult. He knew that Zhou Peng's arm had already become infected. Upon closer inspection, he could even see that his arm was swollen. Zhang Yi stood at the door with his hands in his pockets, calmly saying, Zhou Peng, how does it feel to be infected? When I was in biology class, the teacher told us about wound infections. The tetanus bacteria from rusty metal enter your wound, and just like maggots on a corpse, they begin to breed wildly. Your arm's wound must be at least 10 centimeters deep. It's very cold outside, but your flesh is warm. The bacteria thrive in that warm environment, consuming your flesh. Then the wound starts to fester, oozing black liquid. The bacteria multiply, and your wound grows larger. Eventually, it will spread through your blood vessels and infect your entire body. Zhang Yi vividly described the situation, and after hearing it, Zhou Peng felt even more pain in his arm. Cold sweat broke out as he felt as if bacteria were consuming him from head to toe. Even knowing that Zhang Yi was intentionally frightening him, he could not suppress the inner dread. Zhang Yi, I will kill you. Zhou Peng has gone mad. His arm is indeed rotting, and he knows he is doomed. So he wants to try one last time, but his visit this time is destined to be in vain. In the adjacent room, Chen Jinghao's subordinates heard Zhou Peng's frantic shouting and asked, should we kill him? Chen Jinghao thought for a moment and said, haven't you heard he's infected and about to die? Would you dare eat meat from a sick pig? They looked at each other and ultimately decided it was better not to take that risk. Zhou Peng smashed the door for a while, cursing loudly. Finally, he grew tired and collapsed in front of Zhang Yi's door, begging Zhang Yi for mercy. Zhang Yi said quietly, you are doomed. Your wound is rotten. It's in the late stages, and there's no saving you. You might as well do what you didn't dare to do while you were still alive before you die. Zhou Peng's eyes filled with tears. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, he fell into deeper despair. Could it be that he is about to die? Fear wrapped around him like an abyss. But soon after, anger surged within him, a reckless fury. I'm dying. What else is there to fear? He struggled to get up and kicked Zhang Yi's iron door hard, intending to curse, but the door was too hard, and he nearly fainted from the pain. Zhou Peng could not care about that anymore. He staggered back down the stairs. Upon returning to his dwelling, his gaze was hollow, and he vaguely saw Sun Jichao roasting a knife with a candle, then pressing it to his wound. Sizzle, the sound of burning fat accompanied the rising blue smoke. Sun Jichao's pupils bulged. Even biting the quilt, he still emitted a painful wail. He seemed to believe that this would kill all the bacteria. Ignorant and pitiful. Cousin. Wang Min looked at Zhou Peng with pain, not knowing how to comfort him. She knew that Zhou Peng would not live long Every day the foul smell of decaying flesh wafted through the room. The person had not yet died, but the body was already rotting. How deep this pain is beyond ordinary imagination. Zhou Peng ignored Wang Min and charged toward the room where Fang Yuqing was held captive. Fang Yuqing screamed in fright upon seeing Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng, what are you doing? Zhou Peng approached Fang Yuqing, his bloodshot eyes fixed on her. Yuqing, will you marry me? This pitiful simp, even as life draws to a close, his greatest wish is to marry Fang Yuqing. In the apocalypse, how ridiculous yet humble this request is. Fang Yuqing frowned, her eyes filled with disgust. She instinctively pinched her nose. No, I don't want it. Zhou Peng's heart shattered. He had given so much for Fang Yuqing, even risking his own life. Yet Fang Yuqing had never shown the slightest affection towards him. No. You love me, you love me. I want you before I die, I want you to be my woman. Zhou Peng lost his mind. He could not accept that he had given so much yet received nothing in return. If he could not have it, then he would destroy it. Those outside heard the commotion inside, but did not care. To them, Fang Yuqing was the root cause of their downfall. Ooh, she deserved to die. No, go away, you stink, it's disgusting. Fang Yuqing shouted angrily. Do you dare call me stinky? Zhou Peng, furious, suddenly tore off the bandage from his arm. At this moment his wound had swelled up significantly, turning black and purple, and the festering wound was terrifying. He made a gruesome move, grabbing the rotting flesh from the wound and stuffing it into Fang Yuqing's mouth. Let you insult me, let you insult me. Fang Yuqing felt nauseous and kept gagging, yet Zhou Peng forced a handful of rotten flesh into her mouth. Zhou Peng grinned, watching his goddess being humiliated by him, and he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Zhou Peng tore off Fang Yuqing's clothes, disregarding the temperature in the room, which was over 60 degrees below zero. Fang Yuqing lay there unable to resist, her eyes vacant. However, when Zhou Peng took off his pants, he discovered a cruel reality. He could not raise his head at all. It was no joke. The extreme low temperature of 60 or 70 degrees below zero was not the only issue. His physical condition had deteriorated to the extreme. Even if given a chance, he was utterly useless. Get up now. Zhou Peng anxiously tried many methods, but none had any effect. It seemed that part had lost all sensation. Seeing this, Fang Yuqing sneered and mocked. You really are useless. Zhou Peng's desperate roar echoed through the room, reminiscent of a teddy bear that had its lychee choked. After a night of deep contemplation, Zhou Qi ultimately gave Zhang Yi a definite answer. She knew this was Zhang Yi's test for her. Although it was extremely dangerous, if she did not do this, it would not be long before she would certainly die at the hands of Chen Jinghao and others. She had to take the risk. That night, Chen Jinghao and others sat in the living room and sent a subordinate to the kitchen to cook. Zhou Qi was watching them from the corner when she suddenly stood up and said, "I'll go help him." Chen Jinghao's cold gaze turned towards her, a sinister smile forming on his lips. Ha ha ha, I knew you couldn't resist. Zhou Qi stiffened, her blood nearly freezing. Chen Jinghao continued, 2 days without food, no one can stand it. Dr. Zhou, it's not embarrassing to do whatever it takes to survive. Zhou Qi felt a slight relief in her heart, biting her lip and saying, "You're right, I don't want to die, do I want to live?" Chen Jinghao thought Zhou Qi had come to terms with it and nodded, saying, "That's best. You still have some use to me now. I don't want to see you die so soon." Zhou Qi took a deep breath and quietly turned to help in the kitchen. The kitchen was covered in blood. Even with her nose blocked, Zhou Qi could smell the overwhelming stench. She endured her discomfort and walked over to help the subordinate who was cooking. The subordinate looked numb, saying nothing, just pointing to the nearby axe and broken furniture, indicating for her to chop wood for fire. Zhou Qi obediently complied. In today's world of energy scarcity, cooking could only be done by burning furniture. A makeshift stove had been set up in the kitchen with an iron pot placed on top. Once the fire ignited, the snow inside began to slowly melt, turning into water. However, the melted snow water was not clear, it was particularly murky with some impurities in it. However, having even a morsel to eat was better than nothing, and no one was particular about it. Zhou Qi kept an eye on the subordinate while also observing the movements outside the kitchen. Her palms gradually broke out in fine sweat, as the next action, if discovered, would mean certain death. After a while, the subordinate tossed the ingredients into the pot and casually added some seasoning. "Watch closely." The subordinate coldly dropped this phrase and left the kitchen. Zhou Qi waited for a long time, confirming it was safe before reaching into her pocket for a small bottle. Then, flustered, she unscrewed the bottle cap and poured a heap of white powder into the soup. After doing this, she hurriedly stuffed the medicine bottle back into her pocket. At this moment, she felt her heart racing like a single-cylinder engine, and her legs trembled from the tension. She swallowed hard, picked up a ladle, and stirred the powder in the pot. Although the entire process was perilous, nothing unexpected happened. This wasn't a movie, there weren't that many twists and turns. Due to the harsh living conditions, everyone had become numb. They never imagined that Zhou Qier would mix drugs into the food. During lunch, Zhou Qier brought a big pot of food to the table, and they immediately came over with red eyes, eagerly ready to eat. To gain their trust, Zhou Qier also served herself a bowl of soup and silently returned to her room. No one paid her any mind, everyone just wanted to eat something warm. Warm food equated to life. Eating one more bite meant one more chance of survival. After returning to her room, Zhou Qier sat on the bed, holding the soup. Then she began to wait quietly. She had added a large amount of sleeping pills to the pot, over half a bottle. This sleeping pill acted quickly, just one would make a person fall asleep within 30 minutes. Especially after eating, as blood gathered in the stomach, people easily became drowsy. With such a large amount, even an elephant would fall into a deep sleep after consuming it. As a doctor, Zhou Qier knew very well how deeply this dosage would put them to sleep. Unless subjected to particularly violent stimuli, it would be impossible to wake them up in a short time. Thus, not long after, Zhou Qier heard their alternating snores coming from the living room. She cautiously approached the living room and saw everyone lying on the sofas and chairs sound asleep. She held her breath and sent a message to Zhang Yi. I gave them a large dose of sleeping pills. They have all. What are you planning to do next? On the other side of the wall was Zhang Yi's residence. He had been waiting for Zhou Qier's news to confirm whether she could complete the task. Only by proving her sufficient value would she become a pawn in Zhang Yi's hands. After seeing the message, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and said to her, drag them out to the balcony. He wouldn't go over to avoid falling into the trap set by the other party. Zhou Qier bit her lip and finally said, ordinary people would surely be terrified, for if Chen Jinghao and the others suddenly woke up at this moment, they would definitely kill her. However, Zhou Qier, as a professional doctor, was very confident in the effects of the medication. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, she dragged Chen Jinghao and the others out one by one and tossed them onto the balcony. Even though the cold wind was howling outside, they would not wake up anytime soon. Those in deep unconsciousness are like that. Instead, due to the cold weather, their bodies would automatically lower their temperature to extend life in a dormant state. Everything Zhou Qier did was clearly observed by Zhang Yi, who stood by the window. He knew how many people Chen Jinghao had under him, and nothing could escape his watchful eye. When he saw Zhou Qier panting as she dragged them all out, he nodded in satisfaction. What else do you want me to do? Zhou Qier asked with a trembling voice. That's enough, just wait for me a moment. Zhang Yi put down his phone and turned back to the bedroom. After pondering for a moment, he took out a thick winter coat from a different space and put it on. He also grabbed 10 ropes as thick as a child's arm and hung them around his waist. With a crossbow in his left hand and a large knife strapped to his back, Zhang Yi thought for a moment and felt it still wasn't safe enough. He then took out the pistol he had bought, but never had the chance to disengage the safety, and held it in his hand. After this preparation, he finally felt a sense of security. Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window. For the first time since the apocalypse, he reached out to unlock the door of the floor-to-ceiling window. The process was complex. The lock had fingerprint, electronic, and physical mechanisms, 3 layers in total. After unlocking, Zhang Yi stepped onto the balcony. The biting cold wind blew in, but through the winter coat, it did not feel particularly intense. Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel at how impressive professional-grade winter clothing was. Zhou Qier was by the window, hugging herself and shivering as she watched him. Are you going to kill them? Zhang Yi's lips curled as he raised the gun in his hand, aiming at the villains on the ground, subtly also aiming at Zhou Qier. He casually threw the ropes at Zhou Qier's feet. It's not me, it's you. Zhang Yi stood on the balcony, leaning against the window, ready to retreat into the room at any moment if the situation turned dire. Chen Jinghao and his little brothers were next door on their balcony, appearing as if they had fainted. However, Zhang Yi could not be sure they were truly unconscious. What if this was a trap set in collaboration with Zhou Qier to lure him in? It was possible that as soon as he stepped over, they would spring back to life and take him out. Moreover, there was a distance of more than 10 centimeters between the 2 balconies. The stainless steel railing was particularly slippery on a snowy day. If he attempted to climb over, Zhou Qier could easily push him, causing him to fall from the 24th floor. Thus, Zhang Yi pointed his gun at the ground where Chen Jinghao and the others lay. Use these ropes to tie their hands behind their backs. Also, I remember Chen Jinghao has a gun handed over to me. Zhou Qier had a look of utter disbelief. She hadn't eaten for 2 days, only drinking a little water, and had dragged 10 people onto the balcony, leaving her completely exhausted. Seeing Zhang Yi so cautious, even unwilling to come help, she bit her cracked lips and angrily said, aren't you being a bit too careful? Better safe than sorry. I won't take any risks, Zhang Yi replied calmly. Zhou Qier had no choice but to follow Zhang Yi's orders under the threat of his gun. She picked up the rope and tightly bound the hands of those people behind their backs. When she pulled out the handgun from Chun Jinghao's pocket, Zhang Yi's gun was also pointed at her head. Take the magazine out of the gun and throw it over here. Zhou Qiu looked at Zhang Yi, suddenly biting her lip, asking, how can I trust you? If you don't trust me now, you have no other option. Zhang Yi replied. Only by trusting me can you hope to survive in this dire situation. Zhou Qiu pondered for a moment, realizing she had no choice but to trust Zhang Yi. She could not break her moral code to resort to cannibalism, thus she was destined to starve. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, she detached the magazine from the handgun and threw it at Zhang Yi's feet. Zhang Yi glanced at it with his peripheral vision, confirming it was indeed Chen Jinghao's gun, before telling Zhou Qiu, you can go back inside now. Zhou Qiu cautiously returned to the room. Her heart raced with anxiety. If Chen Jinghao and the others woke up, Zhang Yi could retreat into the room, but she would undoubtedly die. Yet as Zhang Yi said, she had no choice. After Zhou Qiu returned to the room, Zhang Yi did not rush to cross the balcony. He picked up Chen Jinghao's gun from the ground. Looking at the magazine, he saw there were still 3 bullets inside. Zhang Yi tossed the gun into another space and returned to the room, retrieving a water pipe from the bathroom. He aimed the pipe at the group of over 10 people on the balcony. The reason he didn't shoot was twofold: to conserve bullets and to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Splash! Water gushed from the pipe, landing on Chen Jinghao and the others from 3 to 4 meters. The temperature difference from the 20 degrees inside to the minus 70 degrees outside was nearly 100 degrees. This made the initially warm water spray out with steam. However, as it landed on them, it quickly began to freeze. Zhou Qiu inside the room couldn't help but hug her arms tightly upon witnessing this scene. Dying from being frozen like this was indeed a cruel fate. Meanwhile, the icy water gradually revived the group. The icy water had seeped into their bodies, freezing them completely. A small fellow, his lips turning purple, screamed in terror. He tried to crawl up, but found his hands tightly bound behind him. Moreover, the ground was covered with a thick layer of ice, causing him to slip constantly and unable to rise. Chen Jinghao was also awakened by the icy water splashing his face. He looked bewildered, then suddenly realized he had been drugged. But now he had no time to investigate who had drugged him. The cold water continuously washing over him felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, every pore prickling with 1,000 needles. Everyone awakened screaming in terror. Yet they struggled desperately, but could not rise as 10 people crowded on the balcony hindered each other's movements. Zhang Yi. Chen Jinghao saw Zhang Yi on the neighboring balcony spraying them with the pipe and let out a furious roar. Zhang Yi finally stepped out of the room and a crack opened in the unbreakable window. Unfortunately, he was now bound and could see his own life slipping away. You've caused enough trouble, Zhang Yi said coldly. Chen Jinghao and the others had killed nearly half of the neighbors in the building, nearly matching Zhang Yi in body count. Keeping them alive would soon lead to them retaliating against Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi was not afraid, it was better to eliminate them just to be safe. Zhang Yi would not joke about his own life and safety. What could be safer than having dead bodies around? Chen Jinghao and the others struggled and shouted with their last bit of strength. Yet no matter how hard they tried, they could not rise. The cold, icy water poured on their faces and filled their mouths and collars. Their clothes soaked through, turning into hard blocks of ice. After 2 minutes, they lay on the ground, unable to make a sound, their bodies turning blue and purple After 3 minutes, they could no longer move, having become 10 large ice blocks. 5 minutes later, the mass of ice grew even larger, merging into a solid ice slab. Zhang Yi stopped the water flow to conserve resources. At this point, frozen like this without modern medical means, they could not survive. Zhang Yi returned to the room and locked the floor-to-ceiling window tightly. Then he changed out of his thick winter clothes and called Zhou Qiu. You've passed the test, you can come over now. Hearing Zhang Yi's voice from the adjacent room, Zhou Qiu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. She trembled and said, okay, I'm coming right over. She grabbed her medical kit and hurriedly opened the door, escaping from the hellish room. Zhang Yi unlocked the 4 heavy locks on the security door, then took 2 steps back, raising his gun to point at the entrance. He glanced at the surveillance monitor, confirming Zhou Qiu's condition was fine before using his phone app to unlock the final electronic door. You can come in now. Zhou Qiu outside the door heard the voice and raised her cold, pale hand, pushing it hard. The door was heavy and she struggled to push it open. But as soon as a crack appeared, a wave of warmth surged forth, enveloping her. The feeling of warmth was something she hadn't felt in a long time. So she exerted more strength and pushed the door wide open, stepping inside. Upon entering, she felt as if she had stepped into paradise. The icy sensation that had enveloped her body was rapidly dissipating. The intoxicating warmth felt like a soothing bath. Gradually, she even began to feel an unbearable heat. After all, she was wearing 6 layers of clothing with 2 layers of down jacket. In Zhang Yi's home at 27C, she found it too hot to bear. The room was unbearably hot. Zhou Qier felt as if she were being roasted in an oven while wearing her down jacket, which was particularly uncomfortable. She ignored Zhang Yi, who was pointing a gun at her, and quickly took off her thick down jacket to cool herself. She gasped for breath. The tears in her eyes revealed the turmoil within her heart. It was warm, too warm. Such a comfortable indoor temperature was the ideal environment for human life. It had been far too long since she had felt this ordinary happiness. Have you forgotten something? For instance, this is my home, and you haven't fully passed my test yet, Zhang Yi said coldly. At that moment, Zhou Qier remembered that there was a man in front of her. Zhang Yi still had his gun aimed at her. Zhou Qier forced a smile. You really are quite cautious. I've done what you said and dealt with your enemies. Isn't that enough to earn your trust? Zhang Yi replied lightly. Those people were also a significant trouble for you. You eliminated them not solely because of me. You also had your own need to survive. Getting rid of them merely proves you have some usefulness, satisfying the basic condition of being my assistant. However, next you must prove your harmlessness. Zhang Yi pointed out the crux of the matter. After enduring a long life in the apocalypse, he was unwilling to easily trust anyone. Because regardless of how someone was in the past, they could lose their humanity during the apocalypse. He could only trust himself. That was the only way to survive in such times. Zhou Qier felt a bit helpless. She had already done as Zhang Yi requested, but didn't know how to make him trust her. However, she definitely did not want to leave this warm house. So what exactly do you want me to do to convince you that I mean you no harm? Zhou Qier gazed at Zhang Yi with pleading eyes, almost humbly begging. Zhang Yi looked at her cautiously and asked, You're not hiding any weapons on you, are you? Zhou Qier raised her hands in exasperation, saying, Look at me in this state, how could I possibly hide any dangerous weapons? Zhang Yi's expression remained indifferent as he shook the gun in his hand. Put your hands up. His intention was to search her and ensure she had no concealed weapons. Zhou Qier felt a bit embarrassed. However, she understood that she had no negotiating power at this moment. Zhang Yi's home was far too warm. Compared to the environment she had lived in before, it was like heaven. She understood well that to gain something one must pay an equivalent price. Okay, I understand. Zhou Qier gathered her courage and complied with Zhang Yi's request. She was a smart woman, knowing what she should offer to get something in return. Zhang Yi's eyes were fixed on her, preventing her from suddenly producing any lethal weapon. This was purely for safety. Oh, as a righteous man, he would not have any ulterior motives. Zhou Qier slowly raised her hands and placed them behind her head, pressing her body against the door as depicted in television dramas. Zhang Yi cautiously approached to search her. Is this okay now, eh? Zhou Qier asked once Zhang Yi finished searching her. Zhang Yi confirmed that she was unarmed. Then he glanced at the medical kit on the floor and said to Zhou Qier, I suggest you take a shower first. Zhou Qier's face turned even redder. Indeed, she hadn't showered in a long time and might smell a bit, but there was nothing she could do about it. Feeling shy, she hurriedly ran into the bathroom. Zhang Yi found some women's clothes from his spatial storage and tossed them outside the bathroom. Here are some clothes for you to change into. I picked a set based on your size. I try it on to see if it fits. If it doesn't work, I'll find you something else. Zhang Yi had been managing the warehouse for a long time, honing his keen eye. He could tell Zhou Qier's clothing size at a glance. Zhou Qier murmured a soft from the bathroom. Soon after, the sound of running water echoed. Zhang Yi approached her medical kit, carefully opened it, and checked it thoroughly. He found that there were no medicines left inside, only a few rolls of nearly used-up gauze and 2 unopened syringes. After some thought, he took the syringes, tossed them into his spatial storage, and closed the medical kit. He sat down on the sofa waiting for Zhou Qier to finish her shower before continuing their conversation. Inside the bathroom, as Zhou Qier turned on the shower and felt the warm water cascading over her head, tears filled her excited eyes. Only after losing something does one understand what happiness truly means. She hadn't realized the importance of everything in her daily life. However, after the apocalypse struck, she discovered the value of those things. After thousands of years of human civilization, the conveniences it brought made them increasingly fragile. Having not showered for half a month, Zhou Qier was exceptionally thorough this time. When she realized she was in Zhang Yi's home after half an hour, she hastened her washing. After all, water resources were currently very precious. Zhang Yi, however, made no comments or urged her, as he had ample water reserves. Moreover, even in extreme situations, there was plenty of snow outside that could be collected. Human activities had hit the pause button, and the natural snow melt was very clean, even drinkable. Creak. The bathroom door opened. Zhang Yi glanced over and saw a steaming arm reaching out from within, picking up the clothes he had placed outside. Soon after, Zhou Qier emerged dressed in pajamas. Her damp hair cascaded down her back, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Zhang Yi held his gun, his eyes blind to such beauty, remaining vigilant. Until he was certain this woman could be trusted, he would not let down his guard. Whether it was a seemingly fragile woman or a child, they could become a fatal threat in the apocalypse. Thank you, Zhang Yi. I haven't showered in a long time and have wasted your water. You won't hold it against me, will you? Zhou Qier looked somewhat embarrassed. Entering a strange man's home made her feel very cautious, especially now she knew nothing about what kind of person Zhang Yi was. In such times, maintaining caution and respect was always wise, as she didn't want to anger Zhang Yi and end up thrown out. Transitioning from modesty to luxury is easy, but from luxury to modesty is hard. After experiencing the wonders of a safe house, who would want to return to the icy wilderness? Zhou Qier noticed Zhang Yi still had his guard up against her, and she couldn't help but think no wonder he could live so carefree in the apocalypse. Sit down. Zhang Yi pointed to the sofa beside him, and the gun in his hand had been picked up at some point. Zhou Qier obediently sat on the sofa 2 meters away from Zhang Yi, her hands clasped on her knees like a good child. Listen, I let you move in because you hold some value for me. But you must always remember this is my home. Being able to stay here is my benevolence towards you. Therefore you must obey all my commands. Otherwise I will drive you out. If you make any improper moves against me once I discover it, I will kill you. Listening to Zhang Yi's cold words, Zhou Qier couldn't help but scoff in her heart, so cold-blooded. Although she understood Zhang Yi had his reasons for saying this, if he could be a bit gentler, it would touch her a little. What she didn't know was that Zhang Yi had been gentle before, but all his tenderness had ultimately gone to waste. Zhang Yi then pointed to a room. Their home was structured as a 3-bedroom apartment. Besides the master bedroom where Zhang Yi lived, there were 2 guest rooms. You will stay in that room. But let me make it clear, there are cameras in every corner of the house. So you will always be under my surveillance with no privacy whatsoever. The door is also a security door made of materials only slightly thinner than the front door, but it cannot be opened by human strength. The key is in my possession, and you can only come out during the times I permit. If you have any objections, Zhang Yi pointed to the main door, you can leave right now. Zhou Qier would. Even if Zhang Yi's conditions were harsh, this house, compared to the cruel outside world, was a paradise. She nodded. All right, I will listen to you. Zhou Qier's compliant attitude greatly satisfied Zhang Yi. No wonder she was a smart woman. A communication was so much easier. If it were someone like Fan Yuqing or Lin Signing, they would probably be crying and making a fuss. They deserve to die in this apocalypse. Zhang Yi put away his gun and adjusted the position of another. You are very smart. This way it will be easier for us to get along in the future. You should understand what a hell it is out there. Apart from relying on me, you have no other way to survive. So now I want to tell you a secret. Listen carefully. Zhou Qier widened her eyes in surprise. A secret? You are willing to tell me? She felt that a cautious person like Zhang Yi would not easily share a secret that was anything but simple. Zhang Yi said, the reason I'm telling you this secret is to ensure your loyalty to me. However, if you leak it, I'm not too worried. After all, in this world, everyone struggles to survive, and I am not afraid of anyone being a threat to me. He shrugged. The people who wanted to kill me before have all been dealt with, as you saw. Zhou Qier nodded seriously, looking at Zhang Yi, eager to hear what secret he had to share. Zhang Yi slowly said, the cause of this snow disaster, I believe you've seen online. It was due to the explosion of a supernova resulting in a gamma ray burst. This kind of radiation can have a certain impact on the human body, possibly leading to mutations. Therefore, I have gained a superpower, the ability to acquire an independent alternate space. Ignoring Zhou Qier's astonished expression, Zhang Yi continued, the reason I can live so freely until now is that my space stores a large amount of supplies. Otherwise, just relying on this house, as you can see, I can't store too many supplies. Therefore, as long as I am alive, you can enjoy those resources with me. That's how you have food to eat and hot water for bathing. If I die, this house will soon be no different from any other. You would still starve to death. Zhang Yi did not completely trust Zhou Qier, even though he knew she was a kind. He only believed in interests, not in human nature. Because human nature can be distorted, and it doesn't even require much effort. Only by telling Zhou Qier that as long as I am alive you can survive would Zhou Qier completely become his partner. In order to gain Zhou Qier's trust, Zhang Yi took out a long sandwich from the alternate space and threw it to Zhou Qier. Seeing Zhang Yi magically produce a piece of bread from thin air, a hint of trust finally appeared in Zhou Qier's astonished gaze. Superpowers. Does such a thing really exist? Looking at the bread in her hand, she swallowed her saliva but dared not take a bite, waiting for Zhang Yi's command. Such a large piece of bread would be enough for 2 families to fight over if left outside. Not to mention she hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. Zhang Yi casually said, eat it, it's for you. Zhou Qier couldn't hold back any longer. She bit into it. Zhang Yi, seeing her eat so hastily, feared she might choke and poured her a glass of water. Zhou Qier devoured the bread. This kind of fast food she used to disdain now moved her to tears. Oh my God, why can a piece of bread taste so good? Zhang Yi was quietly explaining the rules of living here. I don't trust you that much, so you need to be sensible. Cleaning and cooking don't make me tell you. The drains have long been frozen. When using the toilet, you need to use special plastic bags to contain it and throw it out through the secret door by the window. In the future, this will also be your responsibility. In other words, you will be my maid from now on, trading labor for a comfortable living environment and food. Remember, Zhang Yi's home would not allow idle people. Zhou Qier finished eating in a hurry, nodding repeatedly. I understand. Master. Owner. She called shyly. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. This little girl really knew how to play her cards right. No wonder she could become the chief physician at such a young age. Seeing her satisfied, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze resting on her snowy white neck. Do you know why among so many people in the building I chose you even though we aren't the closest? Zhou, because I am a doctor. You lack nothing, but you can't guarantee you won't get sick or injured. Zhang Yi, that's one reason. Although I am very healthy, one must always be prepared for the unexpected. He took out a half-empty bottle of red wine from under the coffee table and like magic produced 2 tall glasses. He poured 2 glasses of red wine and pushed one in front of Zhou Qier. Now do you know what the second reason is? Zhou Qier took the wine, hesitated for a moment, tasted a sip, and a hint of realization appeared in her eyes. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Because I am a woman and a very beautiful woman. This woman is very self-aware. Zhou Qier set down the tall glass and stood up. In front of Zhang Yi, she unfastened her bathrobe. Zhang Yi didn't pretend to be a gentleman either. After more than half a month of repression, he had accumulated a lot of negative energy and needed a way to neutralize it. This night was destined to be exceptionally long. Zhou Qier had obtained the warm room she desired. Now for the first time since the apocalypse began, she could finally enjoy a comfortable sleep. Zhang Yi locked the door from the outside, hiding the only key away. Business is business. Basic principles must still be upheld. Even though Zhang Yi knew that Zhou Qier was a kind person, allowing her to enter and survive was already showing considerable mercy. He could not lower his guard against her in the short term. He took a shower first and then returned to the bedroom to rest. After sleeping for half a day, Zhang Yi woke up feeling refreshed, his eyes brighter than usual. Having a woman by his side would add some joy to life. Living alone always made him worry about a potential mate. Humans are social creatures after all. However, the premise was that Zhou Qier must be obedient and absolutely harmless. Zhang Yi opened the surveillance and saw that Zhou Qier was still soundly asleep in bed. She hadn't rested well for a long time, so her deep sleep continued without interruption. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and got dressed before washing up. After finishing his morning cleaning, he went to the living room preparing to have breakfast. Zhang Yi took out some food from the other space and placed it on the coffee table. Then he arrived at Zhou Qier's door and unlocked it. Zhang Yi knocked on the door saying, "Come out and have something to eat." It was amusing. Even though he could see everything in the house clearly, he still knocked on the door out of politeness. After all, if the two of them were to coexist for a long time, basic respect was necessary. Zhou Qier's soft voice came from inside, tinged with a hint of fatigue. "Okay, it'll be right there." Zhang Yi approached the dining table, picked up a beef and cheeseburger, and while eating walked over to the window. After a night, the large ice block next door had grown larger, covered in a blanket of white snow, and he could faintly see the twisted forms of 10 corpses inside. Zhou Qier walked out of the room, and upon seeing Zhang Yi, her face faintly flushed. As a medical doctor graduated from a prestigious university, she had always held herself in high esteem and had little regard for men. Thus she had remained pure until now. After all, people in high society placed great importance on such matters. However, she had not given herself to her husband or even her lover. Instead, in the midst of the apocalypse, she exchanged this for survival with a man she barely knew. Yet gazing at Zhang Yi's tall figure and his cold, rationally handsome face, she felt an unusual sense of comfort. Women often have a special feeling for their first man. Zhang Yi quite liked Zhou Qier because she was beautiful. Which man wouldn't love a gorgeous woman with a great figure? However, love was definitely not on the table at this moment. Perhaps once he fully trusted her, he would slowly develop. After all, living alone in the apocalypse was exhausting. He needed some emotional support. Zhang Yi gestured to Zhou Qier that there was food on the table. Zhou Qier looked over and found steaming burgers, fried chicken, and French fries. These were all food that Zhang Yi had ordered in bulk from fast food places like KFC and McDonald's before the apocalypse. Thanks to the preservation abilities of the other space, they were still warm when taken out. Zhou Qier swallowed hard and couldn't help but walk over to grab a burger and started eating it eagerly. The fast food she used to disdain now tasted delicious enough to make her want to cry. In less than 10 minutes, she finished off the pile of food. Zhou Qier lay back in her chair comfortably, letting out a satisfied burp. When she saw Zhang Yi's amused expression, she shyly covered her mouth, feeling embarrassed. Zhang Yi didn't mind. He asked, "Are you done eating?" Zhou Qier tilted her head and replied seriously, "Not yet, I'm still hungry. But I can't eat too much at once or you'll easily get gastroenteritis." So that means you're done. Come over and help. Zhang Yi pointed outside with his chin. Zhou Qiu obediently walked over. Zhang Yi took out 2 sets of winter clothing from the other space, and Zhou Qiu widened her eyes, still amazed, even though it wasn't her first time seeing it. In her heart, her determination to follow Zhang Yi grew stronger. In the apocalypse, few could survive. Only by following a powerful person could she increase her chances of survival. Zhang Yi tossed a set of winter clothing to Zhou Qiu for her to put on while he donned his own. What are we going to do? Zhou Qiu asked curiously. Zhang Yi pointed at the ice block on the neighboring balcony, saying, "Go smash that ice block." Zhou Qiu, those bodies had already fused with the ice block. If it were smashed, their corpses would be shattered as well. They're definitely dead. Oh, why do we have to do this? Zhang Yi shrugged. Maybe it's just because I simply hate them. Seeing Zhou Qiu's astonished expression, Zhang Yi laughed. Almost everyone in this building wants to kill me and take my room and resources. I have to do something to let them know I'm not someone to be trifled with. He smirked. In the past, they thought I was just a turtle hiding at home. Of course, I don't really care about their opinions of me. But after a while, it gets a bit annoying. It's good to teach them a lesson. There was another reason Zhang Yi didn't mention, nor did he want to tell Zhou Qiu. He was someone who would repay grudges. Chen Jinghao had tried to kill him multiple times, and Zhang Yi was filled with anger. Simply freezing them to death, Zhang Yi thought, would be too lenient. Zhou Qiu seemed to realize something, pointing at herself and saying, You wouldn't want me to do it again, would you? She was completely at a loss for words. It seemed that from start to finish it was she alone who had worked to eliminate Chen Jinghao and the others. Now that they were dead, why was Zhang Yi still so cowardly? Zhang Yi replied seriously, "This is called being prudent. What if I go over and you close the window on me? Even though all my supplies are in the space, I wouldn't starve. But having lived a comfortable life, who would want to seek out suffering?" Zhou Qiu rolled her eyes, feeling both amused and exasperated. She inwardly criticized how someone could be so cautious. She wasn't a fool. Why would she do something that harmed others without benefiting herself? Zhang Yi ignored all that, making a pleased gesture towards her and then handing her a baseball bat. Zhou Qiu noticed that when Zhang Yi handed her the baseball bat, his body was clearly in a defensive posture. She was infuriated and speechless at Zhang Yi's excessive caution. Yet despite her reluctance, her body honestly accepted the baseball bat, and she climbed over the railing to the neighboring balcony. Zhang Yi took out his phone and began recording. Zhou Qiu raised the baseball bat in her hand, looking at the massive ice lump before her. Gritting her teeth, she decisively brought it down with force. After all, she was a woman trained in medicine, so she wasn't as repulsed by the corpse. Crack! With a single sound, the ice lump shattered. Zhou Qiu's hand throbbed painfully from the recoil, and she exclaimed as she dropped the baseball bat. She frowned slightly, rubbing her palm. So hard. Without waiting for Zhang Yi to speak, she stepped into the room, and when she returned, she was already holding a large iron hammer. "This one is much better," she said with determination in her eyes. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment, feeling that he might have underestimated the woman before him. Zhou Qiu lifted the hammer and struck down fiercely. Since the water sprinkled was not excessive, the ice layer wasn't too thick, and Zhou Qiu's strength was considerable, she really smashed a large chunk. Zhang Yi filmed the entire process with his phone. After Zhou Qiu's first blow, her confidence grew, and she no longer felt fear. With a series of crack sounds, the chunk of ice splintered into pieces. At that moment, the contents inside were no longer discernible, only a kaleidoscope of colors was visible. But Zhang Yi knew what they were. After Zhou Qiu fulfilled his request, she crawled back. "What's the use of recording this?" she asked curiously while changing her clothes. Zhang Yi smirked and sent it to the owner group. Zhou Qiu suddenly understood. "You want to establish authority in the owner group so that they won't dare to harass you again." Zhang Yi smiled faintly. "Not just that I want to replace Chen Jinghao in their hearts." The neighbors feared Chen Jinghao far more than him, because Chen Jinghao had a gun and would rush in to kill them and steal their supplies. Yet even if Zhang Yi killed many people, the impression he left was still that of a perverted homebody, a sneak attacker. Zhang Yi wanted to take control to prepare for the day he might need to step outside. Zhou Qiu nodded, expressing her support for Zhang Yi's actions. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa to rest, while also checking the dynamics of the chat group. Zhou Qiu nestled close to Zhang Yi, legs together resembling a cute kitten. Her head rested beside Zhang Yi as they both watched the reactions in the owner group. The two of them looked like a pair of lovers in the throes of romance. Zhou Qiu's feelings for Zhang Yi stemmed from reliance, a natural admiration for strength inherent in women. However, for Zhang Yi, she still bore more of a servant's attribute. As for feelings that could be discussed later if they developed, he wouldn't mind. But even if feelings did arise, they wouldn't be too many. Recently, the internet seemed to have deteriorated. It took a full minute for Zhang Yi to upload this video. It appeared that due to the heavy snow, the surrounding base stations were also affected. However, China, as a globally renowned infrastructure giant, maintained top-notch standards in communication. Therefore, it hadn't reached the point of being unable to communicate. Only long-distance communication might experience significant interference. The neighbors saw the video and curiously clicked to open it. When they saw how brutally Qin Jinghao and others had died, countless people burst into laughter, tears mixed with their mirth. Qin Jinghao, that devil has finally died. Xiao Chui, you can finally rest in peace. Finally. He's finally dead. We can go outside now. That son of a bitch, good riddance. Ha. Ha ha. Whoa. The neighbors harbored deep-seated hatred for Qin Jinghao. If it weren't for Qin Jinghao inciting a bloody storm, many people in this building wouldn't have died at all. Their relatives, friends, and loved ones had all been brutally harmed by him and his men. Such hatred was simply beyond words. Zhang Yi posted a message in the group. Qin Jinghao is dead, and it was I, Zhang Yi, who did it. Zhou Qier cast him a resentful glance, thinking to herself, wasn't that me? Zhang Yi continued, from now on this building is under my control. Only then did the neighbors remember that the video was posted by Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier appeared in it. Zhang Yi, you killed Qin Jinghao. You are really impressive. Thank you for helping us eliminate a wicked demon. Zhang Yi, do you have food? I'm starving and my son has died and my daughter is also gone. But I want to live. Zhang Yi, you must have food at home. Give me some and I will do anything you ask. The neighbors, seeing Zhang Yi appear, immediately begged him, and in their eyes the name Zhang Yi equated to a wealth of supplies, a synonym for food. Zhang Yi felt a bit speechless. Judging by their expressions, they seemed to harbor little fear of him. He said to Zhou Qier beside him, I killed Qin Jinghao, so why aren't they afraid of me? Zhou Qier replied without hesitation, because compared to that madman Qin Jinghao, you are a good person. Zhang Yi was speechless, pointing to himself. I'm a good person. Don't flatter me. Zhou Qier earnestly replied, to me you are indeed a good person, because you've never actively killed anyone. As for Qin Jinghao, he deserved to die. Zhang Yi smiled without speaking. He didn't consider himself a good person, but at least he felt he wasn't a bad one yet. That was because he hadn't been pushed to the brink, allowing him to maintain the basic moral baseline of humanity. Just then someone sent a voice message. Zhang Yi, has Zhou Qier moved into your house? Why are you only allowing her to live in your place, and not me? Why can't I come in? She detected a blind spot. Zhou Qier was helping Zhang Yi in the video, so it was likely that the two were together. Many people's eyes turned red. They had dreamed of entering Zhang Yi's house. It was said to have a fireplace and was a greenhouse at 20 to 30 degrees. Inside it was cozy and pleasant, with supplies filling the whole room enough to last for 10 years. They had previously attempted to storm it, but all had failed. But Zhou Qier's situation gave them a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yi, I can do everything Zhou Qier can do, and I can do it better. Let me into your house. Zhang Yi, I've actually liked you for a long time. Will you be my boyfriend? Zhang Yi, even though I'm a man, I can. Zhang Yi found it hard to watch. Zhou Qier was also dumbfounded, and at the same time, she felt a sense of crisis. In fact, whether as a doctor or a woman, she was not irreplaceable. At the very least, she wasn't very skilled in dating men. What if Zhang Yi met someone better in the future and neglected her? Zhou Qier bit her lip, silently resolving to showcase her worth and cling to Zhang Yi's leg. The neighbors were filled with envy and jealousy towards Zhou Qier, eagerly requesting Zhang Yi to take them along, especially Fang Yuqing, who almost went crazy when she saw these messages. Zhang Yi, are you with Zhou Qier now? Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to respond to her. Fang Yuqing was getting anxious. At that moment, she was huddled in a stinky room, disheveled like a madwoman. Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang had been dead for several days. But Fang Yuqing still held a glimmer of hope. She believed that one day she could go to Zhang Yi's house and enjoy that splendid life. She trembled as she typed with her cracked hands. Zhang Yi, since Qin Jinghao is dead now, can Qing come to your place? You said you would take care of Qing and make sure she has enough to eat and wear and live happily, right? You promised me you have to take me. You can't be with other women, you are mine, and everything about you belongs to me. Zhang Yi didn't expect Fang Yuqing to still be alive. He scoffed, replying, you're not dead yet. Fang Yuqing's eyes brightened. So Zhang Yi thought I was dead, which is why he let that bitch Zhou Qier live in their house. It must be like that. Now that he knows I'm alive, he will certainly choose me over her. She trembled with excitement, saying to Zhang Yi, I'm still alive. You used to like me so much, you won't change your mind, right? Don't let Zhou Qier stay in your house. Let me go. I'm the one who loves you the most. Get her out of the house. At that moment, the disheveled Wang Min and Lin Caning noticed Fang Yuqing's unusual behavior. The two saw the spark in Fang Yuqing's eyes and immediately understood she was chatting with Zhang Yi. They rushed over looking ferocious and said, Fang Yuqing, don't think you can leave us to live a good life on your own. Three people fought over one phone, desperately sending messages to Zhang Yi. Lin Caning, Zhang Yi am no worse than Fong Yuqing. I can do everything she can do. I'm much more considerate than her. I want treat you as a backup. Wang Min, Zhang Yi am a bit older, but being older means I know how to cherish people. Young girls don't know what tenderness is. Give me a chance. Zhang Yi treated it like a show, listening to their frantic messages and the quarrelsome voice messages, and couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Zhou Qier felt an even greater sense of crisis, tightly grasping Zhang Yi's arm, as if afraid he would run away. Zhou Qier's proactive approach brought a flicker of happiness and warmth to Zhang Yi's heart. Although he was not easily influenced by women, he still needed tenderness and care. There was no doubt that Zhou Qier was a beauty, and it was reasonable for her to have such an impact on him. He also enjoyed the process of her actively getting close to him. A sense of wicked amusement arose in Zhang Yi's heart. If Fong Yuqing saw him being so intimate with Zhou Qier, would she go insane with anger? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi immediately picked up his phone and sent a selfie to the two of them. In the picture, Zhou Qier leaned against him, tightly hugging his arm. Then he sent the photo to Fong Yuqing. "Qingge, you are a good person, but unfortunately you came too late. I have now met someone better. You will bless us, right?" Fong Yuqing was still desperately trying to grab the phone. Ding dong. The three of them heard the sound of a message and hurriedly looked over. Every message from Zhang Yi was a glimmer of hope for them. But in the end, they saw the affectionate appearance of Zhou Qier and Zhang Yi, clearly already a couple. Zhou Qier surpassed them in academic qualifications, talents, and looks. Fong Yuqing had a low education level and worked only as a warehouse clerk. Compared to a high-quality rich beauty like Zhou Qier, they were completely crushed, leaving no trace behind. Thus a fierce jealousy ignited within them. "Brother Zhang Yi, no. You can't treat me like this. Qing'er loves you. Qing'er loves you the most. She must be lying to you. She doesn't really like you. Give me a chance, and I will prove that I am the one who truly loves you." Zhang Yi sneered and said, "No need. Qier and I are indeed true love. She is far better than you. How could I possibly give her up for you? Do you think you are qualified? So let's not contact each other anymore. I fear she might misunderstand." Zhang Yi knew that his words would undoubtedly drive Fong Yuqing mad. He understood that he was her last hope in this apocalyptic world. To personally extinguish all hope of a person was a wonderfully delightful thing, especially in this way. Fong Yuqing always thought of herself as a goddess, only to be adored by men. But today she had been robbed of the man she thought belonged to her by another woman. The key was that this woman was indeed superior and more beautiful than her. This pain and despair was doubled. She regretted wanting to beat herself up, wondering why she had been so blind and had not married such a good man like Zhang Yi. As Zhang Yi had predicted, Fong Yuqing was nearly driven to madness, letting out a hysterical scream from her throat. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Zhang Yi, you were clearly my loyal dog. You licked me for 2 years, but why now that I'm so proactive you won't lick anymore? That bitch, why are you stealing my things? You truly deserve to die." "Yes, Zhou Qier, it's all that bitch's fault." Lin Canning and Wang Min laughed heartily upon seeing Zhang Yi's message pointing at Fong Yuqing. "Ha ha, dirty slut, just being self-indulgent. This is your retribution. Pa, you deserve this completely." Her former best friend Lin Canning gritted her teeth and scolded her with disdain in her eyes. Fong Yuqing's eyes turned red, and when she tried to send a message to Zhang Yi again, she found that she had been blocked by him. This indicated that Zhang Yi completely no longer wanted to pay attention to this woman. Not long after, she would die in this apocalypse, while Zhang Yi's torment and humiliation of her brought him satisfaction. Zhang Yi put down his phone wearing a blissful smile. The more pain that dirty woman felt, the happier he became. Zhou Qier leaned closely against him, looking up at him. Zhang Yi turned his head, their eyes meeting. He suddenly frowned and firmly grasped her delicate hand. "Do you think I'm cruel?" Zhou Qier's breathing became rapid, her face flushed with tension and excitement. You must have your reasons for doing this." Zhang Yi's gaze deepened. He recalled how he was treated by Fong Yuqing in his previous life. He had given her everything only to be betrayed in the end, tricked into opening his door, leading to him being devoured by the neighbors. The deep-seated pain was unimaginable for any human being. After all, you have to witness them using dull knives to cut off your limbs one slice at a time. As long as you understand. Zhang Yi did not want to explain further, nor could he. After all, those matters had nothing to do with Zhou Qier. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier dealt with Chen Jinghao, the surroundings became much quieter. At least there would no longer be daily knocking and monitoring from next door. Chen Jinghao himself did not realize that the main reason Zhang Yi was killing him now was that he was simply too annoying. The atmosphere had slightly relaxed, no longer as oppressive as before. Zhang Yi knew this was only a superficial change. The further the apocalypse progressed, the more distorted human nature would become. Even without Chen Jinghao, those who had tasted flesh might still commit murder. But still, what did that have to do with him? That morning after Zhang Yi got up, he went to Zhou Qier's door to help her. Zhou Qier, with a flushed face, went to the bathroom, and then came over to prepare breakfast for Zhang Yi. Her cooking skills were average, but at least they were better than Zhang Yi's. Occasionally, when Zhang Yi wanted to eat freshly made food, he would let her cook something. Of course, before eating Zhang Yi would also have Zhou Qier taste it first before he began. While eating Zhang Yi would browse WeChat and some news that was still operational. Nowadays, the very few software still functioning were mostly maintained by the authorities. Under the extreme cold temperature, the vast majority of people could not survive. However, the higher-ups always had contingency plans to cope with disasters, allowing some so-called important individuals to survive. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face in the WeChat group. It was the previously outrageous Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin, the snow disaster will soon pass. My brother is a high-ranking official in Jiangnan province, he called to tell me. You all have to listen to me now, otherwise I will have you all shot. Did you hear me? Bring me food right now. But no one in the group paid her any attention. She's gone mad, but it's a miracle that she has survived until now. I remember that Chen Jinghao was the first to rob her. Zhang Yi said flatly. Sitting across from him, Zhou Qier revealed a barely perceptible expression of sadness upon hearing this. When I went to treat Lin Xiaohu, I pitied them so. I gave them a little bit of supplies. Zhang Yi glanced at her upon hearing her words. Zhou Qier, fearing that Zhang Yi might disdain her for being too saintly, hurriedly explained, at that time the snow disaster had just begun, and I thought it would pass quickly. Zhang Yi chuckled dismissively, placing his phone on the table and crossing his arms. That's not the issue. The supplies you provided should have been consumed by now, right? What has she been relying on to hold on until now? Zhou Qier, still chewing on a piece of rib, silently placed it back into her bowl upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. Lin Xiaohu died about 10 days ago because there were no medicines. Zhang Yi nodded. That makes sense then. He suddenly laughed, saying, Lin Xuanxiao always said Lin Xiaohu was her darling, wishing to keep him in her mouth. She certainly lived up to her words. Zhou Qier couldn't help but cover her mouth, giving Zhang Yi a playful glare. I'm eating. Ha ha ha. Seeing his prank succeed, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly felt that living with a woman was indeed much more interesting. At least one person speaking would not be so boring. In the midst of their conversation, a sudden shout came from outside. The two turned to look out the window. About 40 meters away from their residence in Building 25, a naked man stood on the balcony of Building 18, raising his arms and shouting into the wind. Then under their gaze he dove down like a diver. Zhou Qier frowned slightly, unable to help but sigh. When will this snow disaster end? Under the apocalypse, many chose to end their lives due to the lack of hope for the future. Zhang Yi shook his head. The changes in nature are beyond human control at our current technological level. As long as we can survive, that's all that matters. Just as they were speaking, Zhang Yi's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Uncle Yu, the security guard. With the experience from his past life, Zhang Yi was only willing to trust two people in this life. One was Uncle Yu, and the other was Zhou Qier. Both sacrificed for others and adhered to the moral bottom line of humanity until their deaths. Thus, he allowed Zhou Qier to enter his home and become his servant. Uncle Yu was the person in the entire building who had stockpiled supplies second only to Zhang Yi. Even now, his supplies remained relatively abundant. A single man in his 40s without children serving as a security guard. Such a person would naturally accumulate cheap instant noodles and sausages at home to save on living costs. Zhang Yi picked up the phone and answered, Hello, Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi, are you? Are you doing all right? Uncle Yu spoke with a stutter accompanied by an awkward grin. Zhang Yi had known him for many years and recognized that such behavior usually indicated he was asking for a favor. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment. If Uncle Yu needed supplies, he could spare a little. After all, this security guard had served 5 years in the military and was quite capable. In the future, if something happened, he could call on him for help to shield him from danger. Thus, Zhang Yi was happy to offer him some small favors. Uncle Yu, I'm doing fine. It's just that there's an extra person at home and the supplies are being consumed a bit quickly. He glanced at Zhou Qier. Zhou Qier blushed slightly, lowering her head to continue picking at her rice. Oh, that indeed is a problem. With more people at home, there's more to eat. Yes, that's right. Uncle Yu's tone gradually weakened, as if he was feeling embarrassed to speak. After hesitating for a while, he finally said, Zhang Yi, I want to ask you something. Uncle Yu, there's no need to be polite with me, just say it. If it's something I can help with, I will certainly do my best. Uncle Yu said awkwardly, It's about this. Xia Limai's daughter Tang Bao has a fever, and I don't have any medicine at home. She's completely red all over. Both her mother and I are nearly frantic watching her. Do you have any medicine? By the end, Uncle Yu's tone trembled, filled with pleading. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise, looking as if he had just heard startling news. Goodness, he didn't expect Xia Limai would actually find Uncle Yu as her backup. This woman truly had a good eye, managing to pick out the promising stock second only to Zhang Yi among so many single men in the building. However, recalling Xia Limai's situation in his past life, Zhang Yi immediately felt relieved. She appeared pitiful, but in the end lived longer than Zhang Yi, clearly not as simple as she seemed. Xia Limai was still under 30 this year, scoring a 6 in appearance, and despite having given birth, her figure was quite voluptuous. Uncle Yu, having been single all his life, could hardly resist the temptation of such a mature woman. Zhang Yi had no intention of meddling in others' private matters. It was Xia Limai's ability to hook up with a man to help raise her child. Zhang Yi said, "So that's how it is. Uncle Yu, congratulations." Uncle Yu felt a bit embarrassed. What's there to congratulate? It's just sharing a life together. You know my situation. If it weren't for this snow disaster, I wouldn't have been able to find a wife at all. Zhang Yi replied. I still have a few boxes of medicine, so come over later to pick them up. Zhang Yi's tone was casual, but the keywords, a few boxes, revealed a crucial piece of information. That is, he actually didn't have much fever medicine left. Yet in this cold weather lacking supplies, he still generously offered some to Uncle Yu. Just think about it, how loyal and kind Zhang Yi was to him. How could you not go all out for him in the future? Indeed, Uncle Yu was so moved, he couldn't find his voice. Zhang Yi, how can I thank you? You have helped me twice immensely. Yu Jiguang will say this here. As long as you ever need me, if I dare to refuse, I am no longer human. Uncle Yu swore passionately. Zhang Yi smiled. Uncle Yu, don't say such formal words. We are old friends. To me, you are like my uncle. Don't talk to me about being polite. Come and get the medicine quickly. Across the table, Zhou Qier pouted playfully at Zhang Yi, even making a face at him. She then realized that beneath Zhang Yi's stern and cautious exterior, there was actually a cunning side. After Zhang Yi hung up the phone, Zhou Qier curiously asked, Are you really that close with Uncle Yu? The relationships between people are built on mutual benefits. This is even more evident in the apocalypse. Uncle Yu is a kind person with strong combat skills. By making him owe me a favor, I may be able to use him in the future. At this point, Zhang Yi suddenly paused. Then he said, Moreover, on a deeper level, I also don't want the brilliance of humanity to fade away in this apocalypse. That is an exceptionally precious thing. After a while, Zhang Yi heard a knock on the door. Accompanying it was Uncle Yu's voice. Zhang Yi, it's Yu Jiguang. Are you at home? He habitually glanced at the outside through the surveillance. However, Zhang Yi soon frowned. Standing at the door was not only Uncle Yu, but also a woman holding a child. Though she was wrapped in a thick down jacket, Zhang Yi knew she had to be the young mother Xia Limai. What is she? Zhang Yi had a relatively good impression of Uncle Yu, but he had no acquaintance with Xia Limai. Moreover, based on his past life experience, he felt that this woman was not simple. Zhang Yi stood up from his chair and walked to the door. Zhou Qier merely glanced at him, but did nothing. In this house, Zhang Yi was the master. Zhang Yi approached the door, but did not open it. Is it Uncle Yu? He asked knowingly. Uncle Yu replied, Yes, it's me. At that moment, Xia Limai, standing behind him, interjected, Zhang Yi, our Tangbao has a high fever that won't subside. Please help her. Her voice was tinged with a cry. Zhang Yi took out a box of acetaminophen suspension and a box of little sunflower cold medicine that he had prepared earlier, then threw them out through the shooting hole above. Quickly take the medicine to the child. Being sick at this time is no small matter. Uncle Yu hurriedly picked up the medicine from the ground, his eyes filled with excitement. Zhang Yi, thank you so much. Xia Limai received the medicine. Uncle Yu had intended to take her away, but a strange glimmer flashed in her eyes. She spoke. Zhang Yi, I have a request. Can you let the baby stay at your house for a while? I know you have a heater, but our house is really cold, she continued. The baby is sick now, and I'm worried she might freeze. Can you help us with this? Uncle Yu was momentarily taken aback. When they came, Xia Limai had not mentioned this to him. He felt a bit awkward as he had not communicated with Zhang Yi before. Now that Xia Limai suddenly brought it up, he was caught in the middle and felt quite embarrassed. But seeing the sorrowful look in Xia Limai's eyes, he didn't know what to say. In the room, Zhang Yi heard Xia Limai's words, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So you want to take advantage? So it's Sister Xia, huh? I'm really sorry, but during these extraordinary times I cannot let anyone in. Zhang Yi was not easily swayed by her words. Xia Limai spoke sweetly, all for the child. But neither he nor Zhou Qier had experience caring for children, and even if they did, he was unwilling to deal with such troublesome matters. Once the child was allowed in, Xia Limai could use the excuse of taking care of the child to enter. It was easy to invite a god in, but hard to send them away. If she had any ill intentions, Zhang Yi would have to be on guard 247. He didn't want to put in that effort. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Uncle Yu quietly said to Xia Limai, Zhang Yi is already being quite generous. He even brought medicine for the child. Let's just go back and put on more clothes so we won't freeze, Uncle Yu said. Xia Limai wiped her tears and cried, What do you know, you man? The baby is so small and extremely fragile. She turned to Zhang Yi inside and said, Zhang Yi, I know this request is a bit inappropriate, but I really have no other choice. She added, "Sister knows you have a kind heart, which is why I'm shamelessly making this request. I beg you for the sake of the baby, and also for Uncle Yu's sake, please let the baby stay in your house for a while." Having said this, she even dragged Uncle Yu into it. Generally speaking, if the person is not particularly hard-hearted, they would relent. When you make a big request, it's best to first present a small one. Once the other person agrees to the small request, they would feel compelled to agree to the larger one. This shows that this woman is not simple. Xiaomei intentionally did not communicate with Uncle Yu beforehand, but waited until Zhang Yi had finished delivering the medicine to bring up the request to let the baby stay at Zhang Yi's house. However, she underestimated how hard Zhang Yi's heart was. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and leaned against the door, saying, "Sister Xia, if this request had been made before the apocalypse, I would have certainly agreed. But you also know that everyone in this building wants to take my house and my life." He added, "I'm really scared and can't let strangers in. I believe you can understand my position, right? Uncle Yu, you should understand too." Uncle Yu nodded repeatedly. At this moment, he felt very awkward being caught in the middle, but his gratitude towards Zhang Yi made him unwilling to continue troubling him. "Yes, Zhang Yi has done enough for us. Otherwise, which family would be willing to give us medicine? Do you know how hard it is to get medicine now?" Xiaomei bit her lip, not rebutting Uncle Yu, her eyes brimming with tears, looking pitiful. "But didn't he let Zhou Qier stay at his house?" Zhang Yi smirked disdainfully and said, "Zhou Qier, is there a problem with that?" Zhou Qier, hearing this new Zhang Yi, was just brushing them off, yet the corners of her mouth still curled up slightly. Compared to the truth, women care more about sweet words from men. Even if they know it's false, they will self-hypnotize and convince themselves that it's true. Xiaomei frowned slightly, seemingly pondering what to say. However, Uncle Yu did not have as thick a skin as she did. Zhang Yi had helped him several times. He couldn't lose face as a man. So he pulled Xiaomei and said seriously, "Let's go, don't trouble him anymore. Zhang Yi has been kind enough to us, let's not overstep." Seeing that Uncle Yu was genuinely getting a bit angry, Xiaomei immediately put on a pitiful expression. "I know I don't want to do this either, it's all for the child." Uncle Yu then said to the room, "I'm sorry, Zhang Yi. Please don't hold it against her. Thank you so much for this." Zhang Yi replied, "It's fine, everyone can understand this feeling. Let's support each other." Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi saw Uncle Yu take Xiaomei and the child downstairs. He returned to the dining table and said to Zhou Qier, "This woman is a bit troublesome." Zhou Qier nonchalantly replied, "Aren't there plenty of people like that?" Zhang Yi shrugged, "That's true, but I have a good relationship with Uncle Yu. I'm afraid she might interfere with..." Uncle Yu was the ideal worker chosen by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi did not want this Uncle Yu to have a woman beside him whispering inappropriate things in his ear. Zhang Yi felt increasingly cautious about Xiaomei. At the very least, she harbored covetous thoughts about his house and resources. Uncle Yu returned home with Xiaomei and the child. After closing the door, he said with a displeased expression, "What kind of words were those you just said? How could you ask someone to help you take care of a child? The outside world is so chaotic, no one knows if others are human or ghost. The fact that he could give the child medicine shows he is a trustworthy person. How could you be so unreasonable?" Xiaomei sat on the bed holding the child, feeding him medicine while unbuttoning her clothing to let the milk help wash the medicine down. Instead of arguing with Uncle Yu, she said softly, "Isn't everything I do for the child? You know that my only motivation to live now is the baby. If something were to happen to her, what would be the point of my existence?" Tears fell again as she spoke. Uncle Yu turned to see her fair, delicate chest, feeling somewhat soft-hearted, yet still determined. His tone softened as he said, "Hey, it's not that I don't understand your meaning. But as a person, at least you should know to be..." Recalling how Zhang Yi had helped him twice, Uncle Yu slapped his thigh and sighed, "If it weren't for Zhang Yi, I wouldn't have thought to stock up on supplies in advance, and I wouldn't be alive now. Such great kindness, Yu Jiguang must find a way to repay." At that moment, Xia Limai's gentle voice came to his ears. "Actually, I think you don't need to be so grateful to Zhang Yi. At least he still keeps an eye on you, right?" Uncle Yu was taken aback and said excitedly, "What do you mean by that?" Xiaomei looked weak and said, "Think about it. If he truly trusted you, he should have opened the door when we arrived and let us in to sit down. The medicine was thrown out of the window, not even showing his face. Isn't he just being cautious with you?" Uncle Yu was displeased and said, "Don't speak nonsense." Xiaomei remained calm and continued softly, "I'm not speaking nonsense. I believe he has helped you, but he hasn't suffered any great loss. Perhaps he deliberately gives you small favors, hoping that one day you will become his henchman. If he were truly a good person, how could he use such cruel means to kill dozens of neighbors? Unless he is willing to let us live in his house, I would never believe he is a good person. Besides, his house is large, having the three of us wouldn't be a burden. What could be wrong?" Before Xiaomei could continue, a loud shout rang in her ears. "Enough!" Uncle Yu's face turned red as he looked at her angrily, startling Xiaomei. The baby in her arms began to cry loudly. Xiaomei quickly hugged the baby and said softly, "I'm sorry, it was my mistake. What I just said was for your own good. It's always better to be cautious in times like these." Uncle Yu coldly replied, "Don't say such things again. Yu Jiguang can distinguish right from wrong. If I doubt my benefactor, am I even still human?" Uncle Yu was honest and straightforward, but honesty and foolishness are not the same concept. Indeed, even if Zhang Yi helped him with ulterior motives, so what? In this world, there is no such thing as kindness without a reason. Having lived over 40 years and worked as a security guard for more than a decade, he had seen the ways of human nature. How could he not understand this principle? Knowing that Uncle Yu was angry, Xiaomei realized she couldn't push any further and chose to remain silent. However, this did not mean she would give up on persuading Uncle Yu. The warm house of Zhang Yi was what she longed for. Xiaomei glanced at her baby, who was only 8 months old, and silently made a decision. "Baby, in order for us to survive, I don't care what the cost is." That night, the white moonlight spilled onto the silver earth, carrying a touch of desolation and loneliness. The heavy snow had been falling for almost a month, sometimes heavily, sometimes lightly, but it never stopped for a single day. The snow in Yuelu community had piled up to the 4th floor, and the ground was covered in a blanket of white. Out of habit, most people were still sleeping at this time. However, the entrance door on the 1st floor of Building 25 was completely blocked by tens of thousands of tons of snow, airtight. Suddenly, the snow layer at the entrance seemed to shift slightly, and a few pieces of ice fell to the ground. But soon a large chunk of ice and snow bulged out and was forcefully pushed away. A shovel appeared from the broken hole. Following that, the hole was dug larger, and over a dozen people dressed in heavy clothing wielding shovels, steel bars, and axes crawled out. The leader was not tall, slender, with deeply sunken cheeks. Yet he possessed a pair of sharp, chilling eyes. Upon entering the hallway, he lowered his voice and said, "Let's go up." A group of people cautiously carried their tools and climbed up the stairs. Their formation was very orderly, with some holding wooden boards and frying pans as shields. When they reached the 10th floor, they encountered a resident secretly going down to collect snow. A strong man, without saying a word, swung a shovel directly at the man's head. Thud! Blood splattered against the wall, and the man didn't even have time to scream before collapsing. The strong man looked at the corpse on the ground and asked the thin leader's second uncle, "What should we do?" Second uncle replied, "Just leave it here. We'll take it back after we finish our business." The group obediently continued climbing up. Their target today was room 2401 of Building 25. At this moment, Zhang Yi was fast asleep, while Zhou Qier was locked in the adjacent guest room. This group of outsiders quietly arrived at the 24th floor. Despite climbing so high, their stamina showed no signs of depletion. Clearly, they were not ordinary people. They must have special professions. A group of them reached Zhang Yi's doorstep, but no one rushed to break down the door. The leading second uncle signaled for everyone to stop and quietly called out, "Old donkey, come here." A middle-aged man wearing a gray beanie came forward from the back of the crowd. He had a gray backpack slung over his back. "Open the door." Second uncle pointed at Zhang Yi's door. Old donkey nodded, "Watch me." He approached Zhang Yi's door, set down his backpack, and quickly took out various tools. The most prominent were detonators and a few rectangular objects wrapped in yellow tape. After tinkering for a while, everyone quickly hid in the hallway. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the entire apartment building. Everyone was awakened from their dreams. Zhang Yi was no exception. Since the explosion was right in front of his door, his ears were buzzing and his eardrums hurt severely. Zhang Yi reacted very swiftly, climbing out of bed in his pajamas and immediately retrieving a handgun from another space ready in his hand. He unlocked his phone to check the outside surveillance. The living room was safe and sound. In Zhou Qier's room, she was currently terrified, tightly wrapping herself in the blanket, hiding in the corner of the room. Seeing that there was nothing wrong inside, Zhang Yi let out a sigh of relief. He then looked outside through the surveillance once again. This time he noticed a group of suspicious individuals loitering. Most of the tools in their hands were primarily shovels, along with steel bars, wooden boards, and axes. However, Zhang Yi recognized the wooden board. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the commonly used red 3-in-1 board from construction sites. Zhang Yi clearly remembered that there were no construction workers in their building. However, in the neighboring Building 26, there was a group of about 20 workers who lived in company-shared accommodations after working at nearby construction sites. As the smoke cleared, those individuals hurried to the door to check whether the explosion was successful. Their expressions indicated they had come prepared, and their target was clearly directed at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's gaze was icy cold. It seemed the news of his family's ample supplies had already reached the outside world. Outside the door, his uncle and others stared dumbfounded at the heavy metal door that was completely unharmed. "Old donkey, what kind of work are you doing? You made such a mess that you can't even blow open a door." A nearby worker angrily questioned Old Donkey. Old Donkey did not expect such a result either. He said, "This doesn't make sense. The explosives I can figure, maybe. They got damp. Old Donkey was a demolition expert in the engineering team, but he only used rudimentary methods. Therefore, although the explosives made a loud noise, their power was significantly less than that of explosives configured by professionals. Otherwise, even if they couldn't blow open Zhang Yi's door, they could have destroyed the walls surrounding his home. In simple terms, the damage was minimal, but the frightening capability was extremely strong. Zhang Yi confirmed through the app that his house was undamaged, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, the anger in his heart was also burning fiercely. These people wanted him dead. Then he would make them die first. Outside, a group of people continued to complain, with some attempting to smash the door with their shovels. They had not noticed the small window that opened above the iron door. Zhang Yi ignited a Molotov cocktail and threw it outside. The flames instantly erupted into a fierce blaze. Not satisfied, he took out several small white bottles from his space, containing a nearly transparent liquid. These were bottles of white phosphorus dissolved in carbon disulfide, essentially the simplest version of a white phosphorus bomb. The white phosphorus bomb is known as Hellfire. When it burns, its temperature exceeds 1000 C and can eliminate all living beings within a certain range. The explosion of a white phosphorus bomb generates intense light and splintered burning fragments, which are difficult to remove once they touch the skin, leading to horrific wounds that not only possess terrifying lethality, but also create a strong psychological deterrent. Internationally, the use of white phosphorus bombs is banned. However, Zhang Yi did not care about that. As long as it could effectively kill enemies, he would use any means necessary. The Molotov cocktail landed on the ground, creating a blazing fire, but the lethality of such things was not very substantial. The intruders had crossed through the snow, and their clothes were soaked, making them difficult to ignite. However, the flames from the Molotov cocktail quickly evaporated the sulfur dioxide, igniting the dissolved white phosphorus. In an instant, temperatures exceeding 1000 degrees were generated in the air. The flames splashed onto their clothes, and no matter how they tried, they could not extinguish them. Instantly, the outside corridor turned into a sea of flames. Zhang Yi's response exceeded the expectations of the group, and they were unable to react in just a few seconds. Many people were caught in the burning flames of the white phosphorus. The down jackets and cotton clothing they wore were excellent materials for combustion. Help me, help me. The piercing screams were like those from hell. Being burned alive is considered one of the most agonizing ways to die for humans. Even an ordinary person would feel excruciating pain if even a matchstick burned their finger, let alone having every inch of skin consumed by flames. Zhang Yi felt unsatisfied and took out his handgun, shooting desperately at the outside. Bang! 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 He neglected to conserve bullets, shooting as if he were setting off firecrackers. Soon body after body fell. Among the dozen intruders, only 8 corpses remained, while 5 or 6 managed to escape. Zhang Yi did not open the door to pursue. He adhered to the principle of safety first. After confirming those people were dead, he closed the shooting hole and activated the air filtration system to prevent smoke from entering the house. Zhang Yi glanced at the gun in his hand. He had exhausted all the bullets. He couldn't help but shake his head. This thing is really not durable. Luckily, I didn't buy a machine gun, or else this burst would have used up hundreds of bullets. It seems I need to find a way to get some firearms. Previously, my sense of crisis wasn't this high. But today, the demolition tactics of those nearby workers served as a wake-up call for me. In the apocalypse, those who can survive are not simple people. The individuals he would face in the future are all ruthless characters. If one day an engineer carrying a large amount of explosives showed up, they might be able to blow up his entire building. Of course, this is just an exaggerated statement. After all, that amount is too large for an ordinary person to obtain. However, it made Zhang Yi feel the need to prepare for the worst. I will definitely kill all of you dogs. Zhang Yi cursed fiercely. He walked to Zhou Qir's room and opened the door. Zhou Qir was curled up in the corner, tightly burying her head between her snow-white legs. It's okay now, Zhang Yi said to her. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice, Zhou Qir felt an immense sense. Though this man was overly cautious and always appeared indifferent, right now he was the greatest source of warmth in Zhou Qir's heart. She raised her head to look at Zhang Yi and defended herself, saying, I wasn't scared. I just thought it was an earthquake, and hiding in the corner felt safer. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. On the 24th floor, if there really was an earthquake, hiding anywhere wouldn't save you from being crushed. Zhou Qir stood up, asking, what just happened? Zhang Yi sat on her bed. Before Zhou Qir moved in, the room was quite dull with no blankets on the bed. However, after she moved in, the room gained a warm atmosphere. A pink velvet blanket and yellow bed sheets. On the windowsill hung her washed black lace underwear and black stockings. It was evident that she was a delicate woman. Of course, it wasn't just her room. The entire house, including Zhang Yi's bedroom, was kept impeccably clean by her every day. Zhang Yi thought to himself, having a considerate woman around is really quite nice. If it weren't for the apocalypse, a woman like this wouldn't be obtainable without an exorbitant dowry of 88 million. Zhang Yi informed Zhou Qiu of what had just happened. It was those workers from Unit 26. Nearby, there's a newly developed community. So many workers are renting houses around here. Zhou Qiu, somewhat curious, asked, "Our community is considered mid to high-end. Oh, would they really spend that much money?" Zhang Yi replied, "In a room with 10 people, how expensive do you think it could be?" Zhou Qiu responded with an "oh" and nodded. Then she showed a serious expression. "If that's the case, they're actually more dangerous than Chen Zhenghao." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Chen Zhenghao is just a social thug. In the peaceful times of the past, ordinary people didn't dare to cause trouble, so they feared him. But now everyone is living in uncertainty. If he didn't have a gun in his hand, he would have been killed long ago. However, these workers are different. They work physically every day. Their strength is far greater than ordinary people, and their combat power is even more ferocious. Moreover, they are all acquaintances, and there are many of them, making it convenient for whatever they want to do. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and sighed. "Fortunately, I got rid of that fat man who was playing with explosives yesterday. Oh, otherwise I wouldn't have slept soundly at night." Zhou Qiu asked, "What do we do next? Should we seek revenge on them?" Zhang Yi's brows furrowed. "Of course we should seek revenge. However, I can't go there, but it's unwise to step onto their turf. Look at them. I already took out over half of their people, didn't I?" Zhou Qiu replied helplessly, "But you have a gun." "Having a gun doesn't matter," Zhang Yi said confidently. "Even if I killed them all, if I got hit by a shovel, I'd feel like I lost big time." Zhou Qiu rolled her eyes. "You're just too cautious. But if you don't go out to find them, how can you take revenge? They don't seem like people who are afraid of death. They feel like fugitives. After all, who would be playing with explosives in an apartment building? One careless move could bury themselves." Zhang Yi stroked his chin, already having an idea in his mind. "It seems that in order to live a stable life in the future, I must find some people to act as cannon fodder." Zhang Yi thought for a moment, took out his phone, and opened the owner group of Unit 25. At this time, due to the recent explosion, the neighbors were all startled awake, and the group exploded with messages. What was that noise just now? An earthquake? Or was there a bomb attack? The sound came from above. Could it have been a meteorite falling? It's very possible. If it wasn't a meteorite falling from the sky, why would there be such an abnormal temperature? Perhaps humans will go extinct like the dinosaurs. Inside the group, there was a jumble of voices with everyone saying different things. Zhang Yi stated, "The group of workers from Unit 26 broke into our building intending to kill and rob resources. I discovered them in time and drove them away. Zhang Meng, who lived on the 16th floor, has already been killed. As for that noise, it was caused by their use of explosives." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's account, the neighbors immediately became anxious. "What? We just dealt with Chen Zhenghao, and now those mud-legged thugs from next door have come again. They're ruthless. I've heard that there are often several gangs fighting at that construction site. How did the people from Unit 26 get over here?" Zhang Yi explained, "They dug a snow tunnel from below and came up, killing from the first floor." Immediately, someone nervously said, "Quick, collapse that tunnel and lock the door." Zhang Yi replied, "It's useless. That kind of door can be broken with a single strike. Even if you block it, they can climb in through the windows on the 4th floor." The neighbors were all shocked. If it weren't for Zhang Yi driving those people away that night, who knows if they would have broken into their homes and killed them. What are we going to do? How can we fight against those laborers? Half of the people in our building are dead, and most of the rest are elderly, weak, and women and children. That's right, and most of the people who could work have already died near Zhang Yi's home. At this moment, someone said, "Fortunately, we have Zhang. Zhang Yi, you're amazing. You drove away so many of them by yourself. With you here, our safety is guaranteed. Zhang Yi, you are our hero." After the previous few people's reminders, the others also suddenly realized. Now Zhang Yi was the strongest combat power in their building, and he had a gun. Sending him to deal with the workers from the neighboring building was the best choice. Zhang Yi found this scene quite amusing. Previously, they had been scolding him every day in the group, accusing him of being selfish and shameless. Most of the families had someone who died at Zhang Yi's hands. They hated him to the bone. Yet now they needed Zhang Yi's help and called him a hero. Do they really think Zhang Yi is a fool? Zhang Yi smirked and said, "I also used a lot of weapons to deal with them. Now it's difficult for me to ensure my own safety. Everyone should fend for themselves. What a joke. Why should I protect you? Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me." After saying this, Zhang Yi fell silent. The people in the group became excited, pleading with Zhang Yi to protect them. "Zhang Yi, you can't just watch us die. If we all die, then only the two of you will be left alive. Oh, won't you feel lonely? If we all perish, sooner or later you will also become the target of everyone. You have no idea how many people are watching you." Upon seeing these words, Zhang Yi's eyes turned cold. What they said was true. He didn't know how many people were watching him. After all, the videos Zhang Yi posted in the group must have been shared by the neighbors. The people outside after seeing it would only be envious at most. But the people from the surrounding buildings could take the opportunity to come to Unit 25 and take everything from him. Yet he still said nothing. Instead, Uncle Yu sent Zhang Yi a private message inquiring with concern if Zhang Yi needed help. I know those dogs from Unit 26 buy used to drink with them. Those bastards, how dare they come to target you? I won't let them off. Zhang Yi, if you have any ideas, let me know, and I'll help you take care of them. Zhang Yi smiled. Uncle Yu, there are quite a few of them, right? Yes, there were originally more than 30 of them. But recently about 10 have died, so there are probably around 20. I know their leader Huang Tianfang, we were chatting a while ago. But these bastards caused the deaths of many at Unit. But I wouldn't associate with these bastards. Uncle Yu and those workers all came from the countryside. However, while the workers mixed in society, Uncle Yu had spent many years in the military. Their mindsets are simply not on the same level. Based on Uncle Yuda's introduction, Zhang Yi gained a slight understanding of those individuals. The group of workers was employed under a construction company called Tianhe Group. They weren't informal workers, but were contracted by a foreman working under his lead. However, they boasted to outsiders that they were employees of Tianhe Group, which added to their sense of pride. Thus, their group now referred to themselves as the Tianhe Gang, with the leader being a thin, short man named Huang Tianfang. Zhang Yi, do you have any plans for them? If you need my help, just give me a shout, Uncle Yuda said. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. It was impossible for him to attack this so-called Tianhe Gang. His greatest reliance was this steel fortress. Once he left the room, facing those nearly 20 individuals again would be extremely dangerous, even with a gun in hand. Uncle Yuda, let's play it safe. I don't have any plans for revenge at the moment. Mainly because it's just me. Even with you, I can't guarantee victory. Unless a glint of light flashed in his eyes, we can mobilize the neighbors inside the building. Uncle Yuda understood Zhang Yi's meaning. Are you suggesting that we, just like Huang Tianfang's group, unite against a common foe? Yes, that's exact. Uncle Yuda replied. All right, I'll bring this up in the group and see how many are willing to join us. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Uncle Yuda, there's no need for that. If you push them to join the group, they'll suspect you have ulterior motives and might even take advantage of you. Uncle Yuda asked, then what should we do? Zhang Yi laughed heartily. We're not in a hurry. We have enough supplies at home, we can just wait. The Tianhe Gang will surely come back after their first encounter. There will definitely be a second time. Not to mention they have killed so many of my people, they will definitely seek revenge. By then the neighbors in this building will naturally come to us for help. Uncle Yuda couldn't help but admire. Zhang Yi, you are truly remarkable. The two quickly reached a consensus, deciding to temporarily ignore the people of the Tianhe Gang. In the owners' group, the neighbors wanted Zhang Yi and Uncle Yuda to take the lead and deal with the Tianhe Gang. They were quite adept at moral coercion. They praised Zhang Yi and Uncle Yuda as good people, although Zhang Yi felt this was an insult. You're the good person, your whole family is good people. At the same time, they made all sorts of excuses, claiming they had no food and no strength to fight. Or they used their age as elderly or women as excuses to avoid participation. Zhang Yi was too familiar with these shameless neighbors, so he ignored them directly. After all, once the knife fell upon them, they would naturally understand the pain. In the following 2 days, Zhang Yi began to gather intelligence from the outside world. Of course, he wouldn't ask himself, as too many people were eyeing his supplies and the information they provided was likely false. He asked Zhou Qi and Uncle Yuda to help inquire. One was a doctor and the other a security guard, both with considerable connections. Zhang Yi wanted to know which individuals in the 30 buildings of Yulu community posed a threat to him. This information was not hard to gather. One could easily find out who had killed many and who was currently the most powerful. Zhou Qi eagerly took out paper and pencil, helping Zhang Yi compile a statistical table. Zhang Yi glanced over it, and it provided a rough description of the opposing forces' numbers and weaponry. After reading it, he felt considerably more at ease. After all, Yulu community was positioned as a mid to high-end area, so there weren't that many vicious criminals. According to the intelligence gathered by Zhou Qi and Uncle Yuda, the main concerns were two forces. One was the Tianhe Gang from the neighboring building 26, which was formed around a small construction team under Tianhe Group, known for their fierce combat capabilities. Their main weapons were shovels and rebar, and they had no firearms. The bomb used against Zhang Yi last time was homemade by one of their workers who understood explosives, and its power was limited. That worker had already been burned to death by Zhang Yi, so they couldn't continue to make homemade bombs afterward. However, no one knows if they still have any stock left. We need to be careful. We should find an opportunity to send a few cannon fodder over to drain their reserves, Zhang Yi muttered. Besides the Tianhe Gang, there was another force that caught his attention. In Building 21, there was a group of young people who called themselves the Wolf Pack. The name sounded extremely juvenile, but their combat abilities were not weak. According to the intelligence gathered by Zhou Qi, this group included students and some idle street thugs. They were generally around 20 years old and had a team of more than 10 people. The two leaders were named Wang Chong and Xiao Lu. Zhang Yi recognized both of them. They were well-known street thugs in Yulu community. After graduating from a third-year university, they had been living off their families and couldn't be considered rich second-generation kids, but they belonged to the middle class. Because they refused to work, they just stayed at home. Over time, they got involved with some people from society. In the past, they wouldn't even measure up to a single toe. However, there were no ruthless characters like Zhang Yi in their building, allowing them to grow bolder. For Zhang Yi, these two forces were the only ones that posed a certain level of threat. In other units, some had only a few households left. Many couldn't bear the terror of the apocalypse, their mental states collapsed, and they chose to commit suicide. Or they fought amongst themselves in extreme shortages of supplies, leaving no survivors. Zhang Yi felt more confident. He said to Zhou Qi, "Continue gathering intelligence. We must clarify everything and minimize the dangers. Especially whether they have firearms, this is crucial." Zhou Qi obediently nodded and then picked up her phone to continue gathering information. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yuta reached a consensus and stayed at home without going out. The Tianhe gang hated Zhang Yi to the core after suffering losses last time. They lost over 8 brothers, and the remaining members had also been scorched by the fire, suffering serious injuries. 2 individuals died that night after returning home due to severe injuries. This kind of loss was something the Tianhe gang had never experienced before. They swore to bloodily wash away Building 25, killing Zhang Yi to avenge their brothers. However, a twist came. The person they hated the most was Zhang Yi, and he was also the one they feared the most. Having witnessed Zhang Yi's methods and feeling the defensibility of his home, they temporarily dared not act against him. So what should they do? They would have to target Zhang Yi's neighbors in the same building. Huang Tianfang's thought was, "Zhang Yi, if I can't kill you, can I not kill your neighbors? When the time comes, seeing the neighbors die tragically, won't you feel guilty? How will you face their accusations? Killing your neighbors is the greatest revenge against you." Huang Tianfang was rather delusional, knowing that he had to pick on the weak. So in the following days, he returned with a group of people and launched surprise attacks on several households. After killing, they would write in blood in the corridor, "Zhang Yi, if you don't come out, I will kill all your neighbors." Huang Tianfang, believing himself to be clever, killed many people to force Zhang Yi out. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi felt no guilt. Instead, he was overjoyed. His purpose was to incite Huang Tianfang to kill more neighbors, causing panic. This forced the neighbors to seek his help. Indeed, just 2 days later, the neighbors could no longer endure. They saw the blood markings left by Huang Tianfang and unanimously agreed that only Zhang Yi could confront him to resolve the issue at hand. Thus, the group chat exploded with messages directed at Zhang Yi, with private messages and voice calls coming in incessantly. Zhang Yi opened the group chat to see the neighbors' reactions. "Zhang Yi, the mess you've created, you need to resolve it. The Tianhe gang is your doing, and you killed them. What does it have to do with us? Yes, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. You can't expect us to help you bear this burden. They said that until you come out, they won't stop killing. Zhang Yi, if you have any conscience, go deal with this matter yourself. Do you really have the heart to watch everyone die because of you?" Seeing the messages from these people made Zhang Yi laugh. He wasn't angry at all, as he understood the nature of these neighbors very well. He casually sent a few messages in the group. "It's not like I invited them. How is it my fault that they came to kill me and I fought back, and now I'm the bad guy? It's not my fault you have no ability to resist them. You all said those people are too dangerous. If that's the case, I won't go out of my house, is much safer." After that, Zhang Yi even sent a smiley emoji. This infuriated the neighbors in the building. "Zhang Yi, you're safe, but what about us? Aren't you putting us all at risk? The people you brought here, why should we face them for you? Do you have any conscience?" Faced with the neighbors' accusations, Zhang Yi burst into laughter. He was well aware of their shamelessness. With a cold smile, he taunted, "What do I care about your predicament? Does your life or death have anything to do? Don't talk to me about conscience. When the Tianhe gang attacked my house, which of you wasn't involved today? If it weren't for my generosity, I would have brought a gun to your doors and shot you all dead. And you think you can talk to me about conscience?" He spoke ominously. "Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Zhang Yi's last words silenced many. They then remembered that Zhang Yi was not someone to be trifled with. How did Chen Jinghao die? He was literally frozen into an ice block and then smashed to bits. This was all done by Zhang. Zhang Yi stopped speaking and sent a message to Uncle Yu. "Uncle Yu, it's your turn to take action." Uncle Yu replied, "Don't worry, I've got this." The homeowners in the group were left speechless after being scolded. The failure of moral coercion and the breakdown of negotiations meant that they would still have to face the Tianhe gang, who could storm in at any moment. As for the men from 25, half were dead or injured, and the remaining combat power rested solely on Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu. What do we do now? We thought that once Chen Jinghao was dead, we could survive. But the Tianhe gang is even more ruthless. Chen Jinghao killed for reputation and supplies while Huang Tianfeng and the others kill for revenge, indiscriminately killing anyone without a second thought. Are we really just waiting to die? Oi? Damn, why has the world become like this? Is a brutal society going to be the norm from now on? The snow disaster won't pass anytime soon, and we will all perish in this snowstorm. Many fell into deep despair, believing they wouldn't survive for long. Just then the usually taciturn Uncle Yu suddenly appeared. Everyone, don't panic. The Tianhe gang has only about 20 people. If we unite, we can resist them. Uncle Yu's appearance brought a glimmer of hope to many. After all, this retired soldier's demeanor was simple and reliable. Uncle Yu, it's good to have you here. I thought you were dead since you hadn't spoken for so long. That's great. With Uncle Yu around, everyone's safety is assured. Uncle Yu, tell us what to do. Everyone will support you. Seeing the neighbor's messages, Uncle Yu couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Support me? You mean you want me to take the lead while you all watch the show? He was utterly speechless. Uncle Yu said, alas, relying on just me won't work. Our supplies have run out, we haven't eaten for several days, and are too weak to fight. Zhang Yi watched the conversations in the group closely. Uncle Yu turned to send a private message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, what should we do now? Zhang Yi replied, the timing is about right. When the moment comes, you need to support me, ensuring this group listens to me obediently. A mix of kindness and intimidation will make them compliant, and only then will our building have safety in the future. Zhang Yi was unsure about their safety, but he was certain his own would improve. Moreover, many of these neighbors would be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder by Zhang Yi. Most of them had family members killed by Zhang Yi, and once given the chance, they would surely seek revenge. Hence, it was best to eliminate them now. After discussing with Uncle Yu, the two returned to the owner group. Uncle Yu pretended to tag Zhang Yi and said, Zhang Yi, everyone really needs you right now. If you were the last one left in this building, wouldn't you feel lonely, eh? So please show some kindness and help everyone. Everyone will sincerely thank you. The neighbors eagerly chimed in. Yes, yes. If you can save us, we will be forever grateful. From now on, this building will be under your command. Zhang Yi, our lives are in your hands. Sweet words poured in, worthless as they were. Zhang Yi sneered. I only came to talk to you because of Uncle Yu's face. I honestly don't care about you. I'm doing just fine on my own. Why should I bother with you? I would have to go out exhausting myself and risking my life. I think it's not worth it. The more Zhang Yi said this, the less confident the neighbors felt. Zhang Yi, no. At worst, we will do whatever you say from now on, okay? Faced with hopelessness, even in despair, they would hold onto any glimmer of life and not desire death. Zhang Yi coldly asked, oh, really? You will do whatever I say? Do all of you agree? The neighbors hesitated for a moment. Someone said, as long as you don't send us to die, we can agree to other conditions. Zhang Yi shot back, what if I tell you to pick up weapons and fight against the Tianhe gang? Would you go? The group fell silent. No one spoke, all waiting for someone else to step forward. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. So you all want me to fight for you, right? Well, then I won't care about you anymore. When Huang Tianfan and his people come to kill, just stretch out your necks and let them chop it off. Goodbye. Uncle Yu panicked, saying, Zhang Yi, no, we will definitely listen to you. Since it's all about dying anyway, we might as well fight for a chance to survive. I'm with you. Saying this, he began to rally everyone. What are you hesitating for? If we all fight together, there's still a way out. Do we really have to wait until we are singled out one by one? Uncle Yu's encouragement indeed worked. Thinking that fighting together might give them a chance, everyone began to agree to follow Zhang Yi's orders. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu harmonized, thus gaining control over the entire building. He calmly stated, well then, starting now, everything must go according to my orders. The situation is dire, and the enemy could attack at any moment. Any negative or negligent behavior will be regarded as a betrayal of all the building owners. At that point, don't blame me for directly killing anyone. Zhang Yi swept his gaze over the list of group members. Make sure I don't discover anyone hiding, quietly refusing to come out and fight. If I find one, I will eliminate them. If you think you can hide and reap the benefits, you're mistaken. Zhang Yi said this because he had roughly calculated that there were only about 20 people speaking in the group. Clearly, some people were silent, intending to hunker down like an ostrich, letting Zhang Yi and others fight. Zhang Yi's words displeased those neighbors willing to confront the enemy. Fong Lin, come out. I know you're not dead. Oh, I saw you digging in the snow yesterday. Liang Yilu, where are you? Stop hiding and don't pretend you haven't seen the group messages. We will come looking for you. The neighbors with red eyes tagged those ostriches. People are selfish. They had resolved to risk their lives and were naturally unwilling to see others act like cowards hiding behind them. Eventually, those people also poked their heads out. I just fell asleep. and only saw the messages now. Oh, what's going on? Are we fighting back? That's great. I'm not afraid of dying you, I just didn't see it earlier. A group of people said nervously. Zhang Yi didn't care about them. In any case, since everyone chose me as the building leader, you must obey my orders. Anyone who dares to be cowardly will be betraying all the owners and deserves to die. The owners dared not speak, knowing that Zhang Yi would indeed kill them. Those 50-plus souls were bloody evidence. After waving the big stick, Zhang Yi pondered for a while and decided to give them a carrot. Don't worry, I, Zhang Yi, am a kind person and can't bear to see you starve. As long as you obey, I will go out and help you find supplies. This matter had been on Zhang Yi's mind for a while. Since there were engineering teams using demolition technology, it was hard to guarantee that stronger enemies wouldn't appear in the future. He lived on the 24th floor, and although the building was entirely made of metal, if a collapse occurred downstairs, it would also greatly affect his apartment. Thus, he intended to keep a batch of cannon fodder downstairs to watch over him, helping him die when necessary. He certainly couldn't do without supplies to support them. Zhang Yi was unwilling to give them the supplies in his space, so he needed to go out and search. Moreover, his weapons and ammunition were depleting quickly. In the previous battle, he had already used up 20 bullets and needed to consider going out to find more weapons and equipment. As for how to travel, that was quite simple. Outside, the snow was over 10 meters thick, rendering vehicles useless. However, there existed a type of vehicle specifically designed for driving in snow vehicles. Zhang Yi had 5 of them in his space, 2 of which were snow vehicles with a cockpit, and 3 were small snowmobiles. In this time of heavy snow lockdown, others would have to exert tremendous effort to leave their homes. Yet he could freely traverse the entire city. At that moment, the owner group was in an uproar. Zhang Yi, can you go out to find supplies? With such heavy snow and no way to drive, do you plan to walk through the snow? Wouldn't you freeze to death? Zhang Yi replied, no matter how harsh the environment outside is for everyone's sake, I must go out and try. Don't worry, I have worked in storage for many years. I know where the warehouses are in Tianhai City as well as where the large malls and supermarkets are located. Finding supplies won't be difficult for me. The neighbors seemed to have encountered a savior. Even those who had been wrapped in blankets at home resigned to death now had their eyes shining with hope. Zhang Yi, can you really go out to find supplies? If that's the case, we can survive. Although the blizzard has sealed the city, the supplies produced by our society over the past few decades are actually enough for us to live on. Zhang Yi, I really am so moved. We treated you this way back then, and now you still. Some people began to choke up. Originally, many in their family had died at Zhang Yi's hands. But now their hatred for him seemed to have vanished, leaving only gratitude in their hearts. Zhang Yi said solemnly, since I have taken on the role of building leader, I must be responsible for everyone. Besides, my family's supplies are running low. Going out to find supplies is our only way to survive. With what I said, everyone felt more at ease. In the apocalypse, if you claim to do good deeds, others often find you hypocritical. However, when you have your own interests at stake, everyone considers it normal. After all, the apocalypse has been upon us for nearly a month. Many neighbors had starved to death in their homes. So they believed that even if Zhang Yi hoarded supplies at home, there would come a day when they would run out. Moreover, now that there were only 2 people in his household, the consumption of supplies would be even faster. The neighbors were full of gratitude for Zhang Yi, praising him as if he were a deity. So much so that Zhou Qi smiled and said, if you were to establish a sect at this time, you could become its founder. During disasters, religions develop the fastest. Because people always need a spiritual refuge. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. There's no need to complicate things with a bunch of cannon fodder. I just need a piece of moldy bread to make them feel closer to me than their own fathers. Zhou Qi curiously asked, but are you really going out? Her eyes revealed a hint of worry and guilt. Zhang Yi understood that she truly thought Zhang Yi didn't have many supplies left and felt she was a burden to him. Zhang Yi pinched her soft little face, squinting as he smiled. Don't worry, the supplies at home are enough to keep you fed. I just need to find a suitable opportunity to go out and see the situation outside. If it were normal times, Zhang Yi wouldn't dare to go out fearing an attack from a crazed neighbor. But now he had become everyone's hope for survival, so they wouldn't attack him. Zhou Qi nodded, then he'll go with you. She knew Zhang Yi didn't fully trust her, so she took the initiative to request to accompany him. Zhang Yi gazed at her deeply and shook his head slowly but firmly. Given our current relationship, do you think I would still doubt you? Women should stay at home and wait for their men to return. Zhang Yi slowly stood up. Zhou Qi's eyes filled with emotions. However, this feeling of emotion did not last long, because Zhang Yi quickly stored away all the remaining food and coal in the house into his spatial realm. I trust you 100%. Zhang Yi said with a smile. Zhou Qi. She looked at him in disbelief, having just been moved by him only to see him revert to his usual demeanor. Zhang Yi ignored Zhou Qie's resentful expression and returned to his room to change clothes. This was the first time after the apocalypse that he chose to leave the apartment building. With the heavy snow sealing the city, there were no signs of life outside, thus the danger level was lessened. Nonetheless, out of caution, Zhang Yi still put on a layer of leather jacket. This item was so sturdy that even if someone stabbed it with a knife, it wouldn't penetrate without sufficient force. After careful consideration, he found 2 frying pans in his spatial realm, one placed in front and the other behind his body. This way, even if he encountered an armed opponent, a regular handgun would not be able to harm his vital points. Finally, he put on his cold-resistant attire. At this point, his physique appeared quite bulky, but it provided a great sense of security. Zhang Yi took out a crowbar over a meter long and tested its weight in his hand. In a real fight, such a heavy crowbar was actually more useful than a machete. A cut from a knife wouldn't immediately incapacitate someone, but a hit from this crowbar would certainly knock them down. Holding the crowbar, Zhang Yi filled the handgun magazine and placed it in his pocket. Fully armed, he finally left his home. The temperature outside was very cold. Even dressed in professional-grade sportswear matching the national mountaineering team, Zhang Yi could still feel a slight chill. However, this chill did not affect Zhang Yi. After some outdoor activity, his body would warm up. He held the crowbar in both hands, walking down the stairs steadily. Before leaving, he always observed the surrounding conditions. Caution prevents major mishaps. He encountered no issues on his way down, as those who overestimate themselves were still quite rare. Zhang Yi reached the 4th floor. Due to the actions of the Tianhe gang and others, most residents had moved to higher floors, leaving no one living below the 10th floor. Zhang Yi pushed the door open to find a chaotic scene inside. The windows had long been smashed, and even the not so sturdy security bars had been torn open, leaving a large hole. The wind howled as it rushed through the hole in the building. Zhang Yi carefully crawled out through this opening. His feet landed on the ground with snow reaching directly to his knees. However, due to the increasing accumulation of snow, the ground had become somewhat compacted, preventing him from sinking completely. But walking in such snow was still quite difficult. Zhang Yi looked up and scanned the surroundings. The vast Yulu community was utterly silent, with only the sound of the wind remaining in the air. He didn't see any prying eyes. Zhang Yi took out a snowmobile from his spatial realm. It had been fully fueled before he left. The operation of this vehicle was not complicated. After pondering for a bit and reviewing the instructions, he figured out how to operate it. He mounted the vehicle, turned the key, and immediately the roar of the engine erupted. Zhang Yi drove the snowmobile, heading straight for the community exit. As he left the community, Zhang Yi sensed some people watching him through the windows. This was not surprising, as there were hardly any signs of human life outside, and the sound of the snowmobile was particularly jarring. It seems that in the future there will be people coveting this snowmobile. Zhang Yi smirked coldly. He was not afraid of exposing the existence of the snowmobile. There were too many people who wanted to take advantage of him. Not to mention, it was not surprising for someone to kill for a piece of biscuit nowadays. In Zhang Yi's own words, more debts don't weigh one down. The heavy snow buried many small houses, and the streets were completely invisible. However, having lived here for over 20 years, Zhang Yi could roughly discern directions by the tall landmark buildings. So for him, there was no risk of getting lost. The dead silence of Tianhe City. The white snowflakes have buried everything, and from a high vantage point, only the shadows of the tall buildings can be seen, with the rest completely covered in pristine white snow. Zhang Yi rides on a snowmobile, swiftly speeding across the snowy terrain. Having self-isolated at home for nearly a month, this is his first time out for a joyride. The wind whistles past his ears, and the feeling is indescribably exhilarating. Zhang Yi can't help but howl a few times. The roar of the snowmobile is particularly attention-grabbing. As Zhang Yi rides along, he sees shadows flitting behind the glass of some high-rise buildings. Even in the apocalypse, there are always some resilient humans who manage to survive. Like locusts. This extreme cold acts like pesticide, but after this catastrophe, the surviving humans will gradually adapt. Zhang Yi touches the gun in his pocket, feeling an immediate sense of security. Every person still alive in this city could potentially be a threat. In the apocalypse, one should never trust human nature. Zhang Yi's first target is not the nearby supermarket. He rides straight towards the Tianhe City Public Security Bureau, because weapons are surely stockpiled there. Zhang Yi remembers the saying, fear stems from insufficient firepower. Therefore, weapons, especially firearms, are absolutely better in abundance. After riding for more than half an hour, Zhang Yi arrives at the location of the Tianhe City Public Security Bureau. At this moment, it is mostly submerged. The 6-story building has its lower 3 floors completely invisible. Fortunately, the Public Security Bureau is a standalone building with a height greater than that of residential houses. Otherwise, if Zhang Yi had come a few days later, there would be nothing left here. He parks the snowmobile in front of a 4th-floor window. He dismounts, removes the key, and grabs a crowbar to smash. Crash! The tempered glass shatters all around. Zhang Yi pulls out his gun from his pocket and enters the building. Inside is pitch dark, but this is not a problem for Zhang Yi. Directly retrieves a miner's lamp from the pocket dimension. This is a small but exceptionally bright lamp used by underground miners. Once he turns on the lamp, it illuminates the surroundings like a small sun. Zhang Yi is not familiar with the internal layout of the Public Security Bureau, so he has to search room by room. When he arrives at the second floor covered in ice and snow and forcefully pries open a locked room, the scene inside slightly moves him. In the corner of the room, 7 or 8 police officers are huddled together. They are wrapped in thin blankets, their bodies having turned whiter than the snow. Zhang Yi takes a deep breath, feeling a twinge of sadness. They were night shift officers who, when the blizzard struck, had no clothing to keep warm. Looking at their appearance before death, it seems they perished from the cold. Zhang Yi wants to give them a proper burial. However, after some thought, he feels that being buried in this place where they dedicated years of their lives might also be a form of closure. He bows his head in respect, paying tribute to those who protected the city. Then he circumvents the bodies and continues his search. The police station is cluttered with many items, making the search rather time-consuming. Feeling tired, Zhang Yi pulls out a piece of pure cocoa butter chocolate from the pocket dimension, devours it to replenish his energy, and continues his actions. After nearly 2 hours, Zhang Yi finally finds the armory, but it is locked with a heavy padlock. After struggling for a long time without success, he slaps his forehead and decides to go back for the key. Fortunately, he knows it must be in the duty room, so it's not difficult to find. After obtaining the key, Zhang Yi successfully opens the door. Opening the armory, Zhang Yi's eyes are opened. Inside are many firearms, including handguns and rifles numbering in the dozens. He even finds a sniper rifle. However, he has never seen these weapons before, doesn't know their names, and has never used them. Zhang Yi doesn't care about that. He collects them all, planning to study them later. Especially the sniper rifle. This thing is simply top-notch. It will be immensely satisfying to use it for stealthy takedowns. Even if his aim isn't perfect, it can at least serve to intimidate. Zhang Yi believes he has a talent for shooting, considering himself a semi-professional, especially skilled in the use of handguns. After his rebirth, perhaps due to a more resolute mindset, his shooting has become more decisive. When he fought against the Tianhe gang, he hardly missed a shot. "I am a shooting genius." Zhang Yi laughed proudly, as if mocking himself. Soon after, he finds over 1,000 rounds of ammunition in the armory. There are also confiscated old guns that have been sitting around for who knows how long. It's uncertain whether they can even fire. Zhang Yi doesn't mind collecting them all. On this outing, Zhang Yi has made a tremendous haul. In addition to firearms and ammunition, he also found over a dozen bulletproof vests and a complete set of explosive equipment, such as riot helmets, ballistic shields, and batons. These things will be enough for me to form a formidable team in the future. Zhang Yi is overjoyed. He collects all these items. Just finding these makes his trip worthwhile. Inside the police station, Zhang Yi has struck gold. This also confirms one thing for him. There are still plenty of resources outside. After all the heavy snow that fell on the night of December 12th left over a meter of snow by the time people woke up the next day, with temperatures dropping below several degrees. Therefore, at that time, most people were unaware of the apocalypse's arrival and did not begin frantically hoarding supplies. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was already too late to go out. Having found what he wanted, Zhang Yi leaves the police station. Outside, a thick layer of snow has already settled on the snowmobile. It dawns on him that he has been out for quite a while. It's time to gather some food for them. Zhang Yi thought of those bastard neighbors, speaking lightly. He circles around and finds a supermarket that hasn't been completely buried. Then he uses the broken window to sneak inside. However, upon entering, he finds that the supermarket's shelves are mostly empty, as clean as if just newly stocked. There are some frozen, wilted vegetable leaves on the ground. Zhang Yi strokes his chin and says this place is close to the residential area. It's a convenience supermarket, so it's not surprising that everything has been cleared out. However, the large shopping malls in the city center and suburbs surely haven't been raided. Many newly constructed large shopping malls are generally not built too close to residential areas due to high land costs. Zhang Yi himself is in the warehousing business, so he is well aware of which large shopping malls in Tianhe City are far from crowds. Thus, he hops onto the snowmobile and heads towards the economic development zone. The Rwanda Plaza was just completed 2 years ago, and the nearest residential building is still 3 kilometers away, so the likelihood of it being cleared out is relatively low. Zhang Yi arrived at this Rwanda Mall in the economic development zone. Upon arrival, he could only see a roof. He followed the same method, breaking the glass above, and used a climbing rope to pull himself inside. Once inside the mall, the remnants of its once bustling scene lingered faintly. The circular mall featured storefronts displaying exquisite goods. Priceless clothing, shoes, and various everyday items were now worthless and could be taken without hesitation. Zhang Yi selected a few useful stores, stuffing everything from the shop into his space. The supermarket was located on the underground floor. After casually collecting supplies, he headed to the basement level. As he expected, due to its isolation, the shelves were still full. However, the quality was truly hard to describe. Part of the mall had collapsed under the weight of heavy snow, allowing cold air to seep and leaving the shelves covered in frost. The cold air had completely ruined the food here. Some puffed snacks and cookies were even encased in layers of, especially in the vegetable section. Although nothing had rotted and smelled, the produce was severely dehydrated, likely devoid of any flavor. The meat section was relatively better, with everything frozen into solid blocks akin to zombie meat. As for the fish tanks, they had burst due to freezing, and fishing was out of the question. In short, the food here in normal times would likely have been thrown away as garbage or sent to a food factory for processing into prepackaged meals. Zhang Yi shrugged, saying, "I wouldn't eat these even if they were given to me for free." He was too lazy to store them in his alternate space. Regardless, he didn't lack supplies, so why would he want such inferior goods? However, this was not important. Even if the quality of the food was poor to the neighbors who hadn't had normal food in a long time, it was still a culinary delight. Zhang Yi took out 2 large duffel bags from his space and carelessly tossed in some rotten vegetable leaves and zombie meat. He also stuffed in some bread and cookies that had swollen due to moisture. Soon the 2 bags were filled to the brim. He decided not to touch the other items and left them there. Perhaps they could save someone else's life in the future. After all, he didn't need to take them. After completing all this, Zhang Yi glanced at his Rolex on his wrist. This watch had been treated to withstand cold, still functioning perfectly in extremely low temperatures. Perhaps the time wasn't entirely accurate, but at least he could gauge it roughly. The Rolex showed it was 3:30 in the afternoon. It would take him about an hour to return to the Yuelu community. Zhang Yi didn't waste any time. After all, he had plenty of opportunities to come out again, and no one could compete with him. Other places could be explored slowly later. Zhang Yi left the supermarket with the gathered supplies, riding his snowmobile back. By the time he returned to the Yuelu community, the sky was already dimming. Boom. The sound of the engine was particularly pronounced in the silent community. As soon as he returned, faces appeared at the windows of various buildings, staring intently at him. In room 15 on the 26th floor, Huang Tianfang, the leader of the Tiange gang, squinted, his small eyes fixated on the brand new snowmobile. Half of his face was scarred from a fire, giving him a more menacing appearance. That night, although a few of them miraculously escaped, his face was scorched by flames, leaving him looking like this. There's actually such a thing that can run in the snow. If we could use this good stuff, we could go out to find food in the future. A stout man beside him glanced over and said, "Second uncle, I know what this is. In our area, this thing is called a sled. It's an electric sled." Huang Tianfang kept his eyes fixed on Zhang Yi's snowmobile, speaking in a low voice, "No matter what it is, we need to find a way to get it." Not just Huang Tianfang thinks this way. Every person staring at Zhang Yi had the same thought. After more than half a month of isolation, many of them had gone mad. The remaining people were just waiting for the time to lose their sanity or die. They needed to leave this place to find food and space to survive. The heavy snow that once blocked them now seemed like a path to hope because of Zhang Yi's snowmobile. Zhang Yi could feel the greed and naked killing intent in all those eyes. However, after touching the gun at his waist and recalling the large amount of weaponry he had found today, he felt very at ease. After getting off the snowmobile, Zhang Yi looked up and found the neighbors from room 25 were also watching him excitedly. Their eyes were fixated on the 2 duffel bags he had brought back. Zhang Yi smirked, first pretending to park the snowmobile in the underground garage behind. Avoiding everyone's gaze, he stored the snowmobile in his space. Only then did he return, holding the 2 duffel bags. There was a lot of stuff, so his footprints were deep, which excited the neighbors from room 25, who even leaned against the windows and began to shout. The neighbors from next door, including Huang Tianfang, looked on with wide eyes. "Second uncle, could that be food?" The stout man excitedly pointed at Zhang Yi and asked. Huang Tianfang scolded, "Nonsense. At this time, if we don't go out to find food, are we supposed to look for women?" A group of Tiange gang workers around him swallowed hard and gathered closer. "Is there food? Did he find food from outside?" "That's great, there's still food outside. We're saved. What are we waiting for? Let's go get him. Grab everything, including his vehicle." A group of people shouted with bloodshot eyes. Huang Tianfang pondered for a moment and coldly said, "Hold on. This kid should be the Zhang Yi who took down Qinjianghao. He's quite ruthless. Last time he caused the death of so many of our brothers. We need to be careful. Moreover, I heard he has a gun. Even if we want to act, we need to do it quietly." Huang Tianfang was very cautious. Although the 2 buildings were closed, there were still dozens of meters between them. Running over through thick ice and snow would be like being a live target. So although they were envious of the supplies Zhang Yi brought back, they didn't act recklessly. However, where there are calm people, there are always impulsive ones. A few workers were dissatisfied with Huang Tianfeng's arrangements. After discussing among themselves, they felt that if they didn't act now, they wouldn't have another chance once Zhang Yi returned to his house. So a few of them stealthily took knives and wrenches and went downstairs. Zhang Yi entered the hallway through the window while holding the supplies and took out his phone to inform Uncle Yu that he was back, asking him to come assist. In fact, he didn't need to say it. Uncle Yu had already heard the sound of the snowmobile. Uncle Yu had hurried over to assist Zhang Yi long ago. Zhang Yi, you actually found so many things. Looking at the two large duffel bags Zhang Yi was carrying, Uncle Yu's eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. Outside, the snow was falling heavily. If it were someone else out there, they might not even find their way. Professional matters indeed require professionals. Zhang Yi said calmly. Indeed, it is quite difficult to find supplies outside. As soon as I stepped out, I ran through all the nearby supermarkets and shopping malls that I could remember. As a result, the surrounding malls had long been raided, leaving nothing behind. But I did not give up, though I knew everyone was waiting for me. To ensure that everyone could eat their fill, even if I had to scour the entire Tianhai city, I would find food and bring it back for everyone. With no other choice, I had to wander around the city, and after much effort, I managed to gather these items from a mall. Zhang Yi handed 2 bags to Uncle Yu and went back to open the door for Zhou Qier walking down with her. Only then did he send a message in the group calling the neighbors to come and get the food. Soon those neighbors swarmed over. The stairs were filled with people. These thin and hungry neighbors stared eagerly and greedily at the bags in front. Some were restless, even contemplating snatching it. However, when they saw the dark iron object in Zhang Yi's right hand, they became fearful. Zhang Yi squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, I have put in a lot of effort to gather these supplies for you. He signaled Zhou Qier to open the bags. Zhou Qier complied and unzipped the bag, dumping its contents onto the ground. Clatter! A large pile of food appeared before everyone's eyes. There were vegetables, meat, as well as bread and biscuits. Although they looked a bit questionable in quality, most of these items would have been refused even by dogs in the past. But now these long-hungry neighbors saw them, and their eyes lit up with excitement. Uncle Yu raised his fist and shouted, Long live Zhang! Long live Zhang Yi! The neighbors immediately understood and began shouting along, raising their fists. Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi, you are our great hero. Big brother, from now on you are my true brother. Please allow me to... Now, even if Zhang Yi asked them to crawl over like dogs, they would obediently comply. The temptation of food was simply too great. Among the crowd, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining struggled to squeeze through. At that moment, they looked very disheveled, with greasy, disheveled hair resembling 2 madwomen. Seeing Zhang Yi return with so much food, Fang Yuqing excitedly waved and shouted, Zhang Yi, Gij, it's me, Qing. She looked at the heroic Zhang Yi, feeling delighted inside. She still believed that Zhang Yi loved her very much, and even though Zhou Qier was by his side, he must still have lingering feelings for her. Therefore, with so much food, he would surely give her a little extra. Lin Kaining followed beside her, pleading, Yuqing, we are good friends. When the time comes, could you ask Zhang Yi to give me a bit more of the food? Fang Yuqing shot her a disgusted glance and pushed her away. Get lost, you shameless woman. This scuffle made Zhang Yi frown. Immediately, someone roared at them, Don't cause trouble, oh listen to Zhang Yi, Gij. The people around glared fiercely at Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, causing them to behave themselves considerably. Fang Yuqing mumbled softly, Why are you so fierce? Do you know what my relationship with Zhang Yi, Gij is? Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Zhang Yi then said, This time I put in a lot of effort to bring back these. The intention, of course, is to distribute them to everyone. His tone suddenly turned cold. However, this is a time of crisis, and I absolutely will not support idle people. If you eat these things, you must take up arms to fight against the enemies. Anyone who dares to eat without working, I guarantee they will vomit out more than they consumed. Looking at the gun in Zhang Yi's hand and the food on the ground, everyone nodded, surrendering to Zhang Yi's method of carrot and stick. All right, let's distribute the food. After saying this, Zhang Yi prepared to call out names. Just then, 2 arms appeared from outside the 4th-floor window. Several workers from the Tianhe gang barged in. They saw so much food on the ground, and their eyes lit up with excitement. Brother Zhao, so much food, we hit the jackpot. One worker exclaimed excitedly. What are we waiting for? Grab it. 4 workers drew their weapons and charged at Zhang Yi. These people were truly ruthless. Even with dozens of people in front of them, they did not care. They also realized that the others were merely sheep with only a few capable of fighting. Zhang Yi's pupils contracted instinctively, drawing his gun to aim at them. But suddenly he changed his mind. Instead of firing, he retreated while shouting, These supplies are for you, don't let them take them away. Anyone who takes down 1 person, I will reward them with 5 people's worth of food. Once this was said, the neighbors who had initially been scared and only wanted to flee halted their steps. Indeed, these supplies were brought to them by Zhang Yi. If they were snatched away, what would they eat? Food is life, without it wouldn't they just be dead? Moreover, Zhang Yi had stated that taking down one person would provide food for 5. The neighbors looked around, there were dozens of them, so why should they be afraid? Several young men gritted their teeth and pulled out their weapons, charging forward. Now everyone was armed when they went out, making it very convenient. Zhang Yi retreated to the back, aiming his pistol forward to prevent anyone from seizing the food amidst the chaos. The 4 members of the Tianhe gang were caught off guard. They initially thought these softies would be scared and run away, but for some reason, they suddenly charged at them like they were on steroids. In the blink of an eye, everyone was thrown into a chaotic battle. The space on the 4th floor was limited, with dozens of people squeezed together, the sounds of shovels, steel pipes, and kitchen knives clattering. For the sake of food, everyone fought with reddened eyes, and the harsh cold conditions meant that even if they were injured, they did not feel much pain. Soon someone got injured. But even before falling, they continued to desperately swing the weapons in their hands. Uncle Yu was the main fighter, wielding an iron rod, roaring as he smashed down. Although the 4 members of the Tianhe gang were fearless, they couldn't withstand so many people. Before long, they were all knocked to the ground. The air was filled with the roars of people. This was an emotional release. After all, for a long time, they had lived in fear of death, being attacked daily by the Tianhe gang. Therefore, swiftly taking down the 4 Tianhe gang members made them feel much better. Their fear of the Tianhe gang was also significantly reduced. After the battle ended, 6 people lay on the ground. In addition to the 4 from the Tianhe gang, there were also 2 neighbors from the building. Zhou Qi frowned slightly at this scene. As a professional surgeon, she knew that these 2 might still have a chance. But it required professional surgical conditions along with a large amount of medication and blood transfusion. Given the current survival environment, that was simply impossible. She sighed helplessly. Is this the law? Zhang Yi looked at the neighbors in front of him, nodding in satisfaction. After killing someone, these neighbors could finally become qualified vanguards and cannon fodder. In the future, it would be much easier for them to handle attacks from other apartment buildings. All he needed to offer was a bit of junk food and various empty promises. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Yi clapped his hands with a smile. Well done. Did you see that? As long as we stand united, there is nothing to fear from these people. Zhang Yi looked ahead and waved at the 2 most hardworking young men. You 2 come here. The 2 young men, their faces beaming with joy, rushed over without bothering to wipe the blood off their faces. Zhang Yi reached out, grabbing a large handful of food from the ground and stuffing it into one person's arms. One handful wasn't enough, so he took another. Puffed up bread, moldy biscuits, dehydrated vegetable leaves, and a large piece of pale zombie meat. These were all genuine good items. The other neighbors looked on with envy, swallowing hard, wishing those items were theirs. Zhang Yi stuffed both of them with a mountain of food and patted their shoulders. Work hard. As long as you maintain this enthusiasm in the future, I won't treat you unfairly. The 2 young men were so excited that their bodies trembled. This food was enough for them to eat well for several days. Tears streamed down their faces. It had been far too long since they had eaten normal food. Brother Zhang Yi, we will definitely follow you and work hard in the future. We'll do whatever you say. You're like a brother to us. The 2 young men, Li Changbin and Zhang Lei, shouted at the top of their lungs. At this moment, their eyes were filled with gratitude as they looked at Zhang Yi. The other neighbors also saw hope, secretly regretting why they hadn't put in more effort earlier. This scene was exactly what Zhang Yi wanted to see. After rewarding the 2 most diligent young men, Zhang Yi said to the others, now it's time to distribute the food. One by one, Zhang Yi had been watching everyone's performances closely. Those who performed well would receive more, while those who performed poorly would receive less. However, most people only received a piece of bread or 2 bags of biscuits no bigger than a child's palm. Zhang Yi knew from experience that it was important to manage their hunger. If you let a dog eat too much every day, it would become lazy and less obedient. Thus, the best approach was to keep it hungry but not starving. Only in this way could the dog remain obedient. The neighbors looked at the little food they had with disappointment, yet they dared not complain. Because Zhang Yi first showed them 2 typical examples. If you say your food is scarce, then blame yourselves for not working hard enough. Look at Li Changbin and Zhang Lei. Why do they have so much food? Stop looking for problems in others and start finding reasons within yourselves. Su Hao. Zhang Yi pointed to the wealthy second generation Su Hao, who hurried over with outstretched hands. Where's my food? Zhang Yi looked at him with some disdain, then scraped his foot on the ground and casually placed a piece of fruit candy in his hand. This is your food. The neighbors around burst into mocking laughter. Even those who received less food felt a sense of balance at this moment. Look, even though I got little food, there are people who got even less. Haha, Su Hao is such an unlucky one. Su Hao's eyes widened. A strong sense of humiliation enveloped his heart. He shouted angrily, are you kidding me? Why do I only get a piece of candy? Zhang Yi sneered. Do you still have the face to complain? When everyone else was fighting, you were just hanging back the whole time. You didn't even touch those few people. Giving you this piece of candy is already me showing mercy. Su Hao was very cunning. When it was time to fight, he shouted loudly, holding a stick and yelling, "Kill them!" But his voice was loud while he honestly retreated, unwilling to step forward to fight. He truly thought everyone else was foolish. Su Hao argued with wide eyes, "How can I be blamed? There are only 4 of them, and everyone surrounded them tightly. I had no chance to step forward." Zhang Yi replied, "That's not my problem. I don't care about the process, I only want results." Su Hao, furious, shouted, "That's not fair. You are being blatantly unfair. You're clearly targeting me." Zhang Yi sneered, "Fair? Are you confused about something? What are you to talk about fairness with me? Do you really think I'm reasoning with you? I'm commanding you to obey my demands. Do you understand, worthless?" Zhang Yi glanced at Li Changbin, and Jiang lay beside him. How should we deal with someone who disobeys orders and lacks organization and discipline? Li Changbin and Jiang Lei had now become Zhang Yi's loyal lackeys. At Zhang Yi's command, they carefully set their food down on the ground, then walked over and grabbed Su Hao to beat him up. Su Hao initially wanted to argue a bit more, but after a punch landed hard in his stomach, his entire body began. In a post-apocalyptic world, anyone who still thought they could reason was truly foolish. There was no need for more words beyond teaching him a lesson with their fists. After Su Hao was beaten for a while and was barely conscious, Zhang Yi finally ordered Li Changbin and Jiang Lei to stop. Although Su Hao was useless, he could still pick up a weapon and serve as cannon fodder. Zhang Yi pointed at Su Hao and said to the crowd, "This is the outcome of disobeying the orders of the building master." He added, "Don't say I'm being tyrannical, I'm very fair. If anyone here thinks I'm being tyrannical, you can put down your food and leave with dignity. I absolutely won't cause you any trouble." The neighbors looked at each other, and not a single person stepped forward. Are you kidding? Food is their lifeline. How could they bear to give it up? Zhang Yi nodded. Very well, then we have reached a consensus. He walked up to Su Hao, who at this moment was curled up like a shrimp, his body twitching from the beating. But his hand was still tightly clenched. A piece of fruit candy might be enough to save his life. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold as he stepped heavily on his hand. He was wearing snow boots, and the soles were very rough and hard. Stepping on Su Hao's hand caused the skin on the back of his hand to peel off, blood pouring out. Su Hao screamed in pain and unconsciously released his grip. Zhang Yi kicked the piece of candy away and said to him amidst his despair, "I hope you can learn your lesson next time. I, Zhang Yi, do not support worthless people." After this display of authority, everyone became obedient, waiting for Zhang Yi to distribute the food, without anyone daring to voice any objections. Soon Zhang Yi finished distributing the food, with only a few people not receiving anything. "All right, the supplies have been distributed." Zhang Yi instructed Zhou Qier to pack the remaining supplies into her bag. At that moment, a sudden anxious shout erupted from the crowd. "Brother Zhang Yi, I haven't received anything yet." The voice belonged to Fang Yuqing. She had always believed that Zhang Yi would take special care of her and give her the most food. However, after waiting eagerly for a long time, she still received nothing. Lin Caning, who was beside Fang Yuqing, anxiously said, "Brother Zhang Yi, how could you forget about me too?" Zhang Yi looked at the two with a teasing expression. "I didn't forget you." The two were momentarily delighted, thinking that Zhang Yi was giving them special treatment by saving them for last. However, Zhang Yi's next words plunged them into despair. "You two weren't on the list to begin with." Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning stared blankly, wide-eyed, as if unable to believe their ears. Lin Caning exclaimed, "Why not? Everyone else received something, why not me?" Fang Yuqing could hardly accept this situation. She rushed to Zhang Yi, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Brother Zhang, you're just joking with Qing'e, right? This isn't true. You wouldn't treat me like this. Didn't you say you liked Qing'e?" Zhang Yi crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. "I did say but you didn't take it seriously, did you?" He continued, "I treat many girls like this. We all just came out to have fun, right? We all know the score. Now I've lost interest in you, so please don't bother me anymore. I already have a girlfriend." Zhang Yi said deliberately, pulling Zhou Qier into his embrace. Zhou Qier and Fang Yuqing standing together were truly a stark contrast. One was a top graduate from a prestigious university, a chief physician at a top-tier hospital with impeccable physique, looks, and temperament. The other was an employee at a small company, flirting with various men every day, constantly scouring nightclubs for opportunities. It was clear which one to choose. Moreover, at this moment, Fang Yuqing was disheveled and looked utterly miserable, while Zhou Qier was exquisitely made up and well-dressed. Comparing the two was like seeing a fairy next to a beggar. Fang Yuqing couldn't bear such a blow. Her pride in her looks and charm was ruthlessly trampled under Zhang Yi's foot. She cried out, pointing at Zhang Yi, "No, this isn't true. Just a while ago you still asked me to stay at your house. Why are you acting like this now?" Zhang Yi smirked. "Are you talking about that? I was just messing with you." Just look at how ridiculous you look now. He then turned to Wang Min and Lin Canning saying, hey, hasn't she been telling you guys that I like her? And that I would— Wang Min and Lin Canning quickly nodded. Yeah, this woman is totally delusional, just daydreaming. This trash doesn't even realize her worth. She's the one who caused my cousin's death. She really deserves it. Zhang Yi publicly humiliated Fang Yuqing, stripping her of her dignity completely. Everyone looked at her with disdain. Fang Yuqing's face turned pale as she covered her head and said, no, please don't say anymore. I beg you stop. Zhang Yi ignored her and continued, women like you still think of themselves as goddesses, always dreaming of hooking up with rich second-generation heirs. But you don't realize that you're infamous in the rich second-generation circle of Tianhai City. Who doesn't know you're a cheap woman who can be bedded for a few bucks? Zhang Yi looked at Su Hao saying, Su Hao, what's her nickname? Su Hao curled up on the ground, gritting his teeth, and said, the self-righteous gold digger. Laughter erupted at the scene. Huh, who would have thought we had such a talent in our building? I even had a crush on her before, damn. Turns out a few $100 would do the trick. I should have known better than to waste my effort. What a shameless woman. The surrounding waves of ridicule and insults completely enveloped Fang Yuqing, and even as she desperately covered her ears, she couldn't shut out the sound. She screamed madly, and then ran out. Zhang Yi took out a small bag of cookies and tossed it in front of Su Hao. Here, this is a reward for you for being sensible. Training a dog is similar. You have to give some rewards when it behaves well. Su Hao's eyes were filled with joy. He didn't expect to regain food. So much so that even after being beaten just now, his hatred for Zhang Yi had diminished significantly. Instead, he began to think of Zhang Yi as a fair person. He realized it was his fault for resisting Zhang Yi. Thank you, brother Zhang Yi. I will definitely be obedient from now on. At that moment, Lin Canning also stood up. Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing has offended me before, but I have no conflict with you, right? I just helped you speak up, but shouldn't you give me a bit more food? Zhang Yi glanced at her. No. Lin Canning immediately got angry and shouted, why not? You're pursuing her now. Zhang Yi looked at her seriously and said, I just find you annoying, so I don't want to give you anything. Is that a problem? Lin Canning was left speechless by this remark. You, Zhang Yi said, the things I brought back are mine to distribute as I wish. If you have a problem, just hold it in. That's unfair. Lin Canning began to cry. Only a fool would talk about fairness. Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered with her, and the others looked at Lin Canning with schadenfreude. Li Chengbin and Zhang Lei sensibly drove Lin Canning away to avoid her being an eyesore here. After distributing the supplies, Zhang Yi said, next let's discuss how to improve our defenses. Beside Uncle Yu, Xieli Mei frowned and whispered in his ear, why isn't there anything for our family? You've killed 2, so we should get supplies for 11 people. Uncle Yu said, Zhang Yi won't forget us, just hold on for a moment. Xieli Mei shot him an annoyed glance and then looked at Zhang Yi, mumbling a few words under her breath. Zhang Yi said, inside our building, excluding the children who can't walk, there are 47 people. Mijo, Kier, Uncle Yu, and Xieli Mei are excluded. There are 43 people left, divided into 6 groups, each with 7 or 8 people. We will take turns on duty every 24 hours to prevent people from other buildings from attacking. Once someone is spotted approaching, you'll sound the alarm on the stair railing or with any other metal objects to alert everyone. When the people from other floors wake up, use the same method to notify those on the upper floors. Zhang Yi, with his hands in his pockets, said seriously, the rewards I mentioned earlier still stand. For every enemy killed, you'll receive 5 portions of food. If there are no merits, even those on duty will only receive 1 portion of food daily. However, it will be chosen by others first, and the quantity cannot be guaranteed. As he spoke, Zhang Yi turned to Uncle Yu and said, Uncle Yu, you can take care of this matter. Uncle Yu nodded, saying, okay, no problem. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, the neighbors all lowered their heads deep in thought about the pros and cons. Someone asked Zhang Yi, it's understandable that you and Zhou Qier don't have to stand guard. But why doesn't Uncle Yu have to stand guard too? Clearly he is the strongest. Zhang Yi stared at him and said slowly, precisely because Uncle Yu is an important combat force, he must conserve his strength and wait for the critical battle to join in. Do you understand? This reasoning seemed a bit forced, but no one dared to refute Zhang Yi's words. In fact, Zhang Yi's true goal was to ensure Uncle Yu's safety. The others were all on the front lines, responsible for resisting the enemy's assaults from other buildings. They were essentially cannon fodder, or to put it more diplomatically, consumables. Uncle Yu, being skilled and kind-hearted, was Zhang Yi's best subordinate in his heart, so he had to keep him alive for future service. After making the arrangements, Zhang Yi let the neighbors return to their homes, only allowing those on guard to stay near the 4th floor. To attack their unit, the 4th floor was a necessary passage. Whether they were digging tunnels from below or climbing in through the 4th floor windows guarding this area would allow them to spot any incoming enemies in time. Once everyone else had gone upstairs, Zhang Yi took Zhou Qier back with him. He would not turn his back on those he did not trust. At this time, there were no others around. Xiaomei, seeing that Zhang Yi had not mentioned the food for their family, couldn't help but ask Zhang Yi, did you forget about our food? Zhang Yi looked up at Xiaomei, his eyes carrying a hint of cold amusement. Uncle Yu immediately pulled at her arm, saying, what are you talking about? Yet Xiaomei insisted, clearly brother Yu has contributed the most yet receives nothing. This is too. Zhang Yi replied, the supplies I brought back are not just these. The things I give to others are the inferior ones, though I kept the good stuff. Uncle Yu come to my house later to collect. Hearing this, Xiaomei immediately put on a smiling face. I knew you wouldn't let him work for nothing. Uncle Yu shot her a glare, saying, I told you long ago brother Zhang Yi is a trustworthy person. Zhang Yi smiled without saying a word. After returning home, he took out a box of instant noodles from the other space and placed it at the door, then informed Uncle Yu to come over in 10 minutes to collect it. Once inside the room, Zhang Yi quickly took off his thermal clothing. Clang! The frying pan inside his leather jacket fell to the ground with a sound. Zhou Qier laughed as she picked up the frying pan. There's probably not even a ghost outside. You are too cautious. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, saying you won't need this thing anymore. He had found something better. The police bulletproof vest was both snug and safe. Returning to his warm house, the feeling of happiness in Zhang Yi's heart deepened. When going out facing the frigid temperature of over -70 degrees, even wearing thermal clothing felt cold. Especially while riding the motorcycle, that feeling was even more pronounced. Zhang Yi took out some food from the other space and placed it on the table. Zhou Qier was also starving after a day without food. Before leaving, Zhang Yi had taken away all the food. He had nothing to eat, and Zhou Qier had nothing either. The two of them sat at the dining table feasting heartily. Zhou Qier curiously asked, what's it like outside now? Zhang Yi replied, what else can it be like? Heavy snow has sealed the city and the lower buildings are completely covered. If this situation continues even after the snow stops and the temperature returns to normal, it will take at least half a month for the snow to melt. Zhou Qier nodded, saying, but winter is approaching and the temperature will only get lower. This is not a problem. Zhang Yi stated, what we need to deal with now is people. The people in the apocalypse are far more terrifying than After they finished eating, Zhou Qier nestled against Zhang Yi's side and wrapped her arm around his shoulder. Zhang Yi glanced at her and asked, what are you doing? Zhou Qier's face turned slightly red. Warming up. Saying this, she pressed her body against Zhang Yi's, which was rich and fat. Ever since Zhang Yi opened her mind, she seemed to have awakened, clinging to him every day. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was young and strong, full of energy. Otherwise, an ordinary person might not withstand it. Zhang Yi laughed and gave her a playful slap on her ample backside. There's no time to deal with you now. Go take a shower and then lie down in your room. Zhou Qier threw Zhang Yi a flirtatious glance and obediently went to take a shower. What allowed Zhang Yi to set aside even beauty? It was of course a shared passion among men. Zhang Yi took out all the firearms he had collected that day from the other space. He had some knowledge about firearms after all, as he had previously joined the Tianhai City Shooting Association and often visited the shooting range. The police firearms were naturally much stronger than those he had bought from the black market. Thus Zhang Yi retired the gun he had been using and replaced it with 2 police handguns fully loaded with bullets. The holster and tactical belt were also ready, easily attachable to his waist. Then Zhang Yi began studying the rifles and the sniper rifle he had acquired. The shooting range in Tianhai City had rifles for target practice, but it did not have sniper rifles. However, with the modern internet, there was a wealth of information available online about various firearms. Zhang Yi took out his phone to search online and soon found information about them. I didn't expect those servers were. Indeed, large companies still have their means. Zhang Yi sighed. Although many internet companies had collapsed in the apocalypse and numerous software had ceased operations, a few large enterprises' servers were still operational. Of course, this was also in cooperation with the authorities. At least up until now, humanity has not given up on rebuilding after the apocalypse, still preserving a part of the flame of civilization. Zhang Yi couldn't afford to be sentimental. He learned the usage instructions for these firearms online. Since Zhang Yi already had experience with firearms, he learned quickly. Whether he could shoot accurately was another matter. At least he knew how to fire and reload. Even if it's just for show, that's enough. The mere existence of firearms was a significant deterrent. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, filled all the magazines with ammunition, and kept them in the other space with the safeties off. This way, in case of an emergency, he could draw his gun and shoot at any time. However, he found himself somewhat attached to that sniper rifle. A gun is a man's romance. A man's love for guns can be said to be instinctual. Zhang Yi lifted the gun using the scope to look at the opposite building. The unit building about 50 meters away was now clearly visible, even down to the lock on the window. I need to find a chance to try this gun. It's a real tool for ambushing. A smile crept across Zhang Yi's lips. He wasn't fond of direct confrontations. Hiding in a corner to ambush while others don't know where he is and get shot down, now that's the best. Zhang Yi, with a sniper rifle in hand, observed the situation of the entire neighborhood through the scope. Due to the nighttime, the other houses were dark, shrouded in pitch blackness. However, the reflection from the snow outside revealed a vast expanse of white, where some scenery could be faintly discerned. Suddenly, a glint of focus appeared in Zhang Yi's eyes. As he gazed towards the nearby garage, two small black dots came into view, moving steadily. It seems they are heading for my snowmobile. A cold, mocking smile crept onto Zhang Yi's lips. When he returned during the day, he pretended to put the snowmobile into the garage. Sure enough, someone snuck over at night. Unfortunately for them, it was destined to be a futile endeavor. After a while, Uncle Yu came over. Seeing a whole box of unopened instant noodles at the door, his eyes glistened with excitement. I didn't expect them to be White Elephant brand. Zhang Yi, you are truly generous. This box of instant noodles, if eaten sparingly, could last them 3 people for a week. Thinking of how Zhang Yi didn't have much in his own stock, but still gave him so many noodles, Uncle Yu could only feel touched. Zhang Yi's family didn't have many of these noodles. There were only about 20,000 boxes in the warehouse. Moreover, he hadn't eaten a single pack, yet as his home was filled with sumptuous meals prepared by various chefs. Uncle Yu picked up the instant noodles and knocked on the door, saying, Zhang Yi, I'm taking the noodles. Thank you. Zhang Yi set down his sniper rifle, walked to the door, and said, Uncle Yu, why are you being polite with me? Others' lives didn't concern him, but he had to make sure Uncle Yu was well fed. Only then could Uncle Yu be his ace hand and human shield in the future. It's not that Zhang Yi was heartless. He would never let Uncle Yu die for him unless it was absolutely necessary. Well, not unless it was absolutely necessary. Uncle Yu scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Don't take to heart what Xiaolime said to you during the day. She can be a bit gossipy. Zhang Yi lowered his eyelids, smiling faintly. Hey, can I really hold a grudge against? I, Zhang Yi, am not the petty type. But Uncle Yu, are you really going to raise someone else's child? Zhang Yi's tone carried a hint of probing. He didn't particularly like Xiaolime, but didn't want to ruin his relationship with Uncle Yu. Thus, he had to sow discord little by little. Uncle Yu smiled. Hey, in this day and age, what can I say? It's already quite good that I found a woman like her. Zhang Yi nodded. Yeah, I see your point. In fact, Sister Xia is a good woman, not bad-looking, and can have children. I mean, no offense, I just think you undervalue yourself, Uncle Yu. In this day and age, a strong and capable man like you is quite sought after. Joking aside, even if you wanted to find a celebrity, it wouldn't be unreasonable. Uncle Yu was quite pleased with the compliment. Am I really that good? Zhang Yi replied. You've seen the current situation yourself. Those pretty boys who can sing, dance, and rap are useless. They can't even support themselves. It's still men like us who can give women a sense of security. At this point, Zhang Yi shifted the topic. But let's get back to the point. Sister Xia is quite good too. You both should strive to have a child together. After all, as a man, having your own children is essential. Raising someone else's kid is to some extent. Uncle Yu felt a bit uncomfortable. What Zhang Yi said stirred some thoughts within him. He quite liked Xiaolime. Her figure was ample, her skills were good, and she could satisfy this old bachelor. However, that child was not yet a year old, and was truly a burden in this day and age. To care for her, Uncle Yu often got woken up in the middle of the night, making it hard to rest. If it were his own child, it would be one thing, the key was that it was someone else's. People are inherently selfish. Uncle Yu had long harbored dissatisfaction, but endured it, not wanting to think too deeply. On top of that, Xiaolime constantly brainwashed him, saying to treat the child as his own daughter, and that when she grew up, she would be filial to him. Over time, Uncle Yu truly began to obediently help raise someone else's child. It was Zhang Yi's words that alerted him, causing him to start having different thoughts. Haha, having children, or anything like that, I can't even consider it now. Let's talk about it once things settle down. Uncle Yu forced back his strange feelings, and said with a smile, Right, you're right. Haha, I'm just joking, Uncle Yu, don't take it to heart. I have immense respect for you and Sister Xia, and sincerely hope for your happiness. Uncle Yu nodded. Then I'll head back now. Contact me anytime if there's anything. After Uncle Yu left, Zhang Yi filled the magazine of his sniper rifle and returned it to the interspatial pocket. These rifles and sniper rifles would become his secret weapons. After a while, the sound of water in the bathroom. Zhou Qier emerged wrapped in a towel, her skin as white as milk beneath the pink towel. Her welted long legs had elegant lines glistening enticingly in the light. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, pinching his brow, and lazily said, I'm a bit tired today, come help me massage. Zhou Qier nodded and walked beside Zhang Yi, gently starting to massage his body. That night, the Tianhe gang, having lost 4 members, launched another attack on Unit 25. The recent consecutive successes had made them completely disregard anyone in Unit 25 aside from Zhang Yi. However, this time, they unexpectedly faced resistance. The leader was Huang Wei, the nephew of Huang Tianfeng, who excelled at night raids. Around 2 in the morning, he stealthily led 8 men into Unit 25. To their surprise, as soon as they reached the staircase, bricks were thrown down from above. Bang, bang, bang. The guards on duty spotted the enemies and immediately retaliated with whatever they had in hand. They blocked the Tianhe gang from above with knives, sticks, and other weapons, then hurled stones, bricks, and any heavy objects they could find down to buy time. While resisting, they also knocked on the stairs and windows, creating noise to attract the neighbors. Soon the entire building's residents were awakened. Huang Wei and the others, driven by revenge and lacking resources, opted for a full frontal assault. However, their numbers were simply too few, and even with their fierce combat skills, they couldn't overpower so many. Moreover, due to Zhang Yi's bounty, one life was worth 5 portions of food. The neighbors were like they had taken stimulants, scrambling to claim lives. The battle lasted only a few minutes, with everyone fighting to the death, leaving 3 corpses on the scene. Seeing the situation turn against them, Huang Wei shouted, "Retreat, let's go." As they fled, the neighbors of Unit 25 were overjoyed, cheering as they chased after them. A worker who ran slowly couldn't make it out the window in time and was struck in the rear with a kitchen knife, the blade sinking in halfway. He let out a pained scream, struggling to crawl out. After they escaped, the neighbors didn't dare to pursue too deeply. After all, it was late at night, and they had no idea what the situation outside was. At this moment, Zhang Yi had also been awakened. He stepped onto the balcony and looked down at the fleeing members of the Tianhe gang, suddenly struck by an idea. At this distance, can I take them out with a sniper rifle? When a man encounters a beautiful woman, his first thought is to engage in deep conversation with her. Similarly, when he acquires a good weapon, he cannot help but want to test its power. This is a habit ingrained in his bones. Even as a child, finding a good bamboo stick on the roadside would lead him to wield it like a treasured sword. Moreover, what Zhang Yi acquired was a sniper rifle, something ordinary people in Huagua would not even dare to dream of, let alone use to shoot someone. Let's see how well this thing works. Zhang Yi took out the sniper rifle from the other space and began to aim at the ground from the 24th floor balcony. The 8-fold scope was indeed powerful. What looked like mere ants from the 24th floor was now. Zhang Yi held his breath to avoid his exhaled warm air blurring the sight. The 7 fleeing individuals trudged through the snow at a slow pace, making them easy targets. Suppressing his inner excitement, Zhang Yi aimed at one person's back and pulled the trigger. For some unknown reason, at the moment the bullet left the chamber, he had a peculiar feeling. This bullet would surely hit. Bang! The gunshot rang out clearly in the quiet night. Countless people were startled awake from their restless dreams by the sound. Looking through the scope, Zhang Yi saw that the man had collapsed on the ground, blood staining the vast expanse of snow. Damn, how could my shooting be so accurate? Am I a genius? Surprised and delighted, Zhang Yi had only intended to test the rifle's functionality and had not expected such success. What was that strange feeling just now? Zhang Yi wondered, somewhat astonished. However, he had no time to ponder, as the nearby individuals, hearing the gunshot and seeing a comrade fall, quickened their pace in fright. Zhang Yi quickly reloaded and aimed at the next person. As he focused intently on one individual, that miraculous feeling returned once more. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and yet another person fell. This time Zhang Yi realized that his ability to hit enemies from the 24th floor was not a coincidence, but a gift. To be precise, it should be referred to as a special ability. Zhang Yi muttered, "It seems the power I awakened is not as simple as just the other space. But it can be confirmed that my ability certainly has a connection to space." This was what made him a born sharpshooter. Previously using a crossbow and handgun for close combat, he had not noticed this ability. He just felt that shooting was quite enjoyable. Now with the sniper rifle, that feeling became particularly pronounced. Zhang Yi's heart raced. In this apocalyptic world, possessing an additional ability meant an extra chance at survival. He reloaded and aimed his rifle at a person's head. Bang! As the gunfire erupted, he saw the person's head explode into a large cloud of blood. There was no doubt this was indeed a powerful ability for precise shooting. Zhang Yi was overjoyed as he aimed at several more individuals. Click, click, click. After each shot, he quickly reloaded, the gunfire echoing through the with a shot for each person. Those individuals who had not managed to escape met their ends midway. 7 bodies lay sprawled in the pure white snow, blood staining large patches of crimson, a sight that was particularly jarring. Zhang Yi could not suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. From now on, he could lay low and become a top-tier ambusher specializing in taking out others. Meanwhile, the neighbors downstairs, hearing the gunshots and witnessing Huang Wei and others fall one by one, displayed looks of horror in their eyes. The gunshots came from upstairs. It must be Zhang Yi up there. At such a distance, it can't be a handgun. It must be the power of a sniper rifle. My goodness, to kill in one shot from that far away. Zhang Yi is actually a sharpshooter. The crowd was left wide-eyed, feeling a wave of fear wash over them. With Zhang Yi's abilities, killing them would be as easy as crushing an ant. They began to speculate, believing that Zhang Yi was likely a hidden soldier in the city. Otherwise, how could he have such remarkable shooting skills? It seems we should obediently listen to Zhang Yi from now on. Yes, the only reason we are alive now is that Zhang Yi has not lost his temper. The human capacity for imagination is truly terrifying. At this moment, their awe for Zhang Yi had reached unprecedented heights. And it wasn't just them. The gunshots in the midnight hour awakened everyone in the community. Zhang Yi's sniper rifle lacked a suppressor, but even those with some knowledge could tell that the sound was definitely not that of a handgun. In a world where a single handgun could dominate a building, one can only imagine how terrifying it would be if someone possessed a rifle with even greater lethality, or even a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi put away the sniper rifle and rubbed his shoulder. The continuous shooting had left his shoulder a bit sore. Fortunately, his physical condition was good, otherwise his shoulder would likely hurt for several days. That night, many people likely found it hard to sleep again. Uncle Yu sent Zhang Yi a message asking if he was the one who fired the gun. Uncle Yu had served in the army, so he immediately deduced that it was a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi did not hide it, and replied, "I got this today from the police station." "Did you serve in the army before? What was your unit?" Uncle Yu asked curiously. Zhang Yi's marksmanship was so sharp that in Uncle Yu's eyes he was definitely at the level of a sharpshooter in the army. Zhang Yi smiled, "I just have talent, ha." Uncle Yu thought Zhang Yi was reluctant to share more, and did not press. "As long as you fired the gun, it's fine. Oh, if it were someone else, we would be in danger." Zhang Yi chatted casually with him before returning to his room and lying down on his warm and soft bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next day, waking up past 9, he got up to wash up and let Zhou Qier out of the room. "Let's get something to eat. I crave freshly made food." "Could you make 2 bowls of oil splash noodles?" Zhang Yi said to Zhou Qier. Zhou Qier smiled, "But mine won't be as good as in a noodle shop." "I don't mind," Zhang Yi shrugged. "Just practice more, we have plenty of time." After eating restaurant food for a long time, he occasionally craved home-cooked meals to change things up. Zhou Qier obediently went to the kitchen and soon brought out 2 bowls of oil splash noodles. Zhang Yi took a bite, and the taste was quite decent. By the way, Zhang Yi had installed surveillance cameras throughout the entire house, including the kitchen. He also provided the ingredients. As for Zhou Qier, on her first day coming in, Zhang Yi had thoroughly checked her from head to toe. Even now, Zhang Yi checked her body every day, leaving no corner unchecked. Therefore, he eliminated any possibility of Zhou Qier drugging him. Otherwise, he wouldn't eat food brought to him by someone else. As he sat at the table, Zhou Qier curiously asked, "Yesterday, I heard gunshots. Oh, was that you shooting from the balcony?" Zhang Yi glanced at her and smiled as he said, "Yes." He took a bite of the noodles, which were of average quality, but fortunately noodles are not difficult to make. "I found it when I went out. It's a sniper rifle." Zhang Yi's tone was rather indifferent. Zhou Qier's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. "A sniper rifle? Can you use it?" "Not only can I use it, but I am also quite skilled with it." Zhang Yi pointed out the window. "Last night, I took down 7 people with 7 bullets." Zhang Yi felt quite proud of this. Men often enjoy boasting about their trophies to women. Zhou Qier looked at Zhang Yi with a hint of admiration in her gaze. Being beside such a man, her safety was considerably assured. "Zhang Yi, you're really amazing." She cupped her chin with both hands, gazing at Zhang Yi in admiration. "Aren't you curious how I can use a sniper rifle?" Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Zhou Qier shook her head. "What does that have to do with me? Even if you were a murderer or a psychopath in the past, I will still stick with you." She thought for a moment and added, "Isn't it better than dying outside?" Zhang Yi nodded. "You are indeed clever, unlike some foolish women who always like to ask too many questions." Huang Tianfeng discovered the bodies of Huang Wei and the others only in the morning. After hearing the gunfire last night, he sensed that something was amiss. However, out of caution, he didn't dare to take anyone out to check, but he had a basic understanding that Huang Wei and the others wouldn't return. In the morning, they finally saw the 10 bodies piled up outside, and Huang Tianfeng's pupils contracted, a surge of intense anger rising within him, yet the fear in his heart was tenfold greater. Now there were only 9 members left in their Tianhe gang, dramatically reducing their combat strength. Even forcing the surviving landlords to join wouldn't make up for the loss in combat power. If a battle suddenly broke out with another building at this time, they would fall into a significant disadvantage. They have guns, and not just ordinary ones. I suspect they are rifles or sniper rifles. Last night the bullets were fired so densely, which means they have ample ammunition. This opponent is indeed difficult to deal with. Huang Tianfeng's expression was extremely grave. His subordinates also looked fearful. "Boss, what should we do? Dou Wei and the others are dead, and we've lost more than half our men. Are we still going to fight?" Huang Tianfeng glared at the neighboring building 25 and gritted his teeth, saying, "What a joke. They have guns, so what do we fight them with?" His subordinates grew anxious. "But if we don't seize their sled and supplies, the landlords in our building won't have enough to eat for a few days." After a moment of silence, Huang Tianfang said in a deep voice, "Tonight, let's go," and retrieved Wei's bodies. The others exchanged glances, a hint of struggle flashing across their faces. They had been brothers for many years, living and dying together. Now they had to. Everyone felt distressed, but no one spoke up. They knew that compared to survival, nothing else mattered. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Qiu finished their meal, he stood up and said, "I'm heading out." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiu quickly stuffed a bag of chips into her pocket. Zhang Yi didn't say much this time. He didn't put away the 2 boxes of food in the kitchen. Having lived together for a long time, he had full trust in Zhou Qiu's intelligence. Unless a better tree came along for her to lean on, she wouldn't do anything foolish like betraying Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi arrived downstairs, a few people on duty immediately stood straight upon seeing him. "Brother Zhang, you're going out." Zhang Yi glanced at them and could see genuine respect in their eyes. Zhang Yi's strength had gained the acknowledgement of everyone. He nodded, "Keep up the good work." He climbed out of the window on the 4th floor and after a brief contemplation pretended to take a detour to the back garage. Not long after, he rode off on his motorcycle, leaving the neighborhood. Many figures appeared at the windows of several houses watching Zhang Yi depart. Their expressions were complex. Some were excited, some envious, and others were fierce. In Building 21, the one managing this building was an organization that called themselves the Tianlang Gang, composed of a group of young men around 20 years old. Wang Chong, the leader of the Tianlang Gang, stood by the window holding a blood-stained machete that already showed signs of rust. He watched Zhang Yi leave the neighborhood and couldn't help but frown. Where exactly is his motorcycle hidden? Last night, he had sent someone to steal Zhang Yi's bike. His second-in-command, Xiao Lu, said, "Our neighborhood is quite large. He's hiding it very secretly, making it indeed hard to find." Wang Chong snorted coldly and crossed his arms, saying, "No matter what, we must control that motorcycle within our Tianlang Gang. With the snowmobile, we can go out to search for supplies. Expanding our team and forming a big gang won't be a problem then." Xiao Lu nodded seriously. "Exactly. Great heroes emerge in troubled times. This era is an opportunity for us, brothers." He gazed at the direction Zhang Yi had left, his eyes filled with bloodshot fervor. "Now let's figure out a way to get some cigarettes. I haven't smoked for half a month, been going crazy." In other units, the person in charge was also discussing plans concerning Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's appearance was a crisis for them, as the threat was that Zhang Yi had guns, and they were large firearms. But it was also an opportunity, as Zhang Yi had a snowmobile, which could be used to go out to acquire supplies. Some wanted to fight, while others wished to cooperate, but one thing was certain: they would soon have contact with Zhang Yi inevitably. This time Zhang Yi left, and first went to a nearby supermarket to take a look. Unfortunately, the nearby supermarkets were not tall enough. Some small ones were only a single floor, and they were all buried under heavy snow. It seems that unless the heavy snow melts, the only places to find food in the entire city will be those few independent large supermarkets. And the warehouses. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of the place he had worked before. In the southwest direction of the economic development zone, there used to be a large expanse of wasteland, which was later developed to provide various enterprises with factories and warehouses. Due to low land prices, most of the city's warehouses were located there. Zhang Yi had emptied out the Walmart warehouse, but there were still goods from other companies. Medical supplies, food, cars, toys. Everything you could think of. "Let's go take a look. Maybe there's something you..." Determined, Zhang Yi turned his motorcycle around and headed towards the warehouse area. The warehouse was only about 10 kilometers from here, and it took him less than 20 minutes to reach the location. It was very spacious here, and the factories were built higher without the excessive accumulation of snow seen in the city. Thus, when Zhang Yi arrived, he could still see the tops of some factories. Zhang Yi was all too familiar with this area. The entire Tianhai city had hundreds of warehouses belonging to various conglomerates, both large and small. If he could consolidate all the resources, not only would he be able to take care of himself, but he could also feed thousands of people. However, the biggest issue now was whether those resources were still there. Zhang Yi took out his handgun and crowbar, heading to the nearby RT-Mart warehouse for inspection. He smashed the window open from the top with the crowbar. Peering inside, he found the vast warehouse to be completely empty. Has it all been transported away? Zhang Yi had already prepared for this, so he was not overly surprised. He continued to check other warehouses, only to find the same situation. Medical supplies, daily necessities, food, even snacks, and pet food warehouses had been cleared out. Just as I thought. When disasters strike, the official experts will report the situation immediately. Those in power will certainly prioritize moving resources. This is why Zhang Yi decided to empty the Walmart warehouse a week in advance. He knew that once a disaster struck, those powerful figures would only consider their own survival, disregarding the lives of ordinary people. Zhang Yi did not give up on his search. With hundreds of warehouses around, there might still be something left that could be useful to him. Sure enough, after a long search, Zhang Yi found a warehouse storing cars. The interior spanned over 1,000,000 square meters, vast and spacious. Cars were lined up on steel racks like sardines in a can. Among them were many luxury cars that could sell for millions before the apocalypse. But now they were completely useless, and Zhang Yi couldn't fathom what purpose they served. Seeing so many vehicles, he felt they were quite pointless. He clenched his teeth, hesitating for a long time before finally deciding, since there's still plenty of space, I might as well store them. Who knows, they might come in handy later. Men are all fond of cars. Seeing so many valuable luxury cars, Zhang Yi thought about collecting them just for fun. Even if he couldn't drive them now, he could at least admire them. He decided to pick out his favorite dozen cars and stored them in his alternate space. For the next entire day, Zhang Yi busied himself in this warehouse area. Most of the warehouses had been emptied, leaving only items that were inconvenient to transport, such as large machinery or bulk renovation materials. He found not a trace of food or supplies. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the frustration, and scavenged many items like a dumpster diver. Heavy trucks, excavators, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, bulldozers. What if I need them later? Zhang Yi convinced. He soon found his own reasoning amusing. In the icy wilderness, these vehicles wouldn't move even an inch. What good would they do? Fortunately, his alternate space was large enough to accommodate all these vehicles without feeling cramped. After a long day, Zhang Yi felt he had done enough. There was no further value in exploring this place, and he had no other urgent needs. He took out a chocolate bar from his alternate space and quickly consumed it. While eating, the cold wind blew into his mouth, making it somewhat unpleasant. There was no way to drink hot water now. Once the lid was opened, it would cool down within minutes. Zhang Yi scooped up some snow from the ground and put it in his mouth to melt for water. Soon after, he remembered another place he needed to go. Having gathered many vehicles, he thought of gasoline and diesel. Originally, the fuel stored in his alternate space was sufficient for daily use. However, given the current situation, he would make extensive use of snowmobiles as his primary means of transportation. This meant that the stored amount might not be enough. Out of caution, Zhang Yi decided to head to a gas station to see if he could acquire some fuel. He rode his snowmobile, contemplating as he made his way to the largest gas station in Tianai City. Before long, he arrived at the location he remembered. However, upon arriving, the sight before him made him exhale a long puff of white smoke. The massive gas station had been completely buried under snow. Zhang Yi could only judge its position by the surrounding tall buildings. Though he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Gas stations don't have tall buildings. Does that mean I won't be able to find a place to refuel at? Damn it. Zhang Yi frowned, feeling helpless about the situation. Given the current thickness of the snow, it was nearly impossible to excavate by hand. Moreover, who knows how many years the snow disaster would last? Would he have to conserve fuel in the future? Based on the reserves in his alternate space and the fuel consumption of snowmobiles, they might run out in just 20 years. This was not good news. Human strength is truly weak. If only I had large machinery to excavate. Zhang Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just as he was about to turn the key and leave, he suddenly seemed to think of something. Excavation equipment. Could an excavator work? He had just picked up some work vehicles from the warehouse, including several excavators. Originally, he intended to collect them, waiting for a chance to use them in the future. He didn't expect to use them so soon. Using an excavator to dig in the snow would be a piece of cake. But to be honest, this situation was quite rare. After all, on the previous planet, it was rare to see such deep snow. Moreover, no one would use an excavator to work in the Arctic. They used icebreakers instead. However, after careful consideration, Zhang Yi believed this idea was absolutely feasible. The snow had only accumulated for less than a month and hadn't formed a very hard ice layer. An excavator could definitely dig it up. The ice and snow beneath were at most a dozen meters thick. He just needed to dig to an entrance like a door or window to break in. Thus, it wouldn't take too long. Feasible, Zhang Yi said, and he immediately took out a large excavator from his alternate space. The nearly 20-ton excavator crashed heavily to the ground, sinking over a meter. Zhang Yi chuckled at the sight. This is good. It saves me the trouble of digging down myself. The surface snow was relatively thin and couldn't bear this weight. However, the snow below should be more compacted. It was Zhang Yi's first time operating an excavator, but it wasn't a big problem. He had operated cranes, forklifts, and large trucks while working in the warehouse. This machine was also manageable. After a little pondering, he figured out how to drive it. Although he wouldn't claim to be an expert, at least he could operate it. The operation of the excavator is quite simple, primarily involving 2 control levers and a joystick for maneuvering the bucket. Zhang Yi found the fuel tank and took out a barrel of diesel from the alternate space, pouring it in. Then he climbed into the control room and turned the key. Rumble. Thankfully, the low temperatures did not significantly affect the new machinery, and the excavator was still functioning normally. Zhang Yi operated the excavator, starting to push the snow in front of him to the sides. At first his speed was a bit slow, but gradually it picked up. Half an hour later he had already dug a 3-meter-deep pit, and even the tracks could move slowly. Fortunately, the excavator was not on wheels. Zhang Yi even felt that if faced with unusual circumstances, this thing could be used as a transport vehicle. The speed was a bit slow, but the excavator's tracks had no problem traversing the snowy ground. This machine could even handle muddy wetlands, truly impressive. With his somewhat unskilled techniques, Zhang Yi worked tirelessly for nearly 2 hours and finally dug down to hard construction material. He felt a surge of joy and quickly began to lift the snow away from the structure. It was then that he slowly saw the large rooftop platform of the gas station. Finding the structure of the gas station would make things easier. Next, he needed to clear the accumulated snow around it. Due to his lack of skill, Zhang Yi toiled for 4 to 5 hours before reaching the convenience store window of the gas station. Thankfully, it was the excavator that did the digging, not him. Otherwise he would have been exhausted. Zhang Yi got off the excavator and returned it to the alternate space. Then he broke the window glass and jumped inside. Upon entering the convenience store, he was taken aback. The snow had burst through the door and most of the interior space was packed with snow. Fortunately, he could still see the back door. Zhang Yi stepped onto the snow and proceeded. He needed to find the oil storage area first. The oil storage warehouses of gas stations are usually underground, which helps avoid the risk of being buried in snow. It didn't take long for Zhang Yi to find the entrance to the oil storage room. Despite the large front area of the gas station, the back space was actually quite small, making it not too difficult to find an entrance. Zhang Yi used a crowbar to pry open the iron door and turned on his miner's lamp for illumination. The sight before him took his breath away. 4 gigantic oil tanks were placed in the storage room, containing approximately 200 cubic meters of oil. At first glance, it was indeed a magnificent sight. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, quietly retreating outside the door to eliminate static electricity from his body before daring to go in. At this point, the gas station had already stopped operating, and it was pitch black inside. Zhang Yi turned on his miner's lamp and began sealing the oil pipes. He wrapped the pipe openings with multiple layers of plastic and cling film to prevent leaks. Then he stored all 4 giant tanks into his alternate space. Normally speaking, with these 3 tanks of gasoline and 1 tank of diesel, he wouldn't have to worry about refueling for his car in the future. Wait a minute. Zhang Yi's mind sparked as he suddenly realized something very important. If I can use the excavator to dig through the snow, doesn't that mean I can also unearth other places buried under the... If that's the case, the whole world could become a massive treasure trove. Even a treasure trove just for me. Good things, all good things. With newfound confidence, Zhang Yi felt he would no longer have to worry about shortages of any items. The vast world could be utilized for his benefit. Zhang Yi climbed onto the snow surface along the path made by the excavator's tracks, then hopped onto his snowmobile. It was getting late. Today's search would end here. He made another trip to the supermarket at Wanda Plaza and brought back 2 bags of junk food. As soon as the motorcycle appeared outside the community, many people were peering out of their windows to watch him. Zhang Yi drove the bike to the back of the building, pretending to put it in the garage, then carried the 2 bags of food back to Unit 25. Without him needing to say anything, the neighbors had already gathered here. However, Feng Yuqing did not come this time. She seemed to have realized that Zhang Yi would not give her any food anymore. But Lin Kainan was still undeterred and intended to come over to try her luck. Zhang Yi didn't even glance at her. Everyone worked hard yesterday dealing with those invaders. Today's food is a reward for you all. Let's distribute the food according to the rules we agreed upon earlier. He allocated food based on contributions. After all, there was only so much food. If some took more, others would take less. In short, those who worked less should not expect to eat much. Due to the sniper rifle incident, the crowd had grown more fearful of Zhang Yi and dared not say much. Moreover, they knew that Zhang Yi had killed the most enemies. Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei had not been on duty the previous night, so they only received 1 portion of food. When Zhang Yi said 1 portion, it meant not enough to fill them. Both of their faces showed some disappointment. Li Qingbin said to Zhang Yi, "Brother Zhang, are we just going to wait for them to come over? We don't know how long it will take. You killed over a dozen of them. They probably won't dare to come over. At this rate, how are we supposed to earn rewards?" The young man was too impatient. Zhang Yi rubbed his nose and smiled gently, saying, "Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. I only said that killing 1 enemy would reward 5 portions of food. But I never said you could only wait for them to attack." Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei's eyes lit up. "Do you mean we can take the initiative? Can we kill people from other buildings and exchange them for rewards?" They were both very excited. They desperately needed food and had a desire to show off in the group. They hoped to prove their strength and become Zhang Yi's trusted subordinates following him. Zhang Yi thought for a moment. So far, aside from the Tianxi gang at Unit 26, no one had attacked Unit 25. But no one could guarantee what might happen in the future. Especially after Zhang Yi exposed his snowmobile, more people in the community would surely have their eyes on him. Zhang Lei and Li Chengbin's proposal intrigued Zhang Yi. These people were originally brought in by Zhang Yi to serve as cannon fodder. If they wanted to go to their demise, so be it. After all, these junk foods weren't worth much to Zhang Yi. A smile of approval immediately appeared on his face as he nodded, saying, "Of course. Everyone outside is an enemy. Killing them can ensure the safety of our group. Right now, anyone from the other buildings besides ours can be killed, and then we can exchange them for rewards." That being said, due to the low temperatures and heavy snow outside, they could only target the nearby buildings. Naturally, the first target would be the neighboring Tianxi gang at Unit 26. Li Chengbin and Zhang Lei cheered excitedly. The expressions of the others varied. They were unsure of what to think. However, it was clear that some were tempted. After all, who wouldn't want to obtain more food? After distributing the food, Lin Canning caused a scene again, but was brutally beaten by Zhang Lei and Li Chengbin, the lackeys of Zhang Yi. Then Zhang Yi ordered them to go back. Zhou Qier walked beside him, linking her arm with his, as she whispered, "The atmosphere in the neighborhood feels a bit off today." Zhang Yi silently withdrew his arm and casually asked, "Oh, what's going on?" Zhou Qier paused slightly, then realized that Zhang Yi did not wish for his hand to be restrained. At home it was fine, but outside Zhang Yi truly would not allow himself to relax even a little. She said, "I always feel like there are many eyes watching us, and this feeling is quite intense." Zhang Yi chuckled lightly. "That's not surprising. The appearance of the snowmobile will inevitably provoke jealousy from others. After all, this is the South, where such a mode of transport is extremely rare. With it, one can venture out to search for supplies, which means survival. Who wouldn't want to live?" Zhou Qier expressed some concern. "Do you think the people from the other units will attack us too? I'm worried it will be very dangerous then." Zhang Yi, upon hearing this, glanced around, and noticing no one was present, lowered his voice to say, "Aren't there still many cannon fodder? Moreover, no matter how capable they are, it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to break into our home." Zhou Qier laughed and said, "But if people are pushed to their limits, no one knows what they might do." Zhang Yi nodded. "You do make a valid point." While they spoke, Zhang Yi habitually looked around. After all, it was best if their conversation wasn't overheard by others. However, this observation made him suddenly notice a black crack appearing at the edge of his vision. At this moment, as he and Zhou Qier passed the 13th floor, a gap appeared in the iron door of the stairway. A bloody eye was fixedly staring at him through the gap. "Who is it?" Zhang Yi's muscles tensed up immediately. Even though he was quite brave, this sudden situation still made him feel a bit nervous. The door of the stairwell was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. A disheveled woman screamed as she rushed out, wielding a blood-soaked kitchen knife aimed at his head. "Off!" Zhou Qier screamed in fright. Zhang Yi quickly shoved Zhou Qier hard to the side, and due to the reaction force, his own body also tilted to the side. The knife missed its target in the air. However, the woman in a frenzy continued to swing the knife at Zhang Yi, who knew that Zhang Yi would roll down the stairs in response. Dressed warmly and with a bulletproof vest underneath, he wasn't too worried about injuring himself. After rolling down several flights of stairs, Zhang Yi finally stabilized his body. At that moment, he clearly saw who the woman was. It was the long-missing Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin relentlessly raised the kitchen knife, her bloodshot eyes glaring as she chased after him. "Zhang Yi, I will make you pay for my grandson's life." "Damn old hag." Zhang Yi had already steadied his mindset and pulled out a thick, long crowbar from his spatial pocket, smashing it directly toward her. The staircase was narrow, leaving Aunt Lin no room to evade. She had no chance to strike Zhang Yi with her small kitchen knife. Faced with the crowbar, she instinctively dodged, resulting in the crowbar striking her shoulder instead of her head. Crack! Zhang Yi heard the sound of bones shattering. Her frail limbs simply couldn't withstand the blow. Aunt Lin was knocked down on the stairs, losing all will to resist. Even so, she still gripped the blood-soaked kitchen knife tightly in her hand, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yi. "I will kill you. I will avenge my grandson." Zhang Yi coldly looked down at her and then raised the crowbar, smashing it down onto her hand. To be honest, in this cold weather, the human body is truly fragile. With this strike, 3 of her fingers were smashed off, and the kitchen knife fell to the ground with a loud clatter. Her pig-like screams echoed in the stairwell. The patrolling team heard the commotion and rushed over to check. Upon seeing Zhang Yi and Aunt Lin, they couldn't help but ask, "Brother Zhang, what happened?" Zhang Yi coldly replied, "This old woman tried to kill me." The others immediately cursed, "This old hag deserves to die. Brother Zhang is now the hope of our entire building. If she wants to kill you, we might as well just kill her. She's already gone mad. Keeping her alive will be a hassle sooner or later." Aunt Lin had indeed gone mad long ago, having been spouting crazy nonsense in the group chat for days. Zhang Yi said, "You all go back, I'll handle this matter here." The others did not dare to defy Zhang Yi's wishes and obediently left. Zhou Qier stood on the stairs covering her mouth with her hands, looking at Zhang Yi with a worried expression. Zhang Yi, are you injured? Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin's head with his finger coldly, saying, she can't. Aunt Lin stubbornly raised her head, glaring at Zhang Yi with resentment. Zhang Yi, you should die. You should die. You are the one who killed my grandson. You will surely descend to the 18th layer of hell. Zhang Yi did not rush to make a move. Instead, he calmly asked, I didn't kill your grandson, so why are you seeking revenge on me? Aunt Lin's timing for her attack was very clever. Clearly, she had planned it all along. Knowing Zhang Yi would return at this time, she hid behind the door waiting for an opportunity to ambush. And Zhang Yi had been talking to Zhou Qier, slightly distracted, which gave her the chance. Otherwise, with Zhang Yi's caution, he would definitely have noticed the problem with the door crack. At this moment, Zhang Yi wanted to ask this crazy woman why she attacked him. Aunt Lin glared at Zhang Yi fiercely, gritting her teeth, spewing saliva, resembling a rabid dog. My grandson died because of you. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I wish I could drink your blood, eat your flesh, and bite you to death piece by piece. Zhang Yi's expression remained calm. However, I don't remember killing your grandson. Strictly speaking, I am still your benefactor. Because it was Chen Jinghao's people who kicked your grandson to death, and I helped you kill Chen Jinghao. You should be thanking me instead. Aunt Lin was momentarily stunned. Then she became even angrier, realizing that Zhang Yi's words made sense. But a woman, especially an unreasonable one, how could she admit her own mistakes? Stop pretending to be a good person here. My grandson wasn't dead at the time. He later died from not having medication for treatment, suffering to death. It was you who refused to lend me the medication that caused his death. You are the culprit. Aunt Lin spat as she cursed, her eyes bloodshot, resembling a ferocious ghost. Zhang Yi finally understood the whole story. Oh, so that's how it is. This is your interpretation, he nodded. However, is there some misunderstanding regarding this matter? He looked down at Aunt Lin, meeting her gaze filled. Then Zhang Yi lowered his voice and said softly, actually, I am a person who is the hardest on the outside, but soft-hearted on the inside. How could I bear to watch a child suffer and die? So later, I went to your house to deliver medicine. Aunt Lin's eyes widened. You are talking nonsense. No, I really am not talking nonsense. I went to your house. Think back carefully. Alright, you were too focused at the time, so you might have forgotten. A hint of regret appeared in Zhang Yi's eyes. At that time, little Tiger was still alive. I clearly saw his chest moving. But how could you have? He originally had a chance to survive, but you deprived him of that possibility. You truly are a good grandmother. Zhang Yi's gaze turned dark and his tone became extremely cold. Aunt Lin's mental state was already unstable. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, her mind became even more chaotic. A look of panic flashed in her eyes. Could it be that little Tiger really didn't die? Instead, she accidentally caused his death. No, it's impossible. Little Tiger was already dead at that time you killed him. Zhang Yi laughed loudly, pointing at Zhou Qier. If you don't believe me, you can ask Dr. Zhou. Is there still hope for Lin Xiao? Aunt Lin turned her head in confusion, looking at Zhou Qier on the steps. Upon seeing Zhang Yi's chilling smile, Zhou Qier couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. No wonder Zhang Yi didn't directly kill Aunt Lin. Instead, he talked with her for so long. It turned out he wanted not only to make Aunt Lin die, but also to kill her heart, letting her die in extreme pain. Zhou Qier looked down at Aunt Lin and slowly nodded. Indeed, Lin Xiaohu actually had a chance to be saved. At that time, I contacted Zhang Yi and he agreed to deliver the medicine. But you didn't wait for him to arrive and mistakenly thought Lin Xiaohu was already dead. If you could have waited a bit longer, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Zhou Qier didn't say the last few words because she felt that the impact of what she had said was already strong enough. Aunt Lin covered her face in despair and began to wail in pain. No, it's not like that. I didn't know he was still alive. I thought he was dead. Her mind had long since collapsed, her memories were in chaos, and sometimes she didn't even know what she was doing. Living until now was all fueled by her hatred for Zhang Yi. However, the conversation between Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier made her unable to distinguish what was real. Could it be that the person who caused her grandson's death was not Zhang Yi but herself? Suddenly Zhang Yi shouted loudly, "Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. This is the good grandmother of the Lin family claiming to love her grandson, yet she ended up causing her own living grandson to die. You truly love him. Your son and daughter-in-law entrusted their son to you. Can you face them?" Aunt Lin's gaze was vacant as she clutched her head, crying out in pain. No, it's not like that, it's not like that. Yes. It's not like that, it's not like that. Yes. It was you who did it. Aunt Lin wailed in pain and despair. Zhang Yi on the side laughed as he delivered the final blow. Zhou Qier felt shivers down her spine. A person like Zhang Yi should never be provoked. He was terrifying when it came to tormenting others. Off. Aunt Lin suddenly screamed and slammed her head against the wall. She had completely broken down, losing all hope of living. For her, death was the best relief. But at the crucial moment, Zhang Yi acted like a good person. How could he bear to watch his neighbor die before him? Zhang Yi shouted, "Don't," and then kicked Aunt Lin away. Thud. Aunt Lin fell to the side and rolled down the stairs to the lower floor. Zhang Yi spoke earnestly. "Aunt Lin, you must look forward in life, don't think of ending it." After all, his smile grew wider. "You sacrificed your grandson to live. If you die, how will you face your entire family?" Aunt Lin was now spitting blood, unable to speak, but her eyes were filled with pleading toward Zhang Yi. "Don't say any more, please don't say it again." At this moment, neighbors from several floors heard the commotion and came. Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin and shouted, "Everyone come quickly. Aunt Lin wants to commit suicide. It's strange, how has she lived so long? Hey, do you still have food stored at home?" Upon hearing this, the neighbors revealed extremely disgusted expressions, even though some were willing to go to extreme lengths to survive. But there was no one who could do such a thing to their own relatives. That was their last moral bottom line. Under the gaze of these eyes, Aunt Lin's mental state collapsed, even further, blood gushing from her mouth, her eyes filled with struggle and pain. She won't live much longer, at most half an hour before she freezes to death. Zhokir walked over to Zhang Yi and said. Zhang Yi's several attacks had been extremely heavy, causing her organs to rupture. "Freeze to death." Zhang Yi frowned. "How can it be so cruel? It's so cold outside and you want her to freeze to death? Ew, I can't bear to see this." The neighbors looked at Zhang Yi in astonishment. Could it be that Zhang Yi was going to let Aunt Lin go? Only Zhokir, who understood Zhang Yi, glanced at him helplessly. "What do you want to do?" Zhang Yi sighed. The elderly have had a hard life, but let's at least keep her warm before she dies." He reached into his clothes, pretending to take something out, but in reality, he was retrieving a bottle of alcohol from another dimension. He opened the cap and whoosh, poured it all over Aunt Lin. Upon seeing this scene, the neighbors finally understood what Zhang Yi intended to do. While speechless, they also found it very reasonable. After all, this person was Zhang. When have you ever seen him show mercy to others? After pouring a bottle of alcohol, Zhang Yi quickly retreated, lit a cigarette with a lighter, took 2 puffs, and then threw it over. Whooshed. The flames erupted in an instant. Soon the stairwell was filled with extremely piercing screams. Zhang Yi turned around and walked back, not even glancing back. The other neighbors hurriedly stepped aside to make way for Zhang Yi, their eyes filled with fear. Zhang Yi and Zhokir returned to their room, took off their cold-resistant clothing, and sat on the sofa, cursing fiercely. That damn crazy woman. He sprawled on the sofa. Zhokir walked into the bathroom, and after a while brought out a basin of hot water. She smiled and knelt in front of Zhang Yi, helping him take off his cotton socks, then personally washed his feet. She gently asked, "Were you shocked just now?" Zhang Yi leaned against the sofa and said leisurely, "Actually, it wasn't that bad. Since the apocalypse, I have become immune to surprises. In chaotic times, the most ridiculous things can happen." He was wearing a police bulletproof vest. Unless that old woman was a nimble killer who could precisely strike his neck, she couldn't harm him. But Zhang Yi was not a wooden stick. He naturally would dodge. "Did anything happen in the community while I was away? Especially in other buildings, has there been any movement?" Zhokir nodded slowly upon hearing this. "I was just about to mention that to you." Zhang Yi sat up slightly, his eyes filled with curiosity and caution. "Oh, what happened?" Zhokir was massaging Zhang Yi's feet, while casually saying, "The person in charge of Building 9 now is a former patient of mine named Chun Lingyu. She contacted me today hoping I could help you with her friend request. She said she wanted to discuss something with you." Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Building 9, Chun Lingyu. This was a name he was not familiar with. Although they lived in the same community, Yulu community was quite large, stretching nearly 500 meters from north to south. His Building 25 and Building 9 were like the head and tail of the village. They hardly had any chance to interact. "What does she want to talk to me about?" Zhang Yi asked. Zhokir shook her head. "She just said she wanted to discuss cooperation with the head of Building 25. But the specific details must be discussed by you." Zhang Yi scoffed. "Cooperation? Bullshit cooperation. I lack nothing now while they can only wait to die inside the building. What do they have to cooperate with me on?" Zhokir raised her head, a light smile on her lips. "Should I tell her you don't want to talk to her?" Zhang Yi waved his hand. "No need to rush." Tell me what kind of person she is. Also the specific situation in their building." Zhokir then informed Zhang Yi of what she had learned. Chun Lingyu is the owner of a beauty and cosmetics company valued at 200 million in Tianhai City. Though it was called a beauty and cosmetics company, it was essentially a micro-business operation. Chun Lingyu, 38 years old, has a decent appearance and a strong personality. She is a capable career woman. She got to know Zhokir during a visit to the First People's Hospital for treatment. Their relationship is average at best, just a nodding acquaintance. As for Building 9, it is currently under her control along with her subordinates. According to what Zhokir found out, Building 9 is managed quite well, with only 10 deaths so far. After hearing this, Zhang Yi pinched his fingers, nodding. At this time, a woman can actually manage a building. This Chen Lingyu is indeed something. Zhou Qier also sighed lightly. Yes, after all, she is in the micro-business and pyramid selling, so she must be good at brainwashing others. Zhang Yi chuckled lightly. Now that's a ruthless person. When push comes to shove, she can turn against even her own parents and relatives. One must never underestimate such a woman. Zhou Qier nodded. I don't have a good impression of her either. We haven't been in contact for a long time. Suddenly today, she reached out to me asking for help in relaying a message. Zhang Yi said, that's not surprising. The news that I have a snowmobile and can go out to gather supplies has already... Who in the entire community doesn't envy me? Who doesn't want to get my snowmobile? Zhou Qier nodded. In that case, do you still want to talk to her? Zhang Yi placed his hand under his chin, pondering for a few minutes. Let's talk. I also want to know what ideas the other buildings have now. At the very least, I can't force those people into a corner all at once. Otherwise, if the residents of the other 29 buildings turn against me, that would not be good. If Zhang Yi simply hid in the house without going out, he wouldn't have to be afraid of them. But now Zhang Yi knew that the outside world was a treasure trove, and he would need to continue gathering various survival supplies. So for the time being, he couldn't fall out with the people from the other 29 buildings. Thus, while enjoying Zhou Qier's meticulous massage, Zhang Yi opened his WeChat on his phone. There were over 99 friend requests which he had been too lazy to check, as those who sought him out were basically asking for supplies, and he couldn't be bothered to respond. Upon opening the friend request list, the first one he saw was of Furong Group President Chen Lingyu. Wearing a women's suit and white shirt, arms crossed, and looking serious with an exaggerated smile on her face, it was a typical micro-business profile picture. Just as Zhang Yi was about to accept the friend request, his attention was suddenly drawn to another slightly familiar avatar below. Business people generally use personal photos as their WeChat profile pictures. So Zhang Yi immediately recognized who that person was. The financial director of Walmart's South China region, Li Jian. He knew him because he had seen him on stage during a company annual meeting while dining. Zhang Yi also knew that he lived in the same community, but their work had no intersection, so there had been no contact. Zhang Yi glanced at the time of the friend request. It was at 1030 this morning, just after he had left the community. It seems he is looking for me for the same reason, Zhang Yi thought. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to accept both friend requests at the same time. He wanted to see what each of them wanted to discuss with him to gauge how to respond to the people from Building 29. As soon as he accepted the friend request, responses came almost instantly. Mr. Zhang Yi, hello. I am Chen Lingyu from Building 9, which I am currently responsible for managing. I would like to talk to you. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Li Jian from Building 18. Thank you for accepting my friend request. I wish to discuss cooperation matters on behalf of the residents of Building 18 with you. Zhang Yi first opened Chen Lingyu's chat window. What do you want to talk about? Chen Lingyu quickly replied. This isn't very convenient to discuss. Can we voice chat? No, I'm not comfortable with that. Let's just talk here. Zhang Yi said coldly. He was particularly familiar with women involved in micro-business. They could talk non-stop for 3 days and nights, if given the chance. If you have something to say, please be straightforward. I have little patience and dislike unnecessary chatter. Zhang Yi first gave Chen Lingyu a warning, making her aware that he was not to be trifled with. Chen Lingyu paced back and forth in the room. It was not because she was nervous, but because it was too cold, and walking a few more steps could help warm her up. She wore many layers of clothing, yet she seemed to try her best to appear sophisticated, even donning a coat with a fox fur collar on top. After receiving Zhang Yi's cold message, she took a deep breath, murmuring to herself, indeed, he is a formidable character. I must not be careless. In the face of Zhang Yi, Chen Lingyu's heart was actually very tense, even fearful. After all, Zhang Yi's exploits had already spread far and wide. Relying on one person, he had killed half of the neighbors in an entire building. Moreover, he possessed quite a few weapons, including the terrifying sniper rifle. The various rumors made those in other buildings who had heard Zhang Yi's story deeply fearful of him. Chen Lingyu calmed her emotions and started typing out the numerous draft lines in her mind. Mr. Zhang Yi, it is an honor to meet you. We have long heard of your reputation and have always hoped to meet you in person. Now that we know you have a snowmobile, you can venture out to gather supplies. Therefore, we hope to cooperate with you. Zhang Yi cast a glance and sneered disdainfully. Cooperate? What can you offer me? Cooperation emphasizes the exchange of equal conditions. You should understand that. Chen Lingyu immediately replied, our community is relatively harmonious and has not suffered too many casualties. So we have ample manpower. Now that you have a snowmobile and can leave the community, you can go out and explore. At this point, Chen Lingyu became quite animated. We can provide you with 76 people. They are the best. Outside, the heavy snow has frozen everything and order has seemingly been lost. In other words, whoever retrieves what is buried in the snow is entitled to it. You have the means of transportation and weapons while I have family members willing to obey orders and work. As long as we join forces, we will surely achieve great things in the future. Zhang Yi scratched his ear. That sounds impressive, but it's all just grandiose talk. Let me ask you, with so many people unsure of how to survive tomorrow, what on earth do you think you can develop? Chunling swallowed hard. Of course we need you to help us gather food first to ensure our safety. Then regardless of what projects you want to undertake, our people will be the best labor force. Zhang Yi shook his head, having lost interest. A pyramid scheme leader could deceive those desperate homeowners, but to pull that on himself would be pointless. He couldn't even be bothered to type, sending a voice message instead. I have no interest in what you're saying. Goodbye. Chunling felt a bit anxious after hearing Zhang Yi's words. Biting her lip, she quickly sent a message. You have become the object of jealousy for the entire community. All you need to do is provide us with food, and at the very least we can maintain neutrality towards you. You wouldn't want us to become your enemies, would you? After reading this message, Zhang Yi's expression turned slightly. This was what he wanted to hear. Why waste time on useless chatter beforehand? Those damned micro-businesses. Oh, so many people in the building want to take action against me. I don't really believe that. I'm doing just fine, so who would come to attack me? Zhang Yi asked tentatively. Chunling knew Zhang Yi was probing, but to express sincerity, she had to reveal some information. Zhang Yi, you are a smart person and should understand the principle of being punished for possessing a treasure. Thousands of people live in this community, and everyone can only wait in their homes to starve. Only you can ride the snowmobile to find food. If you were in my position, wouldn't you feel envy and resentment? The reason no one has acted yet is merely weighing the pros and cons. However, it is only a matter of time before someone takes action against you. All I ask for is that you ensure our basic food needs, and the people in our building will absolutely not take action against you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. In a certain sense, this could be considered a threat. Oh, are you saying that if I don't agree you will attack us in Building 25, am I right? Zhang Yi's voice was very cold, filled with murderous intent. Chunling couldn't help but shudder, but she soon replied firmly, I believe you won't choose to do that. Becoming enemies with us will yield no benefits for you even if you win. She remained calm because the distance between Building 25 and Building 9 was quite far. If Zhang Yi wanted to lead people to attack, it would mean cutting off his own escape route. Moreover, he could also be attacked by people from other buildings. We only need some food, nothing else. With my abilities and your military strength, it would be no problem to dominate the entire community in the future, Chunling said excitedly. Zhang Yi's smile was somewhat contemptuous. This is the first time I've seen someone so brazenly ask for alms. Chunling gasped in anger. This is cooperation. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, let me think about it, and I'll get back to you later. After saying this, he didn't want to continue chatting with Chunling and closed the chat window. Zhang Yi placed his phone on his lap, beginning to contemplate how the situation would unfold next. Zhang Yi did not care about Chunling at all. A mere Building 9, wanting to compete with him no matter how many people they had wasn't an issue. They had no idea how many guns and bullets Zhang Yi possessed. If they truly came at him, Zhang Yi alone with an assault rifle relying on his precise shooting ability could eliminate them all. However, the problem was that in this community there were certainly more individuals with such thoughts than just Chunling. In the other 29 buildings, everyone coveted his snowmobile. Some impulsive individuals, as well as those whose supplies were running low, would not hesitate to risk their lives against him. If they truly united and attacked Building 25 simultaneously, Zhang Yi would have to fight until his hands were sore to finish them off. Zhang Yi looked up at the safety room of his home, its shell made of aerospace alloy capable of withstanding artillery fire. Even if the entire community attacked, they would absolutely not break through. Unless those people could demolish Building 25, they posed no real threat to Zhang Yi. What are the chances of that happening? Zhang Yi furrowed his brows, pondering this question. If the people from the 29 buildings really acted together, there was a probability of that occurring. The current power supply does not allow for high-power appliances. They would be unable to use equipment such as jackhammers and electric drills, relying solely on manual labor to bring down a building. In the present extreme low temperatures, along with the severe lack of food to provide energy, it would be absolutely impossible to achieve this. After all, at their current physical level, they would struggle to endure even a short walk outside. How could they have the strength to smash walls? Zhang Yi, after a moment of contemplation, arrived at a satisfactory answer. As long as he remained steadfast in Building 25 and utilized the firepower at hand along with the strength of his safe house, even if the inhabitants of the other 29 buildings united against him, they would be unable to harm him. To put it bluntly, in this era of extreme food scarcity and biting cold, stepping outside for a mere 2 steps against the fierce wind was a tremendous ordeal for anyone. 20 people could not match the labor of one in the past. My personal safety is assured. At worst, I could ride out on my motorcycle, break through the siege, and engage in guerrilla warfare with them using the weapons I have, slowly wearing them down. But doing so is truly too troublesome. How long would it take to eliminate all the inhabitants of the 29 buildings? Zhang Yi pondered to himself. Should he spend some time and energy to eliminate those who posed a threat to him in the neighborhood, or seek another way? In a short time, Zhang Yi had not made up his mind. He glanced at his phone and decided to have a chat with Li Jian. He needed to see if all the building leaders shared. He did not respond to Li Jian, but Li Jian was very proactive in introducing their situation to Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, I come with sincerity, this time hoping to collaborate with you to build a harmonious home, a post-apocalyptic utopia. So far, we have only lost 5 elderly residents and 18 who passed away due to complications caused by the extreme cold temperatures. Through reasonable planning and distribution of resources, everyone has coexisted harmoniously. I believe this is the best way to survive in the apocalypse, preserving the spark of human civilization. It will also facilitate the reconstruction efforts after the snow disaster. Currently, we lack effective food sources. We hope to cooperate with you, and in return we can provide manpower and resources to meet your demands as much as possible. Additionally, we can coordinate your relations with other buildings to avoid conflicts. Zhang Yi felt much more at ease after hearing Li Jian's introduction. Indeed, he was the financial director of a large corporation, and his emotional intelligence was far superior to that of Chun Lingyu, who sold products online. Zhang Yi cared most about the matter of a harmonious home he mentioned. It had been over 20 days since the apocalypse began, yet not a single person had died from conflict. Zhang Yi glanced at Zhou Qier, who was diligently massaging his feet, and asked, "Qier, are you aware of the situation in 18? Zhou Qier thought for a moment and replied, "I've heard some things. I heard that their building leader is a very charismatic person. After the apocalypse struck, he united all the residents and implemented a unified distribution of resources, allowing the vast majority to survive until now." Zhang Yi exclaimed, "Indeed, he is the financial director. Managing accounting requires not only understanding management, but also knowing how to maximize benefits." In reality, Li Jian's approach is the most reasonable. Other buildings like 25 where Zhang Yi stays are wasting a lot of resources due to conflicts and internal strife. Theoretically, if a person does not engage in physical activity, including mental exertion, the energy consumed in a day is minimal, and eating just one meal would suffice. Li Jian is indeed a talent, Zhang Yi sighed, but then added, "However, thinking that one can survive long-term in this apocalypse is still unrealistic." Li Jian's strength lies in establishing order. Through his influence in 18, he united everyone early on. But what happens when faced with external attacks? Those accustomed to comfort would likely be slaughtered when encountering villains like Tian He Bang or Chen Jinghao. This is akin to how the ancient Central Plains civilization was repeatedly defeated by nomadic civilization. Without the protection of force, all tranquility and harmony are mere illusions. Zhang Yi asked, "What would you do if I disagree?" Li Jian pondered for a long time before replying to Zhang Yi. "We uphold a spirit of friendly cooperation and extend an invitation for collaboration to you. If you refuse, I would feel regret. However, this does not mean your thoughts won't change in the future. I still look forward to the next opportunity for cooperation." Zhang Yi smiled. This official response style was indeed quite pleasing. "So are you not going to choose to attack us at 25? Or when attacking other buildings, will you not choose to join in?" Li Jian's reply was also very candid. "Our military force is only for self-defense and will not proactively attack others. It's not that we lack strength, but unnecessary internal strife only leads to mutual destruction in the end." Zhang Yi almost wanted to applaud him. Look at him, clearly cowardly, yet speaking with such righteous fervor. That said, the harmonious home in 18 has indeed spent half a month in the apocalypse without having the courage to engage in conflict with others. Li Jian is an insightful person. He also understands that if Zhang Yi truly engages in a fight with others, even if they go over, they would gain little. It would be better to sit back and watch the tigers fight. If Zhang Yi loses, and the snowmobile falls into someone else's hands, he could still seek collaboration. "Let me think about it." Zhang Yi sent this message, and then went to the friend request list to find others. Previously, he had ignored all friend requests due to the overwhelming number of people wanting to add him to ask for supplies. However, it seemed that now everyone in the entire neighborhood hoped to converse with him and request his assistance in gathering resources. Sure enough, Zhang Yi added several building leaders afterward. Their expressed intentions were nearly indistinguishable from those of Chun Lingyu and Li Jian, all hoping to collaborate with Zhang Yi and seeking his help to gather supplies for survival. However, the conditions they could offer were extremely limited, comprising only labor, women, and promises not to take advantage of conflicts. Listening to Zhang Yi's murmurs, Zhou Qier felt a chill run down her spine. At that moment, no one in the entire neighborhood knew they were crazily hopping at the edge of hell's entrance. Life or death hinged on a thought from Zhang Yi. Fortunately, I chose to follow him back then, Zhou Qier thought, filled with immense relief. Suddenly Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Qier and patted the sofa beside him. Come here. Zhou Qier walked over and sat beside him. The temperature in the room was quite high, so when at home both of them usually wore casual home clothes. Zhou Qier hadn't brought any clothes herself. Everything she wore was chosen by Zhang Yi. As for her clothing style, it was naturally dictated by Zhang Yi's preferences. The outfit Zhou Qier wore was very cute, perfectly suited to her beautiful figure. Sitting close to Zhang Yi, she was as gentle as a Siamese cat. Zhang Yi picked up a cup of water from the table, took a sip, and then asked Zhou Qier, "Qier, from your perspective, am I fighting them or negotiating?" Zhou Qier initially thought Zhang Yi wanted to share something intimate with her. She didn't expect he was actually asking for her opinion. Of course, this was also a sign of his trust in her, which was a good thing. She felt a bit regretful, but was also happy that Zhang Yi valued her opinion. Zhou Qier thought for a moment and said to Zhang Yi, "If you choose to fight, can you handle the attacks from the residents of the other 29 buildings at the same time?" No problem, Zhang Yi replied confidently. In reality, he felt a bit unsure because he only had a 99 certainty. 99 certainty, but there was still 0.01 he couldn't pin down. After all, he couldn't guarantee that there wasn't someone hiding explosives at home in those 29 other buildings. But that probability was about the same as the chance of a meteor falling from the sky and hitting his house. If it happened, there was nothing he could do. Zhang Yi chose not to dwell on it. Zhou Qier's eyes were filled with surprise. She thought Zhang Yi would say it was impossible, but instead he gave her a definitive answer. After all, Zhang Yi had never told her how many weapons and supplies he had at his disposal. But then Zhou Qier thought to herself, Zhang Yi was a person with special abilities, so anything was possible for him. She took a deep breath and continued to ask, "If it's a negotiation, does that mean you'll have to provide the living data of everyone in the entire neighborhood afterwards?" Zhang Yi burst out laughing. According to their understanding, that does seem to be the case. Zhou Qier immediately replied, "That is absolutely not acceptable. In the entire neighborhood, even if each building had 50 survivors, that would mean 1,500 people. I can't imagine how many supplies would be needed just to feed so many people. To put all that responsibility on you is simply unreasonable." Zhang Yi waved his hand. "That's not how the calculations work. Their demands are naturally inflated, waiting for me to negotiate down. Moreover, don't think of this group as any good sort. Anyone who can control a building surely has their own small faction. Once they have supplies, they will prioritize providing for their own people." A glint of depth flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. "As for the others, they are merely reserve food. Do they really need to waste food on reserve supplies?" Zhou Qier felt what Zhang Yi said made a lot of sense and nodded. "Even so, providing for the supplies of 30 buildings is still a huge hassle for you." Zhang Yi nodded with a smile. "Yes, exactly. That's why I need to shake off this trouble. Either I kill them all. It's a twisted and troublesome process, and it might even be a bit dangerous. After all, I would have to leave this house and go out to deal with them." He rubbed his head. "Tell me, is there any way I can get rid of this group of troubles without having to kill them all?" Zhou Qier seriously pondered. Zhang Yi wrapped his arm around her slender waist, considering his options. After a long moment, Zhou Qier helplessly said, "This problem has no solution. To them, you are their only hope. If you don't help them, they will definitely come to kill you. There is a theoretical approach, but it's not realistic." Zhang Yi slightly raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what approach?" Zhou Qier smiled and said, "Avoidance, although it's shameful, is effective. If you leave this neighborhood and move somewhere else to live, wouldn't that solve your problem?" Zhang Yi stared wide-eyed at Zhou Qier. At first, he found her suggestion quite ridiculous, even nonsense. Would he really leave the safe house he had painstakingly built to escape the neighborhood? Suddenly, another idea surfaced in his mind. Could he perhaps incorporate the safe house into his own space and take it with him? Zhang Yi had attempted to collect large items before, but the items had to meet a condition: exist independently. His safe house was integrated into the building structure. To take it away would require dismantling it. But how would he dismantle it? What tools would he use? If he could dismantle it, his obnoxious neighbors would have done so long ago. Although this idea was bold and extremely difficult to realize, it nonetheless intrigued Zhang Yi. Perhaps in the future, when conditions allow, he could try it out. But for now, it was clearly not a viable option. Zhou Qier looked at Zhang Yi's serious expression and couldn't help but smile. "I was just speaking off the cuff. You wouldn't take it seriously, would you?" Zhang Yi looked at her and playfully pinched her little nose. "Then what do you think we should do?" Zhou Qier pouted, "I don't know either." Zhang Yi's gaze was deep. "Then let's not rush, let's wait and see. After all, time is on our side and the advantage is mine." At this moment, the only thing causing Zhang Yi slight concern was the prospect of the other 29 buildings uniting. But in this apocalyptic world, people were full of deceit. Within one neighborhood, 30 buildings had already given rise to various factions with distinct cultures. Zhang Yi, along with the Tianhe gang and the Quanglong gang, established dominance through force and bloodshed. Chun Lingyu controlled a building through brainwashing and hypnosis. Li Jian, on the other hand, created a harmonious haven through scientific management without conflict. With so many organizations, their ideologies were not even on the same level. Moreover, they had to be wary of each other as they could easily become enemies. It would not be easy for them to unite. Zhang Yi planned to continue observing their movements before deciding how to proceed, which was not too late. After all, the initiative was in his hands. In terms of armed force, with a large arsenal of firearms and precision shooting capabilities, he was not afraid of battling against numbers. Zhang Yi resolved to observe the situation first. However, he knew that some would inevitably lose their patience and attempt to deal with him. Thus, he needed to pay special attention to safety issues during this recent period. He wore a police helmet on his head and had a bulletproof vest for protection. Zhang Yi glanced at his legs, frowning slightly. While he had a bulletproof vest, he lacked bulletproof pants. After pondering for a moment, he came up with an idea. He took out a bulletproof vest from a different space and handed it to Zhou Qier. "Is this for me?" Zhou Qier asked happily. "Help me cut the threads or I need to use it," Zhang Yi said. Zhou Qier pouted in disappointment, but obediently took the vest and used scissors to cut the threads on both sides. The threads of the bulletproof vest were quite tough, as they were made of special materials designed to withstand significant impacts. Zhou Qier exerted considerable effort to dismantle the vest. Now the bulletproof vest had been transformed into two pieces of fabric. Zhang Yi took it, measured it against his legs, and nodded in satisfaction. Wrapping it around his legs and putting on an outer thermal suit, wasn't that just bulletproof pants? After all, there were major arteries in the legs, and one must not be careless. After preparing his gear, Zhang Yi thought for a while and decided that he could not allow the neighbors inside the building to remain too comfortable. He needed to instill a sense of crisis in them, prompting them to proactively seek out conflicts. After all, Zhang Yi had organized them as cannon fodder, not to pamper them. The other buildings had sent him signals, and he had to respond. Thus, Zhang Yi sent a message in the owners group informing everyone of the current situation. "Everyone, brothers and sisters of Building 25, family members. We are currently facing a significant crisis. Someone is trying to seize our food." He continued, "Some nearby apartment buildings are envious and have threatened me if I don't share our food. They claim that if I do not distribute the food to them, they will attack our building." As soon as these words were spoken, the owners group erupted. The neighbors had just seen a glimmer of hope for survival, and now they relied on Zhang Yi to go out each day and bring back food to sustain them. Now that others were envious and wanted to come and steal, they certainly wouldn't agree. Damn, what are these bastards thinking? If they have the ability, they should go out and find food themselves. Let's fight them. We will resolutely protect our food. Not a single grain will be given to them. However, some expressed concerns. But we only have 30 or 40 people in our building. If the other buildings come to attack us, can we really hold our ground? That, indeed, poses some difficulties. Can we negotiate with them, asking them not to target us? How do you think that's possible? Everyone is fighting desperately for food now. Oh, who will reason with you? What should we do then? Just go for it. Without food, we're dead anyway. The neighbors argued fiercely. They were indignant, yet most of them harbored fear. If they truly opposed the other units in the entire community, wouldn't they be facing over 1,000 people? That would be akin to seeking death. Zhang Yi timely sent a message. Everyone is aware of the current situation outside. The heavy snow has submerged various low-rise buildings, including most of the grocery stores. Therefore, searching for supplies is also a very difficult task and relies heavily on luck. There are thousands of people outside, and if we give them the food, then all of you will have nothing to eat. I, Zhang Yi, also do not wish to offend them. Anyway, I still have enough supplies to last a few days. So as for what to do next, I leave the decision to you. You must decide whether to keep the food for yourselves or give it to them in exchange for safety. Zhang Yi's choice presented itself like a gun pointed at a person's head, asking whether they wanted to live or die. In reality, there was no choice at all. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, the neighbors knew they had no way out. Without food, they would surely perish. Perhaps fighting back would provide a chance for survival. I understand. Let's fight them. This food belongs to us. Why should we give it to them? Let them die. Exactly, they can't even gather food themselves and think of robbing others. How shameless. The most disgusting type of person in my life is this kind. Zhang Yi saw that their emotions were sufficiently stirred and said, "All right, we cannot let them look down on us. We must make them aware of our strength. Tonight, Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei, you will lead people to storm Building 26. The remaining old cronies of the Tianhe gang are few. Eliminate them. This is both to avenge our deceased family and to send a warning to the other units." Li Qingbin: "Understood, Brother Zhang." Zhang Lei: "Yes, Brother Zhang." Zhang Yi: As for me, I've been busy outside all day and am a bit tired. I won't join you this time. Next time for sure. Li Qingbin, Brother Zhang, we understand you. You've worked hard today. Jiang Lei, Brother Zhang has contributed the most. Oh, we can't let him do everything, right, everyone? Neighbors, yes. Zhang Yi, good brothers, off you go. After finishing with the neighbors, Zhang Yi comfortably tossed aside his phone and then picked Zhou Qier up. Aunt. Zhou Qier let out a joyful scream. An hour later, Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, a cigarette in his mouth, while Zhou Qier, looking exhausted, lay on his chest with a satisfied smile on her lips. Ding dong. A WeChat message rang. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and saw it was a message from Jiang Lei. Brother Zhang, those old cronies of the Tianhe gang are hard to deal with. Zhang Yi's lips curled up. Of course it's difficult. If it were easy, I would have already stormed in with a gun and taken them all out. The members of the Tianhe gang worked on construction sites, wielding many weapons, possessing great strength and endurance. Moreover, they had extensive dealings with buildings and knew how to utilize the terrain. With Jiang Lei and the others charging in against the prepared Tianhe gang, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. However, since they were merely cannon fodder, Zhang Yi wouldn't grieve for their deaths. He might even find it amusing. After all, most of these bastards among the neighbors had shared in his bowl of meat soup. Zhang Yi feigned concern and asked, "How are our casualties?" Jiang Lei replied, "We lost 8 people, but we only took out 3 of theirs." Zhang Yi was quite satisfied with this outcome. Since there were hardly any members left in the Tianhe gang, and those remaining were fierce fighters, losing 3 would leave Huang Tianfeng nearly a solitary man. Zhang Yi asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Jiang Lei did not expect Zhang Yi to specially inquire about his condition and quickly replied, "Just a scratch, I'm fine." Zhang Yi immediately spoke with a tone of indignation. "The scoundrels of the Tianhe gang nearly injured one of our best. Jiang Lei, you don't need to be on duty tomorrow. I'll take a rest first." Then he addressed the crowd. "Everyone performed admirably tonight. Tomorrow we will reward those who participated in the attack on the Tianhe gang with at least 2 portions of food for each. Jiang Lei fought bravely and deserves our respect, so let him rest for the day. Additionally, a large serving of braised pork rice as a reward." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's encouraging words, the neighbors were thrilled. Although 8 neighbors had died, did a single death still matter now? They had long since become numb. Most importantly, they had a guaranteed double portion of food tomorrow. What made them envious was Jiang Lei, who could enjoy braised pork rice at such a time. Even if they had ingredients, now they lacked the seasonings to cook and were reluctant to start a fire. They had nearly forgotten what braised pork rice tasted like. Zhang Yi is mighty. Hooray. Indeed, one must stick with Zhang Yi to have meat to eat. Damn it, I didn't get a kill this time. The next braised pork rice will definitely be mine. Many secretly resolved to fight harder. The next morning, Zhang Yi donned his full body gear and confidently stepped out of his home. He planned to check out some famous large shopping malls and hotels nearby to see if there was anything useful. Climbing out of the 4th floor window, he saw that the snow below had formed a large depression stained with patches of blood. Zhang Yi then recalled the numerous battles that had taken place recently in this area. Zhang Yi merely sighed lightly and then focused intently as he discreetly retrieved his snowmobile and drove towards the edge of the community. As the sound of the snowmobile echoed, that familiar feeling returned, the sensation of being watched. Although Zhang Yi could not clearly see the people behind the windows, he knew many were observing him. Zhang Yi lifted his head, his gaze coldly sweeping over one high-rise after another. These people might soon become his enemies and meet their demise at his hands. Zhang Yi's gaze gradually returned from afar. However, just as he passed by one building, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The number 21 stood out prominently on the wall, and it was this reminder that sparked a strong sense of unease within Zhang Yi. 21 Wolfgang. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, and after a moment's thought his gaze sharpened. I knew something was off. The Wolfgang's base at 21 was not far from their building. Yet up to this point, even knowing that Zhang Yi had a substantial amount of supplies and a snowmobile, they had not made a move against him. In the past, Zhang Yi believed they were being cautious, afraid of him. But now it seemed increasingly strange. No matter how careful they were still a group of passionate youths in their 20s. Faced with the temptation of a snowmobile, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. The most bizarre thing was that the leaders of nearby buildings had approached Zhang Yi to discuss cooperation. Only the Wolfgang had never reached out to Zhang Yi. This was highly unusual, extremely unusual. In Zhang Yi's understanding, there was only one explanation for such behavior: the dogs that do not bark are the fiercest. They were planning a stealthy attack. Zhang Yi touched the handgun in his pocket and recalled the fully loaded guns in the alternate space, feeling much more secure. He took out his phone from his pocket and quickly messaged Uncle Yu and Zhou Qier, instructing them to lock the door at home and be wary of ambushes from other building residents. After stuffing the phone back into his pocket to prevent it from freezing Zhang, he started the snowmobile and drove forward. Just as he reached the edge of the community, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, snowflakes burst forth from the ground ahead. Then a door panel stood upright, blocking the front of Zhang Yi's vehicle. Zhang Yi had no time to brake and hurriedly swerved the vehicle. Bang! The snowmobile sideswiped the door panel, and two people were thrown into the air in the snow. It turned out that two people had hidden in the snow, tying a rope to the door panel as a trap to trip him. Unfortunately, the door panel was too flimsy. Instead of tripping Zhang, it was thrown away instead. It was a clear lesson: one should not learn from what they see on TV. Zhang Yi immediately realized he had been ambushed. Without time to think, 7 or 8 people had already scrambled up from the snow, drawing their weapons and rushing at Zhang Yi with shouts. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, the cold air calming him. He quickly pulled out his gun from his pocket, and by the time he disengaged the safety, the 8 were already upon him. Zhang Yi raised his gun and fired. Bang! 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 If he were an ordinary person in such close quarters, even with a gun in hand, he would likely be in trouble. However, Zhang Yi possessed the ability for precision shooting and had exceptional control over space. The bullets in his hand would not miss. 3 bullets struck down the 3 people before him, each shot hitting a head. Before he could catch his breath, several others with machetes closed in only a meter away from him. The machetes were raised high and swung down at Zhang. In a critical moment, Zhang Yi turned the gun's muzzle. Before the knife could fall, Zhang Yi's gun was pointed at the man's head, nearly shoved into his mouth. The man's body instantly stiffened as he tried to say something. With a bang, a hole appeared in his head. This scene stunned the other rushing people nearby. They had never seen someone so ruthless, with a gun taking down 4 of them in an instant. Could it be that he was half human, half ghost, the legendary sharpshooter, Yin Shuangying? Zhang Yi did not give them the chance to be dazed, raising his gun and firing again, taking down 2 more. Only then did the remaining 4 lose their nerve, hurriedly turning to flee. Zhang Yi aimed at their backs, watching them desperately sprint through the snow, and suddenly changed his mind. He bit the gun in his mouth and then revved the snowmobile to follow. The few people could hardly run in the snow. If anything, they were crawling. At this moment, the sound of the snowmobile echoed in their ears, sending shivers down their spines, and they were so scared they nearly wet themselves. Zhang Yi caught up to the last person, crashing the snowmobile right into him. Half of his body lay in the snow, and Zhang Yi's snowmobile knocked his upper body to the ground, then mercilessly began to run over him. What does it feel like to be crushed by over 400 kilograms of person and vehicle? The man let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. His spine was shattered, and the snowmobile rolled over his back and then his head. Hearing this scream, the faces of the few in front turned even paler, gritting their teeth and desperately running forward as if a demon was chasing them from behind. After passing by the man, Zhang Yi glanced back. Although there was snow cushioning his body, the weight of over 400 kilograms pressing down on him made him spit blood. Zhang Yi turned back and shot him, putting an end to his suffering. He then continued to leisurely pursue ahead, wanting to know where these people had come from. If they wanted to harm him, they must pay the price. The direction in which the few of them fled resembled the territory of the Wild Wolf Gang at Building 21. At this moment, on the 7th floor of Building 21, the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, Wang Chong, and his deputy, Xiao Lu, watched the scene before them with hearts bleeding. For today's robbery, they had prepared for many days, thoroughly investigating Zhang Yi's route and timing, and had sent 10 subordinates to lie in ambush. They originally thought this plan was foolproof, but no amount of calculations had anticipated Zhang Yi's excellent marksmanship. They also had no idea that Zhang Yi had so many bullets. Not only had they failed to eliminate Zhang Yi and seize his snowmobile, but they had also suffered heavy losses, allowing Zhang Yi to approach. This was a huge trouble. Wang Chong said, "Quick, gather everyone at the entrance, set up traps, and be cautious of the gun in his hand." Xiao Lu nodded. "Rest assured, we have arranged everything in the corridor. If he dares to come in, it won't matter if we kill him." Though they spoke fiercely, they were retreating in unison, not daring to appear at the windows. They knew Zhang Yi had a gun, and even a sniper rifle, which was a lethal weapon. Showing their heads was tantamount to seeking death. The people of the Wild Wolf Gang at Building 21 were on high alert, hiding in the corridor, praying that Zhang Yi would not burst in. Meanwhile, outside, Zhang Yi was leisurely hunting down the remaining members of the Wild Wolf Gang. As he walked, he effortlessly dispatched one person with a single shot. The last person saw that he had reached the front of Building 21. But before he could reach the entrance, the roar of Zhang Yi's motorcycle sounded in his ears. Zhang Yi glanced at the dark room before him, knowing that the members of the Wild Wolf Gang were definitely lying in ambush. He did not use his gun, but instead retrieved the Damascus steel hunting knife he had bought earlier. This thing was meant for cutting beasts, incredibly sharp, though Zhang Yi had never used it on a person. Swish! The hunting knife glided across the man's neck, surprisingly smooth. The sound of blood splattering was like the wind ahead soared high before plummeting to the ground. The members of the Wild Wolf gang hiding in the shadows of Building 21A felt chills down their spines upon witnessing this. All 10 brothers they had sent out were killed by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi parked the snowmobile, got off, picked up the head from the ground, and tossed it into a room on the 4th floor. The severed head rolled a few times on the ground before stopping, its vacant eyes staring at the people inside. It was dead quiet within, and the members of the Wild Wolf gang felt their hands and feet grow cold with anxiety. They knew that once Zhang Yi walked in with a gun, it would surely lead to a fierce battle. They would lose many lives. However, Zhang Yi stood outside Building 21, not stepping inside. He wasn't sure what exactly was inside, but there must be traps and ambushes. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He would not put himself in a perilous position. But to let the members of the Wild Wolf gang go just like that, he felt it was too lenient towards them. Just then, the gunfire startled everyone in the community, including those in Building 25. At this moment, Uncle Yu and Li Bin were on duty, quickly grabbing weapons to support Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, what's going on?" Uncle Yu asked angrily. Zhang Yi glanced at them and calmly replied, "They ambushed me outside, and I killed." Along the way from outside the community to Building 21, there lay 10 corpses, bloodied and glaringly obvious. Uncle Yu shouted angrily, "These damn things are so treacherous. If anything happens to Zhang Yi, our food supply will be cut off, and we will have no way to survive." Hearing this, the crowd was startled, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Zhang Yi waved his hand at them. "Go back, first call for help. Get everyone over here." The group immediately returned to Building 25 and called all the residents. Zhang Yi's expression was extremely stern. He was in a very bad mood, quite terrible. He was not afraid of being ambushed because in this apocalyptic world such things were inevitable. Moreover, he was well prepared, fully equipped with an assault rifle in his space. A mere 20 or 30 people couldn't possibly threaten him. But he was angry because he knew that someone among the residents of the 25th floor must have tipped off the Wild Wolf gang. The reason was easy to explain. Zhang Yi, for safety reasons, had no fixed timing for going out each day, not wanting others to use that against him. Ambushing in advance. That was even more impossible. In this temperature, burying oneself in the snow was not feasible. Even with thick clothing, one could not last more than half an hour. Yet today those people had just happened to ambush him in the snow. There was no such luck in this world, which meant there had to be an insider who knew he had left and informed the Wild Wolf gang. Zhang Yi did not feel the anger of betrayal, for he knew these neighbors were not good people. As long as the benefits were sufficient, they would not hesitate to turn against him. He simply wanted to kill the person who leaked the information. But in the entire building, almost everyone could have done such a thing. He had no idea who it was. Since that was the case, then he would treat them all equally. The Wild Wolf gang in Building 21 was on high alert. A direct assault would surely result in countless casualties. Zhang Yi simply let them fight among themselves. He didn't care who died. Zhang Yi's cold gaze swept over everyone, and seeing him like this, their expressions were filled with fear. However, they knew that the feeling of being ambushed would not be pleasant. After a while, Zhang Yi spoke lightly. "The people at Building 21 attacked me. If I die, you won't survive either. So if they want to kill me, they want to kill you too. We must eliminate all of them. Uncle, you come with me this time. The rest will be led by Li Chungbin to formally launch an attack on Building. For every person killed, I will reward 10 portions of food." Hearing Zhang Yi's reward, everyone was tempted. Many regretted not having the chance to achieve merit last night. However, some raised objections. "Isn't it a bad idea to go now? They must be on guard against our revenge. Even if we go, it would be better to wait until night." Zhang Yi glanced over. It was a Mediterranean uncle named Guadahai. He pointed at Uncle Yu and said, "Moreover, Uncle Yu is our main force. It's best for him to stay back for a strong assault." Everyone heard Guadahai's words and found them reasonable, whispering among themselves, "Yet even for revenge, it's better to sneak attack at night." Is Zhang Yi furious now? He needs to calm down. Uncle Yu is strong in combat. He should be the main